The man, who was unconscious, suddenly smelled a burning odor, then slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. He instinctively stood up from the ground, but the next second, he froze on the spot. Under the gray-black sky, countless ashes fell from the sky like snowflakes, covering the cracked earth. The distant forest had long since been burned to a crisp, leaving only blackened tree trunks, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. There is no familiar city here, no roads, and no trace of any human civilization that once existed. What shocked Qin Yi even more was that there were 32 unconscious girls lying haphazardly around him. Each girl was in a different pose, and Qin Yi recognized them all because they were all female classmates in the class, and he was the only boy in the entire class. Why did I suddenly appear in this strange, apocalyptic world with all the girls in my class? What on earth was going on? Just as he was filled with doubt, the girls who had been sleeping woke up one after another. Some girls rubbed their sleepy eyes, their bodies swaying gently with the movement. Some stretched unconsciously, revealing their graceful curves without any concealment, and some sat up groggily, grabbing their messy long hair in confusion. But when they saw the unfamiliar surroundings and the only man present, Qin Yi, fear and shyness instantly overwhelmed them. The next second, ah dash! A series of piercing screams rang out, and terrifying sound waves exploded continuously, causing the entire scene to completely spiral out of control. But just then, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly rang out from the sky, instantly silencing all the girls. You have been transported to a post-apocalyptic, foggy world called the Ashland, and will participate in a nationwide treehouse game. All survivors will be randomly assigned to this continent based on their class, family, organization, or individual affiliation, and will be given a treehouse. Random treehouses will soon spawn near your spawn point. Please find a treehouse for shelter as soon as possible, or you will become food for the ash beasts. This world is filled with gray fog and falling ashes. Resources for survival are extremely scarce, and it is inhabited by various dangerous monsters that prey on humans. Your team must gather survival resources, upgrade your treehouse, fight and slay monsters, and compete with other survivors to try and stay alive. Everyone has a certain probability of awakening a talent, and the person with the strongest talent will become the treehouse manager. Now we'll begin extracting talents. As soon as the words fell, 6 beams of light descended from the sky, simultaneously enveloping Qin Yi, the sports committee member Yi Jinghong, the academic committee member Su Wan, the counselor Wen Wan, the youth league secretary Lin Xingyan, and the class monitor Lu Yao. Congratulations! You have acquired the talent. Triple Strike. You can combine any 3 identical items to create a higher level item. Qin Yi was stunned for a moment after hearing the prompt, and then a surge of joy welled up in his heart. He never imagined that he would awaken such an extraordinary talent. If used properly, it would definitely be considered a god-level talent. The next second, a plan quickly took shape in Qin Yi's mind. He needed to kill the calamity beasts as soon as possible, collect resources, and then use his extraordinary talent to synthesize higher-grade materials and equipment to enhance his own strength. Then, he will lead his team to defeat other treehouse survivors step by step, reach the top of the game, and completely dominate the world. As the pillar of light dissipated, the 6 students who had awakened their talents slowly appeared, while the other students looked at them with envy or resentment. The crowd began to whisper among themselves, clearly dissatisfied with the random awakening of talents. After all, in this perilous environment, even ordinary rewards were incredibly valuable, let alone talents. Quiet! Seeing that everyone's emotions were getting more and more agitated, class monitor Lu Yao quickly stepped forward to calm everyone down. She is tall and slender, usually very serious, and has a mature charm. Her classmates call her Sister Lu Yao. As soon as Sister Lu Yao spoke, the effect was immediate, and the room fell silent instantly. Talent awakening is random, and no one can be blamed. Our most important task right now is to find a way to survive. Upon hearing this, everyone except Zhang Lili, who had initially been the most vocal, lowered their heads and fell silent. Since no one has any objections, Qin Yi, why don't you first describe the effects of your talent? Lu Yao turned to look at Qin Yi. My talent is synthesis, which allows me to combine 3 identical items into a higher-level item. Qin didn't hide anything, since there was nothing to hide about it. My talent is speed. I can burst out at 3 to 4 times the speed in a short period of time. Before anyone could ask, Yi Jinghong, the sports committee member, took the initiative to explain his ability. Next up was the counselor, Wenwan. My talent is healing, but I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know the specific healing effects. Everyone subconsciously glanced at the amount of milk the other person was producing, assuming her healing effects must be exceptionally outstanding. My talent is appraisal, said Suwan, the class representative, raising her hand expressionlessly. My power is ice. Lu Yao raised her hand, and a ball of icy blue energy appeared in her palm. After everyone finished reporting, all eyes turned to the branch secretary. My talent is beast taming, Lin Xingmian said, her cheeks slightly flushed, clearly still feeling shy. After everyone had learned about each other's abilities, Haji's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Based on the potential of his awakened talent, Qin Yi will become the head of the treehouse. I've prepared initial supplies for everyone inside the treehouse. Please collect them as soon as possible. Friendly reminder, the newbie protection period is only 3 days, so grow up quickly. It wouldn't be fun if you got eaten by the monsters outside. With this announcement, all eyes turned to Qin Yi, the only male among them. We have so many girls, why should a boy be in charge? What if he has ulterior motives towards us? Zhang Lily was the first to speak up. She was the one who talked the most. Lu Yao frowned, just about to speak up for Qin Yi, when she heard Suwan say in a calm tone. You're so ugly, Qin Yi won't be interested in you, so you're safe. Suwan's uniquely expressionless tone gave her words an icy chill. Qin Yi almost burst out laughing when he heard this. What did you say? Zhang Lily was immediately embarrassed and angry, but she was pulled back by Wenwan after only walking halfway. All right. Quiet down! The instructor's words quickly calmed the situation. I'll just say one thing. I have no objection to Qin Yi being the one in charge, and the system also recognizes him as the most talented. Our most important task right now is to get to the treehouse. No one expected Wenwan to be so supportive of Qin Yi. If the occasion hadn't been inappropriate, Qin Yi would have even wanted to give Wenwan a thumbs up on the spot. I don't care, Yi Jinghong said, shrugging her shoulders to indicate she had no objection. Suwan. No objection. Survival is the only issue we need to consider right now. Concerns about relationships between men and women must be put aside for the time being. Lu Yao glanced coldly at Zhang Lily, her meaning quite clear. She was given a chance to express her opinion, but her voice was so weak it was almost negligible. Qin Yi watched this scene and nodded to himself. Zhang Lily was completely dumbfounded. She never expected that all the awakened individuals in her class would support Qin Yi. She simply couldn't understand it. But now, no one cared what she thought anymore. Everyone could see a towering tree standing in the distance. The tree reached straight into the clouds, and its gnarled branches were dotted with houses, their shelter. The group immediately headed towards the giant tree. They didn't know how much time had passed, but just as everyone was about to run out of energy, the tree finally became clearly visible in the distance. The closer they got to the giant tree, the better the visibility became, and the fresher the air. Qin Yi was the first to arrive. Once he stepped into the shaded area, the falling ashes around him were instantly shut out, meaning he had entered a safe zone. The others arrived shortly afterward. After resting for a while, Qin Yi opened the Treehouse Administrator's Permission interface. Treehouse Administrator Permissions Explanation 1. Possesses the right to control the treehouse, including but not limited to evolution direction, action direction, and attack mode. 2. The person in charge has the right to use system functions such as channel chat and the trading market. 3. The person in charge can freely enable or disable their companions' access to system functions. 4. The person in charge can recruit or remove companions. They can recruit 10 times and remove 1 companion per day. After reviewing the powers granted to him by Hakido, Qin Yi made a suggestion. When disagreements arise within the team, the awakened members should discuss together whether to implement the plan. The words had barely left her lips when Zhang Lily was the first to object. I object. Why should everything be decided by you awakened ones? Don't we even have the right to speak? Why should I? John Lily shouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Although the others did not openly object like her, they were also somewhat dissatisfied, so no one spoke up. Su-Wan sneered, staring at John Lily with an expression as if she were an idiot. Don't you understand the law of the jungle? To put it bluntly, we can live better without a burden like you. As a protected beneficiary, you have no say. Furthermore, the situation Qin described will only occur on a rare occasion. As long as it does not harm the overall interests of the team, we will not restrict your right to speak. Su-Wan's words were reasonable and well-founded, and her gaze towards John Lily was filled with disdain. Ultimately, after discussion, Qin officially became the person in charge of the treehouse. Class Monitor Lu Yao is temporarily in charge of managing various affairs within the team. Lu Yao's prestige in the class is second only to Wen, and her abilities are evident to everyone. In addition, since she was a girl herself, no one else in the class objected except for John Lily. Let's go up to the treehouse first. Lu Yao called everyone into the treehouse, while she and Qin walked side by side at the front of the group. You're still as lazy as ever, always leaving everything to me. Unlike the cold and serious class monitor that everyone imagined, Lu Yao's tone was clearly smiling when she spoke to Qin. Stop! I don't like hearing you say that. Don't think you know me like that just because you're my childhood friend. Qin interrupted him immediately upon hearing this. Lu Yao's next words completely shattered him. Don't I know your little secrets? You like cosplay, you like anime, and you like those super huge breasts, right? Damn. If this conversation continues, Qin feels this relationship has to end. Just then, a gentle voice rang out, relieving Qin's embarrassment. It seems there's no path ahead. How are we going to climb up? Everyone looked ahead. Thick tree roots, like giant black pythons, were exposed and intertwined on the ground. Looking up along the tree trunk, which is as thick as a building, at a height of 20 or 30 meters, the branches stretch outward like a pair of giant hands. Among the intertwined branches, one can vaguely see a dozen or so treehouses resembling tents. The entire giant tree is bare, with only a few scattered, yellowing leaves remaining. While it may not be particularly beautiful or magnificent, its height of 20 or 30 meters certainly gives people a strong sense of security. Are we supposed to just climb up there? It's so high, how are we supposed to climb up there? Lin Xingyan's little head was immediately filled with questions. Although the physical abilities of awakened individuals are enhanced to some extent due to the awakening of their talents, it is still impossible for them to climb to a height of 20 or 30 meters with their bare hands without any tools. Don't worry, there are stairs here. After saying that, Qin silently began to control the treehouse. The originally tangled tree roots began to slowly wriggle, and the ground trembled violently. Soon, a tree hollow slowly appeared before them. Lu Yao gave Qin a meaningful look, then waved for everyone to continue forward. Upon entering the tree hollow, a spiral wooden staircase came into view. As they continued upwards, they were astonished to discover that several special rooms were hidden inside the giant tree. There are 3 rooms in total. The first room is a water storage tank, which contains 1/3 of a tank of clear water. The second room is empty, and its purpose is currently unknown. The third room is rather peculiar. Inside were piles of dry straw and 32 surprise chests. Clearly, these must be the initial supplies Haki had mentioned. 32 treasure chests, exactly one for each of the 32 people. Is this, so we can each randomly pick one? I'm really curious what we'll get inside. Let me do it! Yi Jinghong, who was always carefree, didn't bother to choose carefully. He walked up and grabbed one at random, only to be petrified the next second. Congratulations, you've drawn an E-grade black dog egg. Everyone was immediately speechless. What kind of nonsense is this? Shouldn't the initial supplies be food or tools? Hajideo lives up to his name, he's utterly unreliable. Yi Jinghong held the black dog egg, which was the size of a baby, with a bitter expression. Her feelings at that moment were extremely complicated, beyond words. Ahem, well, everyone, please choose a treasure chest. Lu Yao coughed lightly, then carefully scanned the treasure chest in front of her, seemingly making a selection. In reality, she was secretly sending a message to Su Wan. From the very beginning, Qin Yi had already opened chat windows for several awakened ones. On the surface, all 6 of them were seriously selecting treasure chests. In reality, their chat windows had already completely exploded with activity. Qin Yi, group owner of Class K, Grade 3, Olji, have you forgotten that Su Wan's ability is appraisal? Yi Jinghong, what? Stop talking. I only remembered after I opened the treasure chest, and now I'm so regretful. Lin Xingyan, Miss Su, please use your abilities to help us see which treasure chest contains the best stuff. Please, moi. Su Wan, I'm watching now, don't bother me. Wen Wan, you city folks really know how to have fun, secretly giving me extra help through the admin group. Lu Yao, be careful of Zhang Lily, that bitch seems to have noticed us. Qin Yi, our abilities are public knowledge. Anyone with a brain can figure out Su Wan's role in assessing abilities. Su Wan, Qin Yi, don't move yet, Zhang Lily has her eye on you. Qin Yi, hee hee, I knew that woman wouldn't stop. How about, we play her to death together? Everyone, agreed. Chapter 4 Egg Assembly. The boxes were opened one after another, and the atmosphere in the classroom rose and fell accordingly. Some were pleasantly surprised, some were devastated, but what most people saw were lifeless, dead eggs. The girls who had just been laughing at the sports committee for giving out black dog eggs were now speechless. They realized that no matter how ordinary the black dog eggs were, at least they were alive, which was much better than these dead eggs whose edibility or poison was unknown. Zhang Lily quickly noticed that Lu Yao, Su Wan, and the others had all open live eggs. Connecting this to Su Wan's earlier display of talent, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Since randomly choosing was too risky, she decided to steal the boxes they had their eyes on. She glanced around and realized that Qin Yi was the only one who hadn't made a move yet. So Zhang Lily pretended to be choosing a treasure chest and slowly approached him. Just then, Su Wan quietly nodded towards the box in front of Qin Yi, a detail that Zhang Lily happened to see. Zhang Lily was overjoyed, becoming even more certain of her judgment. Seeing Qin Yi squat down as if preparing to open the treasure chest in front of him, she almost didn't hesitate and pounced over, rolling over to hug the chest to her chest. She laughed triumphantly, as if she had already snatched a huge advantage. But the next second, a notification appeared. Congratulations, you've drawn a bunch of eggshells. The class fell silent instantly, then erupted in laughter. Some laughed at her for producing something even worse than a dead egg, while others were relieved that their own dead eggs weren't so bad after all. Everyone looked at Zhang Lily as if she were an unlucky soul taking the fall for someone else. What's even more absurd is that the box was originally supposed to be opened by Qin Yi. Now that Zhang Lily has snatched it away, it seems like she's deliberately helping Qin Yi fall into a trap. The girls in the class instantly became gossipy, and some even suspected that she had a crush on Qin Yi. Qin Yi merely glanced at her indifferently, casually stating that it was just a pile of eggshells. She could take them if she wanted, and there was no need to get so worked up. His gaze, as if looking at an idiot, instantly made Zhang Lily's face flush red. She broke down and questioned Qin Yi, asking why he had chosen the eggshell. Qin Yi then smiled as if he had just realized what had happened, saying that he had simply bent down to tie his shoelaces because they had come undone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lily was completely dumbfounded. Lin Xingyan laughed so hard she almost fell over, mercilessly exposing her lie, saying that Qin Yi was clearly playing a trick on her. Zhang Lily was both ashamed and angry, finally realizing that she had been tricked by them from beginning to end. Enraged, she flung the eggshells from her arms away, shouting through gritted teeth, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river! The eggshells flew through the air and scattered at Su Wan's feet. Su Wan looked at her and calmly asked if she wanted the eggshells. Zhang Lily practically yelled, "No!" But as soon as she finished speaking, Su Wan squatted down and picked up the seemingly useless eggshells one by one, putting them all into her bosom. She then publicly declared that everyone had heard it, and that Zhang Lily herself didn't want them. Everyone was puzzled, wondering what was so special about collecting a pile of eggshells. Suwon then explained that after hatching, young animals would peck at the eggshells to supplement calcium and promote growth. These weren't ordinary eggshells, but rather top-quality food that allowed spirit pets to grow rapidly. She gave Zhang Lili a final, indifferent glance and said that these eggshells were actually one of the most valuable items in all the treasure chests, and she hadn't expected Zhang to be so generous. Zhang Lili's face instantly twisted, finally realizing that she had been tricked again. Suwon didn't deny it, just shrugged and asked if she was only realizing it now. Lin Qingyan laughed until tears almost came to her eyes, clearly feeling this was the most enjoyable day of her life. Soon, all 32 treasure chests were opened. Apart from Qingye's group of 6, only 2 people in the entire class were incredibly lucky and opened spirit beast eggs. The rest almost all got dead eggs. Some girls were unwilling to give up and asked Lu Yao what use these dead eggs were, and whether they could be eaten. Lu Yao did not answer immediately, but looked at Suwon instead. After Suwon activated her talent assessment, the result was, the dead egg could not be hatched. It was edible, but it tasted bitter and fishy, and it was best to cook it with scallions, ginger, garlic, and cooking wine. Upon learning that it was edible but unpalatable, Lu Yao looked at Qin Yi, seeking his opinion with her eyes. Qin Yi quickly concluded that dead eggs were better suited for synthesis than consumption. In this survival game, besides the treehouse, spirit pets were also crucial for survival. However, he also cautioned against synthesizing overly high-level spirit beast eggs at the beginning. Lu Yao had the same idea. High-level spirit beasts hatch slowly and have a large appetite, so everyone simply couldn't afford to feed them in the early stages. So the two decided to see if the others were willing to hand over their dead eggs first. Lu Yao then announced that everyone now had 2 choices: either keep the dead eggs for themselves or hand them over to Qin Yi to synthesize a spirit pet. The news immediately sparked discussion in the class. Some worried about having nothing to eat if they handed them over, while others felt that with 3 dead eggs synthesized, it would be difficult to determine the ownership of the spirit beast. Lu Yao had clearly anticipated these issues. She raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then explained that the purpose of the spirit pets was to go out and gather resources, bringing back supplies every day. Those willing to synthesize the spirit pets would receive 30% of the resources brought back each day, with the remaining 10% as Qin Ye's reward for the synthesis. Zhang Lili was about to question why she had the right to speak when Lu Yao's icy gaze silenced her. Lu Yao publicly warned her that she had no resources and therefore no right to speak at the meeting. If she continued to disrupt order, she would face the consequences. Ice blue energy condensed in Lu Yao's palm, instantly enveloping the entire area in chilling light. Zhang Lili swallowed back the words she was about to say, and could only glare at her with resentment. Lu Yao ignored her and continued to tell everyone that the choice was theirs. Those who didn't want to hand over the eggs could keep the dead ones and eat them themselves, but they would have to find their own resources to survive afterwards. The group quickly calculated the costs. No matter how big the dead egg was, it wouldn't last long. Without spirit pets to gather resources, these ordinary girls would eventually run out of money. Rather than risking their lives fighting monsters outside, it was better to hand the dead egg over to Qin Yi for synthesis. Soon, someone took the lead in handing over the dead eggs. In the end, 21 out of 23 dead eggs were handed over. Only 2 girls, who had been secretly persuaded by Zhang Lili, chose to stay. Lu Yao was too lazy to persuade them, and even felt that having fewer clueless burdens would make management easier. Finally, Lu Yao handed the 21 dead eggs to Qin Yi. Qin Yi nodded and activated his talent on the dead eggs arranged on the ground. Accompanied by a strange soft sound, a notification immediately appeared. You've completed a triple kill and received 1 white dog egg. Immediately afterward, a second notification popped up. Excess energy exists in the synthesized item. Absorb it? Qin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. He hadn't expected synthesizing a dead egg to bring such an unexpected surprise. Chapter 5: The Beautiful Counselor Wants to Sleep with Me? Qin Yi immediately silently recited absorb in his mind. The next second, an invisible energy surged into his body, and without anyone noticing, a character panel quietly appeared in front of him. It displayed his name, his identity as the head of the treehouse, and his basic attributes of strength 2, agility 2, and stamina 3, with his talent being a triple. Immediately afterward, the number after agility jumped from 2 to 3. Qin Ye's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that the triple talent not only could synthesize spirit beast eggs, but also contained the benefit of additional attribute boosts. Since that was the case, he certainly had no reason to stop. With 7 beams of white light flashing in succession, he completed the triple synthesis of the remaining 21 dead eggs. System notifications kept popping up, and one after another, white dog eggs appeared in the hatching room. After all the dead eggs were dealt with, and the remaining energy was absorbed by Qin Yi, his agility attribute soared to 9 points. Qin Yi couldn't help but feel a little smug. At his current speed, even if the sports committee member Yi Jinghong came to catch him personally, he probably wouldn't be able to touch the hem of his clothes. More importantly, combining eggs not only distributed supplies to the class, but also allowed him to secretly become stronger. This deal seemed like a win-win situation no matter how you looked at it. After distributing the spirit beast eggs, Lu Yao called everyone to continue up to the treehouse. The dog eggs were left in the incubation room to hatch. No one could enter without Qin Ye's authorization, so there was no need to worry about security. As they climbed the stairs, Lin Xingyan looked at the pile of white dog eggs and couldn't help but complain that she had hoped to get some other spirit pets. Yi Jinghong, however, smiled in a rather irritating way, because apart from her black dog egg and Lu Yao's light brown dog egg, everyone else in the class had gotten white dogs. Although the level was also only E, the different colors seemed to make them appear a cut above the rest. Someone asked how long it would take for these spirit beast eggs to hatch. Su Wan replied casually, 6 hours. She wasn't usually talkative, except when she was particularly sharp-tongued when criticizing Zhang Lili. Almost no one would initiate a conversation with her. However, her ability was appraisal, and many things really couldn't be done without her. Before long, the group finally reached the top of the giant tree. It was much smaller than they had imagined, with only a slightly sunken tree hollow in the center, about 100 square meters in size, which could barely be considered a platform. The surrounding branches intertwined and extended, with a dozen or so naturally formed wooden tents arranged in a circle. The tree canopy, like a tattered umbrella, obscured the top of the giant tree. Faint light seeped in through the gaps, barely illuminating the space. Qin Yi climbed onto a branch and gazed into the distance, his vision filled only with constantly falling ashes and a gray fog that shrouded the earth, a suffocating atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. After looking around, everyone quickly returned to the central platform. Someone asked Lu Yao what to do next. There were 32 people but only 15 treehouses. How should they allocate accommodations? Everyone had their own ideas, and for a moment, silence fell. Lu Yao pondered for a moment and decided to pair up, then squeezed 3 people into each pair. But when she mentioned Qin Yi, she clearly paused. After all, he was the only boy in the class, and the so-called treehouse was actually just a small tent made of branches, cramped and barely big enough for 2 people, let alone 3. If Qin Yi were to have a room to himself, the availability of rooms would become even more strained. Lu Yao was about to speak when the beautiful counselor, Wen Wan, suddenly interjected, suggesting that Qin Yi share a room with her. Everyone immediately turned to look, their eyes blazing with gossip. She gave them a gentle, alluring glance and said, "Don't get your imaginations out of the treehouse. It's not soundproof. What outrageous things could she and Qin Yi possibly do?" Her frankness made them feel embarrassed to continue their teasing. Qin Yi had witnessed firsthand how fast women sometimes chatted, even faster than men. Lin Xingyan snorted coldly as she passed him, leaving him with the comment, "He got off easy." Yi Jinghong winked at him before leaving, her expression anything but serious. Su Wan remained expressionless, but the way she looked at Qin Yi made him feel inexplicably like some kind of unwanted insect. Lu Yao also glanced at him indifferently, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, before choosing to team up with Su Wan. The others also went to choose their respective treehouses one after another. Wen Wan smiled and asked Qin Yi to go choose a room together. The subtle, teasing tone made Qin Yi's scalp tingle, and he felt as if he were being watched by some dangerous creature. He tried to suggest that he could sleep in the incubation room, but Wen Wan grabbed his arm and pulled him away. The two arrived at the treehouse closest to the stairs. Qin Yi went inside to try it out and found it ridiculously small. There wasn't even enough room to stretch out. If two people were to stay inside, they would probably have to cling to each other. Wen pretended to adjust the wooden door, but her attitude was clearly not very serious. This was the first time the two had been so close, and even though Qin Yi tried to remain calm, he couldn't help but be disturbed by her stunning figure. Just as a dangerous image popped into his mind, a soft, warm hand waved in front of his eyes, and she smiled and asked him if he was thinking about something bad. Qin Yi quickly coughed to show that he was a respectable person. When Wen asked in a drawn-out tone, "If you're so respectable, why are you reacting so strongly?" Qin Yi was speechless, only able to sigh that this beautiful female advisor's driving speed was so fast that even he, an experienced driver, could hardly keep up. To change the subject, Qin Yi simply said it was time to set off. With a thought, the entire giant tree slowly trembled, its thick roots emerging from the ground and transforming into countless whip-like tendrils. Lin Xingyan, witnessing this, exclaimed in shock, "Giant tree!" Everyone peered down from the edge of the treehouse and saw the giant tree's roots gradually transform into legs, slowly moving forward. At the same time, an information panel appeared before Qin Yi's eyes, indicating that the movement mode had been activated. The current water volume was 150 units, each unit allowed travel of 1 kilometer, and the treehouse level was level 1. The panel also displays selectable evolution paths, including Night Blossom, Cloud Floss, Crystal Heart, and Thorn Queen, while the current abilities are limited to nest building, hatching, and water absorption. The final evaluation is subtly simple: the place where dreams begin. As the giant tree moved, ash creatures constantly swept past beneath it. They were rotten, grotesque, and disgusting, like monsters crawling out of the depths of death. Darkness, despair, and death seemed to be the only dominant themes of this world. The ravenous monsters growled at the treehouse, scaring the girls pale. They dared not jump down to fight, but thankfully, Hakido granted survivors a 3-day safety period, preventing these ash creatures from approaching. But the safe period won't last forever. They must find a resource-rich place suitable for development during these 3 days. Just then, Wen suddenly pointed into the depths of the gray fog, excitedly urging Qin Yi to look there. Qin Yi looked in the direction she pointed and saw a faint light in the gray mist. Around the light, countless ash creatures surged like a tide, including a huge skeletal giant lizard, at least a sea-level lord, definitely not something they could provoke in their early stages. But as Qin Yi looked at the light, a slow smile crept onto his lips. With the newbie protection period in place, the monsters couldn't get close at all. So, without hesitation, he manipulated the giant tree to crush it in that direction, his mind filled with only one thought: he'd found a treasure the moment he stepped out the door. He wouldn't be so ruthless now. Chapter 6: Mysterious Metasequoia. Rumble! The giant tree, like a giant walking across the wasteland, dragged its heavy roots forward, its imposing presence making it hard to breathe. The skeletal giant lizard raised its head and let out a piercing roar, trying to warn these intruders, but as soon as it charged forward, it was violently repelled by the transparent barrier. No matter how furious it became, it couldn't get any closer. Soon, the shadow cast by the giant tree swallowed the light ahead and pushed all the menacing ash creatures out of the safe zone. The monsters could only roar from the outside, their ferocious appearance resembling a zombie siege. Qin Yi glanced down, and immediately said he would go down and take a look. Before he finished speaking, he swayed and jumped from the top of the giant tree. Lin Xingyan cursed on the spot, her face turning ashen. The others were also quite frightened. After all, the giant tree was at least 4 stories high, and Qin Yi's jump looked like he was committing suicide. Just when everyone thought he was surely dead, a tree root suddenly emerged from below, wrapping around his body like a vine and supporting him steadily. Qin Yi landed on the ground unharmed, even turning back to wave to the people in the tree. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim how cool that move was. John Lily, however, snorted coldly, scolding him for being pretentious, but her eyes couldn't hide her jealousy. Before long, Qin Yi was carried back to the top of the tree by the tree roots, holding a strange plant in his hands. Everyone immediately gathered around, looking at the thing in astonishment. The plant was about half a meter tall, its branches crystal clear and glowing with a rosy green luster. 3 water spheres floated around it, as if supported by an invisible hand, constantly rotating around the branches, looking both mysterious and beautiful. Qin Yi handed the plant to Su Wan for identification. Su Wan took it and activated her talent. Information quickly appeared. Newly grown metasequoia, 10 to 10 harvesting item, pure water drops planting effect, purifies water source pure water drops, contains 1 liter of pure water. When used to irrigate polluted plants, it has a weak purifying effect and can accelerate the growth of spiritual plants. Upon seeing the test results, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Some immediately thought that they would have a stable water source from now on. But Lu Yao quickly poured cold water on their hopes. She pointed out that with only 10 liters of purified water per day, it was simply not enough for the daily drinking needs of more than 30 people. More valuable than drinking it directly is these water droplets, which can accelerate the growth of spiritual plants. Qin Yi added that the treehouse consumes a ton of water for every kilometer it travels, and this one metasequoia tree is far from enough for them to squander. Yi Jinghong, however, was quite philosophical about it. The survival game had only just begun, and getting even 1 tree was already quite good. Qin Yi didn't speak further, but stared thoughtfully at the slowly rotating water spheres. He wondered if pure water droplets could be synthesized, and if so, what the effect would be. The group tried to collect the water droplets, but discovered that the aura on the surface of the dawn redwood acted like a barrier, repelling anyone who touched it. They tried many methods without success. It seemed only unhatched spirit beasts could be harvested. So Qin Yi simply planted the dawn redwood in the water reservoir at the bottom of the treehouse. The dawn redwood itself could purify water, and although the water in the reservoir looked clear, no one could guarantee that it wasn't full of bacteria and insect eggs, so it would come in handy. Just then, Lin Xingyan suddenly called out from the tree hollow, saying that the giant lizard seemed to have latched onto them. Qin Yi immediately went to the fence and looked back. Sure enough, the enormous skeletal lizard was sticking to the giant tree, showing no intention of leaving. Lin Xingyan's face turned somewhat pale. She guessed that the monster probably held a grudge against them for stealing the metasequoia tree, and wanted to take revenge after the safety barrier disappeared. The monster was as big as a truck, and if it really crashed into them, no one knew whether the treehouse could withstand it. The crowd, who had been basking in the joy of acquiring the dawn redwood, suddenly turned grim. John Lilly immediately seized the opportunity to shift all the blame onto Qin Yi, accusing him of causing the monster to never have targeted the treehouse if it weren't for him. She also took the opportunity to incite the crowd, saying that control of the treehouse should never have been handed over to Qin Yi in the first place. Now that the safe period was over, everyone could potentially die. Lin Xingyan immediately retorted, telling Zhang Lili to try and stop drinking water from the reservoir. Just as the two were about to start arguing again, Lu Yao stepped in. She gave Zhang Lili a cold glance, reminding everyone that the deed was done and that instead of standing there blaming each other, they should try to find a solution. Zhang Lili retorted sarcastically, "What else can we do? Just wait to die." Meanwhile, the management group for Class 3K was in an uproar. Lin Xingyan said she couldn't take it anymore and wanted to kill Zhang Lili. Yi Jinghong also sided with Qin Yi, believing that there was nothing wrong with Qin Yi fighting for resources, and that not fighting for them was tantamount to slow suicide. Qin Yi replied with a thank you, but then casually made an inappropriate joke. Wen Wan immediately remarked that it felt like a car had run over her face. Su Wan, on the other hand, was straightforward and said that Zhang Lili was indeed annoying and could be killed. Lu Yao didn't object, but reminded them that the game had only just begun, and many students hadn't fully adapted to the rules yet. If they rashly attacked their teammates now, it could easily create panic within the team. They needed to find a suitable opportunity to act. Wen Wan followed up, saying, "Then let's take our time, squeeze every last drop of value out of her before dealing with her." The group erupted in eerie laughter. In the tree hollow, Zhang Lili suddenly felt a chill on the back of her neck, as if she were being stared at by something terrifying, and the hairs on her neck stood on end uncontrollably. But seeing that some of her classmates seemed to be swayed by her, she straightened her back. Little did she know that in the face of absolute power, such provocation would only hasten her death. The treehouse continued moving forward, occasionally encountering supply chests along the way. Some of the braver girls would run down from the treehouse to collect them. Whoever was fastest got the chest. However, almost every treasure chest was guarded by ash creatures. Like the skeletal giant lizards, these monsters, upon discovering their chests had been stolen, angrily joined the pursuit of the treehouse. Gradually, more and more ash creatures surrounded the treehouse. Qin Yi, however, remained silent. With Yi Jinghong, the sports committee member, around, there was no need for him to exert himself. After all, Yi Jinghong would likely come back to him to synthesize the items anyway. He could simply sit back and collect the fees. But now, Qin Yi had something more important to do: chat in the group chat. World Channel. Chapter 7 Pet Hatching. The world chat was still as chaotic as a disaster zone. Some were looking for their fathers, some were recognizing their sons, some were complaining about being assigned to the square dancing aunties group, and even nursing homes were clamoring to join the battle, as those in their 80s were exactly the age to venture into another world. Amidst the light-hearted banter, Zhou Lan finally couldn't resist getting down to business, wanting to know how this world should develop. Chao Shan quickly offered a tip, saying that the plants here were special and it was best to collect as many as possible, as they would be very useful later. As for the initial pet eggs in the treehouse, they were even more precious. Don't eat them, and even dead eggs could be traded for a high price from him. It was this sentence that instantly enlightened Qin Yi. In the early stages of the game, a large number of players would definitely get dead eggs. For others, that might just be enough to last a day or two, but for him, it was a completely different story. Qin Yi immediately sent a message in the channel. Unlimited dead eggs for sale, tradable with spirit beast eggs, limited quantity, first come, first served. The moment this message appeared, the entire chat channel exploded. Although everyone's spirit beasts hadn't hatched yet, everyone understood their importance. They can go out and gather resources, and as long as they don't die, it means a continuous supply of resources. In comparison, dead eggs are completely worthless. No one really believes that anyone would trade a precious spirit beast egg for a useless dead egg, but it's worth a try. Soon, Qin Yi's private chat window was flooded with messages. Some offered 6 dead eggs in exchange, others tentatively offered 4, and Qin Chang even directly offered 10. Seeing the words 10, Qin Yi was tempted. He immediately contacted Qin Chang, and the transaction was quickly completed. He entered the incubation room, traded the dog eggs he had hatched to the other party, and in the blink of an eye, he received 10 dead eggs. Qin Yi then quickly began synthesizing. He synthesized 9 dead eggs in 3 consecutive attempts, prompting a series of system notifications. With each synthesis, he gained a dog egg and absorbed extra energy, increasing his agility by 1 point. After the 3 synthesis sessions, he not only obtained 3 dog eggs but also gained 3 points of agility for free. Qin Yi was overjoyed, feeling that this was an absolute steal, and was preparing to continue with the next transaction when a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head. The pain felt like his soul was being ripped apart, coming swiftly and brutally. Qin Yi's expression changed drastically. He clutched his head, squatted on the ground, and couldn't help but curse. He then realized that his talent had a limited number of uses, and that damned rule hadn't mentioned it beforehand. More than 10 minutes passed before the intense headache slowly subsided. But what followed was a feeling of utter weakness, as if all the energy had been drained from his body. He collapsed to the ground, struggling even to move a finger. Qin Yi forced himself to stay conscious and realized that he could only activate his talent a maximum of 10 times a day. Any more than that would cause problems. As for whether the number of attempts would increase after his attributes improved, he didn't know yet. Drowsiness quickly overwhelmed him, and before he completely passed out, he handed over the access to the incubation room to Lu Yao, lest he die here and no one would collect his body. Qin Yi had a dream. The dream was filled with beautiful young women, each one more stunning than the last, their long legs dazzling to the eye. Soft, red lips eagerly landed on his face, almost making him lose himself in the moment. But when he woke up, his face was still throbbing. Half asleep, he thought he'd really been kissed and swollen by the girl in his dream, but when he opened his eyes, he almost jumped up. 3 white Samyads were panting and licking his face frantically. Qin Yi froze, blurting out a curse. Yi Jinghong, standing beside him, laughed so hard she almost fell over, and even teased him, asking if the young lady's kiss was soft. Qin Yi's lips twitched, only then realizing that these 3 silly Samyads in front of him were actually newly hatched spirit pets. Yi Jinghong even joked about his erotic dream, yelling for hush money. Qin Yi rubbed his dizzy head and got up from the ground, telling her to get lost. If he were to give her anything, it should be hush money. He asked himself how long he had slept. Yi Jinghong told him it had been about 12 hours. Suwan judged that he had fainted due to excessive mental exhaustion, and Lu Yao, worried about something going wrong, asked Yi Jinghong to stay and watch over him. Of course, Yi Jinghong wasn't telling the truth. The reason she stayed here obediently was because she had previously stolen too many resource chests, which aroused public outrage in the class, so she had to hide in the incubation room to avoid the limelight. Yi Jinghong quickly asked where Qin Yi got the other 2 dog eggs. Qin Yi didn't hide anything and said directly that he exchanged dead eggs with other treehouse players through the trading post and then synthesized them using his talent. Yi Jinghong had already guessed the answer, but he still couldn't help but sigh after hearing it. It was a pity that their mental strength was limited, otherwise, with this ability alone, they could have taken off directly. At this moment, one of the Samyads seemed unhappy about being ignored by its owner and barked twice at Qin Yi. Only then did Qin Yi take a serious look at the 3 spirit pets. They had snow-white fur, clear eyes, and were much more beautiful than he had imagined. After being praised, they immediately shook their heads and grinned foolishly. The next second, the pet panel appeared. White Fang, juvenile, level, E skills, gathering, windwalking, snipping talent, none. Qin Yi was speechless after looking at it. It looked like an ordinary Samyad. The 3 white-toothed puppies seemed to understand the doubt, and immediately became unhappy. They let out a loud howl and took to the air, spinning rapidly around him in midair. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. With each step they took, they left behind small whirlwinds, their speed astonishing, in no way inferior to his current speed. Keep in mind, he had synthesized 30 dead eggs to gain only 12 points of agility. While these spirit pets possessed such speed from birth, it was simply outrageous. If they continue to grow, they will definitely be able to crush most ordinary players. Qin Yi was pondering whether he had sold 10 dead eggs too cheaply when Yi Jinghong's words pulled him back to reality. She reminded Qin Yi that spirit beasts have a huge appetite, and raising 3 by himself would require a lot of effort. Qin Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected that even after transmigrating, he would still have to be a beast of burden. Yi Jinghong then told him a cruel truth. She had previously amassed many resource chests, but they were all gone now. Before Qin Yi could react, she gestured towards the 3 white teeth frolicking in the sky. It turns out that all those resources were ruined by these 3 gluttons. They not only ate all the eggshells in Suwan's hand, but also devoured Yi Jinghong's 10 chicken legs, 5 loaves of bread, 20 eggs, and 5 pounds of raw meat. Yi Jinghong even reminded Qin Yi that he would have to pay them back later. Qin Yi's face turned green upon hearing this, and he immediately swore. He looked up at the 3 white fangs, his chest heaving with anger, and ordered them to stop playing and go to work right away. The next moment, the 3 white fangs were kicked out of the treehouse by Qin Yi, beginning their miserable life of self-reliance. They floated in midair, looking back at him, their eyes seemingly questioning whether this scumbag wasn't going to take care of them anymore. Qin Yi, however, showed no mercy. He was practically starving himself. If he didn't make these good-for-nothings work, everyone would go hungry tonight. Yi Jinghong patted him on the shoulder, comforting him that there was still some time before dark, and if he couldn't manage, he could go and grab a couple of resource boxes. Qin Yi thought this made sense and immediately rushed out. In terms of speed, almost no one in the class, except Yi Jinghong, could match him. Soon, a ghostly figure appeared in the team vying for the resource chest. Meanwhile, the 3 white-toothed creatures flew into the depths of the ashes and quickly disappeared. Chapter 8 Class Protection Fee. In the blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened. Just as the last ray of light was about to disappear below the horizon, more than a dozen beams of light swept back from afar and landed on the top of the giant tree. After the light and shadow dispersed, Everyone could see that almost all of the white teeth were injured and looked disheveled, but each of them had a bubble on its head, as if they had won a battle, and they ran excitedly towards their respective owners. On Chinye's side, 3 white-toothed creatures flew back carrying a pile of resource chests. Looking at their wounds, he couldn't help but feel sorry for them, and frowned as he asked if they had been out fighting and how they had gotten like this. The white-toothed dogs, however, didn't care at all after being scolded. Their mouths were practically stretched to their ears as they barked, as if showing off their victory. Chinye took the 3 bubbles, pointed at them, and they burst, spilling out a bunch of miscellaneous things. Inside were glowing crystals, resource chests, the skeletons of unknown creatures, and even withered branches. Clearly, the White Fangs had brought back everything they deemed valuable. Chinye could understand if the resource chests contained food. Those glowing crystals didn't look like junk either, but he wasn't sure what the bones and rotten branches were for. He figured he should leave the professional stuff to the professionals. So, class monitor Su-won reappeared, and everyone, carrying their spoils, gradually gathered in the center of the square. Su-won didn't waste any words and immediately began the appraisal. Soon, information panels for various items appeared. Faint magical crystals can be used to enhance personal attributes, pet growth, and treehouse upgrades. Immortal monster skeletons can be used to upgrade treehouses, craft weapons, and increase soil fertility. The decaying branches of the tree, once purified, can be used as materials to build beast nests, accelerate the recovery of spirit beast stamina, and can also be used to start fires and disperse ashes. Everyone was dumbfounded after seeing this. Originally, everyone was so focused on grabbing resource chests that they didn't pay any attention to these bones and branches. Now they realize that those seemingly trashy items are actually very useful, and many people are kicking themselves for missing out on so much. Su-won ignored the wailing and sent a message in the class management group, saying that the monster skeleton was useless to her, and asking who needed it. Lin Xingyan immediately suggested that since the skeleton could upgrade the treehouse, it would be better to give it to Chinye. Yi Jinghong also said that he could give him his. Chinye did not accept it immediately. He pointed out that building the treehouse was a matter for the whole class, and it could not rely solely on the voluntary contributions of those who were close to each other. There must also be rules regarding how to recycle the materials of others. When one agreed with him, it was fine for close friends to offer gifts, but others might not think the same way. Lu Yao then suggested that upgrading the treehouse was related to everyone's safety, and all materials related to the treehouse upgrade should be handed over. Lin Xingyan reminded her that while the remains of the calamity beasts might be acceptable, the magic crystals involved personal interests, and forcing them to be handed over could easily provoke public outrage. Yi Jinghong added that the items gathered by spirit pets were random, and if someone only brought back resource chests each time without handing them over, it wouldn't be fair to others. Chinye quickly provided a solution. Each person must contribute a fixed amount of bones daily for treehouse upgrades. If the contribution is insufficient, other resources will be used to offset the cost. Those who contribute more will have their contributions converted into team points, which can later be exchanged for public resources, such as their own crafting, Su-won's identification, and the counselor's treatment services. He also mentioned that the dawn redwood trees haven't been harvested yet, but the purifying water droplets obtained later can purify decaying branches of life-giving trees, which are essential materials for building beast nests. Anyone who wants to raise spirit beasts will definitely need to exchange for them. After reading the plan, Lu Yao couldn't help but say that Chinye was ruthless and even more suitable to be a leader than she was. Chinye, however, said that managing a team was too troublesome, especially since the class was full of girls. He said that he would just be a strategist and offer ideas, and the actual execution would have to be left to the class monitor. Lu Yao saw right through him. He just wanted to be a hands-off manager. Chinye told her not to say anything even though she saw through him, which immediately caused a burst of laughter in the group chat. In this relaxed atmosphere, the management meeting quickly ended. Afterwards, Lu Yao began to tally everyone's supplies and announced the latest class rules. She clearly told the whole class that from today onwards, all items brought back by the spirit beasts would be converted into contribution points and registered. An egg counts as 2 contribution points, a piece of bread as 5, and a piece of monster bone as 10. The specific proportions for other items will be announced after she compiles the information. Furthermore, everyone must contribute 10 contribution points daily to build the treehouse. No one is exempt. At this point, Lu Yao subtly gave Yi Jinghong a look. Yi Jinghong immediately understood and whispered for Xiao Hei to move. The next second, the large black dog beside her whimpered twice and slowly disappeared into the darkness. Sure enough, Zhang Lili always jumped out to cause trouble at times like this. She was about to object when a black dog emerged from the shadows behind her. The dog barked sharply, its paw shoving into her face, silencing her. The dog bared its fangs, its eyes gleaming coldly, as if warning her that if she dared to utter another word, it would bite her. Zhang Lili's face turned pale and then red, her heart burning with hatred. She felt this was a classic case of the powerful relying on their master's power, and the master relying on the servant's power. Yi Jinghong was merely bullying her because she didn't have a pet. She secretly vowed that one day she would rise up and make everyone who had offended her pay the price. After dealing with this troublemaker who was most likely to stir up trouble, Lu Yao continued her announcement. The treehouse was the class's refuge. The higher the level, the safer everyone would be, so everyone would be involved in upgrading the treehouse. She had already roughly calculated that the daily harvest from the pets would amount to about 100 contribution points. Even if the master only receives 30%, it's enough to cover the 10 contribution points each day, and the remaining 20 points are enough to sustain them. Of course, contribution points can not only be handed in, but also used to exchange for needed supplies, and even for spirit beast eggs. Hearing this, everyone in the class understood the benefits. As long as no one deliberately stirs up trouble, this rule will naturally not be opposed. Zhang Lili hesitated several times before speaking, but Xiao Hei stared intently at her, as if it would pounce and bite her throat the next second if she dared to utter a sound. In order not to become dog food, a term for witnessing public displays of affection, she could only keep quiet. This regulation won't affect most people much. In fact, it might even be an opportunity for some ambitious girls. As long as they diligently collect resources every day, they'll eventually accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for their own spirit beast egg. By then, they would be able to live comfortably, even catch up with Qin Yi and the others, and become truly influential figures in the class. But Zhang Lili was different. She had personally thrown away her initial supplies, and had no spirit beast to help her gather resources. On her own, she might not even be able to contribute 10 contribution points every day. At this moment, Lin Xingyan suddenly asked Lu Yao with ill intent what would happen if someone failed to meet their daily contribution targets. Lu Yao's gaze swept coldly over everyone, finally settling on Zhang Lili. She reiterated that she had said from the beginning that the class would not tolerate idlers. If anyone drags the whole class down, then don't blame her for cleaning house. Faced with the class monitor's assertive attitude, no one dared to utter a single word of dissent, nodding in agreement, and then looking at Zhang Lili with schadenfreude. Now Zhang Lili is probably really finished. Chapter 9 Astonishing Milk Production. The night on the continent of Ember was as silent as a graveyard. Darkness pressed down on the earth like a tide, as if the whole world had been dragged into the realm of the dead. But the tree hollow square at the top of the giant tree was unusually lively, with a bonfire crackling and burning, the warm firelight dispelling some of the chill. By the campfire, Lu Yao meticulously recorded everyone's contributions on a wooden board, using charcoal to make corrections. When Wan sat to the side, a gentle yet dangerous smile on her face, handing her newly healed white teeth back to the three girls, she announced with a smile. The spirit pet is fully revived, a generous 9 contribution points. Her gentle and beautiful face now looked every bit the shrewd businesswoman. When it was Yi Jinghong's turn, he approached with his big black dog, trying to get closer to offer a discount, even just 10%. When Wan smiled even sweeter, indicating that the teacher must treat everyone equally. Yi Jinghong cursed the capitalists in his heart, but could only obediently flatter her, urging her to hurry up and treat him. When Wan was amused by his pitiful appearance, raised her hand to stroke the big black dog's head, and whispered a healing spell. The warm, emerald green light fell on the large black dog, which hummed contentedly twice, its previously battered body quickly healing completely. When Wan withdrew her hand and casually called for the next patient, her makeshift pet hospital was now officially open for business. As the only healer in the class, Wan could earn a fortune just from her healing talent. No one dared complain. After all, no one wanted to offend this support character with her astonishing healing power. Their spirit pets were the player's lifeblood. If they really displeased her, it was uncertain whether they would even be alive to gather resources the next day. Soon, one by one, the pets were healed amidst cries of surprise. After the last student left, Winwan's mental energy was completely exhausted, and she collapsed into the treehouse, falling into a deep sleep. As soon as she left, Lin Xingyan jumped out and called everyone to look at her. Curious onlookers gathered around. She loudly promoted her service, a spirit pet stamina recovery treatment. For just 9 contribution points, it would make your spirit pet energetic the next day, doubling its gathering efficiency. Like Wenhuan, she possesses a rare support talent, and since it can be put to use, it certainly shouldn't be wasted. However, people inevitably have doubts. Some ask if it's really effective, while others worry about not getting their money's worth and even want to try it out for free first. Lin Xingyan was prepared and immediately went to Qin Yi to borrow the Samayad. Qin Yi jokingly said that the appearance fee was 10 contribution points. Lin Xingyan immediately pretended to be extremely wronged and accused him of extorting money even for free stamina recovery, which made the whole class burst into laughter. Qin Yi stopped teasing her and summoned the 3 white teeth. Lin Xingyan picked up one of them, stroking its head while muttering to herself, and occasionally pinching its back and cheeks. The white teeth barked at her, making all sorts of funny faces in response. This whole thing seemed absurd, like playing with a dog, but before long, White Teeth actually showed an expression of enjoyment. Lin Xingyan's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked Su Wan to help assess the situation so she could prove the effectiveness to everyone. Su Wan tilted her head expressionlessly, held up one finger, and calmly indicated that appraisals were paid, costing 10 contribution points. Lin Xingyan almost broke down on the spot, scolding her for learning bad habits from Qin He. Su Wan simply replied, "Making money isn't shameful." Lin Xingyan had no choice but to reluctantly hand over 10 contribution points. Su Wan accepted the payment, raised her hand, and gently tapped Bai Ye to initiate the appraisal. The next second, 2 attribute panels appeared before everyone's eyes. The white teeth received a professional massage, resulting in a pleasant experience and rapid recovery of energy. Immediately following, a second state appeared, full of energy, with a 50% increase in harvesting efficiency, lasting for 24 hours. The whole class erupted in excitement. A spirit beast could gather about 100 contribution points a day, and with a 50% increase in efficiency, that meant earning an extra 50 points daily, plus the chance to recover stamina. Considering all this, Lin Xingyan only charged 9 contribution points, incredibly generous. Soon, everyone swarmed around Lin Xingyan like they were grabbing vegetables, vying to have her massage their pets. Some even brought out strawberry-flavored gum they'd gotten from opening the boxes during the day to curry favor with her. Lin Xingyan smiled and told everyone to line up, one at a time, so everyone would get some. The square was bustling with noise, the bonfire reflecting the smiling faces of the crowd, creating a rare and warm atmosphere. But in a dark corner, 3 pairs of eyes, red with jealousy, watched everything like worms in a stinking ditch. Zhou Fang and Lu Feifei vented their anger on Zhang Lili, blaming her for stopping them from combining eggs, which meant they had no spirit pets to go out and gather resources, and would starve to death sooner or later. The two became more and more furious as they talked, even declaring that they would haunt her as ghosts. Zhang Lili scoffed, blaming them for not standing firmly on her side back then. If she had been in charge of the treehouse, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Zhou Fang and Lu Feifei, however, were unconvinced, saying that their class monitor knew ice magic and that she couldn't beat Lu Yao. Seeing that her 2 accomplices were about to part ways with her, Zhang Lili finally panicked. At least they still had 2 dead eggs to eat, but if she really left these 2 idiots, she would have no chance to turn the tables. So she immediately put on a smiling face and persuaded them, saying that synthesizing a spirit pet originally required 3 dead eggs, and they only had 2. Even if they had gone then, they wouldn't have been able to synthesize it. Now, however, there was still a chance. As long as they accumulated enough resources to exchange for a spirit beast egg, they could turn the tide. Once they become stronger and regain control of the treehouse, they'll naturally be able to live a life of luxury. Zhou Fang and Lu Feifei aren't very bright. They actually enjoy the pie in the sky that Zhang Lili casually dangled in their mouths. One said she wanted to eat chicken legs every day, and the other said she wanted to eat bread, eating one piece and then throwing it away, which infuriates everyone else. Zhang Lili smiled obsequiously on the surface, but inwardly she sneered at these two fools for their wishful thinking. Just as the three were lost in their fantasy, Lu Yao's icy voice suddenly rang out from behind them. She coldly said, "Zhou Fang, Lu Feifei, Zhang Lili, please hand over your contribution points for today. 10 points each, 30 in total." Chapter 10 Retrieving Dead Eggs. Class Monitor we. Zhou Fang stammered for a long time, clearly still trying to renege on her promise. But Lu Yao's eyes, as bright as stars, were already filled with a cold light. Ice patterns quickly formed on the ground beneath her feet, and the cold air rose continuously, like an invisible blade aimed straight at the throats of the three of them. Zhang Lili sensed something was wrong and quickly tugged at Zhou Fang and Lu Feifei's sleeves. The two immediately changed their story, arguing that they didn't have any spirit beasts and had nowhere to collect supplies, asking if they could owe them the money and pay them back later. Lu Yao nodded with a cold smile, her tone devoid of any warmth. She indicated that she could owe them, but the three of them had to leave the treehouse first and return once they had collected enough contribution points, reminding them not to doubt that she meant what she said. Upon hearing this, the three of them turned deathly pale. Without the treehouse and the classroom for protection, they wouldn't even survive 5 minutes outside, let alone 3 days. Zhang Lili immediately panicked and urged Zhou Fang and Lu Feifei to take out the 2 dead eggs they were holding. She reminded the two that the dead eggs could be exchanged for contribution points, and if they dragged it out any longer, Lu Yao would really kick them out. Zhou Fang and Lu Feifei looked reluctant. Those were their last food supplies, and without the dead eggs, they would go hungry tonight. Zhang Lili scolded them for being foolish, saying that with contribution points, they could buy any kind of food. Finally, under Zhang Lili's constant urging, the two had no choice but to reluctantly take out the last 2 dead eggs. Lu Feifei even deliberately referred to the dead eggs as spirit beast eggs and cautiously asked Lu Yao how many contribution points they could be exchanged for, clearly still wanting to bargain. Lu Yao gave a mocking smile and directly pointed out that they were just 2 dead eggs. According to her calculations at the highest level, the dead eggs could only feed them for 3 to 5 meals at most. Each meal was worth 10 contribution points, 5 meals were worth 50 points, and the 3 of them would have a total of 150 points. After deducting the 10 contribution points each person had to hand over today, which is 30 points, they still had 120 points left. With that, Lu Yao unceremoniously took the dead eggs from their hands. The 3 of them were stunned for several seconds before they reacted. Zhou Fang immediately gritted her teeth and cursed Lu Yao for being too greedy. Lu Feifei was also furious and immediately shouted that the class monitor was lining her own pockets and deliberately deducting their contribution points, trying to incite dissatisfaction among the other students. Zhang Lili quietly retreated behind the two, adopting a spectator's stance. She desperately wanted everyone to oppose Lu Yao, hoping the chaos would shake her leadership position. But reality didn't go according to her plan. Someone quickly stood up to refute Lu Feifei, telling her not to speak so casually, that everyone was watching, and to tell her how many contribution points Lu Yao had actually earned. The speaker was a pair of twin girls, the older sister Wang Xiren and the younger sister Wang Xiran. The 2 girls appear innocent and cute, but they are actually notoriously violent little girls. Qin Yi once witnessed them beat up a black-hearted vendor at the school gate who was frying skewers in gutter oil until he ran away with his head in his hands. Even more coincidentally, of the 32 initial treasure chests opened during the day, besides Qin Yi and his group obtaining spirit beast eggs thanks to Su Wan's abilities, the only 2 remaining spirit beast eggs were opened by these twins. If Qin Yi and his group were like chosen ones, then these 2 were practically chosen grandchildren. Their luck was ridiculously good. Qin Yi wasn't familiar with them before, but now he was considering getting to know them. He stepped forward, placed his hands on their shoulders, and smiled, telling them to listen to what Lu Feifei had to say first, as Lu Yao could handle it. The two little ones snorted simultaneously, crossed their arms in unison, and looked at each other with defiant expressions, as if they would make Lu Feifei pay if she couldn't give them a straight answer. In the chat window, Qinyi asked Lu Yao if she knew these two. Lu Yao replied that she had gotten them out of jail after they wrecked someone else's business. Qinyi couldn't help but tease her. No wonder they reacted so strongly. It turned out the class monitor had been training Deadpools since school, a far-reaching scheme. Lu Yao told him to stop talking nonsense, explaining that the stall was actually run by her second uncle's cousin's fourth aunt's husband, so of course she had to be there. Qinyi was speechless for a moment. When people are truly speechless, they really are speechless. On the other side, Lu Feifei continued to protest her innocence, insisting that Lu Yao was going too far and questioning why their 2 spirit beast eggs were only worth 150 contribution points. She even deliberately incited her classmates, saying that everyone knew the value of spirit beasts, and if the class monitor set the price like this, who would dare to hand over resources in the future? Lu Yao remained indifferent, stating only that the value of a spirit beast egg was indeed far greater than that, but only if it truly was a spirit beast egg. The eggs they possessed were merely dead eggs, only fit for food, so 150 contribution points were perfectly reasonable. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. Someone took the opportunity to kick Lu Feifei while she was down, reminding her that when Lu Yao suggested Qinyi help synthesize the dead egg, they had voluntarily given up. So where would they get a third dead egg to synthesize now? Some even mocked him, saying he got what he deserved. Qinyi, however, smiled inwardly upon hearing the third dead egg. He actually had one in his possession. He had previously traded 10 dead eggs with someone, using 9 in 3 attempts to synthesize them, leaving him with exactly 1. Unfortunately, Zhou Fang and Lu Feifei have already narrowed their options. If it were an ordinary classmate, he might have helped with the synthesis, taking a larger share and even getting an attribute point for free. But these two are Zhang Lily's lackeys, so sorry, he's just being willful and won't let them combine. Seeing that no one is speaking up for her, Lu Feifei's tone finally softened, and she complained aggrievedly that the price was too low. Lu Yao didn't budge, only stating that they could keep the dead egg if they wanted, but they had to make up for the 10 contribution points they submitted each day. It didn't make sense for the whole class to work so hard building the treehouse only to have them reap the benefits without contributing anything in return. Lu Yao's words immediately turned the tables, placing the 3 of them in opposition to everyone. The other students were instantly outraged, echoing the class monitor's words and demanding that the 3 behave themselves and not provoke violence. Faced with the collective condemnation, Zhang Lily and her 2 companions were powerless to refute and could only reluctantly admit their mistake. Just when everyone thought the farce was about to end, Qinyi, holding another dead egg, approached Lu Yao with a smug grin and said, "Class monitor, 150 contribution points. I'll buy these 2 dead eggs." Upon hearing this, Zhou Fang and Lu Feifei, who had previously resigned themselves to their fate, instantly brightened up. Staring at the dead egg in Qinyi's arms, they excitedly shouted that a third dead egg had appeared, and their dead eggs could now be combined. The 2 immediately demanded that Lu Yao return the dead egg to them, and then turned to Qinyi and said that they wanted to synthesize a spirit beast egg, and the profits could be shared with everyone else, at most giving Qinyi an extra 10%, making it a 50-50 split. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Even Zhang Lily couldn't help but facepalm. Qinyi wasn't stupid. He only needed to contribute 150 contribution points to have a spirit pet all to himself, so why would he be so foolish as to share the spoils with them? Lu Yao's originally icy expression almost crumbled due to the 2's wild ideas. She quickly regained her composure and said calmly, "Everything in the class is based on contribution points." She told Zhou Fang and Lu Feifei that they could certainly get their dead eggs back. It was everyone's right, and the price was the same as the buyback price, 150 contribution points for 2 dead eggs. At this point, Lu Yao's gaze swept over the 3 of them, her tone calm yet sharp. "But do you have any?" Chapter 11 New Members. What? Zhou Fang's ecstatic expression froze instantly. They originally had 150 contribution points, but after handing in 30, they only had 120 left. It was completely impossible for them to redeem their dead eggs. At this point, even the slow-witted Zhou Fang and Lu Feifei realized they had been tricked. Lu Feifei was so angry she almost gritted her teeth, rolled up her sleeves and wanted to rush forward to fight, but before she could even touch Lu Yao, she was kicked back by the prepared Wang Xiren and Wang Xiran sisters. The two girls seemed to have been waiting for this moment. Shouting that they were avenging their class monitor, they pinned Lu Feifei to the ground and gave her a brutal beating. They pulled her hair, tore her clothes, and kicked her in the philtrum. Their moves were vicious and chaotic, and Lu Feifei screamed in agony. Qin Yi was dumbfounded by the scene, while the girls around them were incredibly excited. Unable to bear the beating any longer, Lu Feifei could only beg Zhou Fang and Zhang Lili for help. Zhou Fang shrank to the side, stammering that she didn't know how to fight, and asked Lu Feifei to hold on a little longer, saying that the two sisters would tire themselves out. Lu Feifei was so angry that her vision blurred, and the next second she fainted from sheer rage. Lu Yao then stepped forward and lifted Wang Xiren and Wang Xiran up, one in each hand. She was already tall, and the two little ones were only a little over 1.5 meters tall. When she lifted them into the air, they looked like two kittens being grabbed by the scruff of their necks. "That's enough. If you keep fighting, someone will really die." As soon as Lu Yao finished speaking, the two sisters immediately stopped, still stubbornly saying that since the class monitor had spoken, they would spare Lu Feifei's life. Their white teeth also barked twice, as if protesting against the insult to a dog's life. Lu Yao then handed the dead egg to Qin Yi. Qin Yi accepted this tricked trophy and, without hesitation, immediately began synthesizing it. After such a long rest, including 12 hours of sleep, his mental energy had recovered by more than half. A flash of white light appeared, followed by a notification. He completed a triple kill, obtaining a dog egg and absorbing excess energy, increasing his agility by 1. A brand new spirit beast egg appeared in Qin Ye's hand. Zhou Fang and Zhang Lili's eyes turned red with envy, their gazes filled with venomous hatred as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. Qin Yi didn't keep it for himself. Instead, he announced in front of everyone that the spirit beast egg wouldn't hatch for the time being. It would be placed in the class warehouse and sold for 1,000 contribution points, which anyone could exchange for. After speaking, he handed the spirit beast egg to Lu Yao and reminded everyone to work hard to collect resources. The crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Although 1,000 contribution points seemed like a lot, at least there was hope. If they saved up their money through frugality for a while, they would have a chance to defy fate and become a high-ranking member of the class with a spirit pet. The crowd cheered, shouting, "Qin Yi is awesome!" Even their part-time job announcements were filled with enthusiasm. Looking at Qin Yi in the center of the crowd, Lu Yao felt more and more strongly that the person truly suited to be the class leader might not be her, but him. After the excitement subsided, everyone returned to their treehouses to rest and recharge for the next day's resource gathering. Before leaving, Lu Yao looked at Zhou Fang and the other two, asking if they wanted to exchange for food. They had been busy all day and were both hungry and scared. Zhou Fang gritted her teeth and asked for half a loaf of bread, while Lu Feifei, who had just woken up, weakly asked for one as well. As usual, Lu Yao deducted 5 contribution points and gave them the bread. Zhang Lili, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up, asking for half a loaf of bread. But this time, Lu Feifei, who had just been tricked and beaten, was unusually resolute and refused outright. She coldly stated that the contribution points were earned by her and Zhou Fang in exchange for spirit beast eggs, and had nothing to do with Zhang Lili. Zhang Lili remained calm, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, and casually said that it was only 3 contribution points, and that she would repay them 10-fold or 100-fold once she matured. After being brutally beaten, Lu Feifei seemed to have finally come to her senses and refused to buy into Zhang Lili's empty promises. She stated directly that she didn't need compensation and wouldn't borrow any more of Zhang Lili's contributions, telling her to find her own food. Zhang Lili tried to bring up the so-called bond, but Lu Feifei retorted that she shouldn't try that kind of manipulation. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Zhou Fang quickly stepped in to mediate. Lu Feifei snorted coldly, saying she wouldn't contribute anything anyway. If Zhou Fang wanted to be a good Samaritan, she could pay for Zhang Lili herself. Zhou Fang was immediately in a dilemma. They didn't have much to begin with, and if they continued to help Zhang Lili, she wouldn't last long. Zhang Lili then regretted not helping Lu Feifei earlier. Seeing her 2 meal tickets about to run away, she immediately grabbed Zhou Fang and whispered a few words in her ear. Zhou Fang hesitated for a moment, then blushed and told Lu Yao that Zhang Lili's contribution points would be deducted from her account. Lu Yao asked if she was sure, and Zhou Fang whispered an affirmation. "You can't reason with a stubborn devil," Lu Yao said, tossing half a loaf of bread to Zhang Lili and turning to leave. Wang Xiren and Wang Xiran followed Lu Yao eagerly, taking the opportunity to whisper in her ear that Zhou Fang and her 2 companions were wicked and should be dealt with. After saying this, the 2 sisters simultaneously made a throat-slitting gesture. Lu Yao glanced at them, then surprisingly agreed with their idea, saying that from now on, they were comrades. Upon hearing the word, Wang Xiren's face instantly turned red, and she stammered that she didn't have that kind of strange fetish. She was met with a solid rap on the forehead from Lu Yao. Lu Yao scolded her irritably for thinking such things, then explained that in this place, you can't stand firm if you're not ruthless, and you can't get by if you're not heartless. They were both ruthless and vicious, and each had a spirit pet by their side, which met the requirements for joining the class's inner circle. After saying this, Lu Yao led the 2 little ones to an empty room on the 2nd floor of the treehouse. Qin Yi, Su Wan, and others had been waiting for a long time. When Qin Yi saw them come in, he jokingly said that the class monitor's 2 little tails had finally arrived, which immediately made the 2 sisters blush. Chapter 12. I thought you all know. Hello everyone, I'm the older sister, Wang Xiren. I'm the younger sister, Wang Xiran. Applause immediately rang out, with Yi Jinghong leading the applause, and the others joining in the cheers. The 2 little girls were a bit embarrassed by the commotion and could only scratch their heads and stand aside. Lu Yao quickly steered the atmosphere back to the main topic. She pointed to the supplies piled up in the corner of the room and began to take stock of today's gains. The food was worth about 500 contribution points, 30 magic crystals, 25 pieces of calamity beast bones, 35 pieces of decaying life tree branches, and Qin Ye's spirit beast egg. The main reason everyone gathered on the floor was to distribute and exchange magic crystals. Most ordinary students only had enough contribution points to cover daily expenses, and it was difficult to use them to improve their attributes. But it was different for Qin Yi and his group, especially for support talents like Wen Wan and Lin Xingyan, whose earning efficiency was quite exaggerated. There are 15 spirit beasts in the class. Wen Wan earns 9 contribution points for each healing, so even if they do nothing all day, they can steadily earn 135 points. Adding the resources the spirit beasts gather, after deducting what they hand in and what they consume, it's not difficult to gather 200 contribution points the next day. Lu Yao set a rule beforehand: the number of magic crystals is limited, and with 8 people, each person can only buy a maximum of 4. Whether feeding them to pets to increase their attributes, or using them to strengthen oneself, it's the most practical choice right now. As the class's head steward, she's very thoughtful. Each magic crystal costs 20 contribution points. If there were no limit, Qin Yi could easily buy them all. After all, he's the richest person now. That spirit beast egg alone is worth 1,000 contribution points, not to mention the almost priceless treasure like the Dawn Redwood. Qin Yi waved his hand dismissively, saying he wouldn't compete with them and could let them divide it up. He had a triple talent that allowed him to gain attributes for free, so there was no need to waste his contribution points here. Yi Jinghong immediately bowed exaggeratedly, thanking old Qin for his leniency, and then was the first to step forward and exchange for 4 magic crystals. She had a combat-type talent, so improving her own strength was the most important thing. Only by becoming stronger could she grab more resources and catch up with these rich bastards. At this moment, Lin Xingyan suddenly remembered something and asked Qin Yi if magic crystals could be synthesized. After all, the magic crystals they had were all weak. If they could synthesize a higher-level version, wouldn't it provide more attributes? Qin Yi initially refused. He said that his mental energy was currently limited and he couldn't waste his synthesis attempts here. He couldn't accept this order for the time being. Lin Xingyan felt a pang of regret. If his talent could be infinitely synthesized, their resource utilization rate would undoubtedly be number one in the world, and their development speed would be unmatched. The others also felt it was a pity. This survival game wasn't child's play. Every resource had to be used to its maximum value. The faster their combat power increased, the higher their chances of survival. But Qin Yi quickly changed his mind. He suddenly realized that the mental energy consumed when combining different items might not be the same. The mental energy consumed in combining a dead egg into a living egg might not be the same as that consumed in combining a weak magic crystal. He was always a man of action, so he immediately picked up 3 magic crystals and silently recited the 3-part mantra in his mind. The next second, the 3 faintly glowing crystals simultaneously lit up with white light and merged into one under everyone's expectant gaze. A notification appeared. He had completed a triple combo and obtained 1 magic crystal. A new notification also appeared. Absorb excess energy? There was a 5% chance of gaining a random attribute. Qin Yi immediately sensed something was wrong. When synthesizing spirit beast eggs, the system had never given a probability notification, meaning that attribute acquisition was 100% back then. But synthesizing magic crystals only offered a pitiful 5%. With such a low probability, he naturally chose no. He also wanted to see what would happen if he didn't absorb this excess energy. He carefully sensed the changes in his body and the depletion of his mental energy. But after a moment, he found that nothing seemed to have happened. To others, Qin Yi looked like he was staring blankly at the newly synthesized magic crystal. But Su Wan's discerning eye detected something amiss. She suddenly spoke, saying that Qin Yi's spiritual energy seemed undiminished. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in excitement. Qin Yi also abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them, and excitedly shouted that he had grasped the truth. Yi Jinghong was startled and urged him to stop being so mysterious and tell her what he had realized. It was Su Wan who spoke first. She explained that during the previous synthesis, Qin Yi's mental energy hadn't decreased significantly, or rather, it had been consumed very little, so it wasn't reflected on the panel at all. Lin Xingyan immediately looked at Su Wan curiously, asking her how she knew this. Qin Yi was also puzzled, because even he couldn't see his mental energy panel, so how did Su Wan see it? Su Wan tilted her head, her face expressionless, and asked in return, "Can't they see the mental strength values on the panel? Everyone's initial mental strength is 100 to 100. Everyone fell silent, then collectively shocked. They had no idea there was such a thing as a mental strength panel. Someone couldn't help but complain. Why didn't Miss Su tell us this sooner? It's such important information. Su Wan remained innocent, assuming everyone could see it. With this hint, Qin Yi finally understood the correct way to use his talent. Ordinary synthesis consumes very little energy, almost like infinite synthesis. What truly consumes a large amount of mental energy is the hidden ability of his talent, absorbing the excess energy of the synthesized materials. It's known that activating the hidden ability during egg fusion consumes 10 points of mental energy. He had fused 10 times in a row, just enough to deplete his 100 points of mental energy, which is why he fainted. Now, everything makes sense. Although everyone looked at Su Wan with some resentment, thankfully they discovered it in time, preventing her from missing the crucial development opportunity. Qin Yi didn't hesitate any longer, and directly combined the remaining 27 crystals. Soon, 10 new magic crystals appeared in front of everyone. The group stared at the crystals, their eyes practically shining. Su Wan immediately appraised them, and the results showed that absorbing a magic crystal would grant 5 attribute points or provide 5 experience points to the treehouse. Yi Jinghong excitedly patted Qin Ye's shoulder. The crystal, originally worth 3 attribute points, became 5 after synthesis. Qin Ye's talent was simply monstrous. Su Wan also checked Qin Ye's mental energy consumption. Qin Ye asked her how much he had used, and Su Wan replied, 3 points. The crowd erupted in excitement again. This meant that as long as Qin Yi didn't combine eggs, he could theoretically synthesize over 1,000 items per day. Unaware of Qin Ye's hidden talent, they only assumed that combining eggs would consume so much mental energy, leaving them speechless with shock. But after the initial excitement, a new problem arose. How should these 10 magic crystals be allocated? After all, their synthesis was entirely Qin Ye's doing. Chapter 13. Keep it low-key tonight. Qin Yi takes 3, and the rest of you each get 1. Contribution points will still be calculated as before, deducting 60 points from each person. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Yao gave the safest distribution plan, and no one else objected. Lin Xingyan couldn't wait any longer, excitedly rubbing her hands together, immediately taking her own magic crystal, sitting cross-legged, and starting to absorb it. The crystal transformed into energy and merged into her body, instantly granting her 5 attribute points, which she evenly distributed among strength, agility, and stamina. The feeling of attribute boost quickly appeared, and Lin Xingyan became excited, shouting that power was surging up, and even striking a transformation pose. The others were speechless, ignoring her silly behavior, and each took a crystal to absorb their own. Qin Yi noticed that Su Wan and Wen Wan hadn't used the crystal on themselves, but instead each summoned their own white fangs. The 2 white fangs wagged their tails and approached, their faces beaming with obsequiousness. Su Wan crouched down, stroked White Fang's fluffy head, and offered the magic crystal to its mouth. Seeing this, Lin Xingyan couldn't help but ask why they didn't absorb it themselves. Wen Wan simply smiled and said that resources should be used wisely. Early game attribute points are precious. The 2 support characters don't need to rush to the front lines to fight monsters. They can prioritize resources for their spirit pets, minimizing damage and maximizing resource gathering. Su Wan nodded in agreement. Resources are limited and shouldn't be wasted. Soon, Su Wan's white fang finished absorbing the crystal, visibly growing larger, its fur becoming fuller, and its aura becoming much more imposing than before. With them leading the way, Wang Xiren and Wang Xiran also felt that using attribute points on themselves wasn't cost-effective, and it would be better to strengthen their spirit pets. Seeing this, Qin Yi immediately called over Debai, Erbai, and Tai Bai. The 3 white-toothed creatures trotted over, practically drooling. Qin Yi casually tossed out 3 magic crystals, which the 3 large mouths immediately snatched up and began to devour them. A moment later, the 3 white-toothed spirits simultaneously let out a satisfied burp, their bodies swelling in size. They excitedly circled Qin Yi, barking wildly, and repeatedly jumping into his arms, wagging their tails. The onlookers were filled with envy and a sense of longing. Qin Yi himself could gain attribute points through synthesis, and magic crystals could be used to nurture spirit pets. With both master and spirit pets improving simultaneously, their development speed was unmatched by anyone else. Qin Yi turned to Su Wan and asked how much mental energy he had left. Su Wan glanced at it and replied with 63 points. That meant he could synthesize 6 more spirit beast eggs. Since his mental energy would recover after a good night's sleep, he couldn't waste the night. So Qin Yi started looking for people outside to trade dead eggs. He could exchange 10 dead eggs for 1 spirit beast egg, making a net profit of 7 dead eggs each time, and also gaining a little agility. After exhausting his 60 points of mental energy, he had 42 more dead eggs in his warehouse. At the same time, his attributes changed to Strength 2, Agility 18, and Stamina 3. Everyone had already absorbed the magic crystals and watched him complete the transactions and synthesis like a money-printing machine, leaving them speechless with astonishment. Yi Jinghong was the first to react, rushing forward to shout, "Good brother, don't forget me when you get rich!" Just as he was about to cling to Yi Jinghong's leg, Qin Yi, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, sprawling onto Yi Jinghong's long legs. Exhaustion was etched on Qin Ye's fair face as he couldn't help but complain that wealth comes at a price. But the others completely ignored his collapse, excitedly discussing just how far his talent could go. 42 dead eggs can be combined to form 14 spirit beast eggs, and further combination yields 4 higher-level eggs, potentially even resulting in a C-grade spirit pet. Some exclaimed in surprise that Qin Yi already had a chance to obtain a C-grade spirit pet on the very first day, as if he were cheating. Others calmly reminded him that no one could be certain that an E-grade beast egg would definitely become a D-grade after combination, so don't get too excited. Some went even further, believing that if Qin Yi kept trading and synthesizing, he might even be able to synthesize an S-rank spirit beast egg. The crowd grew increasingly excited, with some even suspecting that Qin Yi was Hajadeo's biological son. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Qin Yi, supporting his weary body, sat up from Yi Jinghong's lap, interrupting their fantasies. Things weren't as simple as they thought. Many players were already buying up dead eggs in the world chat. It wouldn't be long before they became a scarce resource with a high price but no market. S-rank spirit beasts were basically out of the question, but B rank and A rank were worth a shot. Lu Yao quickly made her judgment after hearing this. Qin Ye's most important task right now wasn't rushing to synthesize high-level spirit pets, but rather collecting as many dead eggs as possible. Mental energy should be entirely reserved for trading, maximizing the resources gained during the beginner phase. Qin Yi agreed with this approach. He had just tested it, and found that even without absorbing the extra energy from synthesis, mental energy consumption wouldn't decrease. This meant that the amount consumed didn't depend on whether he absorbed energy, but rather on the synthesized item itself. Synthesizing a spirit beast egg requires 10 points of spiritual power, but only 0.1 points of the synthesis materials. Although this overturned his previous conjecture, it wasn't all bad. At least no matter what he synthesized, he had a chance to gain attribute points. Having figured this out, Qin Yi was even more certain that the number of dead eggs was limited, and he had to collect as many as possible before they completely disappeared. This newbie bonus only comes once. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find another one later. As the initial excitement subsided, fatigue set in. So much had happened that day, and everyone prepared to return to their treehouses to rest with their spirit pets. Lu Yao waved her hand, saying she was going to the restroom. Yi Jingheng echoed, saying he would go too, and that the others should go back and rest first. With that, the two of them, each with their spirit pets, disappeared at the end of the stairs. Lin Xingyan and the others didn't think much of it and left, yawning. Only Qin Yi frowned slightly, looking in the direction the two had disappeared, seemingly sensing something. After everyone else had left, Su Wan suddenly spoke up, asking if his talent wasn't just about synthesis, otherwise the attribute increase wouldn't make sense. Qin Yi knew his secret might be able to hide from others, but it couldn't escape Su Wan's discerning eye. He didn't deny it, only frankly admitting that it did have other effects, and then asked Miss Su to keep it a secret. Su Wan remained expressionless, as if nothing was worth her attention. She simply nodded calmly and said she would keep it a secret. She seemed to have only asked about Qin Ye's secret casually. Before leaving, Su Wan left him with a cryptic remark, telling him to keep a low profile tonight. Qin Yi subconsciously agreed, but it took him 2 seconds to realize what he meant, and he froze on the spot. What did "keep quiet" mean? By the time he looked up to ask, Su Wan had already disappeared at the end of the stairs. Qin Yi couldn't help but emphasize in a low voice that he was a respectable person, but when he returned to his treehouse and, by the remaining light of the campfire, met Wenruan's blushing, evasive gaze, he suddenly felt something inside him that was about to burst forth. Chapter 14 Trigger Resource Point. The night was deep and quiet, save for the crackling of the firewood burning in the campfire. The treehouse was cramped, and Qin Yi and Wenruan sat side by side, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Wenruan told him he didn't need to call her teacher anymore, just her name. Qin Yi hesitated before calling out, "Wenruan," and she softly acknowledged him. After that, both of them fell silent. The firelight reflected on their faces, intensifying the ambiguous atmosphere. Their soft figures appeared exceptionally gentle against the darkness and firelight, causing Qin Ye's heart to race and his throat to dry. Just then, the last flame went out, plunging the treehouse into darkness. The darkness didn't frighten them. Instead, it amplified the subtle tension in the air. The next second, several barks suddenly rang out, and 4 white-toothed dogs incongruously squeezed into the small space, completely ruining the atmosphere. Qin Yi and Wenruan were both stunned. After 2 seconds, Qin Yi, his face dark, kicked the 4 light bulbs out. The white-toothed dogs whimpered pitifully. They had only wanted to warm their owner with their fur because the night in the ash world was too cold. Even after being chased away, they wouldn't give up, lingering at the door and whimpering as they tried to dissuade them. Qin Yi was so angry he wanted to smash their heads in. Of all times, why did they have to come and cause trouble now? Seeing this, Wenruan couldn't help but chuckle, then turned away, telling him to go to sleep early. Qin Yi felt a mix of emotions. The feelings he had just stirred up were abruptly cut off, and he could only mutter a complaint about how he could possibly sleep. Wenwan, however, only gently reminded him to stop having impure thoughts, at least not now. The whispered words, tinged with laughter, reached Qin Ye's ears like a kitten tickling his heart, leaving him speechless with itch. But Qin Ye also understood that Wenwan was mostly teasing him. The treehouse was small, and after he lay down, he inevitably found himself very close to her. The faint, sweet fragrance wafted into his nostrils, initially making it impossible for him to calm down. However, the fatigue from a long day quickly overwhelmed him, and the warmth beside him gradually relaxed him. Sleepiness slowly swallowed his consciousness, and Qin Ye finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. He had a strange dream. In the dream, he was being chased by two steamed bun monsters. When he was exhausted, the two monsters suddenly transformed into soft, warm faces, blocking his path. Her red lips moved slightly, as if she were saying something, but the dream was too blurry for him to hear clearly. The next morning, the ashes finally began to glow a little brighter. Qin Ye opened his eyes, feeling a soft touch beside him, and instantly woke up, sitting up abruptly. When Wenwan rubbed her sleepy eyes, her voice still weak from just waking up, and greeted him with a "Good morning." Qin Ye's mind was still a little muddled, and he subconsciously replied, "Good morning, Wenwan." The dream from last night still lingered in his mind. He felt a peculiar milky scent emanating from him, but quickly dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. Outside the treehouse, Lin Xingyan and the others were already waiting. She looked at the two of them with a teasing expression, quipping that after just one night apart, their relationship had become so close that they were calling each other by their first names. Qin Ye was embarrassed and didn't know how to explain, but when Wenwan spoke first, saying that everyone should just call her by her name from now on, as teacher, sounded too formal. Everyone agreed, and quickly started calling her Sister Wenwan. A new day officially began, and the giant tree set off again. The campfire was relit, and everyone sat together to eat breakfast. Everyone tacitly refrained from asking what had happened between Qin Ye and Wenwan the night before, except for Lin Xingyan, who kept stealing curious and strange glances at the two of them. Those glances made Qin Ye extremely uncomfortable. The problem was, if he had actually done something, it wouldn't be so bad, but nothing had happened. He had no way to explain himself and could only quickly change the subject. Qin Ye mentioned that the water supply was running low. For every kilometer the treehouse traveled, it consumed 1 unit of water. Yesterday they traveled a total of 60 kilometers, and with the drinking water consumed by everyone, they now only had 89 units of water left. This meant that if they continued for another 89 kilometers without finding a new water source, they would have no choice but to buy it from other treehouse teams at a high price. Qin Ye's words immediately drew everyone's attention back. In the Ash world, the most precious resource is neither magic crystals nor food, but water. Whether for drinking, cultivating plants, or maintaining the treehouse, water is indispensable. A decision must be made collectively, to continue searching for resources or to stop and conserve resources to develop in place. Lu Yao was the first to speak up. Staying behind would be tantamount to slow suicide, and they must move on. Qin Ye also thought continuing the move was more appropriate, so he nodded in agreement. Yi Jinghong and Su immediately raised their hands in support, and Lin Xingyan, seeing that everyone agreed, also nodded without hesitation. The two little ones didn't have much say, and could only obey the arrangement. As for Wenwan, she was by nature gentle and compliant. As long as she didn't voice her objections, it was tantamount to acquiescence. Ultimately, everyone decided to continue. After the discussion, they all went about their own business. Qin Ye called over Debai, Erbai, and Tai Bai, preparing to send them out to gather supplies. Before they left, he specifically told the 3 White Fangs to be careful and not to be reckless if they encountered danger. Survival was the most important thing. Although the White Fangs looked simple-minded, they weren't stupid and understood that no matter how important supplies were, their own safety was more important. After hearing Qin Ye's words, they squealed excitedly and rushed out like madmen. Having arranged these, Qin Ye stretched and headed straight for the second-floor warehouse, ready to continue his egg-merging spree. However, he had only merged a few when a notification suddenly popped up before his eyes and appeared in front of everyone, Level 1 Resource Point discovered Blackwater Pool. Chapter 15 Let's Fight. Qin swiftly swept through the trading post, completing 9 transactions in one go, leaving only 10 points of mental energy to synthesize ordinary items. After the transactions, his agility soared to 27 points, and his number of dead eggs accumulated to 105. As long as he could keep up with his mental energy, he could synthesize a B-grade spirit beast. In the early stages of the game, this was practically a game-changing attack. After dealing with these matters, Qin left the warehouse and went to the tree nest platform. The class was huddled on the outer railing, peering out, and he quickly joined them. Following their gaze, a huge black pool, over 30 meters in diameter, appeared on the gray earth in the distance. Qin was overjoyed. The water problem finally had a solution. But before they could even rejoice, a system notification suddenly popped up, freezing everyone in place. Occupying resource points would bring unknown dangers, and the early expiration of the newbie protection period felt like a bucket of cold water. Without the newbie protection period, the monsters they had previously provoked could pounce at any moment, and the class was thrown into chaos. Lu Yao immediately led everyone to Qin to discuss what to do next. Qin pondered for a moment before giving his assessment. Water resources were indispensable, and Blackwater Pool had to be captured, but before that, they needed to deal with the troubles behind them. Lu Yao quickly agreed, deciding to focus all their efforts on clearing out the Ash Beasts today, and then occupy Blackwater Pool. But as soon as this decision was made, it was met with strong opposition from most of the class. Everyone had seen firsthand how dangerous those monsters were, and no one was willing to risk their lives. Some would rather give up resource points and slowly gather resources with the help of spirit beasts, hiding in the treehouse to survive until the end. Faced with the questioning, Lu Yao instinctively looked at Qin. Qin shrugged, indicating that he couldn't help. They wanted to develop steadily, while Qin and his group wanted to level up desperately. They were fundamentally different. If the whole class had Lu Yao's awareness, he wouldn't mind being a manager. But the current team was only making everyone mentally exhausted. Lu Yao suppressed her irritation, trying to get everyone to listen to her quietly, but the platform grew increasingly noisy. The next second, she let out a low shout, and frost power erupted from within her, instantly covering the entire treehouse platform with a layer of silver ice flowers. A bone-chilling cold swept through the area, and everyone finally fell silent. Lu Yao's gaze swept over everyone, and she spoke coldly. She wouldn't stop them from hiding in the treehouse, but one thing had to be made clear. Water is a valuable commodity in the Ash-Earth world. Such a large pool, once sold, could yield immeasurable resources. She recorded the contributions of everyone involved in clearing the calamity beasts and repelling dangers, and distributed the profits equally according to their contributions. After she finished speaking, the platform fell silent. Lu Yao didn't try to persuade her further, turned and walked out of the treehouse, leaving the students looking at each other in bewilderment. Some still believed life was the most important thing and refused to take the risk. Others were tempted by the potential profits from the Blackwater Pool and, after some hesitation, decided to give it a try. A towering tree stood near the Blackwater Pool. Qin and the others stepped out of the treehouse and onto the black earth covered in scorched soil and ash. Lu Yao took a rusty watermelon knife from her ring and tossed it directly to Qin. Qin caught the knife and noticed the dark circles under Lu Yao and Yi Jinghong's eyes, asking if they had stayed up late last night. While distributing the weapons, Lu Yao explained that both she and Yi Jinghong possessed combat-oriented talents, and their spirit pets were better suited for fighting. Killing monsters to level up was the fastest route. Yi Jinghong brandished a black spear in her hand and said smugly that she and Lu Yao had fought the monster while everyone was asleep last night, and even obtained this black iron weapon. Qin gave a perfunctory compliment, then tucked the watermelon knife into his waistband. He knew perfectly well that Yi Jinghong's big black dog possessed the ability to hunt in an instant, and Lu Yao's green-furred dog had strong defense and recovery abilities. Their gathering skills were indeed lacking, and focusing on combat was the best solution. However, the risk of the two of them acting alone was too high, so he still reminded them not to be reckless next time. Yi Jinghong was unconvinced, feeling that those slow-moving monsters couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. Qin simply replied that this time it was luck, but next time might be different. Lin Xingyan immediately chimed in teasingly, saying it was rare to see Qin Yi so talkative. Was he concerned about the class monitor or the sports committee member? Qin Yi rolled his eyes and casually said he cared about both, which made Lin Xingyan give him a knowing look. As the group chatted and laughed, they reached the edge of the tree's shade. An invisible barrier surrounded the towering tree, and beyond that barrier, thousands of skeletons wandered aimlessly. Further into the depths of the gray mist, a colossal figure stared intently at them. With a deafening roar, the skeletal giant lizard reared up and howled, the sound waves scattering the surrounding gray mist and revealing half of its ferocious body. Its pitch-black fangs were exposed before everyone's eyes, and its size, comparable to that of a large truck, brought an intense sense of oppression. Yi Jinghong gritted his teeth, glaring at it, furious. This petty, big, stupid creature had chased them for 60 kilometers and wouldn't give up, like a stubborn leech that they couldn't shake off. And to make matters worse, they couldn't beat it, which was the most frustrating part. Chapter 16 Target, Skeleton Giant Lizard. Jinghong, you pull the monsters! Lu Yao didn't hesitate almost immediately, handing over the task of pulling the monsters to Yi Jinghong, who was the fastest. The two had fought all night, and their teamwork was already quite tacit, and they had also figured out an efficient way to kill monsters. Yi Jinghong responded, shouldered his spear, and charged towards the monster group, taunting the skeletons as he ran. Upon seeing her appear, the skeletons roared and gave chase. Even the giant skeletal lizard was alarmed, dragging its massive body as it thundered closer, its blood-red maw wide open, ready to devour her. Trying to eat me? Black Fong! At Yi Jinghong's command, the large black dog lying in ambush suddenly pounced, its fangs biting down hard on the monitor lizard's throat. Although this injury was negligible to the monitor lizard, it successfully slowed its movements, buying Yi Jinghong enough time. She immediately activated rapid speed, her figure transforming into a black shadow as she sprinted around the barrier. A mere half-minute later, she returned, followed by hundreds of skeletal figures. Class monitor, it's up to you! Lu Yao raised her hand, gathering her power. An extremely cold aura coalesced at her fingertips into an ice crystal lotus. The next second, the ice lotus flew into the horde of monsters, exploding with a deafening roar at the most densely packed spot. A rain of ice needles shot out, instantly freezing all the surrounding skeletons into shimmering ice sculptures. The class watched in stunned silence, but Lu Yao simply exhaled, reminding everyone that this move consumed a great deal of energy, and couldn't be used many times. Sure enough, after the two of them cleared the second wave of skeletons, Lu Yao's mental energy was completely depleted. She immediately ordered Yi Jinghong to retreat. Black Fong, summoned, also vanished from beside the giant lizard, turning into a shadow and retreating back into the barrier. Both the human and the beast were panting heavily, but their feat of annihilating nearly 200 skeletons in one go still stunned everyone. After a brief rest, Lu Yao raised her hand and clenched it, causing the ice-sculpted skeletons to shatter, scattering a large amount of crystal fragments and debris on the ground. Her spirit pet, Kaya, burrowed into the wreckage, scavenging everywhere. Even when a stray skeleton managed to attack, it only left faint white marks on Kaya. Before long, Kaya returned with its spoils. After counting, Yi Jinghong found that the haul included 30 pieces of Calamity Beast bones, 6 weak magic crystals, and 7 or 8 rusty watermelon knives. Unfortunately, no black iron equipment had dropped. She then explained to the crowd that black iron equipment could add attributes. For example, the spear in her hand added 3 points of strength, and Lu Yao's ring was even more valuable, containing 10 storage slots. As for the watermelon knives, they were just ordinary goods with little value. With the two demonstrating, the fear in the crowd's eyes was finally replaced by excitement. Lu Yao then reminded them that the skeletal figures weren't as scary as they imagined. The real threat was the large creature. They just needed to retreat back into the barrier before their strength ran out. Everyone agreed and rushed out of the barrier. Qin Yi also mingled with the crowd and went out. Soon, a skeletal figure crashed into him, brandishing its bone claws and lunging at him. But in Qin Yi's eyes, its movements were slowed down as if by dozens of times. He simply turned slightly to the side, easily dodging the charge, then raised his hand and slashed at the skeleton's neck. With a crisp sound, the the bones shattered, and the skeleton fell to the ground instantly. Qin couldn't help but feel disappointed. These monsters were far too weak. He had originally wanted to use them to practice and improve his combat skills, but they were utterly no match for him. Suwon walked to his side and muttered a complaint. It wasn't that the monster was weak, but that he was too strong. The skeleton's agility was only 2 points, while Qin had a whopping 27. The difference was like bullying an old man in a wheelchair. Qin thought about it and realized it was true. Even if Yi Jinghong activated his talent, increasing his speed 3 or 4 times, he might not even be able to touch the hem of his clothes. So he turned his gaze to the giant skeletal lizard in the distance, asking Suwon to check its attributes. Suwon immediately guessed his intention, and a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. Qin, however, simply smiled, stretching his limbs, clearly having already set his sights on the enormous creature. Just then, as Lu Yao and the others cleared out the nearby skeletons, the giant skeletal lizard went completely berserk. It let out a deafening roar, its mountain-like body lurching forward, its copper bell-sized eyes fixed on the group, its fangs bared menacingly, and the ground beneath its feet trembling. Suwon finally relayed the information to Qin. The skeleton giant lizard, an elite-level disaster beast, ranked D+, possessed strength of 35, agility of 19, and stamina of 40. It also had 3 skills: scale armor, death breath, and giant tail sweep. The evaluation further warned of its formidable defense and terrifying offensive power, emphasizing the need for caution. Qin was somewhat surprised after reading it. He hadn't expected a D-level disaster beast to have such exaggerated attributes. But he didn't stop, continuing straight towards the giant lizard. If he could outspeed it, skill might be enough to win. The skeletal giant lizard sensed his approach, roared, and lowered its head to bite. Qin swayed, narrowly dodging its fangs, and circled behind the lizard, raising his knife to strike. But he forgot that he only had an ordinary watermelon knife. A piercing clang of metal rang out as the blade struck the scales, leaving not even a white mark. Qin sensed something was wrong and was about to retreat when the giant lizard's tail swept down like a steel whip. The dark shadow slammed down on him, but Qin didn't hesitate to slide along the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack. He then rolled under the giant lizard's belly and swung his blade at its softest spot. The blade finally pierced the scales, and black blood gushed out, causing the giant lizard to roar in pain. But this injury was far from enough to end the battle. In the critical moment, Yi Jinghong hurled the black spear, shouting for Qin to catch it. Qin gripped the spear precisely, turned back to give a grateful look, and then plunged the spear deep into the giant lizard's wound. The gun was halfway embedded in the skeletal lizard, which let out a mournful howl. Qin, having landed a successful blow, didn't linger and immediately retreated. A gust of wind swept past, and the young man stood there, gun in hand, facing the enormous lizard. Man and lizard stared intently at each other, the air seeming to freeze, the tension reaching its peak. Chapter 17 Fierce Battle, Golden Reward. What is Qin doing? He rushed up there all by himself? Lin Xingyan looked outside the barrier, her eyes clearly showing more worry. Yi Jinghong merely curled the corners of her lips and whispered, "Don't worry, Qin He is a wicked man. He wouldn't be so reckless if he wasn't confident." Besides Suwon, only she knew just how outrageous the speed Qin had just unleashed was. Lu Yao didn't let everyone continue their discussion. She immediately ordered Yi Jinghong to lure away the surrounding monsters, while the others cleared the battlefield. They absolutely couldn't let those skeletons interfere with Qin Yi. Yi Jinghong responded, drew his sword, and charged into the monster horde, dragging away a large number of skeletons. The rest of the class quickly followed. The girls hiding in the treetops watched in stunned silence. Some marveled at Qin Yi's strength, while others thought he was courting death by taking on the giant skeletal lizard alone. Zhang Lily, however, harbored excitement in her eyes. She wished all these core members of the class would die so she could regain power. The battle erupted once more. Qin Yi, wielding his black iron spear, was like a war god charging into the gray mist, his spear flashing and striking the giant lizard repeatedly, forcing the enormous creature to let out a miserable howl. But everyone could see that although the giant lizard was covered in wounds, its actual injuries were not serious, and an occasional counterattack could put Qin Yi in grave danger. The battle raged from dawn until noon, lasting a full 4 or 5 hours. Qin Yi was almost completely exhausted, and his legs were starting to feel weak. The skeletal giant lizard seized the opportunity, its hind legs slamming into the ground, and it pounced on him like a cannonball. Just as it was about to crash into the barrier, Qin Yi suddenly retreated, laughing as he tossed out, "Bye-bye, see you this afternoon." The next second, he disappeared back into the barrier. The giant lizard couldn't stop its momentum and crashed into the barrier with a thud, creating ripples. The people inside the barrier were taken aback at first, then their eyes lit up. It turned out that this monster wasn't invincible after all. As long as there was a barrier to protect them, they could slowly wear it down and eventually kill it. Even the students who had been hiding in the treehouse started to waver. Lu Feifei, Zhang Lily's former follower, was the first to step forward. Zhou Fang hesitated and asked her where she was going. Lu Feifei turned around and glared at her, saying that without a spirit beast, they would starve to death sooner or later if they continued to hide in the treehouse. The skeleton monster wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. With the barrier as an escape route, they could earn contribution points as long as they were careful. After saying that, she reminded Zhou Fang not to follow Zhang Lily anymore, as that woman was no good. Lu Feifei turned and ran out of the treehouse, but Zhou Fang still hesitated. Zhang Lily immediately sneered, mocking them for going to their deaths, and saying that Qin Yi had only scratched the monster's skin after fighting all morning, and that people like them, who were powerless, had no right to take the risk. Zhou Fang was intimidated by her words and eventually backed down. Zhang Lily smiled with satisfaction. In her eyes, Zhou Fang was still a valuable asset, and she couldn't easily give her up. On the other side, Qin Yi was already lying on Yi Jinghong's fair lap, panting like a dead dog, cursing that this monster was too hard to kill and had almost exhausted him. Lu Yao and the others surrounded him, breaking eggs, bread, and roasted meat into pieces to feed him to replenish his strength. A gentle, healing light flowed over him, and Lin Qingyan even massaged his thighs to relieve his fatigue. Whether they could kill the skeletal giant lizard depended entirely on how long Qin Yi could hold out. They all understood that this man was risking his life for their future, so there was nothing wrong with serving him well. Qin Yi caught his breath and asked Su Wan if she could see the giant lizard's health. Su Wan looked outside the barrier and quickly replied that it had 50% remaining. Qin Yi's eyes lit up, and he reached out to pinch Wang Xiren and Wang Xiran's cheeks before turning over and standing up. "Comrades, the revolution is not yet over, keep charging!" With those words, he stepped out of the barrier again, carrying his black iron spear, to meet the enraged skeletal giant lizard. The skeletal giant lizard trembled with rage. Just moments before, Qin Yi had toyed with it, and it had crashed into the barrier, a humiliation it felt as if its dignity had been trampled underfoot. Now, this human dared to appear again. Completely enraged, it charged forward, baring its teeth, its limbs trembling as it stomped the ground. Qin Yi was much calmer than he had been that morning. After several hours of combat, he had gradually figured out the giant lizard's attack rhythm. The black iron spear thrust out again, its tip aimed straight for the giant lizard's throat. Lu Yao and the others didn't stop, continuing to clear out the surrounding monsters. The ordinary girls began to circle the barrier, looking for opportunities to ambush lone skeleton monsters. Although they immediately fled back into the barrier at the slightest disturbance, making for a pathetic sight, at least they had taken the first step. Time slowly passed amidst the fighting and roars. In the blink of an eye, dusk fell, and the setting sun shone like blood into the depths of the gray fog, staining the entire battlefield with an eerie red. After an afternoon of fierce fighting, the skeletal giant lizard's massive body was covered with more than a dozen wounds of varying depths. It lay panting on the ground, its copper bell-like eyes fixed on Qin Yi, only suppressed and weak growls escaping its throat. Qin Yi wasn't in much better shape. His strength was completely depleted, sweat and ash mingled, soaking his black shirt until it clung to his body, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. The others were similarly covered in dust and dirt, their faces etched with exhaustion. Lu Yao and Yi Jinghong, who hadn't slept well the previous night, now had even darker dark circles under their eyes, barely holding on by sheer willpower. The ordinary female students were slumped on the ground, unable to even move a finger. The battlefield seemed to have reached a stalemate. Completely killing the skeletal giant lizard appeared to be an impossible task. Just then, a series of urgent barks suddenly came from the gray fog. Lin Qingyan was the first to react, and exclaimed in surprise, "It's White Fang! The White Fangs are back!" The next moment, everyone's spirit pets rushed out of the gray mist one after another, with bubbles full of supplies on their heads, and ran happily to their masters to show off their achievements. Seeing this, Qin Yi burst into laughter and immediately shouted for Debai, Erbai, and Tai Bai to attack together and kill the giant lizard. No one expected that it would be these dogs who would ultimately turn the tide of the battle. The skeletal giant lizard instinctively tried to retreat, but it had been exhausted to its limit, its massive body unable to move, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. A dozen white-toothed lizards swarmed forward, tearing and biting at it. The giant lizard let out a final, mournful cry, and then it breathed its last. The next second, its massive corpse crumbled into pieces like charred paper scraps in the wind. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the corpse, instantly illuminating the oppressive twilight. Qin Yi couldn't help but swear. "What? This is a god-tier item drop?" Before anyone could react, a loud bang suddenly came from the sky. A gilded scroll descended from the heavens, unfurling magnificently above everyone's heads. World announcement: the ferocious beast has been vanquished, and all living beings rejoice. Congratulations to the Treehouse team of Class 3K for successfully defeating their first D-rank elite monster, the skeleton giant lizard. All team members received a +2 to all 3 attributes, a skill chest, and the special accompanying miracle, the Thorn Queen, as a coronation of glory. Chapter 18 Class 3K. The multicolored, gilded world announcement exploded like a thunderclap above the scorched earth, instantly unleashing a global shockwave. Whether in the dense forest shrouded in gray fog, the ruins of broken walls, or the cold, damp mines, all survivors raised their heads at the same moment, staring intently at the sky. The floating, gilded scroll shimmered with light, its glorious glow undiminished even as the sun set and twilight descended, the thick gray fog unable to obscure its presence. The first kill of a D-rank elite monster, an achievement that would drive any faction mad with envy. In the southeast of the Ashland, beneath a towering ancient tree that would require more than a dozen people to encircle, the pungent stench of blood lingered. Hundreds of survivors and spirit pets panted around a massive black snake corpse, while 20 or 30 mutilated bodies lay scattered on the ground, their wounds still oozing blood. The burly man at the head of the group was shirtless, his bronze skin covered in wounds, sweat mingling with blood as it slid down his muscles. He stared at the fading announcement in the sky, his eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his voice filled with resentment. "So close, just 5 minutes short. The first kill should have been Qifeng martial arts schools." A wounded henchman beside him trembled as he tried to persuade him, saying that they had at least killed the black serpent and had completed their mission. But before he could finish speaking, the burly man suddenly turned around, kicked him to the ground, and roared that the first kill reward was the real key. The 3-dimensional attributes, skill chests, and special miracles had all been missed because they had dragged him down. The underling cowered on the ground, too afraid to utter another sound. The surrounding crowd also lowered their heads, no one arguing. They had risked their lives to kill the black serpent, yet they were still a step too late. Such a disparity was enough to break anyone. Northwest of the scorched earth, the boundless ruins resembled a silent behemoth in the twilight. Between the broken walls, hundreds of black worms writhed their slimy bodies, fiercely battling a giant, pure white bull. The bull's limbs were like pillars, its horns sharp as knives, and each charge crushed several worms. But there were too many worms, and they climbed up one after another, wrapping the giant bull's limbs tightly. At the edge of the ruins, a young man with a slicked-back hairstyle leaned against the broken wall. His lips were cracked, his eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was hoarse like sandpaper. He ordered his men to speed up. Since the first kill reward had already been claimed, the reward for being the first to capture a resource point must belong to the Brotherhood. He glanced at the tireless team behind him. They were ragged and exhausted, yet still clenched their teeth and brandished their weapons. The allure of the resource point was too great. They couldn't afford to miss a second chance. In the abandoned mines northeast of the Ashland, a pungent, poisonous fog filled the air. Dozens of young men and women, covered in blood and wielding makeshift weapons like watermelon knives and iron bars, fought off venomous scorpions that continuously poured out of the mine shafts. The scorpions were entirely black, their stingers gleaming with a chilling blue light. A single sting would send them sprawling to the ground, convulsing. The girl in the lead wore a purple tracksuit and moved with the agility of a cat. Her short swords gleamed coldly. With each strike, she precisely struck the eye sockets of the scorpions, and in no time, hundreds of scorpion corpses had piled up at her feet. The girl flicked the venom off the knife, her gaze fixed on the announcement in the sky, her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowing. Class 3K, that name made her frown slightly, as if she had thought of something. In the perilous world of Ember Earth, to survive as a class and even secure the first kill, this team was no ordinary one. Similar scenes are playing out in every corner of the Ashland. Some roar in fury, some pound the ground in despair, and others gaze with burning fervor. Heroes from all over the land are as numerous as carp crossing a river, none willing to lag behind. And this game of survival has only just begun. Who will ultimately prevail is still uncertain. Meanwhile, beneath the treehouse in Class 3K, golden light continued to flow. Qin reached out and grabbed the gilded scroll that had fallen from the sky. The moment his fingertips touched it, a warm power surged through his arm and spread throughout his body, as if he were immersed in a hot spring. He clearly felt his internal power surge. Strength increased by 2, agility by 2, and stamina by 2. The entire treehouse was enveloped in dazzling golden light, and the attribute panels of everyone, whether they were cleaning up the battlefield or hiding in the corner like Zhang Lily, all jumped up in unison. An incredulous look of surprise appeared on everyone's face. A dozen or so white-toothed dogs also barked excitedly, circling around Qin Yi, their furry bodies also glowing with a faint golden aura, clearly enjoying the attribute boost as well. Lin Xingyan waved his arm, feeling the renewed surge of power within him, and his previously weary face brightened instantly. He exclaimed in surprise that spirit beasts could also boost attributes. This was an absolute steal, and he even felt he could kill 10 more skeleton monsters. Lu Yao brushed the dust off her face, a glint of light flashing in her eyes, but her tone remained calm. She reminded everyone that it was already dark and the fog would grow thicker. They needed to clean up the battlefield before returning to the treehouse. Everyone responded in unison, their fatigue vanishing, and they immediately rushed to their respective parts of the battlefield. Qin Yi tossed the black iron spear to Yi Jinghong, thanked him with a smile, and said the spear was very easy to use. Yi Jinghong caught the spear and weighed it in his hand, simply saying that it was fine as long as it worked well. Qin Yi nodded, but then changed the subject, bending down to pick something up from the ashes of the giant skeletal lizard. It was a longbow, entirely golden, with a ring of patterns engraved on its bow that gleamed brilliantly in the twilight. A faint red glow shimmered deep within the patterns, like a hidden, burning fire. The bow's arms were sleek, and the handle was wrapped in dark red leather, its surface warm and comfortable to the touch. The next second, someone exclaimed in surprise, their eyes wide. What? Gold equipment? Chapter 19 Crimson Flame Longbow. Yi Jinghong's eyes widened instantly, and she took a few steps closer to Qin Yi, her tone full of envy. This is a gold-grade weapon, 2 whole levels higher than my black iron spear. Others gathered around, their eyes practically glued to the longbow. Especially the girls still clutching their rusty watermelon knives. The longing in their eyes was impossible to hide as they gazed at the golden sheen flowing across the bow. In the apocalypse, who wouldn't want a truly powerful weapon? Qin Yi weighed the longbow in his hand. It was heavy and stable. As soon as he grasped it, a prompt popped up on the attribute panel, golden longbow, unidentified. He raised an eyebrow, turned to look at Su Wan, and said with a hint of smugness, Little Wan, give me your appraisal, and let everyone see for themselves. Su Wan rolled her eyes at him, muttered a curse under her breath for being so smug, but still activated her eye of appraisal. A pale blue light swept across the bow, and soon, the complete attributes appeared before everyone. Crimson Flame Longbow, Gold Tier, Attributes, Strength +8, Agility +10, Stamina +3 Special Effects, Flame Arrow, Splash Damage Evaluation, a noble phantasm formed from condensed crimson flames, capable of generating crimson flame arrows on its own. Upon impact, the arrows explode, dealing 30% splash fire damage to targets within a 3-meter radius. Lin Xingyan exclaimed in surprise. This bow not only had exaggerated stat boosts, but also 2 special effects, especially the ability to automatically generate flaming arrows. It was simply outrageous. Keep in mind that crafting arrows in the early game is extremely resource-intensive. This alone was enough to make anyone envious. Qin Yi was equally overjoyed. The moment he gripped the crimson flame longbow, a scorching aura surged from his palm, spreading along his arm and throughout his body. His attributes were refreshed once again: strength 12, agility 39, stamina 8. A surge of power coursed through his body, making him eager to test its might immediately. He grinned, saying that if he encountered the skeletal giant lizard again, he would definitely be able to shoot it until it questioned its very existence. After speaking, Qin Yi raised his hand and drew back the bowstring. The next second, a crimson arrow materialized on the string, its scorching heat emanating from it, causing the surrounding air to distort slightly. He gave a low shout and released his grip. The crimson arrow shot towards a wandering skeleton in the distance like lightning. However, Qin Yi had never properly used a bow before, and his aim was abysmal. The arrow grazed the skeleton's scalp without even touching the bone. Qin Yi was immediately embarrassed and was about to complain about missing his target when the crimson arrow slammed into the ground and exploded instantly. Flames shot into the sky, forming a fire circle about 3 meters high, and the skeleton was caught right in the center. The intense heat and flames devoured the skeleton, crackling sounds echoing throughout. In just a few seconds, the skeleton was reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace, as if it had been subjected to a complete cremation process. Qin Yi himself was stunned. He hadn't expected the splash damage to be so terrifying. The others who were cleaning up the battlefield also looked over, dumbfounded. One of the girls gripped her rusty watermelon knife tightly and sighed softly. The skeletons they had struggled to hack away at for ages could be blown up by Qin Yi with a single arrow. The difference was simply too great. Envy and jealousy spread through the crowd. The girls' eyes almost lit up as they looked at the crimson flame longbow. If they could have such a weapon, why would they need to risk their lives to rush into close combat? Qin Yi proudly raised his chin, then drew his bow and fired an arrow at several skeletons in the distance. Although the arrow still went terribly astray, the burst of flames engulfed all 3 skeletons, an incredibly efficient attack. Su Wan stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and reminded him to go back to the treehouse first, as it wouldn't be safe after dark. Qin Yi didn't try to be brave anymore, and the others picked up the bags full of spoils and escorted him back towards the treehouse. As night fell completely, 2 bonfires were lit in the treehouse plaza. The flickering flames illuminated the surroundings, creating an intermittent light. The bonfire on the left was particularly lively, with voices and barking dogs mingling together. Lu Yao led several girls in inventorying the supplies. The ground was piled high with animal bones, magic crystals, and various weapons. Lin Xingyan and Wen Wan were tending to their spirit pets, with the white fan dog surrounding them, its wounds healing rapidly under the healing light. While petting the big black dog, Yi Jinghong smiled and said that today's battle was well worth it. All attributes increased by 2, equivalent to 120 contribution points, and so many extra resources were also gained. Lu Yao nodded, then looked at Wang Xiren and Wang Shiran, who were tallying the numbers, and instructed them to keep a clear record of everyone's kill count. Afterwards, supplies would be distributed according to contributions, and no one should work for nothing. In contrast, the area around the campfire on the right was eerily deserted. Zhang Lily leaned against a tree trunk, arms crossed, her face gloomy. She hadn't participated in the battle, so naturally she received no reward and could only watch the lively scene on the other side, her heart filled with jealousy and resentment. Zhou Fang sat furthest from the campfire, hugging her knees, staring blankly at the ground. Her gaze occasionally drifted to her left, landing on Lu Feifei, who was chatting and laughing with the others. At that moment, Lu Feifei was holding a sharpened animal bone, discussing contribution points with the girl next to her, her face beaming with the joy of her newfound wealth. Zhou Fang suddenly felt a surge of intense regret. She couldn't help but wonder if she had had the courage to go out and fight with Lu Feifei back then, would she be able to return with a full load like them now, instead of sitting here watching others revel while she has nothing? Zhang Lily's words still echoed in her ears, but the reality before her eyes slapped Zhou Fang hard in the face. Those who went out to fight not only survived, but also received truly rich rewards. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the treehouse, Genie stood alone by the railing, gazing at the pop-up personal decision-maker panel before him. The panel displayed only one line: activate companion miracle, Queen of Thorns. Without the slightest hesitation, Genie immediately confirmed. The next moment, an even more dazzling golden light suddenly spread out from the treehouse, causing the entire earth to tremble. A series of rumbling sounds echoed, as if some colossal beast was about to burst from the ground. The crowd in the square stopped what they were doing and looked at the ground in shock. Thick, wrist-sized thorny vines were frantically pushing their way out of the soil, covered with barbs that gleamed with a dark purple light. They grow extremely fast, shooting up to several meters tall in just a few seconds, coiling around the treehouse's trunk, railings, and roof like writhing dragons. Moments later, the entire treehouse is enveloped in a dense thicket of thorny vines. From a distance, the treehouse resembled a ferocious beast coiled on the earth. The cold, barbed wire gleamed in the firelight, exuding an oppressive aura that warned strangers to stay away. Qin looked down at the vines entwined at his feet and clearly felt a connection being established between himself and the treehouse. He could control these thorns. A slow smile crept across his lips, excitement flashing in his eyes. So this was the special symbiotic miracle, the Queen of Thorns. With this layer of thorns providing protection, the treehouse's safety will be greatly enhanced. Even after the safe period ends, when faced with attacks from large numbers of monsters, they will finally have a truly reliable defense. Chapter 20 Tenderness, Exploring a New World Tonight. Queen of Thorns Childhood. Collectible, 100 to 100, refreshes at 6 a.m. the next day. Collected items, thorns, 90%, blood flower nectar, 10%. Qin stared at the panel, his eyes lighting up. The Thorn Queen wasn't just a defensive companion miracle, she could also gather resources, making her a mobile resource depot. He looked down at the three white-toothed wobbling tails at his feet. After the attribute boost, they had grown even stronger, their fur glossy as if it had been waxed. Qin beckoned with his finger, smiling as he told the Bai, Air Bai, and Tai Bai to go try first. The three white-toothed creatures responded in unison, a pale blue vortex rising from beneath their feet, carrying their chubby bodies into the air as they flew straight towards the tree canopy enveloped in thorny vines. The crowd in the Tree Hollow Plaza immediately gathered around, everyone eager to see what the harvesting of the accompanying miracle was like. Big White pounced on a vine as thick as a wrist and bit down hard. The thorns on the vine grazed its teeth, but left no mark. Soon, a semi-transparent progress bar appeared above its head, the pale green light advancing little by little, accompanied by a soft hissing sound. As the progress bar rose, a string of fist-sized blue bubbles emerged from the broken vine. Inside each bubble were diamond-shaped spikes, jet black with sharp edges, gleaming coldly in the firelight. Soon after, the harvest was complete. Big White, carrying the largest bubble, flew back to Qin's side, nuzzling his hand with its fluffy head before giving him a gentle shake. The bubble burst with a pop, and more than a dozen diamond-shaped spikes clattered to the ground. Su Wan reacted the fastest, raising her hand to activate the appraisal, and a light blue panel immediately appeared. Thorn spikes rooted in the ground, extremely tough, effectively blocking E-rank monsters. Everyone was stunned. Some couldn't help but complain that the resource-gathering style was completely unrealistic, more like a game. Others remarked that, as expected of Hagi Dao, they could even come up with such an outrageous way of gathering resources. Big White, however, wagged its tail smugly and quickly flew back, topped with a new bubble. Lin Xingyan, with her sharp eyes, immediately noticed that the bubbles were a different color this time. They weren't blue, but a pale scarlet, with a shimmering liquid rolling inside, like a melting ruby or a thick jelly, emitting a sweet fragrance. Wang Xiren leaned closer and her eyes lit up. She thought it looked like strawberry jelly and smelled delicious. Su-Wan didn't waste any words and proceeded to conduct another appraisal. Blood flower nectar, the essence of the Queen of Thorns. Consuming it restores 10 points of spirit and has a 1% chance to grant hidden attribute points. Upon seeing the words, "Restore mental energy," Qin Ye's gaze sharpened. This was a godsend for him. His biggest weakness right now was mental energy. The 100 points he gained daily from synthesizing eggs were simply not enough. With blood core honey, his synthesis efficiency could potentially skyrocket. Qin Yi immediately looked at Liu Yao. Liu Yao instantly understood his meaning and gave the order. All white fangs must immediately gather thorny vines. Not a single one of today's 100 times quota could be wasted. But as soon as the order was given, complaints arose from the crowd. Many people had already been gathering white fangs all day, and their stamina was long gone. Everyone was worried that continuing now would affect tomorrow's mission. Several girls were reluctant, feeling that thorns couldn't be eaten and that they should save them for tomorrow. Liu Yao, however, didn't back down. She swept her gaze over the crowd and announced in a crisp, clear voice that thorns could be exchanged for 10 contribution points, while collecting nectar from blood-scented flowers would directly earn 100 contribution points per flower. The moment those words were spoken, the square erupted. Those who had been complaining just moments before suddenly had eyes that lit up like light bulbs. Some urged Wankai to hurry up and collect nectar today, others promised Laifu a huge chicken leg for dinner if he collected nectar, and still others shouted at their own Baya. "Don't lose to Xiao Bai next door, don't forget the bond between us." Even the girls who were hiding in the corners rushed out to cheer for the spirit pets. What a joke! 100 contribution points are almost equivalent to the earnings of White Fang after a whole day of hard work. Who would be foolish enough to miss it? The deserted tree nest square instantly became bustling with activity. Dozens of white fangs fluttered and flew towards the treetops, blue and red bubbles rising one after another, like a grand bubble rain. Qin Yi watched this scene, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. He looked down at the blood-stamen honey in his hand, quickly calculating in his mind. Consuming it directly would only restore 10 points of mental energy. Too wasteful. He'd better wait until today's harvest was complete before synthesizing the honey. Statistically, 100 harvests would yield at least 10 drops, and with continuous synthesis, the effect would definitely be even greater. He carefully put the nectar into his backpack, his gaze then falling on the last reward. It was a skilled treasure chest gleaming with golden light, its description simple and straightforward. Opening it would grant him a random skill. Qin Yi rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation, and solemnly bowed to the air, muttering that he hoped Yi Jinghong's 30 years of being single would bring him good fortune this time, and hopefully unlock an awesome skill. Yi Jinghong happened to be passing by and almost laughed in anger when he heard this. He raised his foot and kicked him, telling him to stay single for life. Qin Yi laughed heartily and opened the chest without hesitation. The next second, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the chest, shooting straight into the sky, as brilliant as a blazing sun, instantly illuminating the entire treehouse and even dispelling some of the thick gray fog around it. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, holding their breath, their eyes filled with envy. The golden light slowly dissipated, and a line of pale gold characters appeared on the panel. Open the skill chest to obtain, Phantom Hand. Before Qin Yi could even speak, Su-Wan had already subconsciously opened the appraisal information sharing, and the skill details were directly displayed in front of everyone. Phantom Hand, your hand speed will become extremely fast, allowing you to experience a feeling of flying. Review, a woman's happiness, a man's paradise, you deserve it, but don't overdo it. The air suddenly became quiet. All eyes turned to Qin Yi, their gazes increasingly strange, carrying an indescribable meaning. Qin Yi's face instantly darkened, black lines appearing on his forehead as he stared at the outrageous comment, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. He stubbornly insisted that he was a respectable person and asked everyone not to look at him like that. But he was met with a group of girls' unanimous disgust. Their eyes practically screamed, "Shameless, vulgar, and scum!" Even the usually composed Su-Wan couldn't help but face palm, her face full of helplessness. Wang Xiren blinked her clear, large eyes and asked Qin Yi earnestly what the skill was for. Could fast hand speed actually kill monsters? And why was everyone complaining about it? Everyone fell silent instantly, only one thought remaining in their minds. It was truly a rare sight to find such a pure-hearted girl in this day and age. She had to be protected. Qinyi coughed awkwardly twice and quickly changed the subject, saying that children shouldn't ask about adult matters. Wang Xiran immediately objected, pouting as she retorted that she was clearly in the same class as him, so how could she be considered a child? After a whole day of fighting, her face was ashen, but she looked even more charming and innocent. Lu Yao chimed in coolly. Small everywhere. Wang Xiran blushed and stomped her foot, angrily calling for the class monitor. Wang Xiran finally couldn't stand it anymore, pulling her sister back into the crowd and covering her mouth to prevent her from further embarrassment. Just as Qinyi was feeling utterly embarrassed by everyone's teasing, a gentle figure quietly approached. When Ruan's cheeks were slightly flushed, and her long eyelashes trembled gently, she tiptoed and whispered in Xinye's ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear. Let's get some rest early tonight. We can work together to explore new skills, and maybe even discover a new world. Qinyi froze, his pupils suddenly contracting. Chapter 21 The First A-Rank Spirit Beast. Qinyi stood frozen, watching Wenruan's departing figure, his mind still buzzing. Researching the phantom hand? Could she be wrong? Qinyi immediately shook his head, inwardly cursing himself for being led astray again. This succubus was clearly toying with him. Having been fooled once, he would never be stupid enough to jump in again. Just then, a crisp cheer suddenly rang out in the square. A white-toothed creature fluttered its wings and landed in front of Wang Xiran, its head cradling a scarlet bubble filled with glistening nectar, like a ruby. Wang Xiran's eyes lit up instantly. She hugged the white-toothed creature and stroked it vigorously, excitedly shouting, "Big Mao is amazing!" After the first nectar appeared, surprises followed one after another. One by one, the white-toothed creatures flew back to their landing point. After exhausting all 100 collection attempts, they all collapsed on the ground, belly up, fast asleep, too lazy to even lift their claws. After counting the bubbles, Lu Yao announced with satisfaction that she had collected 11 portions of nectar this time, and then asked everyone to come over and tally their contribution points. She turned around and handed all the nectar to Qinyi, and no one objected. After all, Qinyi had already allowed the whole class to get 6 attribute points for free, so everyone felt it was only right to give him this amount of nectar. Qinyi accepted the nectar and immediately activated his talent. The 3 portions combined to create a thick, blood-red nectar, which also allowed him to absorb excess energy. He didn't hesitate to absorb it. Although he didn't get any attribute points the first time, he still gained some stamina from the subsequent 3 combinations. Combining 12 portions of nectar 4 times, this was definitely a worthwhile deal. He rubbed his hands together, grinning at Suwan, asking her to help assess the effects of the thicker version of the nectar. But Suwan held out her small hand, calmly reminding him to settle the previous assessment fee first. Qinyi's eyes widened immediately, trying to brush it off with their relationship, but Suwan simply asked what their relationship was. Qinyi had no choice but to ask Lu Yao to allocate 100 contribution points to Suwan. Lu Yao agreed, but her gaze towards Suwan held a deeper meaning. She vaguely sensed that this girl was probably jealous of Wenwan. However, Suwan's appraisal ability was indeed special, benefiting the entire class, and the contribution points for each appraisal should be reassessed. A pale blue light swept across the nectar, and its attributes quickly appeared. Thick, blood-red nectar, when consumed, restores 50% of one's mental energy, and has a 5% chance of granting a hidden attribute point. Qinyi gasped. This was no ordinary enhancement, but a qualitative leap. Percentage-based mental energy restoration, even in the later stages, it would be a top-tier resource. He suppressed his excitement, and decided to continue synthesizing. A flash of white light, and the 3 portions of thick nectar transformed into a blood-stamen nectar crystal. At the same time, he absorbed additional physique points. Suwan didn't need him to urge her. She immediately took the initiative to identify it. The crystal's effects were even more exaggerated. For 10 seconds after consumption, her mental energy remained consistently high, and there was a 20% chance of gaining hidden attribute points. Qin Ye's eyes widened, knowing he was about to take off. Yi Jinghong, however, was unimpressed, complaining that 10 seconds was too short to do anything. Lu Yao glanced at her, reminding her not to forget the skill Qin Yi had just acquired. Yi Jinghong realized, thinking of Phantom Hand combined with 10 seconds of full mana, her pupils instantly contracting, finally understanding just how outrageous this thing was. The atmosphere inside the treehouse warehouse quickly became extremely tense. Qin Yi was surrounded by a dense pile of dead eggs, while Lu Yao and the other 7 core members stood in a line, each holding 3 dead eggs, ready for battle. This was a crucial battle to break through to A-level spirit beast status, and everyone knew that success would lead to a complete leap in Qin Yi's strength. Qin Yi took a deep breath, and after confirming that everyone was ready, he swallowed the blood core flower honey crystal. A notification immediately popped up. He had actually gained a hidden attribute. Immediately afterward, a surge of scorching heat rushed into his body, like flames burning through his limbs and bones, every cell boiling. But he had no time to savor the changes. With a thought, he instantly activated Phantom Hand. In an instant, Qin Ye's hand speed increased dozens of times. Everyone only saw afterimages flashing before their eyes as his 10 fingers flew across the dead eggs, his movements so fluid that there wasn't the slightest pause. One triple combo after another was completed quickly, and dog eggs kept appearing. Excess energy was also frantically converted into agility attribute, and notification sounds bombarded his mind. In just a few breaths, the dead eggs around Qin Yi were cleared out. Lu Yao immediately stepped forward, and the 3 dead eggs in her arms were instantly combined into spirit beast eggs. Then Yi Jinghong and the other core members followed suit. Everyone brought up dead eggs like an assembly line, while Qin Yi stood in place, combining eggs with one hand and opening the trading interface with the other, exchanging finished spirit beast eggs for more dead eggs. He had already contacted buyers, and more than a dozen transaction windows were flashing simultaneously. The newly acquired dead eggs had barely landed when Lu Yao and the others immediately caught them and handed them to him. The entire process was almost perfect, every second squeezed to its limit. Without looking up, Qin Yi pressed for the number, and Wang Shiran answered in a trembling voice. 62 already? Not enough. Qin Ye's goal is 81 spirit beast eggs. Only by collecting this number will he have a chance to fuse his first A-grade spirit beast. However, the number of dead eggs in the world channel is rapidly decreasing, and the price is also changing. Originally, 1 spirit beast egg could be exchanged for 10 dead eggs, but now it can only be exchanged for 8. The opportunity is slipping away quickly. With only 4 seconds left on the countdown, Wang Shiran shouted out 76. Qin Ye's forehead veins bulged, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his hands swept wildly through the pile of dead eggs like 2 black lightning bolts. After his agility was pushed to 100, the system even issued a warning, indicating that his body could no longer withstand such an explosion, but he did not stop at all. At 3 seconds, Wang Shiran finally shouted, 81 is enough! Before she finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept through the warehouse. Qin Ye's figure transformed into a black bolt of lightning, sweeping across the entire area with a deafening roar. The girls were caught off guard by the sudden gust of wind, frantically trying to shield themselves, and screams erupted all around them. Qin Yi completely disregarded the chaos behind him, laughing loudly in the raging wind, directing everyone to face the gale. His phantom hand technique erupted once more, his hands moving even faster, the spirit beast eggs leaping higher and higher in the white light. A D-grade wind wolf egg, a C-grade hurricane mane wolf egg, and a B-grade wind and thunder howling moon egg appeared in succession, the extra energy also granting him a power boost. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. By the time the 3 B-grade wind and thunder howling moon eggs landed, Qin Ye's mental energy was completely depleted. But he was prepared and, without the slightest hesitation, swallowed the thick blood core honey. His mental energy instantly recovered by half. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he pressed his fingertips onto the 3 B-grade spirit beast eggs again. With his final strike, he aimed for his first A-rank spirit beast. The next second, a dazzling white light erupted in the warehouse, illuminating everyone's faces. A notification appeared, 3 consecutive successes completed. He had obtained an A-rank Rift Twin Fang egg, and simultaneously absorbed excess energy, increasing his power by 10 points. Chapter 22 White Fang Evolution. The wind finally stopped. Qin Yi, leaning on his knees, gasped for breath, clutching a blue and white spirit beast egg tightly in his hand. Fine crackles of electricity danced across the eggshell, and faint sounds of wind and thunder emanated from within, as if a small storm was brewing. His face was flushed, and he excitedly held up the egg, turned around, and shouted, "Comrades, I've done it! A-level spirit beast in hand!" But the next second, he met 7 pairs of eyes that were both ashamed and angry. The girls were frantically covering their groin with their arms and cloths. Some squatted on the ground and curled up in a ball, while others picked up animal bones and crystals and threw them at him, with the sound of air being cut echoing one after another. Qin Yi dodged left and right with his 100 points of agility, the beast's bone grazing his shoulder before slamming into the warehouse wall. As he dodged, he yelled, "Damn it, why aren't you guys wearing clothes?" Lin Xingyan's face turned red with anger. She grabbed a piece of black iron ore and threw it at him, her eyes blazing with fury. "You pervert, still looking! Where are your eyes looking?" Qin Yi retorted instinctively, saying it wasn't like he hadn't seen her naked before. The words had barely left his mouth when the girl's gazes instantly became even more dangerous. He immediately scratched his head guiltily, quickly turned away, and repeatedly promised not to look again. Soon behind them came the rustling sound of clothes being put on, mixed with a few chaotic whispers of complaints. Some couldn't find their underwear, some had taken someone else's belongings by mistake, and others were surprised that the class monitor had such a good figure. Qin Yi's lips twitched as he listened, but he could only pretend he hadn't heard anything. Only when it became completely quiet did he slowly turn around. The Riftwind Fang egg lay quietly in his palm. Suwon stepped forward, and a pale blue light swept across the eggshell, revealing information immediately. Riftwind Fang, incubating estimated incubation time, 24 hours. The crowd gathered around, somewhat surprised to learn that it would take another day to hatch. But considering it was an A-grade spirit beast, no one felt it was too slow. After all, they would see the world's first A-grade spirit beast tomorrow, and their anticipation instantly soared. Qin Yi browsed the World Channel and found that the number of dead eggs was decreasing. Now most of them were being sold in small quantities of 4 or 5, which yielded very little profit, so there was no need to waste mental energy synthesizing them. Yi Jinghong yawned, her tone full of envy. She reminded Qin Yi that once little Kenjia hatched, the reward for the world's first A-level spirit beast would most likely fall to him again. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became excited. The world announcement, attribute point rewards, and the glory of first place were practically right before their eyes. Lu Yao tapped the table, signaling them not to be too happy. Synthetic talent wasn't unique. So many people in the world were collecting dead eggs, indicating that similar abilities might exist in other teams as well. Pride leads to defeat. Only those who laugh last are the true victors. Lin Xingyan verbally agreed with the class monitor's words, but then turned around and laughed carefree. Lu Yao didn't say anything more. After a whole day of commotion, it was good for everyone to relax a little. Just as she was about to rest, Yi Jinghong suddenly reminded her that the magic crystals for today hadn't been distributed yet. Lu Yao then remembered, took out a cloth bag from her storage ring, and poured out a pile of crystal-clear blue crystals. Today's harvest was greater than yesterday's, totaling 73 faint magic crystals. Qin Yi took the bag and activated his synthesis talent. 72 level 1 crystals gathered in his palm, first transforming into 24 level 2 crystals, and then, after another round of synthesis, finally condensing into 8 deep blue crystals the size of pigeon eggs. Abundant Magic Crystal grants 20 attribute points upon absorption. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of the 20 attribute points. Qin Yi distributed 1 crystal to each person. Since they would be competing for the Blackwater Pool tomorrow, he chose to absorb the crystal himself to boost his combat power first. Su Wan and the others unanimously fed the crystals to their respective white fangs. Their own combat abilities were relatively weak. The stronger their spirit pets, the safer the team would be. Blue energy surged into the white teeth's bodies through their throats, causing their furry bodies to glow with a faint green light, and their previously tired eyes to brighten instantly. Strangely, however, after absorbing the energy, they were not satisfied. Instead, they began to bar their teeth and grimace, their stomachs rumbling as if they were starving. Yi Jinghong stroked the head of her big black dog, who rubbed against her palm, but its eyes were fixed on the pile of food in the corner of the warehouse. Lin Xingyan observed carefully for a moment, then suddenly realized that the white fangs might be about to evolve. Evolution requires a lot of energy, so food must be brought over immediately. Without delay, everyone quickly moved the mountain of meat and bread in front of them. Yi Jinghong stuffed a large piece of roasted meat into the big black dog's mouth, muttering, "Let it eat more, and hopefully it will evolve into a super big dog egg so it can take her flying in the future." The big black dog wolfed down its food while giving her a disdainful look, as if it were criticizing its owner for being unambitious. Just then, a deafening wolf howl suddenly resounded throughout the treehouse. The sound was deep and powerful, like a thunderclap, and carried a menacing aura that made one's heart tighten. Immediately afterward, the big black dog dropped the food in its mouth, howled again, and turned to rush towards Tree Nest Square. The other 6 white-toothed dogs followed immediately, wagging their tails excitedly, their pace quickening. The crowd rushed to the square, only to be stunned by the scene before them. In the firelight, 7 white teeth formed a circle, their fur changing at a visible speed. The original white downy fur slowly faded, replaced by long, silvery hair that shimmered like tiny stars in the night. Their size also increased dramatically, growing from half a person's height to more than 3 meters in length. Their limbs became thick and powerful, and their originally round dog heads gradually became angular, with their eyes showing more of a wolf's ferocity. 7 wolf howls rang out in succession, soaring into the sky, even causing the distant gray mist to tremble slightly. As the last howl subsided, notifications popped up on everyone's screens simultaneously. White Wolf use style. Grade E. Skills, gathering, windwalking, snipping, wolf claw, wind breath. Talent, none. Comment: dogs are man's best friend, and wolfhounds are dogs too, right? Wan Shiran stood in front of the evolved white wolf, her petite stature only reaching its chest. She excitedly patted the wolf's head, and the white wolf immediately lowered its head obediently, rubbing its furry head against her palm. Her eyes lit up, and she tentatively asked if she could ride it. Before she could finish speaking, she used both hands and feet to climb onto the white wolf's broad back and hugged its neck tightly. The white wolf seemed to understand her meaning, letting out a low whimper. Suddenly, a pale blue vortex rose from beneath its feet, lifting its body slowly off the ground. Wan Shiran cheered excitedly, shouting that she really flew. She even patted the white wolf's neck, urging it to fly higher. The white wolf carried her, circling above the square, drawing gasps from the crowd below. Yi Jinghong watched with envy and immediately rushed to her big black dog's side, nimbly jumped onto its back, patted its head, and commanded it to fly as well, not to lose to anyone else. The big black dog froze on the spot, turned its head and looked at her innocently with wet eyes, its tail wagging stiffly. It's a combat-type spirit pet, and it doesn't have any wind attribute skills, so how can it fly? Seeing the big black dog just circling in place, unable to take off for a long time, Yi Jinghong angrily slapped its rump, telling it not to embarrass itself. The big black dog whimpered pitifully and could only carry its owner, resignedly running wildly across the square, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Chapter 23: Strange Noises in the Room. Qingyi stared at the attribute panel and without the slightest hesitation, poured all 20 points of his free attribute into his stamina. Combined with the power gained from fusing the eggs and the attribute bonuses from the Crimson Flame Longbow, his stats underwent a dramatic change. Qingyi. Identity: Treehouse Leader. Attributes: Strength 31, Agility 100, Stamina 29. Hidden Attribute Point X1 unassigned. He had already decided to allocate the hidden attribute points to Spirit Power. The thought had barely formed when a notification popped up on the panel, activating the hidden attribute panel and displaying a pale blue Spirit Power value. Spirit Power, 34 to 101. Seeing the clear numerical bar, Qingyi finally felt relieved. From now on, when combining eggs, he wouldn't have to rely on guesswork to estimate how much mental energy he had left. Just then, the white wolves, who had been playing wildly outside, finally landed. Lin Xingyan clung to a wolf's neck, refusing to come down, shouting that she wanted to fly around one more time. Clearly, she hadn't had enough. Qin Yi smiled and shook his head, telling her not to rush. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Before going to sleep, he took his 3 white fangs to the pool on the first floor of the treehouse. The 3 little guys had droopy ears and listless tails, clearly still envious of the white wolves that had already evolved. Qin Yi patted each of their heads and comforted them. "I'll gather evolution resources for you in a couple of days. Don't envy other people's dogs." As soon as he finished speaking, Big White's ears perked up instantly, and its eyes shone like light bulbs. In the pool, the dawn redwoods floated quietly, their pale blue halos spreading out in concentric circles, purifying the murky water until it was crystal clear. Above them floated 10 transparent water droplets, the pure water collected yesterday. Qin Yi hadn't yet figured out what to do with the water droplets, so he decided to save them for later. Then, at his command, the 3 white-toothed creatures pounced on the dawn redwood, their claws lightly touching the branches and leaves, causing ripples to spread and new water spheres to condense one after another. Before long, all 10 collection opportunities were used up. The number of water spheres above the pool increased from 10 to 20, floating neatly in the air like a string of transparent beads. Qin Yi called the 3 white fangs back to sleep. The little guys wagged their tails and followed him back to the treehouse, then went straight into the pile of white wolves by the campfire. The warm yellow firelight reflected on the fluffy white fur, making it look exceptionally peaceful. Just as Qin Yi was about to lie down, a soft, sweet voice came from the corner. She rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling, and said she had been waiting for him for a long time. Qin Yi immediately became alert. He couldn't afford to be fooled again after being completely tricked by this succubus last time. He pretended to be calm and lay down on the empty spot next to him without looking to the side. But Wenwan had no intention of letting him go. She slowly crawled over, her warm breath brushing against his ear, and asked him why his face was red and if he had a fever. Qin Yi stiffened and subconsciously moved aside. Wenwan approached with a smile, saying that she was just curious about how powerful his phantom hand technique was and wanted to experience it. Her fingertips lightly traced Qin Ye's arm, her tones soft and seductive. Qin Ye's ears burned, and although he was still complaining about the suggestive words she was saying, his heart was already racing uncontrollably. Wenwan raised an eyebrow and asked him if he really didn't want to give it a try. Qin Yi swallowed hard, thinking that it was just a skilled demonstration and there was nothing to be afraid of, so he nodded in agreement. Wenwan immediately turned around, lay down on the animal hide, her back swaying gracefully, and deliberately told him not to pity her delicate flower. Qin Yi took a deep breath and immediately activated Phantom Hand. Soon, soft, strange moans filled the room. She trembled as she begged him to be gentle, saying he was going too fast. Qin Yi looked completely innocent. She was the one who wanted to see the Phantom Hand, and now she was complaining it was too intense. The treehouse's soundproofing was absurdly bad. Next door, Su Wan and Lu Yao covered their ears tightly, their faces as red as ripe apples. The suggestive sounds drilling into their eardrums made the atmosphere in the entire room feel increasingly heated. Lu Yao finally couldn't help but curse and got up to go over and remind them. But she had only taken 2 steps when she saw Lin Xingyan and Yi Jinghong crouching and tiptoeing, secretly moving towards the next room, their ears almost bleeding red. Lu Yao coughed lightly, and the 2 of them froze instantly. Yi Jinghong awkwardly turned around and asked the class monitor why she wasn't asleep yet. Lu Yao glared at them irritably and retorted that no one could sleep with that kind of noise. Lin Xingyan explained in a low voice that she was simply curious about just how powerful the Phantom Hand was. Just as the group was caught in a dilemma, Su Wan, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up expressionlessly. Without saying a word, she lowered her eyes, walked to the door next door, and kicked it. A loud bang echoed in the night, shaking the door. Yi Jinghong and the others were stunned, completely unexpected that the class representative would be so fierce. Without hesitation, Su Wan kicked the door twice more. The simple wooden door creaked open slowly. The 3 of them shouted, "Don't look!" but couldn't help peeking through their fingers. The scene that unfolded in the room left everyone stunned. Qin Yi knelt beside the animal hide, his hands moving like afterimages, swiftly tracing the soft back. That was the effect of the phantom hand skill. Occasionally, his fingertips would precisely press on a certain spot, and when Wan would comfortably squint her eyes and let out a satisfied hum. Yi Jinghong and the others stared wide-eyed, and after a long while, they managed to squeeze out a sentence. Massage? They nearly collapsed on the spot. After all that, the strange noises from last night were just Qin Yi giving Wan a massage. Qin Yi looked up calmly at the group of people at the door and asked Su Wan if she wanted to try it too, offering her a 20% discount since they were so familiar with each other. Su Wan's usually expressionless face instantly turned red to her neck. The momentum she had displayed when kicking the door vanished completely. With a darting look in her eyes, she said it wasn't necessary, turned around, and ran away, forgetting to even close the door. Qin Yi scratched his head, looking completely bewildered, utterly baffled as to why she suddenly seemed so volatile. When Wan, sprawled on the animal hide, casually remarked that she was probably just in a bad mood these past few days. Qin Yi then looked at the 3 remaining people at the door and asked them if they wanted to press the button, promising a friendly price and no ripoffs. Lin Xingyan, Lu Yao, and Yi Jinghong all shook their heads, refusing repeatedly, and turned to run away faster than anyone else. Qin Yi muttered something inexplicable and continued to massage Wan. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Wan emerged from the treehouse, radiant with health. Her skin glowed with a healthy rosy hue, her eyes were bright, and she greeted everyone with a smile. Everyone turned to look at her, their expressions complex. Last night's commotion had been too astonishing. Aside from Su Wan and a few others who knew the truth, everyone else had clearly misunderstood. But no one wanted to explain, because explaining such things only made things worse. After a quick breakfast, everyone's gaze turned to the distance. In the morning mist, the dark pool of water appeared and disappeared, exuding an aura of danger. Today, they didn't send any spirit beasts out to gather resources. Everyone knew very well that there was only one goal: to capture the Blackwater pool. Qin Yi gripped the crimson flame longbow tightly, the crimson patterns on its surface gleaming faintly in the morning light. He swept his gaze over the crowd, his expression resolute, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you all ready?" Lin Xingyan and the others drew their weapons and mounted the white wolf. The silvery white wolf stood tall and proud, its 3-meter-long body exuding an imposing aura, its beastly eyes flashing with a fierce light. A group of spirited young men and women, riding majestic white wolves, sped towards the Blackwater pool. Dust billowed as they charged, their momentum unstoppable. In the distance, the surface of the Blackwater pool suddenly churned. A huge black shadow silently emerged, its copper bell-like eyes fixed on the approaching towering tree. Black ripples spread around it, and a strong, malevolent aura permeated the air. A major battle is about to break out. Chapter 24: The War of Resources. Level 1 Resource Point discovered Blackwater Pool. Occupying resource points will bring unknown dangers and the newbie protection period will end prematurely. Should you occupy them? A cold system notification hung in midair. Qin Yi and his group stood atop a tree, looking down at the dark pool below. The pool was an irregular ellipse, 30 or 40 meters in diameter, as still as an obsidian mirror. Even falling ashes sank without a sound, without the slightest ripple. Qin Yi muttered something eerie under his breath, his brows furrowing. A chill seemed to rise from the bottom of a pool, as if something was lurking in the depths of the black water, watching them, the intruders. The others didn't speak, but they all nodded instinctively. The white fangs scratched nervously, emitting low growls. Only the evolved white wolf remained relatively calm, its long silver fur fluttering slightly in the wind, its beastly eyes scanning the water's surface warily. Qin Yi didn't linger, immediately ordering the Thorn Queen to deploy her defenses. The next second, the vines clinging to the giant tree, like a swarm of awakened snakes, rapidly spread towards the shore, weaving an impenetrable armor of thorns around the tree roots. Qin Yi then looked at Lu Yao and instructed her to begin setting up the spikes. Lu Yao took out bundles of thorny spikes from her storage ring, distributed them to everyone, and announced the contribution points recorded for all participants in setting up and fighting the spikes. Having tasted the success of the last battle, no one complained this time. Even Zhou Fang gritted her teeth and accepted 2 spikes. Zhang Lily, however, looked grim. She slowly took the spikes and quietly shrank to the back of the group. Lin Xingyan, who had been watching her closely, immediately sneered and mocked her for losing her long-term meal ticket and having to earn contribution points herself. A flash of resentment crossed Zhang Lily's eyes, but fearing Lin Xingyan's evolved white wolf, she could only grit her teeth and retort. Lin Xingyan, however, didn't care at all, stating bluntly that she had hands and feet and didn't need to depend on a man. Only the weak think about relying on others to survive. After saying that, she deliberately glanced at everyone, made a joke about Qin Yi, and then steered the conversation towards Wenwan. Everyone looked over, and the atmosphere instantly changed from tense to strange. Wenwan smiled and spread her hands, unabashedly boasting about her natural beauty, and casually dragged Lu Yao into the mess as well. Lu Yao's ears turned red on the spot, and she gritted her teeth as she called her name. When Wan even seriously asked Yi Jinghong to be a witness, and Yi Jinghong was so frightened that she quickly waved her hand, indicating that they shouldn't take her along when they drove. Lin Xingmian then set her sights on Yi Jinghong, teasing her about how well she had hidden her figure. Yi Jinghong blushed instantly, explaining with embarrassment that she had only wrapped it with bandages before, and that the bandages had broken yesterday, so it had returned to normal. Everyone burst into laughter, and the oppressive atmosphere by the pool finally dissipated considerably. Qin Yi could only shake his head helplessly. Lu Yao cleared her throat, forcefully steered the conversation back to the main topic, telling everyone to stop fooling around and quickly set up the spikes to occupy the resource points, since the things at the bottom of the pool probably wouldn't last much longer. The group then stopped laughing and followed her down to the outer edge of the treehouse, to the location where the barrier had originally been. They planted the spikes one by one into the mud along the shore, forming a defensive line. However, the number of spikes was limited, only enough to encircle half of the area closest to the water. The White Fangs had already expended considerable energy collecting the spikes last night, and they needed to conserve their strength for the upcoming crisis. They couldn't be pushed any further. After the spikes were deployed, everyone retreated to the tree roots, gripping their weapons and standing ready. The thin sunlight filtering through the gray fog fell on the cold spikes, reflecting a chilling gleam. Qin Yi took a deep breath, raised his hand, and pressed the confirmation button on the system panel. The capture of Blackwater Pool had officially begun. Almost the instant the button was pressed, the 7 white wolves simultaneously raised their heads and let out a deafening howl. A pale blue vortex gathered beneath their feet, and the wind and waves spread outwards, swirling ashes from the shore into the air. Immediately afterward, a system notification sounded in Qin Ye's mind. Their intrusion had aroused the hatred of the creatures at the bottom of the pool, and the novice protection period had ended prematurely. Only by killing all the attacking enemies could they completely occupy the Blackwater Pool. Qin Ye's heart tightened, and he whispered a reminder that they had arrived. He gripped the crimson flame longbow tightly, its bow glowing with a scorching red light, his gaze fixed intently on the water's surface. The next second, the previously still black water suddenly churned violently, like a pot of boiling ink, emitting a chilling gurgling sound. With a splash, countless dark shadows leaped from the water, densely covering the surface of the pool. They were a group of jet-black aquatic beasts, their bodies writhing and limp like skinned squid, their 6 long tentacles frantically slapping the water's surface, splashing up large sprays of black water. They had no eyes or facial features, only a gaping maw filled with shark teeth, silently roaring towards the shore. Su Wan immediately activated her eye of appraisal, its pale blue light sweeping across the horde of beasts. They were called 6-clawed black tentacles, rank E, their skills being paralyzing tentacles and entangling. The only assessment was, disgusting and troublesome aquatic beasts, absolutely unsuitable for consumption. Wang Xiran and Wang Shiran, hiding behind Lu Yao, covered their mouths in disgust after just one glance. The treehouse barrier had vanished, leaving everyone with no way out. Lu Yao, gripping her rusty watermelon knife, leaped onto a high rock and decisively ordered the attack. The white wolves instantly transformed into a silver whirlwind, riding the waves as they pounced on the black tentacles on the shore. Their sharp claws slashed down, tearing the mushy bodies to shreds, black juices splattering everywhere, filling the air with a stench. The white fangs also joined the battle. Although not as fierce as the evolved white wolves, often needing several strikes to tear apart a single black tentacle, they were still not easily entangled thanks to their aerial advantage gained from windwalking. However, the number of six-clawed black tentacles was too great, and they continued to surge from the bottom of the pool as if endless. Soon, these monsters seemed to realize the white wolf was difficult to deal with, and abandoned their aerial target, wriggling their slippery, limp bodies as they crawled towards the treehouse. Yi Jinghong immediately gripped his black iron spear, reminding everyone to prepare for battle. Seeing the dense black tentacles less than 10 meters from the shore, Qin Yi finally raised his hand and whispered, "Now!" The thorny spikes that had been buried beforehand suddenly burst forth from the ground, their sharp edges like the Grim Reaper's scythe, blocking the monster's path. The six-clawed black tentacles had no ability to dodge. They crashed straight into the spikes, and a series of splattering sounds rang out as large sections of the tentacles were torn apart by the spikes, spraying black sap everywhere. Qin Yi couldn't help but shout, "Bravo!" The thorny ground spikes were far more effective than expected, perfectly countering these tentacled monsters. A pungent stench filled the air, and everyone frowned and covered their mouths and noses, but the opportunity had presented itself. Yi Jinghong's fighting spirit surged, and he raised his black iron spear, charging forward first. The spear sliced through the air, precisely piercing a six-clawed black tentacle that had slipped through the net. Lu Yao, Lin Xingyan, and the others followed closely behind, brandishing their weapons and attacking the remaining monsters. But those girls, who had never truly been on a battlefield before, turned pale and trembled as they faced the writhing black monsters and the splattered juices on the ground. They could barely hold their watermelon knives. One of the girls finally broke down, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably. She cried out that she couldn't take it anymore, that she was so scared she wanted to go home, her voice trembling and echoing by the black pool, while the monsters continued to surge up from the bottom of the pool wave after wave. Chapter 25 The Black Tentacle Demon King. With thorny nets and spikes blocking your way, all you have to do is hack at them with your swords. Qin Yi raised his hand and drew his bow, the crimson flame longbow gleaming blindingly red in the sunlight. His voice was cold and hard. "If you can't get past this hurdle, the road ahead will only get harder." As soon as the words left his mouth, a crimson arrow shot through the air, trailing a stream of scorching heat as it precisely pierced the horde of monsters. With a deafening boom, the arrow exploded, and a vast sea of fire instantly erupted. The six-clawed black tentacles were engulfed by the flames, writhing and screaming in agony before finally being burned to a crisp, charred remains, filling the air with a stench. With a thought, Qin Yi activated his phantom hand technique. He gripped the bow in one hand, his wrist flicking, creating several afterimages in the air. The bowstrings vibrated in unison, and a dense barrage of crimson arrows rained down like meteors, precisely covering every area where monsters were clustered. Explosions rang out one after another, and flames dyed half the sky red. Qin Yi stood still, arrows shooting out incessantly, like a human-shaped artillery platform, blasting the battlefield into a living hell. At the same time, his physical strength was rapidly declining, and sweat rolled down his forehead. The onlookers were deeply shaken. The phantom hand, combined with the crimson flame longbow, possessed firepower so overwhelming it was almost cheating. With Qin Yi backing them up, Lin Xingyan and the others gained even more courage, brandishing their machetes and stomping over the charred remains as they charged towards the stragglers of the black tentacles. Black liquid splattered all over their clothes, but they didn't bother to dodge. Their eyes grew increasingly sharp. The girls who had been crying and trembling slowly changed their expressions as they watched the blood-soaked figures fighting ahead. In this desperate situation, there was no way out but to fight back. Zhou Fang screamed and rushed forward, slashing at one of the black tentacles with her knife, but her strength was too weak, only managing to leave a shallow wound. The wounded black tentacles became ferocious, and its 6 tentacles suddenly rose up, lashing at her like venomous snakes. In peacetime, she would avoid even small snakes, but this time she didn't back down. Her eyes were red, and she cried and roared, frantically hacking down with her sword. The intense fear forced out her potential, and in the end, she actually managed to cut the black tentacle into pieces. Qin Yi stood at the rear, clearing the area with fire arrows while observing the battle. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Zhang Lily, who was standing there dumbfounded. He asked her coldly, "Everyone else has gone up to kill monsters, why aren't you moving?" Zhang Lily was trembling all over, her face deathly pale, her legs tightly pressed together, a sob escaping her lips, her expression contorted with pain. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, too lazy to bother with her anymore. Without Lu Feifei and Zhou Fang as her followers, someone like her wouldn't last more than a few days. She wasn't worth his effort. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the black pool. The calm water instantly boiled, black waves churning and bubbling loudly. Qin Ye's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "The boss is here! White Wolf, retreat!" White Wolf, who was at the forefront, reacted very quickly, gathered his body, and retreated rapidly back to the tree roots by stepping on the wind. Almost simultaneously, a gigantic tentacle as thick as a water bucket erupted from the pool, sweeping across the surface with terrifying power. Giant waves surged skyward, tearing open a water curtain nearly 100 meters high, from which countless sharp wind blades condensed and shot towards the shore. Qin Yi roared, ordering everyone to drop to the ground, before collapsing himself as well. The crowd crouched, clutching their heads, their hearts pounding. A wind blade grazed their scalps, striking a tree trunk behind them and leaving a deep crack. The next moment, the water curtain slammed heavily onto the thorny railing. The originally sturdy thorny armor was utterly fragile in the face of this force, instantly torn apart by the wind blades, and broken branches crashed to the ground with a crackling sound. Yi Jinghong's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at the monster's level. Su Wan didn't dare to delay and immediately activated her appraisal eye, its pale blue light locking onto the giant beast in the pool. The moment the attribute panel popped up, everyone gasped in shock. The Black Tentacle Demon King, Lord level, C+ rank. Strength 74, Agility 50, Stamina 68. Skills include Death Coil, Strangulation, Water Slash, and Waterfall Surge. Its description is straightforward. It is the king of the pool's bottom, the overlord of the water, unchallenged within its domain. Lin Xingyan's voice trembled. The attributes of a C+ level lord almost completely overwhelmed them. Everyone looked up and saw a gigantic black tentacle emerge from the water, writhing wildly in midair like a raging python. Then a second and a third appeared in succession, until all 8 tentacles, as thick as buckets, emerged from the water, intertwining and waving in the air, blotting out the sky. The suction cups gleamed with an eerie light, sending chills down one's spine. Further down, a dark shadow the size of a small mountain slowly approached the shore. Its massive size stirred up towering waves, causing the ground beneath its feet to tremble. The Black Tentacle Demon King finally revealed its full form, its height almost matching that of a giant tree when it stood upright. It had no facial features, its head hovering above the water surface, constantly spewing out dense sprays of water. Despite having no eyes, Qin Yi and the others clearly felt that an extremely intense killing intent had locked onto them. Qin Ye's mind raced, and he immediately came up with a plan. He suddenly looked up and roared, "Queen of Thorns, unleash all your thorns! Pull it ashore!" Upon receiving the command, the vines, like ancient serpents awakening, surged wildly from the ground. Thick vines covered in barbs coiled like chains around the Black Tentacle Demon King's tentacles. The Demon King roared and struggled, its 8 tentacles suddenly tightening, pulling the vines straight and emitting a creaking sound as they succumbed to the strain. At the same time, Qin Yi manipulated the treehouse, its thick roots rising from the ground like dragons and snakes, slowly moving backward. The ground rumbled and shook, dust flew up, and the treehouse and the Black Tentacle Demon King seemed like 2 savage beasts, locked in a struggle on the shore. Qin Yi roared, signaling everyone to come and help. This monster's real strength lay in the black water pool. Once it left the water source, half of its abilities would be useless. The group snapped out of their daze and rushed forward, grabbing the vines and pulling back with all their might. The white wolves also bit into the ends of the vines, bracing themselves on the ground and growling softly. The Black Tentacle Demon King struggled frantically, the vines stretched and even showed signs of breaking. The Thorn Queen immediately accelerated her growth, more vines bursting from the ground and tightly constricting its tentacles. Qinye's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted hoarsely, "Pull it up now!" Everyone gritted their teeth, their faces flushed, and the white wolf pulled desperately back. The black tentacle demon king's massive body finally lifted slowly from the water and began to move towards the shore. With a roar of resentment, it crashed heavily to the ground, raising dust high into the air. A massive shadow loomed over the crowd. Its body was covered in a viscous black liquid, emitting a nauseating stench, and each struggle sent tremors through the earth. Even with the Thorn Queen growing wildly, it couldn't completely suppress this C+ rank lord. The terror of a lord-level calamity beast far surpasses that of elite monsters like the Skeleton King. But Qinye now is no longer the Qinye of the past. He grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Now it was his turn to shine. He activated Phantom Hand once more, raising the crimson flame longbow, countless afterimages of arms flashing through the air, the bowstring vibrating with a dense, rain-like sound. Countless crimson arrows shot out, exploding with deafening roars. The crimson sea of fire instantly engulfed the black tentacle demon king's massive body, the scorching flames sizzling against its skin, and its agonizing roars soared into the sky. The black tentacle demon king struggled frantically, its thick tentacles snapping many vines. But the Thorn Queen grew even faster, new vines immediately coiling around it, continuing to bind its body. Taking advantage of the situation, the white wolf flew high into the sky, tearing at the tentacles with its sharp claws, hindering its approach to the black water pool. Qinye precisely controlled his firepower, avoiding burning the thorny vines, and focused his attacks on a single exposed tentacle. Hundreds of crimson arrows struck in succession, and the thick tentacle was quickly burned to charcoal and snapped off with a crash. After losing one of its tentacles, the black tentacle demon king's movements became noticeably slower. Qinye shouted hoarsely but forcefully, "Continue attacking the other tentacles! Pull it up completely!" Everyone strained again, gripping the vines tightly. The white wolves howled and increased their strength. The black tentacle demon king's body was slowly dragged away from the pool, its desperate roars echoing along the shore. Chapter 26 World Announcement: A Bountiful Harvest. Flames rained down like meteors, and countless crimson rockets exploded in midair like bursts of dazzling fireworks. The intense fire element relentlessly eroded the black tentacle demon king's skin, causing it to struggle wildly in excruciating pain, and the smell of burning quickly filled the air. The smell was incredibly pungent, like a rotting animal carcass being charred over a raging fire, mixed with the stench of burnt protein, causing Qinye and the others to wrinkle their noses. Qinye pinched his nose and called out to Lin Xingyan, "Can I borrow your white wolf?" Lin Xingyan immediately understood, and whistled. The white wolf howled and swooped down from the sky. Qinye seized the opportunity and leaped up, landing steadily on the wolf's back. Then, the white wolf rode the wind and rose higher, hovering above the black tentacle demon king's head. Qinye gripped the crimson flame longbow tightly, his laughter echoing in the wind. "Sky fighter jets, get in position, let them taste the missile bombardment!" The crimson flame longbow trembled incessantly, and he pushed his phantom hand to its limit, as countless crimson arrows rapidly condensed on the bowstring. The next second, he released his grip. A fist-sized arrow of fire fell like a meteor, striking precisely at the black tentacle demon king's 7 exposed tentacles. A series of booming sounds erupted, flames surged, and small mushroom clouds bloomed on the ground. Qinye's voice once again drowned out the wind. "All white wolves, unleash wind breath!" The white wolves in the sky opened their massive jaws in unison, and azure wind elements rapidly gathered, transforming into swirling vortexes of air. As the wolf howls rang out, the wind breaths swept down. Small tornadoes whipped up a sky full of flames, hurtling towards the black tentacle demon king. The wind fanned the flames, and the fire, aided by the wind, instantly escalated the already raging inferno to 20 or 30 meters high, forming a towering sea of fire that completely engulfed the black tentacle demon king's massive body. The scorching heat baked the earth, even distorting the surrounding air, forcing everyone to retreat several meters. The black tentacle demon king rolled wildly in the sea of fire, its thick tentacles slapping the ground and sending up sparks as it desperately tried to extinguish the flames on its body. But the whirlwinds and fire arrows continued to rain down like a storm, rendering all its struggles futile. Time passed slowly, and the commotion within the sea of fire finally subsided. In the end, the black tentacle demon king let out a roar of unwilling fury, its massive body crashing to the ground, and then fell silent. The group rubbed their aching arms, looking at the black mountain of flesh lying in the flames, and finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, a cold system notification popped up. Notification: you have successfully captured the resource point Blackwater Pool by defeating the Black Tentacle Demon King. At that moment, the entire arena erupted in cheers. Qin landed gracefully on the wolf's back, smiling at the crowd. The others could no longer contain their excitement, cheering and embracing each other. They stared at the corpse gradually engulfed in flames, their eyes still filled with shock. That was a C+ rank Lord-level Calamity Beast, and Qin Ye's team actually managed to take it down. Just as everyone was cheering, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky. The Golden Imperial Edict slowly unfurled once more, its golden light illuminating the entire gray fog. World announcement: glory bestowed upon us, blessings from the Forest Islands. Congratulations to the Treehouse team of Class 3K for defeating the Black Tentacle Demon King in a lightning-fast 1 hour and 28 minutes and forcefully conquering the Blackwater Pool. First-time capture rewards are here. The entire squad will enjoy the permanent title of Blackwater Overlord, granting +10 to all attributes. Core rewards: Water Symbiosis Treehouse Blueprint, Guiding Compass. Huge golden subtitles appeared on the Imperial Edict, and a thunderous voice resounded throughout the entire Ember Earth world. The world channel exploded instantly, with messages flooding the screen. Everyone was talking about Class 3K, some were shocked, some were jealous, and some were cursing. Some complained that they had led dozens of henchmen and spirit pets in a grueling day and night to capture the abandoned mine, only to have someone else snatch the first takeover notice. Others lamented that once you're ahead, everything else falls into place. Missing the initial opportunity makes it difficult to catch up later. Some even questioned how many people in Class K of Grade 3 had managed to secure the resource point. Various speculations and doubts flooded the screen, but Qin Yi, at the center of the discussion, didn't bother to explain. He reached out and caught the Imperial Edict that fell from the sky, golden light entering his palm. In an instant, golden light spread throughout the entire squad. The 4 characters, Blackwater Overlord, flashed above everyone's heads, and a warm power surged into their bodies, flowing through their limbs and bones, sweeping away the fatigue from the battle. The attribute panel was refreshed. Qin Ye's strength reached 41, agility 100, stamina 39, hidden mental strength 111, and a permanent title, Blackwater Overlord, was added to the title bar, which increases all attributes by 10. Lin Xingyan was so excited when she saw her mental strength increase from 100 to 110 that she almost jumped for joy. Soon, the others also discovered that the title's bonus included even hidden attributes. The entire team's strength increased dramatically in that instant. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, urging everyone to look at the spirit pets. Everyone quickly looked at their own white fangs, and Qin Yi also looked up to find his 3 white fangs. Only then did he realize that with the all-attribute bonuses being applied, all the white fangs were glowing white. They had collectively reached the threshold of evolution. The next second, wolf howls rose and fell, echoing through the sky. After a flash of light, the white-toothed wolves grew taller, their fur longer, and their auras broke through, all evolving into white wolf forms. The newly evolved white wolves were slightly thinner and had lighter fur than the ones Suwan and the others had evolved before, but they were still agile and had bright, lively eyes. The white wolves that had already evolved grew another half-meter taller after the attribute bonuses, and their long, silvery fur shimmered in the light, making them look even more majestic. Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock of their loot, Yi Jinghong suddenly pointed to the corpse of the Black Tentacle Demon King, his voice filled with disbelief. Qin Yi, look at the boss's corpse! A treasure chest has appeared! Everyone immediately looked over. As the charred Black Tentacle Demon King gradually turned to ashes, an exquisite treasure chest slowly appeared. However, the size of this treasure chest was obviously wrong. It was 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, made entirely of black metal, with intricate water patterns carved on its surface, emitting a faint blue light. Compared to the treasure chests they had seen before, this one was absolutely gigantic. Everyone stared in disbelief. Lin Xingyan wiped the sweat from her brow and couldn't help but marvel at what treasures could possibly be inside such a massive chest. Qin Ye's curiosity was piqued, and he stepped towards the treasure chest. He reached out and pressed his hand against the cold lid, clearly feeling the rich energy surging within. After taking a deep breath, he channeled his mental energy and abruptly lifted the lid. Chapter 27. Charge towards the water symbiotic treehouse. With a click, the lock on the treasure chest broke, and a gust of cold wind, seemingly from nowhere, rushed out of the chest, lifting Qin Ye's bangs. Everyone immediately peered over, but froze in the next second. The box contained no rare treasures as expected, but was instead crammed full of dark, monstrous beast skeletons. At a glance, there were at least 3,000 pieces of varying sizes, with charred marks remaining at the broken ends, clearly all parts from the Black Tentacle Demon King. Lin Xingyan blinked and muttered in a strange tone. "This scene looks like a wholesale skeleton collection." The crowd's initial high expectations immediately plummeted until Qin Ye's gaze settled on the very top of the pile of skeletons. There lay quietly a large, azure crystal, about the size of a human head. The crystal was translucent, and liquid blue light seemed to flow slowly within it, the intense energy fluctuations almost tangible. Yi Jinghong was the first to react, her eyes widening instantly. He quickly stepped forward, marveling at the sheer size of the magic crystal he had ever seen. If he were to break it open and sell it, he could probably get a huge amount of resources. The crowd immediately gathered around, their breathing quickening. Magic crystals are always in high demand but rarely available in the trading market. No one is willing to put them up for sale. After all, absorbing such a thing directly increases one's strength, and only a fool would exchange it for ordinary resources. Su Wan immediately activated her appraisal skill, and a pale blue light swept across the crystal. The information quickly appeared: the Black Tentacle Demon King's magic crystal core. Absorbing it will grant a large amount of attribute points, and there is a small chance to learn water-based skills. The absorption efficiency is related to one's personal potential and current attribute balance. The description of a large number of attributes was too vague. Su Wan frowned, suspecting that either her appraisal skills were insufficient, or the benefits of the Demon King crystal core varied from person to person. The higher the potential, the more attributes one would obtain, and vice versa. She shared her assessment with Qin Yi. Qin Yi's eyes flickered slightly, confirming her guess. His agility had plateaued after reaching 100. The system prompted that he needed to increase his strength and stamina to continue breaking through. In other words, Qin Yi's current absorption of crystal cores yields 0 agility gain, making it more worthwhile to hand it over to someone else. As for spirit pets, they cannot see their attribute panels and therefore cannot determine whether they also have similar limitations. Su Wan nodded and didn't press the matter further. She understood that this involved Qin Yi's own secrets, and naturally wouldn't delve into it in public. Qin Yi then brought up the other 2 items from the world announcement reward and asked Su Wan to appraise them together. The first item is a navigation compass, which can detect resource points within a 50-kilometer radius, including hidden resources. The second item is the blueprint for a water symbiotic treehouse, a large-scale water purification treehouse with 3 core functions: rapid water purification, large-scale aquatic life cultivation, and temperature-controlled crop planting. Wang Xiran's attention was instantly drawn to the blueprints. Her eyes shone as she looked at the 3D panoramic view. In the image, treehouses and pavilions were scattered, with small bridges and flowing water, green plants climbing on the wooden structures, and flowers dotting the landscape, a completely different world from the thorny and somewhat dilapidated treehouses she saw before her. Even the usually aloof Lu Yao softened her gaze. Her fingertips lightly traced the flowing water patterns on the screen, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. In the world of Ash-Earth, such a treehouse would almost be considered a dream home. But Su Wan quickly brought everyone back to reality. The conditions for using the blueprint were extremely demanding. The treehouse had to be unlocked to level 2, and it also required a sapling of dawn redwood in its growth stage, 1,000 branches of life, 500 units of pure water, and 100 units of fertile soil. Upgrading the treehouse to level 2 requires 10,000 purification points, and they're still short on life branches and pure water, not to mention fertile soil and metasequoia trees in their growth stage. They haven't even seen a glimpse of them yet. The crowd's excitement was instantly extinguished, and they all hung their heads. Qin patted the pile of bones in the treasure chest, a smile flashing in his eyes. He judged that the quality of these black tentacled demon king skeletons was far superior to that of ordinary calamity beasts, so gathering 10,000 purification points wouldn't be difficult. If he accumulated the life branch and pure water for another 2 days, and had the white wolves make several more trips, there was hope of completing the task. Lin Xingyan pressed for details about the fertile soil and the dawn redwood. Qin Yi explained that the fertile soil was indeed scarce, and he hadn't seen it in the trading house. But since they had already occupied Blackwater Pool, they would have more opportunities to exchange for it later. As for the Dawn Redwood, as long as the nascent Dawn Redwood in his possession continued to absorb energy, it would eventually grow to the next stage. Lin Xingyan immediately perked up, pumping her fist and shouting, "Upgrade the treehouse first, get the first upgrade reward for the level 2 treehouse, and maybe the system will even give you fertile soil and Dawn Redwood. For the Water Marsh treehouse, let's go!" Everyone echoed in agreement, their fighting spirit reignited. A treehouse capable of purifying water, growing crops, and raising aquatic life was undoubtedly a treasure trove in the world of Ash-Earth, and no one could resist its allure. Next, everyone immediately began the post-battle cleanup. Some collected the scattered spikes, some moved the remains of the calamity beasts, and some tallied the combat contribution points. The scene quickly became bustling with activity. The white wolves flew towards the Thorn Queen to continue their day's gathering tasks. Only Lu Yao's dog, Kaigo, and Yi Jinghong's Dehe remained, responsible for patrolling the area around the Blackwater Pool and clearing away the scattered skeletons. Qin Yi, on the other hand, led Lu Yao, Su Wan, Lin Xingyan, and other core members to the edge of the pool. The water in the Blackwater Pool was as murky as ink, with fine ash floating on the surface, making it terrifying to look at. Yi Jinghong tentatively reached out and touched it, but immediately withdrew his hand, frowning and saying that the water was cold and sticky, and didn't look edible at all. Qin Yi, however, said it wasn't necessarily for drinking. He dipped his hand into the water, brushed aside the surface ash, and felt the cool water flowing beneath. The treehouses consumed a lot of water, and there would always be treehouse teams that needed these things. Lu Yao asked how to operate in detail. Qin Yi opened the department head interface, checked the resource point occupation details, and after quickly browsing through them, his expression became somewhat strange. He couldn't help but complain that this operation was outrageous. He then instructed everyone to put their hands into the water and silently recite the collection instructions along with him. They did so with some skepticism, and as soon as their palms touched the surface, a semi-transparent progress bar appeared out of thin air above the black pool, indicating that they were starting from zero. Lin Xingyan immediately retorted, "This is clearly Hajadeo's twisted sense of humor." While everyone else complained, they continued collecting the materials. As the progress bar slowly rose, the ash in the pool was stripped away by an invisible force, and countless tiny bubbles rose from the bottom. Each bubble contains 10 units of black water, suspended above the surface. A system message then appears: the contaminated black water is undrinkable. Forcibly drinking it will likely result in fatal diarrhea, but it can be used to power the treehouse. A few minutes later, the progress bar finally reached 100%, and the words, "Collection successful," flashed by. Qin Yi clearly felt that some of his physical strength had been used up, and more than a dozen black water bubbles were floating on the surface of the water, arranged like strings of black pearls. He shook the water droplets off his hands, told the others to continue collecting, and went to the world chat to contact buyers and check the market prices. Afterward, he handed over the remaining tasks to Lu Yao, found a flat rock to sit on, and opened the trading interface. Lu Yao turned around and called for other classmates to come and help. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lily, who had been AFK throughout the battle and was always afraid of death, was the first to rush to the front this time, with an eager smile on her face, and took the initiative to say that she was ready. She had her plans perfectly clear. She hadn't earned a single contribution point in the resource hunting battle just now. If she didn't find something to do soon, she'd probably be kicked out of the treehouse tonight and left to die. Now, collecting black water didn't require fighting monsters and could even earn contribution points. It seemed like a windfall to her. Seeing her impatient expression, Lu Yao's lips curled into a cold smile, and a murderous glint flashed in her eyes. She had never said that collecting black water would earn contribution points. Tonight is the day this parasite dies. Chapter 28. You're a devil, aren't you? In the world chat, Qin posted a message anonymously. Selling water, large quantity and unlimited supply, so the treehouse will never have to worry about being paralyzed again. Search the trading platform for the keyword Blackwater. The channel messages were scrolling by rapidly, with advertisements, missing person notices, and boastful posts piling up one after another, but this message exploded like a pebble thrown into boiling oil. It was because the words Blackwater were just linked to the server-wide announcement of the first kill. Unfortunately, Qin had enabled anonymity, so everyone trying to trace his identity could only stare at the screen in frustration. Curiosity spread rapidly, and countless survivors flocked to the trading post, searching for Blackwater, eager to see what was so special about the resource that allowed Class 3K to secure the first kill. Soon, transaction notifications began popping up frantically in front of Qin. The fertilizer factory team bought 5 portions of black water, paying 15 coins for the disaster beast skeleton. The Jinhai nursing home team paid 18 coins, and the Qinshan mental hospital team even gave 25 coins directly. A series of beeping sounds went on, but Qin wasn't surprised. He didn't set a fixed price from the start. Instead, he used the simplest and most direct method to test the market, gradually raising the price until buyers stopped making moves. That was the limit they could accept. Qin stroked his chin, quickly determining that a 1-to-5 ratio was roughly the current ceiling. So he divided the blackwater into 5 units each, priced them at 25 pieces of Calamity Beast bones, and relist them on the trading house. As long as he monopolized the resources, he wouldn't have to worry about selling them. Items purchased from the trading post will be directly added to the treehouse warehouse. As blackwater continues to be traded, large quantities of beast skeletons are also piling up in the warehouse, with the quantity increasing visibly. Meanwhile, on the bank of the blackwater pool, Lu Yao and the others were almost completely exhausted. The girls lay panting heavily in the mud, their cheeks flushed, while only the robust white wolf continued to gather resources, like a tireless machine. Seeing this, Qin told everyone to rest for a while, then gathered some rotten wood and used the red fire arrow to start a fire. This world has a very straightforward rule. As long as you eat, your stamina will recover quickly, but the greater the consumption, the more exaggerated the demand for food becomes. Lin Xingyan and the others took out the hard bread and began to gnaw on it. The white wolves surrounded them, sharing the few remaining pieces of raw meat in the group, their sharp teeth making a crisp sound as they chewed the pieces. At this moment, a pair of twin girls quietly approached Lu Yao and whispered a reminder that the white wolf hadn't gone hunting all day and the team's food supplies were almost gone. Lu Yao rubbed her aching back, her expression grave. She also noticed that everyone's and the white wolf's attributes had increased too quickly. Their combat power had indeed increased, but food consumption had also skyrocketed, and production was struggling to keep up. She looked at Qin and asked him what he thought. Qin simply smiled, his tone as relaxed as if he had been expecting this. With such a vast treasure trove of resources, how could they possibly worry about not having enough to eat? As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the trading post and changed the trading terms for 10 portions of blackwater to food, offering each portion either 100 loaves of bread or 50 pieces of raw meat. Less than half an hour later, the treehouse warehouse notification sounded again, and this time, instead of skeletons, piles of food appeared. The team's immediate crisis was instantly resolved. After eating their fill and regaining most of their strength, everyone prepared to continue gathering. Just as Lu Yao stood up, a swaying figure walked over from the side. That was Zhang Lily. Her face was sallow, her lips were cracked, her eyes were full of pleading, and her voice was so weak it was almost inaudible. She begged Lu Yao for half a day's contribution points, saying she was starving to death. Lu Yao's gaze instantly turned cold, and she calmly retorted. Who said that collecting black water counts as contribution points? Zhang Lili froze on the spot, then exploded like a powder keg, her pent-up resentment completely erupting. She cursed Lu Yao for playing dirty tricks and lunged at her, trying to tear her apart. Lu Yao simply shifted her body to the side, easily dodging the attack. Zhang Lili missed her target and fell heavily into the muddy water, splashing up a cloud of dark gray water. Her angry outburst drew everyone's attention, but this time, no one sympathized with her. During the attack on the Blackwater Swamp, everyone had fought desperately, while Zhang Lili had languished at the back. Now she wanted to reap the rewards without lifting a finger, but nobody was buying it. The crowd looked at her with nothing but disgust, as if she were a worm that had been rotting away at the ranks. Lu Yao looked down at her, her voice cold and devoid of warmth. Collecting black water is to gather enough resources to upgrade the treehouse, a goal agreed upon by everyone. Here, everyone consumes the same amount of stamina. There's no distinction between those who contribute more and those who contribute less, so collecting black water doesn't count towards contribution points. If Zhang Lili wants to contribute points, she can pick up a weapon and hunt down the disaster beasts in the Grey Fog, just like everyone else. Zhang Lili completely lost control. She climbed out of the mud, pointed at Lu Yao and cursed her, shouting that she was quitting. Then she turned around and tried to leave. But the next second, an invisible force abruptly ripped from her body. A system notification popped up, informing her that the treehouse leader had initiated a vote on whether to expel member Zhang Lili. The vote was a foregone conclusion, with unanimous approval. Zhang Lili was officially removed from Class K of the third year. Her permanent title, Blackwater Overlord, was stripped, and all related attribute bonuses were reset to 0. 40 attribute points vanished instantly. Already weakened, Zhang Lili felt as if all her bones had been drained, her stamina plummeting to rock bottom. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, too exhausted even to get up. Only at this moment did she finally panic. Looking at the indifferent crowd around her, her face turned pale, and her voice trembled with sobs as she begged them not to abandon her. No one responded. She then turned her gaze to Zhou Fang and Lu Feifei, as if grasping at the last straw, crying and begging them to save her. She said her family was wealthy, and if she went back, her father would give each of them 10 million. She also yelled at Zhou Fang, saying that she knew her mother needed surgery and could get the best doctors and specialists. She then threatened Lu Feifei, saying that since her parents both worked at their own company, she should help her if she didn't want them to lose their jobs. Zhang Lili desperately offered her terms, saying she was open to negotiation and would do anything to avoid being abandoned. Zhou Fang, standing in the crowd, was clearly wavering. Her family was poor, and the cost of her mother's surgery had been a constant burden, which was why she had stayed with Zhang Lili for so long. Just as Zhou Fang subconsciously took half a step forward, Yi Jinghong's cold voice suddenly rang out. She stood in front of the crowd, her eyes filled with pity, but her tone was icy. She only asked Zhou Fang one question: do you think they can go back to their original world? Zhou Fang froze instantly, tears streaming down her face. She choked out that she didn't know. Yi Jinghong shook his head, saying nothing more, only silently cursing her as an idiot. Just as Zhou Fang was crying even harder, a timid voice suddenly came from the crowd. It was Wen Wan. This old hand, who usually loved to slack off and wished he could shrink into a transparent person, pushed up his glasses, which weren't even on his nose, and spoke softly. She said that if everyone could go back, she could help Zhou Fang's mother get medical treatment. Zhou Fang suddenly looked up, her eyes instantly lighting up with hope. She trembled with excitement, grabbed the soft hand, and asked the teacher if she was really willing to help her. When Wan looked at her, a mischievous smile slowly spreading across her lips, and then answered, word by word. Fake. Zhou Fang's hand froze in midair, completely dumbfounded. Wen Wan, however, seemed oblivious to her devastated expression and continued to slowly deliver the final blow. She guessed that Zhou Fang's mother was most likely struggling to survive somewhere in the Ashes world. Even if Zhou Fang did go back, she might not be able to see her again. As soon as those words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone froze, turning to look at Manhwa with eyes filled with terror. This guy is practically a devil. Chapter 29 To nip the weeds in the bud. Zhou Fang covered her face, tears streaming down her face through her fingers, and staggered back to the treehouse. Manhwa simply shrugged, a hint of cunning in her eyes, but her tone was utterly innocent, saying that this was reality, and everyone had to learn to grow up. A silence fell over the crowd. No one wanted to admit it, but they all knew in their hearts that their family and friends had likely been swept into this world of ashes. They were powerless to do anything now. The only thing they could do was desperately become stronger, strong enough to survive, and then go find their loved ones. Lin Xingyan quickly lost her patience, coldly looking at Zhang Lili and telling her to stop wailing and get out of there. She even said that if Zhang Lili refused to leave on her own, she wouldn't mind helping her out herself. Wang Xiran tilted her head and flicked her finger. Her white wolf immediately understood, stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Lili by the scruff of her neck with its sharp teeth, and charged into the depths of the grey fog without looking back amidst Zhang Lili's terrified scream. Zhang Lili was filled with remorse. If she had known she would end up like this, she would never have jumped out to seek death. She cried and begged the white wolf to let her down, but her voice was quickly swallowed by the grey mist and disappeared completely. Qin simply waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue working, while giving Yi Jinghong a meaningful look. Yi Jinghong understood immediately and quietly gave him an "okay" sign. The next second, Big Black, who was patrolling nearby, seemed to receive an order and abruptly turned around, speeding towards the direction where Zhang Lili had been taken away. Qin Yi knew very well that the roots must be cut. Zhang Lili's words just now revealed that her parents seemed to have some influence. If she survives and finds someone to take revenge, it will become a big problem sooner or later. Qin Yi doesn't like to leave himself with hidden dangers, and he certainly won't let a moment of weakness put the entire team in danger later. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Xiran's white wolf confirmed that it was far enough away from the treehouse, so it released its grip, casually tossing Zhang Lili to the ground and leaving her to fend for herself. Zhang Lili lay there, utterly exhausted, still cursing Lu Yao, Yi Jinghong, and Manhwa, vowing to kill them sooner or later. She was filled with resentment and malice, wishing she could drag everyone in Class 3K to hell immediately. Just then, she suddenly felt a sharp pain beneath her. Reaching down, she touched a hard, solid silver treasure chest. Zhang Lili was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Trembling, she opened the chest. Inside, there was no gold or silver treasure, only a yellowed missing person poster. The paper said that as long as you filled in the detailed information of the person you wanted to find, you could immediately open a chat window with them. Zhang Lili burst into laughter, feeling that God had finally not abandoned her. She gritted her teeth and shouted, telling Class 3K to prepare to bear the Zhang family's wrath. As long as she wrote her father's name, the situation could be completely reversed. But just as she was about to put down her pen, a thick, dark shadow suddenly pounced out of the fog. Sharp claws sliced through, tearing Zhang Lili's body in half at the waist in an instant. Her hands froze in midair, her eyes filled with fear and resentment. After recognizing the familiar large black figure, she managed to utter Yi Jinghong's name with difficulty, but she no longer had the strength to continue. The opportunity for revenge was right in front of her, just one step away, yet she could never reach that step. Half of her body crashed heavily to the ground, her eyes fixed on the direction of the treehouse, filled with hatred, until the very end she couldn't close them. Big Black snatched the missing person poster from her hand, turned around, and disappeared into the grey mist. Not long after, Dahe returned to the vicinity of the treehouse, and the missing person poster he was carrying in his mouth quickly attracted everyone's attention. Lin Xingyan was a little puzzled and said, "Didn't Dahe go on patrol? Why did he bring back a piece of paper?" Qin Yi and Yi Jinghong were also somewhat surprised. They had only sent Dahe to handle the aftermath, but he hadn't expected him to bring back a prop as well. Yi Jinghong stepped forward and took down the missing person poster. After reading its contents, she immediately excitedly called everyone over. This missing person poster can be used to find relatives. The crowd instantly gathered around, their eyes rekindling with hope. Yi Jinghong found a piece of charcoal, eagerly wrote down his mother's name, age, and characteristics, and then pressed search. But a cold notification quickly popped up. No such person found in the current area. Yi Jinghong's smile froze, and her shoulders slumped. Qin Yi frowned and comforted her, suggesting that perhaps her parents hadn't been involved in this game. But he knew in his heart that if even people from the mental hospital had come, their relatives were most likely in the Ashes land, just too far away to be found for the time being. Others also tried, but no matter whose information they entered, they all got the same result. The repeated, "No such person found in the current area," messages extinguished everyone's hopes like cold water. The atmosphere around the campfire instantly sombered, and everyone stared silently at the piece of paper, feeling distressed but with nowhere to vent their emotions. Qin Yi clapped his hands to encourage everyone. He reminded them that they would meet again if they were meant to, and there was no point in worrying about these things now. What was truly important was upgrading the treehouse and increasing their strength. Only by living longer would they have the chance to find the person they were looking for. After speaking, he looked at Yi Jinghong, using his eyes to confirm whether the matter was settled. Yi Jinghong gently rubbed Dahei's head and nodded calmly. Dahei affectionately rubbed against her palm, its claws still bearing faint traces of blood. Su-Wan observed all of this and silently recalled her white wolf, pretending nothing had happened, though a hint of understanding flashed in her eyes. Without Zhang Lili, that rotten apple, Class 3K had become more united than ever before. Everyone worked with all their might. In the blink of an eye, the water level in the Blackwater pool dropped significantly. Exhausted, the group sat around the campfire to rest. The aroma of bread and roasted meat mingled together, slightly dispelling their fatigue. While munching on bread, Yi Jinghong asked Qin Yi if they had enough monster skeletons. Qin Yi checked the quantity in the warehouse and felt it should be about right, but the skeletons varied in size, so they would have to try to find out how much experience they could exchange for. Lin Xingmian said with some regret that if the skeletons could be synthesized, the treehouse could have been upgraded long ago. Qin Yi shrugged, indicating that there was no way to synthesize them. Only identical items could be combined, and he had already tried, but it simply didn't work. Just as everyone was chatting, the white wolves, who had been resting on the ground, suddenly stood up in unison. They pricked up their ears, let out a low warning in their throats, and stared intently at the edge of the gray mist. A system notification appeared immediately. After the black tentacle demon king's aura disappeared, the only water source within 100 miles was exposed, attracting a group of thirsty moon owls, level D-. The notification also warned that the wild spirit beasts were exceptionally ferocious and extremely aggressive, and caution was advised. Lin Xingyan jumped up on the spot, her eyes shining like fire. She wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she shouted excitedly that the wild spirit beasts had arrived just in time, as they could become their aerial combat force once tamed. She brandished a watermelon knife, urging everyone to grab their weapons. Whoever caught it would keep it, and she would personally help tame it. Encouraged by her, the crowd's initial worries were instantly replaced by enthusiasm, and their fatigue vanished. Pairs of eyes were fixed on the depths of the gray mist, like wolves eyeing their prey. Those were D-level spirit beasts. Even if it cost them their lives, they had to take down all of these moon owls. Chapter 30 Random Events: The Unexpected Visit of a Wild Spirit Beast. The sky was as black as if it had been splashed with ink, and a crescent moon hung above the gray mist, its cold light barely tearing through the night. In the distance, 40 or 50 pairs of green eyes flickered on and off, like clusters of ghostly flames. Those were moon owls, a pack of D-rank spirit beasts. If they could be captured and tamed, it would be an astonishing fortune. Lin Xingyan gripped his watermelon knife tightly and roared at the white wolves. "You dogs, are you ready?" The white wolves hauled in unison, their long silver fur gleaming coldly in the campfire, their beastly eyes surging with ferocity. Several campfires roared, illuminating the area around the black pool as bright as day, and making the silhouettes of the flock of moon owls in the sky even clearer. They resembled white owls over 2 meters long, their snowy feathers covered with pale blue fluorescent patterns, and their icy blue vertical pupils sharp as knives. Even more astonishingly, wherever they flew, the thick gray fog dispersed rapidly like a chilling breeze. Qin Ye's gaze sharpened, immediately realizing the value of this flock of moon owls. Able to dispel the gray mist, they were practically the perfect scouts in the Ash-Earth world. Killing them was easy, capturing them alive was difficult. If he used fire arrows to clear the ground, he would only get a pile of owl meat and feathers. He raised his hand to suppress the crowd and ordered in a deep voice. "Everyone stay put and do not make any rash moves." Lin Xingyan came closer in confusion, but Qin Yi smiled as he stared at the moon owl circling in the air. "Don't rush, they are hungry and thirsty, they won't leave until they are full." The owls finally couldn't wait any longer and slowly descended towards the black pool. They circled 3 times above the water's surface to make sure there was no danger in the direction of the treehouse before landing on the muddy opposite bank and carefully dipping their sharp beaks into the water. Qin Yi immediately ordered Lu Yao to go to the warehouse and bring out the raw meat. Piles of raw meat appeared out of thin air on the shore, while the Queen of Thorns vines grew wildly, weaving into a huge thorny net, with heavy rocks tied to the edge of the net. The white wolves grabbed the 4 corners of the giant net and rose into the air on the wind. Qin Yi then looked at Wang Xiran and Wang Xiran, asking them to be the bait. Wang Xiran looked reluctant, but Qin Yi said seriously, "Because you two are more appetizing." The crowd suppressed their laughter and joined in. The twins could only go around to the other side, drop a few pieces of raw meat far away, and then hide behind a boulder. The aroma of the meat quickly spread, and a moon owl was the first to land. After tentatively touching the meat a few times, it began to wolf it down. With the first one taking the lead, more and more moon owls flew down to snatch the food. The raw meat was quickly devoured, and the still hungry moon owls finally turned their attention to the 2 mounds of fresh and tender flesh behind the boulder, which were clearly more tempting. A significantly larger moon owl let out a sharp cry and pounced on the twins. The sisters turned tail and ran, their screams echoing through the night. The owl swarm was completely enraged and gave chase, flapping its wings in a frenzied pursuit. The group lay prone on the bank, their eyes fixed on the approaching swarm of moon owls. When they were about 20 meters from the treehouse, the leader suddenly stopped, glancing warily at the mountain of raw meat piled up on the bank, and issued a warning. But hunger ultimately overwhelmed reason. The rich aroma of meat filled their nostrils, and the owl's swarm completely lost control, ignoring warnings and charging towards the pile of flesh. Qin Yi had been waiting for this moment, and he roared, "Catch them!" The white wolves in midair simultaneously released their grip, and the giant net of thorns bound to the rocks crashed down like a dark cloud. The leading moon owls were stunned and disoriented by the impact, and most of them were instantly trapped in the net. The trapped moon owl suddenly became ferocious, tearing at the mesh with its claws and frantically pecking at the thorns with its sharp beak. Qin Yi raised his arm and shouted, "Trap one at a time, don't fight them head on." The crowd immediately rushed forward and used their bodies to pin down the struggling moon owl. Some were pecked until they bled, others had their flesh torn by sharp claws, but no one retreated. The white wolf bit the wing of the moon owl, Yi Jinghan used his spear as a club to knock them unconscious one after another, and Lu Yao raised her hand and bloomed an ice lotus, freezing several moon owls into ice sculptures. Qin Yi didn't join the melee. His gaze remained fixed on the lone moon owl leader. Taking advantage of its attempt to escape, he flipped onto his white wolf and transformed into a silver lightning bolt to give chase. Sensing a deadly threat, the moon owl leader suddenly turned and pounced, its steel-hook-like claws aimed straight for Qin Yi's face. Qin Yi, however, was not alarmed but delighted. He drew his crimson flame longbow, and an arrow shot through the air, precisely piercing its left wing. The moon owl leader lost its balance, and crashed heavily to the ground. But just as Qin Yi was about to approach, its eyes suddenly flashed with a blinding white light, causing him to be temporarily blinded. Immediately afterward, the wind howled, and the moon owl, instead of fleeing, desperately pounced on him. Just as the claws were about to strike, several thick vines shot out from the ground, tightly binding its ankles, wings, and neck, instantly turning it into a thorny dumpling. The more it struggled, the deeper the thorns pierced, until finally it could only droop its wings in resentment. Qin Yi regained his sight, patted the white wolf, and laughed. "Didn't expect that, did you? I have a helper." In the instant he lost his sight, he had already used his authority as the treehouse's leader to summon the Thorn Queen for support. The battle was over. Qin Yi returned to the shore and joined the white wolves in dealing with the remaining owls. When the last moon owl's wings were bound, cheers resounded across the land. Everyone looked at the moon owls, all tightly bound, and couldn't stop laughing. In the Treehouse plaza, dozens of moon owls were bound by vines, their icy blue vertical pupils fixed on the roasting meat by the campfire. They whimpered pitifully from hunger, yet still stubbornly refused to bow their heads. Lin Xingyan crossed his arms and sneered, indicating that he had plenty of ways to wear down their arrogance. After the white wolf evolved, its size increased dramatically. The plaza was already crowded, and now with the addition of the moon owl, it was even more difficult to find a place to stand. Qin Yi simply took out the remains of the calamity beast, preparing to upgrade the treehouse. Pieces of the black tentacle demon king's bones shattered in his hands, turning into dust that drifted towards the towering tree. Then, the bones acquired in the trade were also brought over. After resting, Lu Yao and the others joined in to help. Dozens of hands worked together simultaneously, and the leveling progress skyrocketed. As the last piece of bone shattered, everyone looked up in unison. With a thunderous boom, the golden imperial edict tore through the gray mist. But first, another world announcement popped up. The Anlin Student Council has become the first to obtain the B-grade spirit beast, the wind and thunder howling moonhound. The smiles on everyone's faces froze. Jiang Lin, the student council president of Anlin, was a ruthless character that even the school administration didn't want to mess with. Lin Xingyan exclaimed in surprise that crazy woman, Jiang Lin, had actually come too. Yi Jinghong even sidled up to Qin Yi and teased him, saying that she was indeed his lover. Qin Yi's lips twitched, and he immediately denied that his relationship with Jiang Lin was purely platonic. The crowd dragged out their words, clearly not believing a word he said. Meanwhile, the world chat had completely exploded because of the B-rank spirit beast. The next second, a second imperial edict arrived, completely overshadowing the previous announcement. Class 3K successfully unlocked the level 2 treehouse and obtained the unique reward, the spirit beast nest. As the golden light fell, the towering tree seemed to be reborn, its trunk growing taller, its branches sprouting wildly, and tender green leaves quickly covering its branches. Like a withered tree coming back to life, the giant tree finally took on the appearance of a true treehouse. Deep within the tree canopy, a beast's nest woven from spirit wood branches slowly emerged. Inside, soft spirit grass covered the nest, with a pale blue crystal core embedded in the center. Green mist swirled like a light veil, radiating a vitality that spirit beasts could not resist. The white wolves howled excitedly, rushing into the den one after another, their fatigue and injuries visibly healing. Watching this, the moon owls finally swallowed hard. 3 of them were the first to succumb to the temptation, letting out soft whimpers of submission. Lin Xingyan's eyes lit up, and he immediately told the people who had captured them to come forward and claim them, and help to establish a contract. The contract light flashed, and the title of Blackwater Overlord appeared above the heads of the moon owls. All their attributes were enhanced, and their size and feather patterns were significantly strengthened. This scene completely shattered the stubbornness of the other moon owls. With meat to eat, a beast's nest to live in, and all their attributes to skyrocket, they could no longer resist. They all bowed their heads in submission and rushed into the spirit beast nest to enjoy the nourishment of spiritual energy. Finally, only the leader of the moon owls remained, tied up alone, its neck stiff and refusing to submit. Lin Xingyan looked on in bewilderment, but Qin Yi smiled nonchalantly. The strong always have pride. Let's starve it for 3 days first. The moon owl leader glared at Qin Yi, issuing a sharp protest. Qin Yi ignored it, continuing to study the new treehouse panel. His fingertips swept across the newly added functions, and the smile on his lips deepened. Chapter 31. I don't want to poop naked anymore. The moment the treehouse successfully upgraded to level 2, the panel in front of Qin Yi immediately refreshed. In addition to the original abilities such as nest building, hatching, and water absorption, a brand new modification interface appeared. The current water storage is 104 units, which is still far from the upper limit of 500 units, and the level is still stuck at the initial stage of level 2, but the evaluation has changed to some progress. Qin Yi opened the modification interface, where a dense row of building options was listed below. The spirit beast training ground could improve combat proficiency, the shower bath could restore stamina and cleanse the body, the composting outhouse could process excrement and produce fertilizer, and the floating garden could grow spirit plants. Each item was clearly explained, making his head spin for a moment. Unfortunately, most buildings require specific blueprints to unlock, so we can only look at them for now. However, the level 2 treehouse isn't without its surprises. It allows for free adjustment of the location and size of the interior areas, and partitions such as the water tank, warehouse, and hatchery can be redesigned. However, the renovation requires a large amount of monster skeletons and life branches. It was clearly not time to enjoy it yet. Qin Yi only told a few core members, including Lu Yao and Su Wan, and casually mentioned it in the management group. As a result, Yi Jinghong was the first to jump out and tell him to build a toilet as soon as possible, otherwise Lin Xingyan would be squatting on a tree branch to poop naked. Lin Xingyan immediately retaliated, scolding Yi Jinghong for having any shame, saying that last time someone couldn't hold it in and almost rushed into the gray fog to relieve themselves. Lu Yao, on the other hand, remained calm, believing that other buildings could wait, but the toilets had to be the top priority, as hygiene was related to the health of the entire team. When Wan and Su Wan immediately agreed, since every time they went to the toilet far away, they had to worry about the disaster beasts suddenly jumping out. Qin Yi had originally intended to lighten the mood, so he casually asked how they wiped their bottoms when they didn't have toilet paper. The admin group instantly fell silent. When he looked up, he met several smiling faces, their eyes filled with a murderous intent that seemed almost tangible, as if they were about to silence him at any moment. Qin Yi quickly coughed twice, tactfully admitting his mistake and saying that a toilet would be arranged immediately. He opened the modification interface, flipped to the most basic building option, and found that a simple outhouse only required 100 pieces of calamity beast bones and 100 purified life branches. This cost wasn't excessive, so he immediately placed an order on the trading post, exchanging black water for enough calamity beast bones. As for the life tree branches, although there were quite a few stored in the warehouse, they were all rotten, covered with black stains from the remnants of the gray mist, and emanating a faint evil aura. They had to be purified before they could be used. And the key to purification was the pure water droplets produced by the dawn redwood. Qin Yi led his core team, along with the 3 newly tamed moon owls, to the water reservoir on the first floor of the treehouse. After the treehouse was upgraded to level 2, the reservoir's area doubled, but the water level dropped significantly, revealing the clean sand at the bottom. The dawn redwood still stood quietly in the center of the reservoir, a pale blue halo enveloping the surface, and 20 bubbles of pure water droplets floated in midair like transparent pearls. Qin Yi gestured with his chin towards the 3 moon owls, signaling them to use up their daily collection attempts. The 3 moon owls, no longer as arrogant as before, cried out upon hearing the command, flapped their fluorescent wings, and flew into the pool. Their sharp talons lightly grazed the water surface, and the progress bar above their heads began to advance rapidly. Lu Yao quickly discovered that the moon owl's gathering speed was much faster than the white wolf's, completing a gathering attempt almost in the blink of an eye. Lin Xingyan explained that different spirit beasts have different characteristics. The white wolf is strong and suitable for long-term combat and heavy gathering. The moon owl is fast and agile, so its gathering efficiency is naturally higher. Moreover, their searchlight can dispel the gray fog, making them suitable for exploring farther places and even illuminating hidden treasure chests. Su Wan nodded in agreement, suggesting that future resource gathering could be handled by the moon owls, while the white wolf would remain near the treehouse to gather resources from the Thorn Queen and Blackwater Pool. Everyone agreed that this arrangement was reasonable. As they spoke, their 10 gathering opportunities were exhausted. The 3 moon owls circled the water once before returning wearily to the spirit beast's nest. Qin Yi combined the 10 newly collected water droplets with the 20 he had previously stored and activated his synthesis talent. After 10 triple synthesis, he obtained 10 purification water droplets. He then used 9 purification water droplets to synthesize 3 pure spirit dews, while also absorbing excess energy, increasing his stamina by 1 point. Finally, the 3 pure spirit dews were synthesized again, transforming into a single purification spirit dew, further increasing his power by 3 points. Su Wan's discerning eye immediately lit up, revealing the properties of the purifying dew to everyone. This substance contained 1,000 drops of high-purity purifying liquid, capable of purifying all severe pollutants and also possessing the remarkable effect of accelerating plant growth. Upon hearing that it could purify severe pollution, Yi Jingheng exclaimed in surprise, feeling that the decaying life-giving tree branch shouldn't have reached that level. Qin decided to test the effect. They moved several flat boulders to the pool, chiseled grooves into them with their weapons, and temporarily made stone vats. The largest vat was used to hold the purifying dew. The system said there were 1,000 drops, but after popping the bubbles and pouring it out, there was only about a bowlful. The dew had a faint green glow and emitted a fresh herbal fragrance. Just smelling it was invigorating. Qin carefully took out a drop of purifying dew and dripped it into another stone vat filled with ordinary pure water. The pale green liquid dissolved instantly upon contact with the water, and the entire vat of clear water immediately glowed with a soft green light. Seeing this, Lu Yao directly took out 100 decaying life branches from her storage ring and threw them all in. As soon as the branches entered the water, they made a piercing sizzling sound. The black stains on the surface melted away rapidly, like ice and snow being heated, and countless bubbles rose continuously, quickly turning the entire tank of water murky and black. At the same time, the originally dry and blackened branches began to revive, with tender green buds breaking through the bark and growing rapidly along the branches. Before long, all 100 branches were completely transformed, vibrant green and radiating a rich life force. Qin was astonished, never expecting the purifying dew to be so potent. 1 drop of dew was just enough to purify 100 decaying branches, but the vat of water was now completely ruined and could no longer be used. Once he had gathered all the materials, Qin didn't delay any longer and immediately opened the construction interface. The system prompted him whether to consume 100 pieces of calamity beast bones and 100 life branches to build a simple hut. Qin pressed confirm without hesitation and then began selecting a location. He thought for a moment, then placed the outhouse in a corner of the treehouse platform and manipulated the treehouse to extend a 3-meter square suspended platform. This way, it wouldn't take up the main area and could be kept dry by utilizing the high-altitude winds. The next second, the bones and branches in the warehouse turned into starlight and disappeared into the treehouse's branches. A small branch in the corner of the platform grew and twisted rapidly, transforming into a simple hut in just a few breaths. The walls were woven from emerald green branches, the roof was covered with soft, spiritual grass, and small white flowers dotted the surroundings. It did not look shabby at all, in fact, it had a touch of elegance. Qin clapped his hands, laughing triumphantly, and announced that he would no longer have to go far to use the toilet. He then added that the weeds next to the outhouse had broad and thick leaves, which should also be usable as toilet paper temporarily. Everyone fell silent. So after all that talk, he was still thinking about this. Chapter 32: The Little Fairy in the Room. After everyone returned to Tree Nest Square, the newly built simple outhouse immediately became the focus of attention. The walls, woven from lush green vines and adorned with small white flowers, looked both elegant and practical. Everyone excitedly gathered around to experience it, and laughter quickly filled the square. Qin didn't join in the fun. Instead, he sat down by the campfire and opened the treehouse upgrade interface. Although the treehouse had been upgraded, their small room was still cramped. He and Wenwan had been living together for 3 days, sleeping almost every night, which was really inconvenient. He simply decided to expand a few small tents. Eventually, the rooms were expanded to a size that could fit a 1.8-meter bed. Further expansion would consume the remains of the calamity beasts, so Qin stopped while he was ahead and did not waste resources. Looking at her now larger private room, Lin Xingyan stretched comfortably and gave Qin a thumbs up, sighing that she was finally free from Jinghong's chest-burying kill, a euphemism for a sexual encounter. Qin shook his head and chuckled, thinking she was truly ungrateful for her good fortune. Today, the spirit beasts didn't go out to gather resources, so there were no magic crystals to absorb. After finishing their chores, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. The treehouse floor was now covered with a layer of soft leaves, much more comfortable than the hardwood before. Qin had just lain down when he saw Wenwan walk in, yawning. He had thought that after the room was expanded, Wenwan would choose to live with other girls, but he didn't expect her to come back here. However, Wenwan had long lost the mature and elegant demeanor she had when they first met. Her hair was covered in gray mist and clung messily to her cheeks. Her white shirt was also covered in scratches and stains, and her body reeked of the burnt smell of the calamity beast, the smell of sweat, and the fishy smell of the black pool. The smell assaulted his nostrils the moment he got close, and Qin Yi, far from having any romantic thoughts, even subconsciously moved away. This small movement was immediately noticed by Wenwan, who raised an eyebrow and glared at him with obvious displeasure. Qin Yi quickly explained that he was just making room for her. Wenwan clearly didn't believe this lame excuse. As she brushed the ash off her hair and let her messy long hair fall loose, she sighed softly. "If only I could take a shower." She sat down next to Qin Yi, and the smell became even stronger as their clothes rubbed together. Qin Yi could only comfort her, saying that it would be soon. Once they got more fertile soil and the waterside treehouse was built, the bathing problem would be solved. Upon hearing this, Wenwan immediately asked him if he had already dealt with the dawn redwood. Qin Yi told her that he had soaked the dawn redwood in pure spiritual dew, and it wouldn't be long before it grew into a sapling. Wenwan was somewhat surprised, finding the approach too extravagant. Qin Yi, however, knew very well that the water tree house was a treasure trove, and the sooner it was built, the greater the benefits. In addition to the dawn redwood, he also manipulated the tree roots to extend into the black water pool, directly channeling the black water into the reservoir. After a good night's sleep, the dawn redwood can purify 500 units of black water. Then, all that's needed to build the water tree house is 1,000 branches of life and 100 fertile soil. After listening, Wenwan suddenly said she needed to take care of something quickly, and then hurriedly left the room. About 15 minutes later, she pushed the door open again, and a delicate orchid fragrance instantly filled the room, dispelling the lingering odor. Qin Yi was a little surprised and asked her where she had gone, and why she suddenly smelled so good. Wenwan rolled her eyes and said that she had gone to take a shower, of course. Qin Yi was even more puzzled, since there weren't many clean water sources available at the moment. Her soft, pretty face flushed slightly as she softly told him that she had exchanged a drop of purifying water with Lu Yao. She had used the extra drop she had from the previous synthesis. Qin Yi felt a pang of heartache upon hearing this and couldn't help but say she was being too extravagant. Wenwan, however, shifted the blame onto him, stating that it was all because someone disliked her strong odor. Qin Yi was both amused and exasperated, and was about to retort when Wenwan threatened to swim around Blackwater Pool before returning. Qin Yi immediately admitted defeat and agreed to reimburse her. Wenwan was finally satisfied. With a refreshing fragrance, she lay down beside him and softly said goodnight. Qin Yi was about to speak when Wenwan closed her eyes. He felt like he'd been tricked by this succubus again. But Wenwan's skin, flushed with a faint pink after her bath, exuded a fragrance of orchids mixed with the refreshing scent of spiritual dew, as if it possessed some kind of magic, making him unable to resist getting closer. Her soft cheeks were flushed, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and instead of refusing, she instinctively snuggled into his arm. Qin Yi stared at her, seemingly fast asleep, and was momentarily lost in thought. Finally, he couldn't resist leaning over and kissing her. Just then, Wenwan opened her eyes. Qin Yi was caught red-handed and could only awkwardly touch his nose, asking her if she hadn't fallen asleep. Wenwan looked at him with a half-smile, her voice still soft, but she accused him of being a pervert. Qin Yi didn't deny it at all, frankly admitting that she had discovered him. The two looked at each other, and the air in the room suddenly became ambiguous and thick, even their breathing seemed to slow down. Finally, Qin Yi broke the silence first, telling her to sleep. Wenwan responded softly, closed her eyes but didn't move. Qin Yi didn't move either, he could even hear her heart pounding. He was about to move closer when Wenwan gently reminded him not to move, adding that they could continue after he solved the soundproofing problem of the treehouse. Qin Yi was both amused and exasperated by her teasing, and could only mutter, "Little vixen," under his breath before finally stopping his impulsive actions. The room quickly fell silent, with only the steady breathing of the two people remaining. In the dead of night, the treehouse was deathly silent. The group, having endured a day of fierce fighting, were fast asleep, their snores filling the air. But in other corners of the Emberworld, the scene was entirely different. Countless survivors gripped their weapons, staring intently at the countdown timer on the control panel, their eyes filled with anxiety and fear. The world chat was already flooded with messages, all revolving around the impending end of the newbie protection period. Some people were devastated, shouting that there were only 2 hours left until midnight, and without the barrier, they couldn't stop the monsters at all. Some complained that their team was a complete liability, and were willing to give up all their resources, just to beg for the protection of a powerful figure. Others were so nervous that they were talking nonsense. No one dared to sleep, everyone was anxiously awaiting midnight. Only Class 3K had almost forgotten about it, because their newbie protection shield had already shattered when they captured Blackwater Pool. Moreover, the treehouse is patrolled by Big Black and Little Green, and illuminated by the Moon Owl's searchlight with 360-degree coverage, making it impossible for ordinary monsters to get close. Even if some manage to escape, the thorn spikes and thorn queen that Lu Yao set up before going to sleep are enough to form 2 lines of defense. However, they seem to have forgotten one important thing. Just as all the survivors were on edge, the expected notification of the end of the newbie protection period did not appear. Instead, a golden world announcement suddenly exploded across the entire scorched earth. World announcement: auspicious signs descend upon the world, and beasts roar across the heavens. The wind whispers praises through the treetops, and the spring's gushing spirit bathes new souls. Congratulations to the Treehouse team of Class 3K for successfully hatching an A-grade spirit beast egg, the Rending Wind Wolf. Hidden achievement unlocked, Beast King Pioneer. Rewards: Beast Soul Crystal X1, All People Carnival Gift Box, Pet Training Ground Blueprint. Chapter 33: Rending Wind Wolf's Berserk Battle Against Aoi Sora. Inside the treehouse, a loud bang jolted everyone awake. They sat up, rubbing their eyes, completely bewildered and unable to comprehend what had happened. Yi Jingheng yawned and casually asked if anyone was incubating a spirit beast. Jin Yi suddenly slapped his forehead, his expression instantly changing. He then remembered that he had forgotten the Riftwind Wolf egg in the incubation room. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and rushed towards the incubation room. The others immediately snapped out of their daze and hurriedly followed. In the center of the incubation chamber, scattered on a pile of straw were broken eggshells, some blue and some white. A small wolf, about the size of a washbasin, was curled up in the middle, its body soaking wet, yet already exuding a distinctly extraordinary aura. It was pure white, with a few strands of azure wind and thunder patterns interspersed among its fur, and a sapphire the size of a mung bean between its brows. Most notably, it had a pair of miniature wings on its back, with silvery white wind feathers that were closely fitted together, and the tips of the feathers were adorned with pale purple lightning. When they trembled slightly, they would produce a soft rumble of thunder. The little gray wolf stared intently at the eggshell on the ground with its round, amber eyes, nodding its little head as if carefully assessing whether it was edible. Wan Shiran couldn't help but find it adorable and was about to reach out to touch it when Lin Xingyan grabbed her arm, reminding her that newborn spirit beasts were very wary. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the little wolf suddenly sneezed, and its stomach growled. It lowered its head and began munching on the broken eggshells, finishing them off in no time, but it still looked terribly hungry. It raised its amber eyes, looking pitifully at Qin Yi, letting out a plaintive whimper. Qin Yi was prepared, smiling as he took out the Black-Tent Demon King crystal core, about the size of a human head, and handed it to it. The growth of an A-grade spirit beast consumes a great deal of energy, and this crystal core was something Qin Yi had deliberately left behind. The little gray wolf's eyes lit up instantly upon smelling the crystal core's aura, and it pounced on it, opening its small mouth to reveal its sharp milk teeth, and began to frantically gnaw at it. As the blue light on the surface of the crystal core was continuously absorbed into its body, the wind and thunder patterns on its body became brighter and brighter, pale purple lightning danced among its fur, and the silver-white wings on its back slowly unfolded. The cracking sounds continued as the crystal core was quickly devoured. The little gray wolf also grew rapidly before everyone's eyes, from the size of a washbasin to over a meter tall. Its fur became more fluffy, its wingspan reached 2 meters, and its aura of wind and thunder became much stronger, with a faint wisp of cool water vapor emanating from it. A notification appeared. The rending wind wolf absorbed the black tentacle demon king's crystal core, successfully evolving from its juvenile stage to its adult stage. The crystal core contained a massive amount of water elemental energy, unlocking the rending wind wolf's water-based talent. The rending wind wolf underwent a mutation, advancing from rank A to rank A+, successfully advancing to the rending wind wolf king. Everyone was shocked. Su-1 immediately began the appraisal, and a light blue attribute panel appeared before their eyes. The rending wind wolf king, in its use stage, is a level A+. Its elements are wind, rain, and thunder. Its skills include wind control, thunderstorm, rain summoning, thunderstorm, and beast king's intimidation. Its innate talents are wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Yi Jinghong's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise that this was actually a 3-elemental spirit beast. Lin Xingyan was also extremely excited, especially after seeing the beast king's aura skill, which made her even more certain that an A+ grade bloodline was far superior to that of ordinary spirit beasts. Qin Yi stepped forward, and the wolf king immediately nuzzled his palm affectionately. Its wings flapped gently on its back, emitting a cheerful thunderous sound, clearly indicating that it considered Qin Yi its closest confidant. The crowd escorted Qin Yi and the wolf king back to the upper platform. But as soon as they appeared, the moon owls and white wolves, who had been resting in their den, immediately became agitated, retreating and their eyes filled with vigilance. The most obvious reaction came from the unruly moon owl leader. It abruptly stood up, its icy blue vertical pupils fixed on the Azure Wolf King, its body trembling slightly uncontrollably. Sensing hostility, the Wolf King raised its head and let out a clear wolf howl. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried a powerful beast king's aura, instantly enveloping the entire platform. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The moon owls and the white wolves all lowered their heads, all their imposing aura suppressed, even their breathing becoming cautious. The leader of the moon owls even collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way. Its wings drooped at its sides, a humble whimper escaped its throat, and its eyes were filled with nothing but fear and submission. It was clearly an adult D-rank spirit beast, and its strength was not weak, but in the face of the overwhelming bloodline pressure of the rending wind wolf king, it couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. This disparity is like an ant encountering a dragon. Even if the dragon hasn't truly grown up yet, the innate hierarchical advantage is enough to make it bow down and submit. Qin Yi was in a great mood, smiling as he patted the Azure Wolf King's head. Suddenly he suggested that since its name contained the character Azure, why not call it Azure Thunderclap? Everyone was speechless for a moment. Even the usually taciturn Su-1 couldn't help but wonder if he was serious. Yi Jinghong added fuel to the fire, suggesting they just name him Tsung Jinkong. Qin Yi even seriously praised him as a genius, which infuriated everyone into complete silence. How could such a domineering wolf king be worthy of such an outrageous name? Finally, after strong protests from all members, the wolf cub's name was decided. Qin Yi looked at it and solemnly said, "From now on, it will be called Tsung Huang." Tsung Huang nuzzled Qin Yi's palm, then tilted its head back and howled again, as if responding to its new name. The crowd looked at the moon owl leader lying on the ground, then at the imposing Tsung Huang beside Qin Yi, their eyes gradually igniting with fervor. With this A+ grade Azure Wolf King, plus the White Wolf and the Moon Owl pack, the overall combat strength of Class K in the third year has been raised to a whole new level. Meanwhile, the world of Ember Earth was already in an uproar because of that announcement. The fear brought about by the impending end of the newbie protection period was temporarily forgotten by everyone. Everyone was talking about Class 3K and the newly born A-rank spirit beast. Jealousy, shock, and awe intertwined, making Qin Yi and Class 3K the focus of the entire Ember Earth world once again. Chapter 34: The Birth of the S-Class Wolf King. The 3 world-class awards hung silently in midair, each radiating an alluring glow that captivated everyone in Class 3K. Beast soul crystals can raise a spirit beast's level by one small increment, up to a maximum of S rank. The All People Carnival gift box allows you to choose one resource, and all Treehouse teams receive one. The Battle Pet Training Ground blueprint unlocks after reaching Treehouse level 3, It's used to enhance spirit beast attributes and potential, and even has a chance to break through bloodline limits and evolve into a higher-level spirit beast. Especially the blueprint for the Battle Pet Training Ground, which was practically tailor-made for Class 3K. Once the training ground is built, raising spirit beasts will no longer rely solely on brute force of resources. What will truly determine their potential will be bloodline breakthroughs. As for the Beast Soul Crystal, Genie didn't hesitate at all and tossed it directly to the Azure Emperor at his feet. The Azure Emperor had now mutated into an A+ grade Azure Wolf King. If it were to advance one more grade, it would be a true S grade. In just one day, it surged from rank A to rank S, a growth rate so absurd it was unbelievable. The Azure Emperor excitedly tilted its head back and let out a whimper, then leaped up and swallowed the fist-sized Beast Soul Crystal in one gulp. The moment the crystal core entered its belly, a dazzling light erupted from its body. Its snow-white fur grew wildly, becoming fluffy and glossy, like it was wearing a silver-white battle robe. Its body, which was originally just over a meter tall, rapidly expanded, and its muscle lines became smoother. In just a moment, it transformed into a giant wolf nearly 2 meters tall, taller than an adult human. Its wind and thunder wings were fully extended, with a wingspan of 3 meters. Pale purple electric light constantly flickered on its silvery white wings, making a crackling sound and carrying a heart-palpitating sense of oppression. Most astonishingly, there was a sapphire between its eyebrows. The crystallized energy was being absorbed frantically, and the gem's color gradually changed from deep blue to a dazzling golden yellow, as if it were inlaid with a small sun, radiating a powerful life force. The next second, the Azure Emperor raised its head and roared, its wolf howl piercing the clouds and splitting rocks, echoing throughout the heavens. An invisible pressure swept outwards from its center, and the thick gray fog around it was as if it had encountered a natural enemy, instantly being pushed back 100 meters, revealing a clear sky. This is no longer the immature aura of a young spirit beast, but the posture of a true king descending, looking down upon the world and looking down on all living beings. A system notification sounded. The Rending Wind Wolf King has completed its evolution, successfully advancing to S rank and unlocking its full attribute panel. Riftwind Wolf King, in his youth, level S-. Strength 300, Agility 300, Stamina 300, Spirit 3000. His elements are wind, rain, and thunder. His skills include Hurricane, Thunderstorm, Rain Summoning, Thunderstorm, and Beast King's Intimidation. His talent is wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Everyone fell silent upon seeing the terrifying numbers on the panel. The changes to skills and talents weren't drastic, but the base attributes had increased more than tenfold, especially the 3,000 points of mental strength, a completely overwhelming difference. Yi Jinghong's eyes widened, his voice trembling, and he couldn't help but curse that this was simply invincible. The skeletal giant lizard and the black tentacle demon king that had given them headaches before would probably not even be worthy opponents in front of the current Sang Huang. Wan Xiran also covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. If it was already this strong in its adolescence, she couldn't even imagine what kind of monster it would become when it grew into its youth and adulthood. Qingyi grinned and waved at Sang Huang. The Wolf King, who was majestic just a second ago, trotted over to him the next second, rubbing its huge head against his palm. Its golden vertical pupils were full of docility, and there was not a trace of its kingly majesty left. When Wan walked over and sighed with some regret. It was a pity that this evolution didn't trigger a world announcement, otherwise Class 3K could have gotten another round of rewards for free. Everyone nodded in agreement. It seems the world announcement only recognizes milestone events like hatching, while Spirit Beast advancement is not included in the rules. Otherwise, it would be possible to continuously upgrade Spirit Beasts and repeatedly farm rewards in a nested manner. After his initial excitement subsided, Qingyi turned his attention to the All-People Carnival gift box. He stroked his chin and asked which resources he should choose from this time. Lin Xingyan immediately jumped out and said without hesitation that he would choose fertile soil. Fertile soil was the most needed material for building the water tree house. They could gather all the other materials, but they had never had a stable source of it. Some suggested choosing the more expensive magic crystal, since it can increase attributes. The newbie protection period is about to end, and improving strength is the key. Lu Yao shook her head, immediately rejecting the idea. While magic crystals were indeed precious at this stage, fertile soil was the real necessity. Other resources could be accumulated slowly, but fertile soil was a rare commodity that even money couldn't guarantee purchase. After a brief discussion, everyone quickly reached a consensus. Qinyi didn't hesitate any longer, and directly chose fertile soil from the gift box. The next second, a simple world announcement popped up. Compared to the previous dazzling golden imperial edict, this announcement was as rudimentary as a temporary notice. The world announcement shows that Class 3K has launched a nationwide carnival gift box, with everyone celebrating together and all Treehouse teams receiving a share of fertile soil. The already lively world chat channel exploded instantly. Some mocked Class 3K for being out of their minds, choosing a piece of dirt of all things. Did they think dirt could be eaten? Others felt they should have chosen bread or a magic crystal. The protection period was about to end, and attributes were what mattered most. Of course, some people were more direct in their sour remarks, saying they couldn't understand the world of the strong and that Class K in the third year probably didn't lack resources at all. Others simply said that if they thought the fertile soil was useless, they could mail it to him, since it was free. Qinyi ignored the noise in the world channel, opened the trading post, and changed the exchange conditions for Blackwater to fertile soil. With the reserves of Blackwater Pool, as long as the trade continues, it won't be long before they can gather the 100 portions of fertile soil needed to build the water tree house. At this moment, Lin Xingmian yawned, rubbed her eyes, and said that she had been busy all day and was too sleepy to continue, so she should go back to sleep. Everyone else also looked tired, nodded, and went back to their rooms to rest. Night fell, and the treehouse fell silent. The students of Class 3K slept soundly, their snores filling the air, as if the day's battles and triumphs had already faded into the distance. But at dawn, a biting cold wind suddenly swept across the entire ash world, swirling up ashes everywhere, as if the end of the world had arrived prematurely. With a crack, the protective barriers surrounding countless tree houses shattered simultaneously, dissipating into streaks of light. A chilling system notification echoed in everyone's minds. The newbie protection period has ended, the Emberlands have entered the period of active monsters, and the giant beasts that have been dormant in the mist are beginning to gradually revive. The countdown to the end-of-month monster tide has begun, at 27 days and 23 hours and 59 minutes. Chapter 35 Qinyi's Unbelievable Contribution Value. The world chat was instantly flooded with panic. Some people cried out in despair, saying they couldn't even defeat ordinary monsters, and now a monster tide was coming at the end of the month. It was practically a death sentence. Others gritted their teeth and reminded everyone that there was still a month until the end of the month, and desperately improving their strength might offer a glimmer of hope. Soon, someone cried out in the channel that monstrous beasts had spawned in the great fog and their treehouse was under siege. Cries for help, angry shouts, and screams of escape mingled together, as everyone urged their treehouses to move, trying to survive the monstrous beast encirclement. At first, there was some discussion about the beast tide at the end of the month, but soon the world chat became quiet. It wasn't that the panic had disappeared, but rather that everyone was forced to engage in combat, and simply didn't have the extra energy to continue speaking. In stark contrast to the horrific scene outside, Qinyi was only briefly awakened by the system notification in the treehouse of Class 3K. He turned over, hugged the warm, soft body beside him, mumbled a complaint about the noise, and then fell back into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to him, within the gray mist surrounding the treehouse, pairs of scarlet pupils were slowly lighting up. They were densely packed, like blood-red stars in the dark night, silently enveloping the entire giant tree. Inside the spirit beast's nest, the Azure Emperor suddenly opened its eyes, a wary glint in its golden vertical pupils. It stood up, smelling the strong stench of blood and malevolent energy in the air, and immediately growled, waking all the sleeping white wolves in the nest. The white wolves looked up groggily, not yet understanding what was happening, when the Azure Emperor flicked its tail and issued an unquestionable command. All the white wolves instantly snapped to attention and silently followed it out of the treehouse. As it passed through the treetops, the Azure Emperor saw the Moon Owl leader on patrol and growled, instructing it to take all the moon owls and light up the area around the treehouse, but to move quietly so as not to disturb its master's rest. The moon owl leader immediately bowed its head in response and quickly summoned its tribe. Soon, dozens of eerie green lights appeared in the treetops, like searchlights, illuminating the area around the treehouse as if it were daytime. The gray mist was dispelled by the light, revealing countless monstrous beasts. They bared their teeth and slowly approached the treehouse. Leading them was a massive black-scaled python as thick as a bucket, its cold, vertical pupils glowing with an eerie green light, its scales hard and covered in thick black smoke. Judging by its sheer presence, this giant python was far stronger than the previous D-rank skeletal giant lizard. It was also accompanied by a dozen or so spiky lizards, their auras fierce, and they were at least D-rank in strength. The Azure Emperor stared coldly at the giant black-scaled python, letting out a low growl as if mocking a mere worm for daring to launch a sneak attack. The next second, a golden crystal between its brows lit up, and a water-blue light enveloped its entire body. Its snow-white fur moved without wind, and its wind and thunder wings slowly unfolded on its back. Lightning flashed between its silvery white wings, and a gale swirled around it, causing the air to tremble. The Azure Emperor roared to the sky, its loud wolf howl tearing through the night. The moment the sound waves spread, all the surrounding beasts trembled, their crimson pupils contracting sharply, and fear from the depths of their blood made them instinctively retreat. Almost the instant the wolf's howl subsided, a violent gust of air rose from the Azure Emperor's body. Countless sharp wind blades burst forth like a torrential rain, and it suddenly flapped its wind and thunder wings, unleashing a typhoon-like shockwave that swept in all directions, directly dispersing a large swath of gray mist. At Sun Huang's command, he leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of blue and white lightning, charging straight at the black-scaled python. Sensing a deadly threat, the python's scales instantly bristled, its massive body shrank abruptly, and it turned to try and escape back into the gray mist. It never imagined that this seemingly ordinary treehouse would harbor an S-class wolf king. Unfortunately, by then it was too late to escape. With a deafening roar, thunder roared. The Azure Emperor arrived in an instant, accompanied by countless wind blades and lightning. The black-scaled giant python didn't even have time to scream before its massive body was torn to pieces, black blood splattering all over the ground, and a stench spreading everywhere. The remaining dozen or so skeletal lizards were terrified and turned to run. But the white wolves had already pounced on them, pinned them to the ground, and tore them to pieces in the blink of an eye. The horde of calamity beasts surrounding the treehouse completely collapsed, retreating madly like a receding tide, not daring to look back. The Azure Emperor stood atop the tree, its golden vertical pupils coldly sweeping across the depths of the gray mist, and once again let out a majestic wolf howl, as if declaring ownership of this area. That night, the world of Ashlands was filled with wails of agony, and countless treehouses struggled desperately under the onslaught of monstrous beasts. Only the treehouse of Class 3K remained undisturbed, its inhabitants still fast asleep, their snores filling the air. The next morning, the first rays of light pierced through the gray mist and shone on the treehouse of Class 3K. The group rubbed their sleepy eyes and stepped out of their rooms. As soon as they reached the tree nest platform, they were startled awake by the scene below. On the open ground, the remains of monstrous beasts were piled up like mountains. The remains of the black-scaled giant python gleamed with a cold, eerie light in the morning light, and a large amount of equipment and weapons were scattered around it. The most dazzling thing was a pile of glittering crystal cores, numbering over 100, of varying sizes, emitting faint energy fluctuations. Yi Jinghong was the first to rush forward, squatting in front of the pile of crystal cores. With trembling hands, he picked up a core, his eyes shining with excitement. Looking at the spoils scattered on the ground, he could hardly believe that nearly 1,000 calamity beasts had been eliminated last night, and not a single one had been left alive. Genie walked over with a smile, saying that of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. His gaze fell on the spirit beast's nest, where he saw the Azure Emperor walking over with elegant steps, its huge head gently nuzzling his palm, its golden vertical pupils full of expectant praise. Genie patted its head and gently praised it for its hard work. Sun Huang immediately raised its head and let out a proud wolf howl, its tail wagging like a small flag, showing no trace of the Wolf King's domineering aura it had displayed last night. Lin Xingyan then realized that it was Tseng Huang and the White Wolves who had guarded the treehouse last night. Her eyes were full of admiration as she looked at Tseng Huang, and she couldn't help but marvel at how ridiculously powerful the S-rank Wolf King was. Qin Yi clapped his hands, signaling everyone to stop just watching and to quickly start a fire and cook a meal. They would have an extra meal today to reward these great contributors. Upon hearing about the extra meal, Tseng Huang's eyes lit up instantly. He fluttered around Qin Yi, eager like a dog waiting for its meat. A campfire quickly rose, chunks of meat sizzled and dripped with oil, their rich aroma wafting on the wind. White Wolf and Mu now gathered around, their eyes fixed on the roasting meat. As soon as the meat was cooked, Tseng Huang couldn't wait to pounce on it, burying its huge head in the pile of meat and eating it frantically. The original mountain of meat was devoured by its whirlwind attack, with hardly any scraps left. Yi Jinghong's lips twitched as he watched, unable to help but remark that this appetite was outrageous. It was the amount prepared for all the spirit beasts. Tseng Huang licked the oil from the corner of its mouth, looked up at Qin Yi, its claws still pawing at his trouser leg, clearly wanting to continue. The white wolves beside them stared at the empty meat rack, their ears drooping and tails hanging down to the ground, looking pitifully at their wolf king. Qin Yi sighed helplessly, then laughed and said that if they ate like this every meal, that Tseng Huang would eventually squander their entire fortune. He then turned to Lu Yao and asked how many contribution points that pile of meat had consumed. Lu Yao lowered her head and calculated for a moment, then quickly gave the answer, approximately 1,000 contribution points. Upon hearing this number, everyone gasped in astonishment. Some people worked themselves to the bone all day and couldn't even earn 100 points, yet that Tseng Huang ate 1,000 in one meal. He was practically a money-devouring beast. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and soon someone became curious, asking Lu Yao and Qin Yi how many contribution points they actually had. After all, he spent his days either synthesizing items or fighting monsters, so he must have quite a few. All eyes immediately turned to Lu Yao. Lu Yao opened the ledger and calmly reported the numbers. Including the rewards for killing the skeleton giant lizard and the black tentacle demon king, the world rewards from the Tseng Huang hatching, and the contributions from gathering and synthesizing materials, Qin Yi had a total of 167,800 points. She added that some special blueprints are of inestimable value, and strictly speaking, Qin Yi's contribution would only be greater. The number 160,000 was like a thunderbolt, exploding directly in the crowd. Everyone froze instantly, their eyes wide open, their gazes towards Qin Yi practically green with envy, like a pack of hungry wolves eyeing a piece of fat meat. While others toil all day to accumulate only a few hundred contribution points, Qin Yi casually pulls off a few heists and instantly reaches 160,000. This disparity is utterly outrageous. Even selling everyone in the treehouse wouldn't be enough to cover a fraction of his contribution. Qin Yi, who usually never bothered with the accounts and always asked Lu Yao for whatever he wanted, was taken aback when he heard the number. After a moment, he immediately patted Tseng Huang's head generously and loudly declared that Tseng Huang could eat as much as it wanted, that there was absolutely enough, and that its master had plenty of money. Upon understanding, Tseng Huang jumped up excitedly, its enormous head rubbing against Qin Yi's face repeatedly, its howls filled with joy. The crowd watched the man and the wolf, their lips twitching uncontrollably. With 160,000 contribution points backing them up, their confidence was truly different. Chapter 36: The Greatest Manipulation. On the fourth day after entering the world of ashes, as dawn broke through the gray fog, Class 3K had completely shaken off their initial panic. Under Lu Yao's coordination, everyone performed their duties, and the spirit beasts also had clear divisions of labor. The Moonao squad flapped their fluorescent wings to go out and collect resources, while the White Wolf Legion was responsible for harvesting thorns and digging resource points. The entire treehouse operated in an orderly manner. Qin Yi continued to act as a hands-off manager, lazily leaning against the sun-warmed rock, his fingertips constantly tracing the treehouse panel. He was simultaneously monitoring the resource trading interface to deal with the black water and browsing the world chat, his posture as leisurely as a retired old man. After last night's monster attack, the atmosphere in the world chat completely changed. The boring arguments and boasting of the past have almost disappeared, replaced by a screen full of urgency. Some people are buying up supplies at high prices, some are exchanging tips on how to defend against the monsters, and others are searching for teams to join. Everyone knows that the real test will come at the end of the month with the beast tide. The more resources you accumulate now, the better your chances of survival will be. Qin scrolled through the chat history, and quickly understood the situation. Those treehouse leaders who only knew how to talk big weren't all dead, they had simply lost their original influence. Many weaker treehouses hadn't even been breached by the monsters before their members had already deserted and joined more powerful treehouses. The system forcibly teleports new members to the new treehouse, giving them a chance to escape the destruction of the old treehouse. Because of this, large-scale legions have begun to appear in the Emberworld. Logically, there should be a limit to the number of people who can join a treehouse each day, and Qin couldn't understand how those legion leaders managed to exceed that limit. Perhaps it's because the treehouses have different functions, or perhaps they possess some kind of recruitment tool. He didn't delve any deeper, only casually gathering information on some of the most influential factions. The Anlin Student Council was undoubtedly the most dazzling. Their previous world announcement about a B-grade spirit beast had made them famous, and people wanted to join in droves. Besides these, Qingfeng Dojo, Xiaolong Park, and Beauty Dongxi Security Company have also risen rapidly, expanding at an astonishing pace. But the most mysterious and feared is Qin Ye's Class K of the third year. On the World Channel, many people were inquiring about Class 3K, trying every means to join and seek refuge. Qin merely glanced at them, and then ignored them. If he was going to recruit anyone, he would only recruit capable and strong individuals. Ordinary burdens were not only a waste of resources but also less useful than a white fang. After closing the chat window, Qin planned to exchange the black water for some raw meat to stock up on. Sung Huang's appetite was growing, and he couldn't bear to let his precious child go hungry. But when he opened the trading interface, his expression faltered slightly. The price of raw meat was slowly rising, and as he scrolled down, he found that not only meat, but almost all food prices were increasing, and the increases were not small. Qin quickly realized that this was no accident. Only when supply is less than demand can prices change in this way. Considering the large influx of survivors into the power treehouse, he roughly understood the reason. Survivors were overcrowded, but the total output of resources in an area was limited and simply couldn't support so many people. To fill the gap, the treehouses had to buy food from outside, and once supply and demand were out of balance, prices naturally soared. Qin muttered to himself, "This can't go on. Sang Huang's appetite is like a gold-devouring beast. He can consume over 1,000 contribution points worth of food a day. Before the price goes out of control, I have to stockpile more." The business world is like a battlefield. You can't see the blades, but it's just as deadly. Qin didn't consider himself a financial genius, just an ordinary student, so he was extremely cautious in commodity transactions. One wrong step could ruin his winning hand. As large quantities of food were purchased, the warehouse gradually filled up. Qin hadn't intended to control the entire market, but at least he could remain uninvolved and observe the battle from the sidelines. Sometimes, not making rash moves is the greatest advantage. Just as he was looking at the grain piled up in the warehouse with satisfaction, Lu Yao's voice came from behind him. She had just returned from outside, her trouser legs were covered in mud, her face was still covered in dust and grime, and her hair was quite messy, but she still exuded composure. Lu Yao asked him why he suddenly hoarded so much food. Qin turned around and briefly explained the chain reaction caused by rising prices and the merger of the tree houses. After listening, Lu Yao nodded, a shrewd glint in her eyes. She believed that it was indeed necessary to stockpile more food, and that the Blackwater trade could be temporarily suspended. Qin was somewhat puzzled. The fertile soil and branches of life needed for the Watermarsh treehouse had not yet been collected. Stopping the Blackwater trade now would only slow down the construction progress. Lu Yao's tone was calm, yet very confident. She meant to let the buyers wait a couple of days, and then, when they were even more desperate for water, the price could be raised further. Qin's heart skipped a beat, he realized that this made sense. However, he didn't want to slow down the construction of the water treehouse. Resources could be earned elsewhere. Purifying the black water into pure water and then selling it would yield far higher profits than selling the black water directly, since water was more precious than food. But Lu Yao also reminded him of a key issue: since food prices have gone up, why should their black water be sold at a low price? Qin Yi immediately decided to raise the price. He absolutely had to. He didn't stop the black water transaction, instead, he doubled the price. Take it or leave it, there were plenty of other people who wouldn't buy anyway. The result far exceeded his expectations. The price increase did not cause the black liquor to become unsaleable. On the contrary, it sold even better, with orders pouring in like a tidal wave. Qin Yi was puzzled. Why were these people rushing to buy gold when it was cheap? But now that the price had gone up, they were doing it like they were fighting over gold. He finally understood the reason after he reopened the World Channel. The survivors were all wildly speculating. They thought the sudden price increase of Blackwater was due to Class 3K's depleted stock, and fearing that the price would rise even higher in the future, they simply started to rush to buy it. After seeing the truth, Qin Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. He casually remarked that this operation could simply be called the greatest manipulation of the 21st century. Lu Yao stood to the side, somewhat speechless, but didn't stop them. The more expensive the Blackwater was, the faster the construction of the waterside treehouse would proceed. She just hadn't expected that in just one day, Qin Ye's unintentional price increase would actually gather all the materials needed to build the waterside treehouse. As evening approached, the setting sun cast a warm orange glow on the gray mist. The moon owls who had gone out to gather supplies returned one after another, and everyone, exhausted, gathered under the trees to rest. Everyone was covered in dust and mud. Even the usually elegant Lu Yao looked like a homeless person who had just crawled out of the ruins. But there was no weariness in their eyes, only an irrepressible anticipation. Qin Yi began making final preparations. 1,000 decaying branches of life were soaked one by one into the purification tank, and the black stains on their surfaces gradually faded, revealing their vibrant green vitality once more. The 500 units of black water in the reservoir, after being purified by the dawn redwood for a day and a night, have become clear and sweet pure water. The dawn redwood sapling, soaked in the pure spiritual dew, has also grown into a lush and leafy dawn redwood sapling under the catalysis of the high concentration of spiritual dew. 100 blocks of fertile soil were neatly piled in the corner of the warehouse, exuding the moist scent of earth. Qin Yi took a deep breath and whispered, "That's all." Then, amidst everyone's expectant gazes, he opened the treehouse building interface. Aquatic symbiotic treehouse, metasequoia sapling, growth stage, 1,000 life branches, 500 units of pure water, 100 units of fertile soil. Should it be built? Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yi raised his fingertip and clicked, confirm. Chapter 37A Bathroom? An open-air one. A dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from the core of the treehouse, so bright that everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, and even the thick gray fog around them was tinged with a warm gold. The thorny vines that had been entwining the treehouse slowly began to bloom with pink and white buds under the nourishment of the golden light and water, and the lifeless ancient tree also began to shed its old bark, revealing new branches with a pale blue sheen. The dawn redwood sapling slowly rose from the pool, transforming into a streak of shimmering blue light that plunged directly into the core of the ancient tree. The next second, the towering ancient tree grew wildly, the rustling sound of its branches growing clearly audible. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal tree 50 meters tall, its massive canopy spreading out like an umbrella, its emerald green leaves shimmering with tiny, shimmering lights. The pure water in the reservoir flows along the root system and is sent to a cluster of transparent, glass-like tree trunks on the west side. The branches and leaves that sprout there transform into suspended water spheres, which expand in the wind and gently break apart, turning into crystal-clear miniature waterfalls that cascade down. The water droplets refract rainbow halos in midair before finally flowing into a clear pool in the hollow of the tree below. The water then flows back through the root system and the branches and trunks, re-injecting into the reservoir, forming a complete water system. But the changes are far from over. As the dawn redwood and the ancient tree completely merge, the entire treehouse's appearance begins to be dramatically reshaped. The originally simple wooden tents were lifted high by the interlacing tree trunks and arranged in a staggered manner. The branches wriggled and intertwined as if they were alive, gradually forming real wooden houses with doors and windows, and sharp edges, no longer the grave mounds, covered by wood as before. The thick tree trunks continued to extend and intertwine, forming layers of wooden staircases, carved railings, and a wide main path leading directly to the platform below and the pool to the west. At the edge of the pool below the waterfall, the branches automatically form a railing, creating a natural open-air bath, with a faint steam rising from the water. Higher up, suspended platforms were built, fertile soil covered every inch of open space, wild grass quickly took root, butterflies fluttered among the flowers, and the entire area was transformed into a vibrant sky garden. Some of the water flowed into tributaries, flowing down the natural river channel and finally converging on the east side to form a rippling pond. That was the habitat prepared for aquatic spirits. The clear spring murmured, the fragrance of grass and trees mingled with the moisture, and the entire treehouse seemed to have been washed anew by life. As the golden light gradually faded, everyone lowered their hands, gazing at their newly transformed home, and fell silent for a moment. The next second, cheers nearly lifted the treetops. Yi Jinghong's eyes widened, her voice trembling with excitement, and she even rubbed her face, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She exclaimed that this was no longer the dilapidated, drafty treehouse she used to live in. It was practically a fairyland in the sky. A system notification sounded. Class 3K team has successfully constructed the aquatic symbiotic treehouse. The treehouse's level has been upgraded to level 2, and its special form is aquatic symbiotic. New features include daily purification of 1,000 units of wastewater, increased growth speed of aquatic plants, increased growth of spiritual plants in the rooftop garden, daily hot water generation in the open-air hot spring that may provide attribute bonuses, and a water vapor barrier that can block external detection. As soon as the notification ended, almost everyone rushed towards the treehouse, eager to be the first to move into this paradise. But they were stopped at the entrance. Dense moisture condensed into a semi-transparent barrier in front of the door, obscuring the view inside. Reaching out to touch it, they could only feel a layer of damp resistance. With their current abilities, they simply couldn't get in. Lin Xingmian was taken aback, and subconsciously asked if this was the legendary sect-protecting formation. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Qin Yi. Qin Yi explained with a smile that this was merely a water vapor barrier, its main function being to prevent outsiders from spying on them and to protect their privacy. To enter and exit freely, one must first register their access control information. Upon hearing that the treehouse had a smart lock, Yi Jinghong was the first to squeeze in front of Qin Yi. Qin Yi opened the access control interface and asked her to set the password. Her eyes lit up, and she solemnly recited, "A lotus bud just beginning to emerge." The system immediately notified her that the password had been successfully entered. The barrier recognized her voice, and the entrance opened a crack, allowing her to excitedly rush inside. The second one was Lin Xingyan. She smiled and leaned in, reciting, "A pear blossom overshadows a crabapple." Qin Yi was silent for a moment, feeling that something was off about their passwords. When Wan followed closely behind, brushing a stray hair behind her ear and softly saying, "Where does the Jade Maiden teach the flute?" She also passed smoothly. Su Wan, expressionless, pushed up her non-existent glasses and calmly read, "Initially extremely narrow, just wide enough for one person to pass through." Lu Yao, with a serious face, said in a deep voice, "Confucius traveled east and saw two children arguing about the sun." Qin Yi watched them type in one after another, his lips twitching involuntarily. He could only marvel at how profound their cultural knowledge was. With a few leading the way, the girls behind them completely let loose, reciting all sorts of ancient poems and famous quotes. After everyone else had finished recording, it was the spirit beast's turn. Since they couldn't speak, Qin Yi plucked a hair from one of them to record its aura. The white wolves obediently brought him a hair, while Tsang Huang proudly plucked a golden glowing mane, making Qin Yi feel a pang of heartache. After clearing the access control, Qin Yi was the last to head towards the entrance. The original circular staircase had disappeared, replaced by a water-powered elevator. He pulled the handrail, and water from the reservoir slowly poured into the water tank below. Using the change in gravity, the elevator steadily rose to the upper platform. As soon as he steadied himself, the sounds of girls laughing, playing, and splashing water came from the direction of the open-air hot spring. Qingyi looked up and saw steam shrouding the hot spring like a veil, only vaguely making out a few blurry figures flashing by. His ears burned slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. Qingyi stroked his chin and muttered to himself that if he went over there now, they would probably gang up on him and kill him. But then he thought, wouldn't it be too much to not even let him see? So he rolled his eyes and secretly gave a command to the Moon Owl leader, who had just flown back to the beast's nest, to use purification flash. The Moon Owl leader tilted its head, looking confused. It didn't understand why its master wanted it to attack its companions, but an order was an order. It flapped its wings and flew above the hot spring, suddenly opening its searchlight-like eyes. A blinding white light shot towards the hot spring, instantly dispelling the previously hazy steam. The next moment, screams echoed throughout the treehouse. The girls were both shocked and embarrassed, frantically grabbing nearby clothing to cover themselves. Yi Jinghong reacted the fastest, cursing and grabbing a black iron spear, which she hurled directly at the Moon Owl leader. The Moon Owl leader was terrified, frantically flapping its wings to retreat, barely managing to dodge the attack. The spear whistled and embedded itself in a nearby tree trunk, its shaft still vibrating. Qingye's eyes twitched. Only one thought remained in his mind: these women taking a bath while armed, it's incredibly dangerous. The Moon Owl leader, having survived the ordeal, flew back to Qingye's side with a pitiful expression, looking down at him with eyes full of accusation, as if to say that he was just an innocent working owl. Qingye immediately looked away, coughed twice, pretended to know nothing, and even touched his nose seriously to indicate that he had nothing to do with this. Over at the hot spring, the girls were both embarrassed and angry, their complaints rising one after another. They couldn't understand why it had to be an open-air hot spring without a roof, and why Qingyi had to come out and explain. Qingyi listened to the commotion above and silently pinched his nose. Resources are so precious in the early game. Having a hot spring to bathe in is already quite good. As for the materials for building the roof, it's definitely more worthwhile to save them for upgrading the treehouse. With that in mind, he opened the treehouse modification interface and set all buildings related to the hot spring to a hidden state. That way, no one else can see the hot spring area, preventing them from having any more ulterior motives. Qingyi nodded in satisfaction, raising an eyebrow smugly, thinking to himself, how clever he is. Chapter 38. At first, the passage was extremely narrow, barely wide enough for a person to pass through. Qingyi, don't peek! From the hot spring came the girls' embarrassed and annoyed warnings. Qingyi, both amused and exasperated, turned his back and leaned against a tree trunk, responding a few times. Behind him, there was the sound of splashing water. Not long after, a group of people, wrapped in wet clothes, ran back to the tree nest square to warm themselves by the fire, chattering away. Once the footsteps had completely faded away, Qingyi slowly turned around and walked into the open-air bathhouse. It has to be said, the purifying ability of the Dawn Redwood was ridiculously absurd. So many people had just washed away the mud, sweat, and the stench of the monsters. Ordinary water would have been murky long ago, but the pool water remained crystal clear. Moonlight filtered through the water vapor, shimmering on the gentle waves, a warm glow rising from the surface. Qingyi closed his eyes and sank into the water, the warm current enveloping his entire body, as if massaging away every aches and pains, washing away the day's fatigue. Tip: after bathing your body and mind, you will feel refreshed and your mood will reach its peak. Strength +1. Qingyi sat up abruptly, almost choking. His eyes lit up at the slight increase in strength on his stat panel. It was a pity this random reward could only be triggered once a day, otherwise he would have loved to spend all day soaking up the rewards and maxing out his attributes. He lay lazily by the bathtub, looking down at the tree nest square. The girls were gathered around the campfire, wearing only their underwear, their wet clothes hanging on the branches to dry. The firelight illuminated their smiling faces, creating a rare atmosphere of peace and comfort. Qingyi let out a comfortable breath and thought to himself, This is what life is like. But the next second, a smiling voice suddenly rang in my ear. Is it pretty? A faint orchid scent drew near, and a sense of danger instantly enveloped him. Qingyi felt a chill run down his spine, stiffly turning his head. The moisture was blown away by the wind, and he realized that Wenwan hadn't left. She was leaning against the other corner of the bathroom, watching him with a half-smile. Qingyi almost slipped into the water, and quickly shrank back down, leaving only his head sticking out. Wait, what are you still doing here? However, he quickly realized that he was a grown man, so what was he afraid of? She raised an eyebrow gently, as if deliberately teasing him. Then I'll leave? She sat down next to Qingyi, wearing a large white shirt that clung to her skin, the damp fabric revealing glimpses of her curves. Moonlight and mist mingled on her body, and her long, black hair cascaded down, obscuring her private parts, making her even more captivating. Qingyi swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. How about we shower together? Wenwan rolled her eyes at him, her gaze captivating and alluring. Dream on. Qingyi scratched his head awkwardly, turning his face away to look at the gray mist in the distance, his ears turning slightly red. Wenwan chuckled softly, no longer teasing him, only saying that everyone else had gotten attributes and buffs from soaking, but she hadn't, so she stayed to soak a little longer. After saying that, she stood up and brushed the water droplets off her clothes. Now that I've got it, I'm leaving. Before Qingyi could respond, Wenwan stepped out of the water. Her white shirt slipped off, revealing a figure as white as jade in the moonlight. She turned and smiled, picked up her clothes, and disappeared into the misty spray. Qingyi froze on the spot, his eyes wide open, his heart pounding as if it would burst from his chest. Then, a gentle voice drifted back through the mist. Little brat, try soundproofing the room tonight. Qingyi swallowed hard and immediately replied. I keep my word. He had no interest in taking a bath. He quickly scrubbed himself clean, washed his clothes, wrung them out, threw them on haphazardly, and hurriedly left the bathroom. Afterward, neither he nor Wenwan went to join the fun by the campfire. Instead, they went straight back to the treehouse. The room was small, only big enough for a wooden bed and a small desk. There were no lights in the room, only the faint light from the window outlining a blurry figure. As soon as Qingyi entered, he saw the graceful figure on the wooden bed. The air was filled with the scent of orchids and lingering moisture, instantly creating an ambiguous atmosphere. His body tensed, his heart pounding faster than when he was soaking in a hot spring. Suddenly, a pair of warm hands encircled his neck, softly pressed against his ear, and a gentle voice whispered, Sleep! The sound was like a refreshing spring, calming the burning desire in his heart. But having come this far, how could Qingyi possibly stop? He reached back and wrapped his arms around her soft waist, whispering, We haven't tested the soundproofing yet. Wenwan trembled slightly, her voice filled with surprise. No, you're serious? Qingyi chuckled. You were the one who played with fire first. As night deepened, all sounds in the room were quietly swallowed up by the sound of the treehouse and the water. In the tree-nest square, the bonfire crackled and popped, and the girls sat around chatting, unaware that Qingyi and Wenwan were gone. Lin Xingyan was laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight, complaining about the strange password everyone had set. Yi Jinghong blushed at her laughter and her retort. A pear blossom overshadows a crabapple. Wasn't much better. Lu Yao rarely showed a smile, and then brought up. Where does the beautiful woman teach the flute? Everyone burst into laughter. Su Wan added in a serious tone. Mine is not bad either. It was initially very narrow, just enough for a person to pass through. This completely broke everyone's guard. Even the white wolf next to them was startled and looked up at the group of crazy humans with a puzzled expression. 2 hours later, as the campfire gradually died down and everyone prepared to return to their rooms to rest, Lu Yao frowned sharply. Where did Qingyi and Wenwan go? Everyone scanned the area but didn't see anyone. Yi Jinghong waved his hand, figuring they were probably researching the phantom hand technique again. Having been fooled once before, no one would be foolish enough to watch this time. Lin Xingyan stretched and yawned, saying she could finally get a good night's sleep. Su Wan casually retorted that her attempts to act cute were shameful, prompting Lin Xingyan to immediately tell her to shut up. After the crowd dispersed, only Lu Yao and Su Wan remained in the square. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a knowing look in each other's eyes, and a knowing smile crept onto their lips. They both felt that things weren't so simple. The following morning, the stream murmured and the waterfall cascaded. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the tree houses by the water, transforming the entire campsite into a scene of idyllic beauty. As everyone emerged from their rooms, gazing at the newly renovated tree houses, they felt a sense of déjà vu. Qin Yi emerged from the room, looking refreshed and greeting Lu Yao, Lin Xingyan, and the others with a smile. He was radiant, and his eyes were bright, showing no signs of having stayed up all night. Lu Yao crossed her arms and looked at him with a half-smile. "What did you do last night?" Without batting an eye, Qin Yi blurted out. "There was a spirit beast that wasn't behaving properly, so I gave it a good scolding." Lin Xingyan nodded seriously. "Then it really needs to be taught a lesson, otherwise it will be troublesome if the spirit beast devours its master." Qin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the girl hadn't thought too much about it. Wang Xiran, however, peeked around and asked curiously why Wenwan hadn't woken up yet. Qin Yi's lips twitched slightly, then he said in a serious tone. "She was accidentally injured while disciplining a spirit beast, and she's currently treating herself in her room." Chapter 39 New Plants. When Wan limped out of the room, and everyone immediately surrounded her, their eyes filled with worry. Wang Xiran stood on tiptoe to examine her complexion and asked her anxiously if she had been seriously injured by some spirit beast. When Wan quickly waved her hand and said it was nothing, but she didn't dare to look at everyone, her ears turning red. She reached out and pinched Qin Yi's waist, cleared her throat, and explained calmly that she had just encountered a spirit beast that had gone berserk, and her legs were a little sore from all the commotion, but she would be fine after resting for a while. Hearing her words, everyone gradually relaxed and went about their business. When Wan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to smooth things over. Not far away, Lu Yao and Su Wan exchanged a glance, a knowing look flashing in their eyes, but neither of them said anything. When Wan leaned close to Qin Yi's ear and whispered through gritted teeth that it was all his fault, Qin Yi looked aggrieved and retorted softly that she was the one who insisted on continuing, which was why he did so. Before he could finish speaking, Wenwan's face turned bright red, and she covered his mouth with her hand, telling him to shut up in embarrassment and annoyance. She stomped her foot, tossed out a "I'll deal with him tonight" message, and turned to flee as if her steps were a frantic escape. Qin Yi watched her retreating figure, stroked his chin, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. As the new day began, Class 3K continued their routine of gathering and developing their resources. However, Qin Yi's trading list had been quietly updated. The black water that was originally for sale had been removed and replaced with the even rarer pure water. The roots of the aquatic symbiotic treehouse had already penetrated the black water pool. After a whole night of absorption and purification, the reservoir was filled with 1,000 units of pure water. Thanks to the treehouse's automatic purification capabilities, collecting water from the black water pool became incredibly easy, eliminating the need for manual labor. Qin Yi glanced at the water level of the blackwater pool and estimated that at this rate, the resources here would be completely drained by tomorrow. Then, they would have to pack their bags and continue searching for new resource locations. He opened the trading post and began researching the market price of purified water. Black water was no longer a monopoly. The trading post had seen a surge in new orders, indicating that other teams were also successfully capturing resource points. Purified water was also being sold, but in very small quantities, ranging from 10 units to just 1 or 2 units, and the prices were wildly inconsistent. On average, 1 unit of purified water can be sold for 12 pieces of Calamity Beast bones, but not many people actually place an order. Most teams prefer to buy the cheaper black water, since for them, both black water and purified water are only used to keep the treehouse running and moving, at most making the treehouse smell a little worse, but not affecting its use. Moreover, each treehouse initially comes with 150 units of purified water, enough for short-term drinking. However, Qin Yi knew very well that the resource chests would not produce a stable water source, and once the teams ran out of purified water, its price would eventually skyrocket like food prices. He didn't plan to sell at a low price to quickly unload the stock, but rather to wait for demand to fully materialize. However, the reservoir was already full, and he had to sell some to free up space before he could continue purifying the black water. After a moment's thought, Qin set the price at 15 bones per unit and listed 500 units at once. He planned to use the remaining 500 units to try his luck on the World Channel, hoping to exchange them for some scarce resources, such as seeds that could be planted, or special spiritual plants like the Dawn Redwood. Qin quickly posted an anonymous message on the World Channel, offering to sell a large quantity of purified water and to buy plant seeds, special spiritual plants, rare items, and powerful equipment blueprints at high prices. The message was immediately flooded with comments, but still attracted a considerable number of private messages. Some people offered bronze-grade bone blades in exchange for 50 units of purified water, others tried their luck with so-called rare celebrity photos, and still others offered sewage filter blueprints for 1,000 units of purified water plus 200 units of food. Qin flipped through them one by one, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Most people either asked for exorbitant prices or tried to test the waters with junk. There's nothing reliable to be found. It wasn't until a new private message popped up that his eyes lit up. The sender, named Mu Yang, said he had plant seeds that could be grown and asked Qin what price he was willing to pay. Qin immediately replied that he needed to see the value of the seeds first. Mu Yang quickly uttered 2 words. Banana. Qin's heart skipped a beat. Bananas were a valuable resource. They could fill one's stomach and replenish water and vitamins. In the gray, fog-shrouded world of Ash Earth, they were definitely a strategic resource. What he really wanted were potatoes, but getting banana seeds in return was already a good deal. However, Qin quickly realized something was wrong. If banana seeds were so important, why didn't the other party grow them themselves? Fertile soil wasn't hard to come by, unless there was something wrong with the seeds themselves. Qin almost immediately deduced that the seeds were most likely contaminated with ash, and to a considerable degree. The seller was unable to purify them, hence the painful decision to sell them. He directly offered 10 units of purified water, his attitude decisive: take it or leave it. Mu Yang immediately became anxious, stating that these were banana seeds and he needed at least 100 units. Qin, however, refused to take the bait, saying that the prerequisite was that the seeds could actually produce anything, otherwise he would find someone else. Mu Yang immediately relented, demanding at least 20 units. This statement was tantamount to an admission that the seeds were problematic. Qin sneered inwardly and demanded that the other party send a picture first, otherwise there was no point in discussing it. After a long while, Mu Yang finally sent a picture, albeit reluctantly. The picture showed a pitch-black seed, shrouded in a thick, swirling black mist that exuded a menacing aura. The level of contamination was far more severe than the decaying branches of life that Qin had seen before. Qin immediately replied, saying the pollution was too severe and it would only be scrap if bought, and told him to find other buyers. Mu Yang had obviously been searching for a long time without anyone willing to buy it, and panicked instantly, quickly saying that 10 units would do. He was willing to sell. Qin had been waiting for this very sentence, but then he took the opportunity to cut his losses, saying he could only sell 5 units at most, or he would delete Mu Yang from his friends list. Mu Yang was furious, but had no other choice, and could only grit his teeth and agree. After the transaction was completed, a seed shrouded in black mist appeared in Qin's warehouse. Qin immediately called Su-Wan over and asked her to help with the identification. Su-Wan took the seed, and a pale blue light emanated from her fingertips. The identification information quickly popped up. The banana seed was heavily contaminated and needed to be thoroughly purified before it could be planted. The elephant trunk banana is not an ordinary banana, but a spiritual plant. Its fruit is rich in protein and vital energy, and eating it can quickly restore physical strength. It is also a favorite food of spirit beasts. Qin's eyes lit up when he saw the panel, and he couldn't help but slap his thigh. With this, Xinghuang's future food supply would be secured. Su-Wan was also full of surprise and asked him where he got such a precious seed. Qin smiled very proudly and said that he had just gotten a bargain and bought it cheaply from a guy who didn't know its value. Su-Wan nodded in deep agreement. To be able to sell such a strategically important renewable resource at such a low price, the other party truly couldn't appreciate its value. Without delay, Qin Yi immediately took the seeds and headed straight for the sky garden, also pulling out Sang Huang, who was dozing in the beast's nest. He patted Sang Huang's head, urging it to wake up and get to work. Sang Huang groggily opened its golden vertical pupils, its eyes filled with grievance. Its master had clearly instructed it to conserve its energy for unexpected situations, yet now it was being accused of laziness. But all the other spirit beasts had gone out to gather resources, and Qin Yi had no choice but to use it as a laborer. Qin Yi pointed to the special, glass-like trunk on the west side of the tree crown and instructed Sang Huang to collect the purifying water droplets condensed from the dawn redwood. Since the dawn redwood and the ancient tree merged, the product had upgraded from pure water droplets to purified water droplets, with a significantly stronger purifying ability. The Azure Emperor let out a helpless howl and flapped its wind and thunder wings towards its target. The 10 collections were quickly completed, and Qin Yi immediately activated his synthesis talent, combining the purifying water droplets into pure spirit dew, then continuing the synthesis until he finally obtained a bottle of purifying spirit dew. He found a stone bowl, popped the bubbles, and 1,000 drops of purifying dew lay quietly in the bowl, gleaming with a faint green light. Qin Yi looked at the banana seed shrouded in black mist and thought that 1 drop of dew should be enough to purify a seed. He carefully dripped a drop of purifying dew. But only 1/3 of the black mist on the seed dissipated, the rest stubbornly remained. Qin Yi couldn't help but gasp. The level of pollution was far more exaggerated than he had imagined. He dripped 3 more drops in succession, until the 4th drop of purifying dew fell, and the black mist on the seed finally dissipated completely, revealing the bright white and plump body inside, faintly emitting a fresh herbal fragrance. Qin Yi immediately selected a fertile piece of land, buried the banana seed in it, and dripped a few drops of purifying dew into the soil. Soon, the soil gently rose, and a tender green sprout slowly broke through the soil, unfolding in the sunlight. Looking at that vibrant green, Qin Yi's smile deepened. Chapter 40: The Unexpected Visit of the Spirit Beast. Qin Yi was clearly not satisfied with just a single sprout. There were hundreds of fertile soils piled up in the rooftop garden. It would be a waste to use them only to grow a single elephant trunk banana. In order to make it bear fruit as soon as possible and encourage the production of more seeds, he picked up the remaining purification dew and poured it all directly onto the roots of the sprout. The moment the spiritual dew seeped into the soil, a subtle rustling sound came from underground. Immediately afterward, a faint murmur emerged from the seed, making Qin Yi's hand tremble, almost dropping the empty bowl. The next second, the tender sprout, as if infused with a surge of violent life force, began to grow wildly. In a short time, it grew from 1 meter to 2 meters to 3 meters tall into a giant banana tree. Its trunk was as thick as a bucket, and its leaves were as wide as palm fans. Layers of green shadows spread out in the sunlight, almost supporting a small banana grove. Qin Yi circled the tree twice, only to find the branches bare, and couldn't help but frown. Su Wan reached out and touched the leaves, feeling a distinct dryness on her fingertips, and whispered a reminder that the tree was thirsty. Qin Yi then realized what was happening and turned to call Sang Huang to get some water. Sang Huang's golden vertical pupils were full of disdain. A dignified S-rank wolf king was being used as a gardener. But the order had already been given, and it still reluctantly raised its head and howled. With a gentle flap of its wind and thunder wings, it brought the clear spring water from the Metasequoia waterfall and precisely poured it onto the tree roots. As the clear spring water flowed down, a miracle occurred once more. Clusters of tender green buds quickly sprouted from the banana tree branches, and after blooming, they rapidly bore fruit. In less than 10 minutes, the branches were laden with heavy elephant trunk bananas, each as thick as an arm, its golden peel gleaming, and its aroma so strong that it was impossible to look away. Yi Jinghong, Lin Xingyan, and the others had somehow climbed up to the sky garden. Their eyes lit up at the sight. Yi Jinghong was the first to approach, reaching out to pluck the largest banana. The banana truly lived up to its name, its length comparable to an elephant's trunk, and it felt heavy in his hand. She couldn't help but ask if it was edible. Lin Xingyan rolled her eyes at her. What else could a banana be used for if not to eat it? Yi Jinghong, however, waved the huge banana in her hand, winking and indicating that such a large banana had many uses. Qin stood to the side, listening to their conversation, and felt that something was amiss. Lu Yao promptly interrupted the rambling chatter and analyzed seriously. It's best to keep the first batch of bananas for seedling cultivation. I just don't know if the elephant trunk banana in the Ash Earth world can be propagated by division like ordinary bananas. Qin was never one to daydream. He'd just try and see. He snatched the banana from Yi Jinghong's hand, snapped it in half with a crack, buried it in the fertile soil beside him, and then took out a clump of purifying water droplets left over from the synthesis. The droplet contained a liter of purified water, not as effective as the purifying dew, but enough to promote seedling growth. Soon after the droplet seeped into the soil, 2 tender green banana seedlings sprouted and swayed in the wind. Everyone's eyes lit up. After confirming that the path was feasible, Qin immediately perked up. He picked the only cluster of banana trees on the tree, split them open, and distributed them to everyone. Before long, 70% of the rooftop garden was planted with banana trees. With the Sky Garden's own 50% growth acceleration, plus the aid of purifying dew and purifying water, it won't be long before this place becomes a true banana grove. Lu Yao looked at Su Wan and solemnly entrusted the garden to her care, since Su Wan could see through plant information and was most suitable for this location. Su Wan nodded in agreement, a rare hint of joy flashing in her eyes. She wasn't good at interacting with people, and she felt more at ease guarding this rooftop garden alone than participating in lively group activities. In the afternoon, everything returned to a stable rhythm. Qin continued browsing the world chat for resources, Lu Yao led the girls in gathering supplies, and the spirit beasts each performed their duties. The area around the treehouse was quiet and orderly. Until a system notification suddenly popped up, breaking the tranquility. Random event: the 3-headed green rock turtle, rank D, is attracted by the vitality of the spirit beast nest and is moving towards the treehouse. Qin sat up abruptly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected the spirit beast nest to actually attract spirit beasts to his doorstep. Just as he finished speaking, a heavy thumping sound came from below the treehouse. He looked up and saw 3 green rock turtles, each the size of a small house, slowly crawling towards him. They were covered in bluish-gray rocky shells, with 3 fleshy bumps on their heads, and their small, dark eyes were fixed on the Huanling beast nest, gleaming with a greedy green light. Big Black and Little Green rushed out immediately, blocking the turtles' path, baring their teeth and letting out fierce growls. But in the eyes of the green rock turtles, these 2 wolf cubs were nothing to worry about. They didn't even bother to look at them, continuing to slowly crawl forward, completely ignoring the warning. Big Black got anxious, raised its head and howled, as if calling for its elder brother, that some bastard had come to cause trouble. The next second, a strong, muscular figure ripped through the sky, landing heavily with a roar, instantly raising a cloud of dust. The rending wind Wolf King unfurled its 3-meter-wide wind and thunder wings, its golden vertical pupils coldly locking onto the 3-headed azure rock turtle, and it roared to the sky with a deafening fury. The pressure of the Beast King spread like a tide, and the 3-headed azure rock turtle's movements suddenly froze, its greed instantly turning into terror. Looking at the giant wolf, nearly 2 meters tall, and feeling its overwhelming aura, they were so frightened that they immediately retracted their heads and limbs into their shells, not daring to even breathe. This time, they had truly kicked a hornet's nest. Chapter 41: The Battle in the Bathroom. Qin Yi and the others strolled leisurely to the group of turtles and began to examine the few green rock turtles. Lin Xingyan circled them twice and couldn't help but marvel at how ridiculously large these turtles were. They probably couldn't even fit in the treehouse plaza. The conversation quickly veered towards how to eat them. Some complained that they were too slow to keep up with the treehouse's movement. Others eyed the heavy turtle shells, thinking they could be used as a pot for soup, and still others were curious about what turtle soup actually tasted like. The 3 green rock turtles inside the shell were terrified. They had originally planned to rely on the hardness of their shells and hold out, since they were D-level complete spirit beasts known for their defense, and ordinary attacks were no match for them. Qin Yi saw through their little scheme at a glance, a smirk playing on his lips as he raised his chin toward the Azure Emperor. Azure Emperor, begin the punishment. The Azure Emperor roared, and its wind and thunder wings suddenly unfurled. In an instant dark clouds gathered above the turtle horde, lightning crackled, and the crackling of electricity sent chills down one's spine. The next second, a bolt of lightning crashed down, striking precisely the shell of one of the azure rock turtles. The turtle's shell instantly turned black, even emitting a faint aroma of roasted meat. The green rock turtle trembled in pain inside its shell, but stubbornly refused to peek out. It thought it could simply endure this attack, but the thunderstorm clouds not only failed to dissipate, but instead pressed down even lower. The second, third, and fourth bolts of lightning fell in succession, pelting the tortoise's shell like raindrops. Finally, the ninth lightning strike landed, and with a crack, a fissure was cleaved into the green rock tortoise's prized hard shell, and the smell of burning grew stronger. At this point, the three green rock turtles completely lost their composure. They trembled as they poked their heads out, their small eyes filled with despair and pleading, bowing repeatedly to Qin Yi and the others. To everyone's surprise, their enormous bodies rapidly shrank, transforming from behemoths comparable to small houses into miniature turtles the size of washbasins. Yi Jinghong's eyes lit up. She squatted down and poked their shells, discovering that these things could freely change size, and immediately found it quite interesting. But then she changed her tune, complaining that they couldn't do any work and were useless to keep. The three miniature turtles frantically waved their short legs and made muffled noises, as if afraid they would be thrown into the pot at any moment. Unfortunately, no one could understand what they were saying, so Lin Xingyan stepped forward to translate for them. They claimed to be very capable, able to transport supplies and gather resources from large resource points. The azure rock turtle possesses incredible strength, making it one of the most suitable spirit beasts for hard labor. Moreover, its shell can be used to forge weapons and armor after it sheds. The three miniature turtles nodded vigorously, their little heads shaking like rattles. After listening, Lu Yao raised an eyebrow slightly, pointed to the black water pool, and indicated that there was still a third of the black water there that hadn't been collected. Whether they could survive tonight depended on their performance. With a path to survival before them, the three rock turtles dared not slack off. They immediately jumped into the black pool and began collecting, paddling their short legs. Soon, a huge progress bar appeared on the surface of the water. Although they were not fast, the amount they collected in a single go was astonishing. With the help of the three green rock turtles, the black water pool, which would normally take another day to empty, was completely drained before sunset. The three mini turtles, panting, climbed ashore carrying huge bubbles filled with black water, and gave Qin Yi and the others low moans of submission. Lin Xingyan stepped forward, her fingertips glowing with a contract light, and forged spirit beast contracts for them. Qin Yi also unceremoniously took the three azure rock turtles under his command. With these three laborers, gathering resources from large resource points would obviously be much easier in the future. As night fell, the gray mist thinned into a veil, under the moonlight. In the pool on the east side of the Treehouse Plaza, three blue rock turtles huddled obediently, their miniature shells gleaming with a bluish-gray sheen, a stark contrast to their enormous appearance during the day. Steam rose from the open-air hot spring, moonlight spilled onto the water's surface, and several graceful figures frolicked and played in the spring, their clear laughter drifting away with the mist, creating a scene like a fairyland under the moon. Just like yesterday, Qin Yi leisurely entered the hot spring only after the girls had finished their bath and left. After a long day, nothing feels better than soaking in a warm spring. He leaned against the edge of the pool, closed his eyes, and let the warmth seep into his body through his pores, washing away the day's fatigue little by little. Just then, a soft splash came from the side, and water splashed onto Qin Yi's face. He opened his eyes abruptly, looked down instinctively, and his breath caught in his throat. Wen Wan was still there. She was only wearing a large white shirt, the wet fabric clinging to her body, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, water droplets dripping from the ends, and a mischievous glint in her eyes. She was so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Qin Yi lowered his voice, his eyes full of surprise, reminding her that the open-air bathroom wasn't soundproof. Wen Wan simply pulled her soaked shirt tighter, smiling charmingly, and said that since they were going to seek excitement, they should go all the way. Qin Yi quipped helplessly, when Wan feigned anger, and turned to leave. But as soon as she took a step, Qin Yi swiftly grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. The steam from the hot spring grew thicker, the moonlight was shattered by the mist, and the figures of the two gradually blurred. The waterfall next door roared, the sound of the flowing water just enough to drown out the noise here, leaving only the night wind, the hot steam, and their low breaths mingling together. In the dead of night, all was quiet. The treehouse was pitch black, with only the moonlight filtering in through the window, outlining the indistinct shape of the bed. Qin Yi held the soft, warm woman in his arms, fast asleep, the faint scent of orchids lingering around his nose. Suddenly, a faint murmur drifted into my ear, as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Hungry. I'm so hungry. Give me something to eat." Qin Yi's eyelashes fluttered, and he instantly woke up. His heart tightened, he held his breath, and cautiously looked around. The room was eerily quiet, with only the soft, even breathing of her. She was still fast asleep beside him, her brows slightly furrowed. Qin Yi wondered if he had misheard, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the voice rang out again. This time, it no longer seemed to come from beside his ear, but exploded directly in the depths of his mind, both ethereal and eerie. "Hungry, need to eat." Qin Yi froze, goosebumps instantly rising on his skin. He instinctively hugged the soft warmth in his arms tighter, his eyes filled with doubt and surprise, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn, is this a ghost?" Chapter 42 Female Ghost? Thanks to nature's gift. The night was as dark as ink, and all was silent in the treehouse. Qin Yi tiptoed out of the room, careful not to wake the soft, sleeping woman beside him. He walked out on tiptoe, the moonlight casting faint shadows on the wooden planks of the veranda. The bonfire in the square had long since died down, leaving only a few moon owls circling overhead, their eerie green eyes appearing and disappearing in the mist. The water vapor surrounding the water treehouse lingered, like a thin veil shrouding the night. The distant murmur of a waterfall further accentuated the surrounding tranquility. Just then, a blurry black shadow flashed through the mist, as fast as a ghost. Qin Yi's pupils contracted, and he was about to rub his eyes to confirm when the shadow appeared in the center of the plaza, only to vanish into the depths of the water vapor in the next instant. Qin Yi's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. He thought to himself that this world of scorched earth even had calamity beasts and spirit beasts, so it wouldn't be surprising if some strange things appeared. But he quickly realized that the silhouette he had just seen looked exactly like a female ghost. His fear was suppressed by his curiosity, and he rubbed his hands together, quickly rushing down the steps, muttering, "Thank you for the gifts of nature!" Before he could reach the center of the square, the dark figure reappeared. Qin Yi seized the opportunity and pounced, pinning the figure to the ground before it could dissipate. But the sensation in his palm stunned him. It wasn't some ethereal mist, but a warm, soft body, carrying a faint scent of grass and trees. "What are you doing?" A cold voice rang in his ears. Qin Yi froze, as if struck by lightning. A gentle breeze dispersed the surrounding mist, and moonlight shone down, illuminating the face of the person beneath him. Exquisite features, aloof eyes cold as a plum blossom in the snow, it was Lu Yao. Lu Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Yi, who was pressing down on her. Qin Yi instinctively clenched his fists, and after confirming he wasn't dreaming, his mind went blank. Lu Yao's pretty face hardened, and she suppressed her anger as she asked him, "Have you clenched enough?" Qin Yi recoiled as if electrocuted, scrambling to his feet in a flustered state, his ears burning, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Their eyes met, the air thick with awkwardness. Lu Yao straightened her clothes and coldly asked him what he was doing out so late at night instead of sleeping. Qin Yi retorted that she hadn't slept either, to which Lu Yao replied curtly, "To the bathroom." Qin Yi's expression froze, finally realizing that the female ghost he had been chasing for so long was actually Lu Yao, who had gotten up in the middle of the night. But he quickly realized something was wrong. If the shadowy figure was Lu Yao, then who was speaking in his mind just now? Lu Yao was completely confused, so Qin Yi briefly explained the faint calling voice. No sooner had he finished speaking than the voice rang in his mind again, this time much clearer. "Hungry, hungry thorns!" Qin Yi and Lu Yao exchanged a glance, realizing what he'd heard almost simultaneously. Qin Yi slapped his forehead, exclaiming in annoyance, "Queen of Thorns! How could I have forgotten about her?" The two immediately rushed to the area of the treehouse covered by vines. By the dim light of the moon owl, they saw that the tips of the thorny vines clinging to the branches had turned yellow, most of the once plump thorns had withered, and the leaves had lost their luster, showing signs of wilting. Since planting it, everyone had only been focused on collecting vines and had never given it any nutrients. It was remarkable that it had survived this long. Qin Yi crouched down beside the vines and whispered to it what it wanted to eat. His intuition told him that the Thorn Queen could understand him. Soon, the voice in his mind responded urgently. "Bones, lots and lots of bones!" Qin Yi didn't dare to delay and immediately ran back to the warehouse, bringing back a pile of calamity beast skeletons. He crushed the bones and sprinkled them evenly onto the vines. A miraculous scene unfolded. The thorny vines seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing the bone meal. The withered yellow leaves faded at a visible speed, regaining their dark green luster. But soon, it cried out again. "Not enough! I want more!" Qin Yi, of course, wouldn't refuse. The Thorn Queen was just as important as the treehouse itself. Even in its juvenile form, it possessed powerful binding abilities. If it could grow up, it would undoubtedly be a major fighting force for the treehouse. Lu Yao also joined in, constantly moving skeletons from the warehouse, while Qin Yi stood guard beside the vines, crushing and feeding them bit by bit. The warehouse of bones quickly emptied, so Qin Yi simply opened the trading post and began sweeping up the remains of calamity beasts. Even though the prices were 10% higher than usual, he didn't hesitate. Only after feeding over 1,000 calamity beast bones did the calling in his mind gradually subside, followed by a soft, sweet female voice. "Thank you, master." The next moment, a rustling sound filled the air. The thorny vines became more vibrant than ever before, with vines several times thicker and covered in gleaming barbs slowly writhing, like 1,000 snakes dancing, a spectacular yet eerie sight. Then, all the vines emitted a faint fluorescent glow, and the starlight converged, illuminating the entire treehouse as if it were daytime. To their astonishment, the flower buds on the vines unfurled layer by layer, like a sleeping beauty awakened, revealing vibrant, crimson stamens and releasing a delicate fragrance. Lu Yao's eyes flashed with amazement, and she whispered, "Has it evolved?" Qin Yi immediately opened the attribute panel. The Thorn Queen had entered its growth stage, with the number of harvesting attempts increased to 100, and its skill had become an advanced version of Death Coil, with the addition of paralyzing poison sting. The harvested items had also increased to blood nectar and deadly poison needles, but the note reminded that it needed to continuously replenish a large amount of nutrients during its growth stage. If it did not receive enough nutrition, it would degenerate, or even wither. Qin Yi was both surprised and delighted, but his smile quickly faded when he saw the last note. He rubbed his temples and said helplessly, "Well, that's it, another money-devouring beast." Lu Yao chuckled beside him, saying that making a living was never easy, but they still had everyone else. Qin Yi sighed, fearing that these two troublemakers would only grow more greedy, and their meager savings wouldn't be able to withstand the constant squandering. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Qin Yi awoke, his mind filled with only the word, "making money." The Thorn Queen's evolution had made him realize that resources were never too plentiful. Before anyone else was awake, he controlled the treehouse, embarking on a new journey. With a thunderous roar, the 50-meter-tall colossal tree slowly moved, its massive roots digging into the soil, dragging the entire treehouse forward. The earth trembled, and dust billowed. Qin Yi stood atop the treetop and shouted, "Scout team, clear the way!" The Moon Owl leader let out a shrill cry and led a group of underlings charging into the gray fog. Their eyes shone with a purifying light, dispelling the thick fog like searchlights and clearing a path. Qin Yi howled against the wind, shouting that his spear was dulled by the heavy rain and his warhorse was rusty, but his charge was still a Don Quixote-like charge, determined to fight the great windmill of life for 300 rounds. His final shout of, "Go for it!" completely woke everyone from their sleep. Lin Xingyan yawned as she walked out of the room, rubbing her eyes and stretching, asking Qin Yi what was wrong with him so early in the morning. Lu Yao, with dark circles under her eyes, explained with a wry smile. He has 2 babies at home who need feeding, and he's in a hurry to earn money for baby formula. Yi Jinghong's eyes widened instantly, all sleepiness vanished, and her gossip-loving spirit ignited on the spot. She hurriedly asked who the child was, where it was, and whether it was Qin Yi and Wenruan's. Lu Yao rolled her eyes in annoyance, pushed her towards the room, and only said, "You should just go back to sleep. You can have anything in your dreams." Chapter 43 Getting Rich in One Day. Merge! Keep synthesizing, synthesize them to death! In the Treehouse Plaza, Qin Yi squatted amidst a pile of dilapidated weapons, his hands moving rapidly. Rusty watermelon knives clattered in his hands, and with his synthesis talent, 3 knives were quickly transformed into a set. Since he was idle while traveling in the treehouse anyway, he figured he might as well try to squeeze some value out of these junk. Before long, he had combined the 81 rusty watermelon knives into 27 ordinary watermelon knives that gleamed coldly. Qin Yi weighed the blades in his hand. They were sharp, but they lacked the imposing presence that a black iron weapon should have. He then scoffed and said, "They're not even black iron yet. No problem, let's keep going." Synthesizing these low-level weapons consumed very little mental energy, making it almost a burden for him. Qin Yi immediately regrouped the 27 ordinary watermelon knives, and crisp clanging sounds rang out one after another in the square. You completed 9 triple crafting attempts and obtained 9 machetes. Machete, black iron grade. Attribute, strength +2. Review, excellent knife. Great for chopping wood and hacking at animals, it cuts iron like butter, a must-have for home and travel. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. He casually grabbed a machete and swung it a couple of times, the blade whipping up a gust of wind. It felt quite good in his hand. He quickly started doing the math. Bronze weapons were ridiculously expensive at the trading house, and iron weapons weren't cheap either, but a rusty watermelon knife only cost 5 pieces of monster bones. 9 rusty watermelon knives can be combined to make 1 black iron machete, costing only 35 bones. However, black iron weapons in the trading market cost at least 100 bones. In other words, you can make a net profit of 65 bones by reselling one. Qin Yi froze for half a second, then nearly threw his knife away in excitement. A chance to make a fortune was right in front of him. He immediately opened the trading post and began a buying frenzy. Whenever someone listed rusty weapons, no matter the quantity, he bought them all instantly, combined them, and then resold them at a price 10 bones lower than the market price. Low profit margins and high volume are key. Within an hour, Qin Yi's number of skeletons had increased significantly. He simply stayed glued to the trading platform, barely looking away all morning, and immediately snapped up any rusty weapons that appeared. This maneuver quickly drove up the price of the rusty watermelon knife, from 5 yuan to 8 yuan. Only when it reached this price did Qin Yi finally stop. It wasn't that he lacked mental strength, but rather that the profit margin was no longer worthwhile. At 8 yuan per knife, the cost of 9 knives was 72 yuan. Even if he sold them for 100 yuan, he would only make 28 yuan profit. There was no need to force it. After doing the final tally, Qin Yi almost burst out laughing. In half a day, he had netted 3,000 pieces of monster bones, and still had 30 unsold machetes in his warehouse, as well as 7 black iron spears he had unexpectedly acquired. The spears had a longer attack range and higher attribute bonuses than the machetes, making them good weapons for beginners. He didn't plan to sell them, intending to keep them for his team members or collect 9 to try and reach the bronze level. At noon, Yi Jinghong and the others returned from their outing. As soon as they got back to the treehouse, they saw a small mountain of monster skeletons piled up in the square, and a row of black iron spears neatly arranged next to them, their cold light dazzling their eyes. Yi Jinghong looked down at his prized black iron spear and suddenly it didn't seem so appealing anymore. He sidled up to Qin Yi with a long face, declaring that he wanted to follow the big boss from now on. Qin Yi said he was just earning money for baby formula, but he couldn't hide the smugness on his face. He had 2 money-devouring beasts at home. The Thorn Queen consumed 1,000 bones a day, and the Azure Emperor and his group of spirit beasts also needed to eat meat. If he didn't work hard to earn money, his whole family would starve. Everyone laughed at his antics, and Yi Jinghong even patted him on the shoulder, remarking that the greater the power, the greater the appetite. Just as the atmosphere was lightening, Lu Yao suddenly spoke up, saying that the warehouse was almost full, with too many supplies piling up, causing the internal temperature to rise and the raw meat to show signs of spoiling. Although she had frozen most of it with her ice-based abilities, this wasn't a long-term solution. Everyone turned to look at Qin Yi, expecting him to consider expanding the warehouse or dealing with the food. But Qin Yi suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes lighting up. "How come I didn't think of that? We can sell ice." Everyone fell silent, speechless. This guy was clearly obsessed with money. He could think of making money out of anything. Lu Yao glared at him, annoyed, telling him to be serious. Qin Yi then stopped smiling and said that now that they had the spirit beast nest, the original incubation room was no longer needed and could be converted into a food storage room to insulate against high temperatures. As for raw meat with a short shelf life, it should be categorized and stored separately, then Lu Yao should seal it with ice. Apart from that, everyone should use the resources they have as needed, instead of hoarding them and taking up space. Especially the remains of the calamity beasts. Instead of piling them up in the warehouse, it's better to feed them directly to upgrade the treehouse. With purified water now available for sale, the team's resources have improved, and there's no need to be as stingy as before. Qin Yi then mentioned the pile of thorny spikes in the warehouse, a full 400 spikes, piled up like a small mountain. Now that the Thorn Queen is around, these spikes are becoming less and less useful, and keeping them is a waste. It's better to sell them and exchange them for skeletons. Lu Yao nodded in approval of the plan, and then reminded Qin Yi to keep an eye out for the warehouse expansion plans. Resources would only increase in the future, and they would need a larger storage space. Qin Yi patted his chest confidently, but before leaving, he still couldn't resist asking her in a low voice, "Are you really not considering selling ice? That would be incredibly profitable." Lu Yao told him to get lost. Her mental energy was limited. Maintaining the warehouse's low temperature was already a struggle, let alone having the energy to earn extra money. Did she really think everyone was as gifted as Qin Yi, who didn't need to rest? In the afternoon, Qin Yi listed all 400 thorn spikes on the auction house. Thorn spikes are genuine defensive items that automatically injure any approaching monsters. With the newbie protection period about to end, these items are a necessity for most treehouse teams. As soon as the news broke, the trading post buzzed with activity, and orders poured in like snowflakes. The price also rose from the initial 10 yuan per skeleton to 20 yuan. Qin Yi felt it could go even higher, but most teams were dirt poor, and 20 yuan was already the limit. Any higher and they wouldn't be able to sell. Even so, by the end of the afternoon, all 200 thorn spikes had been sold, earning 4,000 pieces of monster bones. The remaining 200 spikes were left to be sold slowly. Then, the 30 machetes left in the warehouse were also sold, earning another 3,000 pieces. By the end of the day, Qin Ye's wealth had surpassed 10,000 pieces of calamity beast bones. This number left everyone speechless, and the girls in the team looked at him with completely different eyes, as if they were looking at a giant, moving vault. In addition, Qin Yi was already quite handsome, so he quickly attracted a constant stream of flirtatious glances. Their attitudes subtly shifted, from initially looking down on Wenwan to later envying her, and finally even wishing they could be Wenwan themselves. But every time they saw Wenwan's exaggerated assets, they could only silently concede defeat. Qin Yi munched on the lukewarm roasted meat that was offered to him, in an exceptionally good mood. He casually asked Lu Yao if the guiding compass had any activity. It was a previous world reward that could locate nearby resource points, but unfortunately it hadn't been working. Lu Yao shook her head, saying that resource points didn't seem so easy to find. However, the spirit beasts had a good harvest today, probably because they had entered a new unexploited area. She opened the ledger to report that the 15 white wolves, plus the 39 moon owls, had brought back supplies worth 15,000 contribution points, equivalent to about 1,500 pieces of calamity beast bones. 80% of the credit goes to the moon owls. Their fast can dispel the great fog, and their gathering efficiency far surpasses that of the white wolves. Of course, Lin Xingyan's beast-taming talent also plays a crucial role, that 50% gathering bonus directly elevates the efficiency to a whole new level. Lin Xingyan immediately puffed out her chest proudly, waiting for everyone to praise her. But just then, a crisp system notification suddenly rang out throughout the treehouse. Alert! Compass activated. Large resource point detected 50 kilometers away. Pointer navigation enabled. Chapter 44 Secretary Lu Yao. To keep up with the schedule, Qin Yi didn't stop the treehouse. Anyway, with the Moon Owl scouts exploring ahead, they would issue an early warning immediately if they encountered any danger or dead ends in the gray fog. The guiding compass had brought a pleasant surprise, but its location was rather awkward. Yi Jinghong looked at the displayed distance and his face fell. 50 kilometers? That's too far. Can we even get there by tomorrow morning? Treehouses are not suitable for long-distance travel. Moving this 50-meter-tall giant tree is as slow as an old tractor. Even traveling at full speed during the day, we only covered 50 kilometers. At this speed, even traveling through the night, we wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Qin Yi, however, took it in stride, waving his hand and saying, "Forget it, everyone's been exhausted after a long day. Even if we get to the resource point now, we won't have the energy to deal with the situation there. The resource point isn't going anywhere. Let's rest tonight and get ready to take action tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yi Jinghong immediately abandoned any further thought, and ran off to take a bath with a cheer. Since Qin Yi would be there to protect her no matter what, she threw off her coat and rushed to the open-air hot spring, acting completely nonchalant. Seeing this, the others also dispersed in twos and threes, and the square quickly quieted down. When Wan didn't rush to leave. Instead, she slowly walked to Qin Ye's side, gently hooking her fingertips around his sleeve. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I'll be waiting for you after I've washed up." Her warm breath brushed against his ear, and Qin Ye's ears burned. Just as he was about to respond, she smiled and turned to leave, her skirt brushing past his ankles, leaving only a faint fragrance of orchids. Qin Yi smiled helplessly. This little devil was getting more and more audacious. After everyone left, he turned to Lu Yao and seriously brought up the matter of upgrading the treehouse. Upgrading to a level 3 treehouse requires 10,000 experience points, and I just happen to have accumulated 10,000 beast skeletons. Is your income from selling purified water enough? Lu Yao opened the ledger, her fingertips scanning the strings of numbers, and quickly nodded. It's about 10,000, which is enough. The level 3 treehouse is a prerequisite for unlocking the battle beast training ground. Naturally, the earlier such a building with great potential is built, the higher the returns will be. More importantly, the upgrade will consume a large number of skeletons, which will free up space in the already crowded warehouse, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only trouble is that after this upgrade, the team will owe Qin Yi another 100,000 contribution points. The team's accounts are already empty, and it's unclear how long this debt will be incurred. Lu Yao rubbed her temples, her voice weary. Why don't you become the leader, and I'll be your secretary? That way, the accounts will be balanced. Qin Yi scratched his head. He really wasn't good at managing these trivial matters. Rather than being a leader, he preferred to focus on acquiring resources and improving combat capabilities. However, having Lu Yao, the class monitor, as his secretary wasn't out of the question. Qin Ye's heart stirred, and he said half-jokingly, "Sure, John Lilly is probably already dead, and nobody in the team dares to disagree with me." Lu Yao visibly breathed a sigh of relief. The position of leader seemed glamorous, but it was actually full of troubles. She had to worry about everything from the team's food and drink expenses to accounting and conflict mediation. She had long wanted to find someone to share the burden. But Qin Yi changed the subject and said, "However, on the surface you are still the one in charge, and I will support you from behind." As soon as he said this, Lu Yao's usually aloof face turned red, first at the tips of her ears, and then the blush spread all the way to her cheeks. She scoffed. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Then she waved her hand and turned to leave as if fleeing, her back view revealing a rare hint of panic. Qin Yi stroked his chin and smiled. He had joked with Lu Yao countless times since they were children, but when did this ice block start to show such a shy reaction? He suddenly became very curious about what had made this childhood sweetheart, this icy beauty, gradually soften. The blue rock turtle poked its head out of the pond, its small eyes full of mockery, and even a human-like empty smile appeared on its face, as if it were laughing at its owner's slowness. Cheney kicked the edge of the pond in annoyance. You talk too much, huh? Come out and do some work. The green rock turtle growled, clearly dissatisfied, but dared not disobey. It slowly crawled out of the pond, and with a burst of strength from its limbs, its body quickly swelled to the size of a small house. Then, using its massive body, it directly crushed the pile of bones that formed a small mountain on the square. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, a large amount of bone was crushed into fine bone powder, which seeped into the ground through cracks and was quickly absorbed by the treehouse's root system. This was much faster than Cheney manually crushing the bones piece by piece. Cheney patted the Chingyan turtle's shell, his tone gratified but laced with threat. Do a good job, or I'll make turtle soup tomorrow. The Chingyan turtle immediately looked utterly hopeless, drooping its head as it continued grinding bones, no longer even considering resistance. Meanwhile, 50 kilometers away, beside a pitch-black bamboo forest, a 30-meter-high treehouse slowly came to a stop. The bamboo leaves glowed with an eerie purple light, standing out starkly against the gray mist. One of the younger brothers, clinging to the railing in the treehouse, shouted excitedly. Bamboo! Boss, it's bamboo! In wilderness survival, bamboo resources are almost a universal treasure trove. They can be used to fill an empty stomach, and can also be cut down to make weapons, tableware, baskets, and bamboo mats. They have many uses. The treehouse leader stood at the edge, staring at the purple bamboo forest ahead. A look of surprise appeared on his face, but his smile froze completely the next second. Because a terrifying black shadow that blotted out the sky was slowly rising from the depths of the bamboo forest. A massive shadow instantly enveloped the entire treehouse, completely blocking out the moonlight. The younger brother, who had just been cheering, was terrified, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his pants instantly soaked. His pupils dilated as he stared intently at the towering figure, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Monster! The scream pierced the night, and echoed for a long time in the gray fog. On the other side, the azure rock turtle finally crushed the last batch of bones into powder. The treehouse's roots frantically absorbed energy, and the entire giant tree glowed with a faint golden light. A system notification then sounded. Experience points accumulated to meet the target. Treehouse level has broken through to level 3. Battle mode unlocked. Cheney was soaking in the hot spring, watching the treehouse expand at a visible rate. The thick trunk continued to grow taller and thicker, eventually settling at a height of 60 meters. Dense branches and leaves stretched wildly in all directions, the canopy like a giant green umbrella that blocked out the sky. A vibrant life force permeated the air, even raising the temperature of the hot spring water. But what truly transformed the treehouse was the addition of a combat mode. Previously, the treehouse only had 2 states, active and stationed, leaving it vulnerable to attack. Now that combat mode is unlocked, the treehouse finally has the ability to launch attacks. Cheney stared at the new modules on the panel, his eyes burning with fervor, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. This is the true way to open up the treehouse. Chapter 45 Being loved by a Yandere is an accident. After the treehouse was upgraded to level 3, the blueprint for the battle pet training ground that Cheney had been longing for was finally unlocked. He opened the materials list, his gaze quickly darkening. Building the battle pet training ground required 1,000 life branches, 100 magic crystals, and a mature war tree. The first 2 were troublesome, but he could always gather them with time and effort through gathering and trading. What truly gave him a headache was the last one, the war tree. This thing, like the dawn redwood, is a rare and special spiritual plant, and it requires full maturity. Cheney stroked his chin, his brows furrowed, and muttered under his breath. How difficult! But the rewards from the battle pet training ground were too tempting. Not only could it allow spirit beasts to advance rapidly, but it could also give birth to a top-tier existence specifically born for battle, the battle beast. The rending wind wolf king clearly possessed this potential. The thought of potentially possessing a battle beast even stronger than an S-rank spirit beast in the future ignited Cheney's passion. He immediately opened the World Channel and began frantically searching for clues about the ancient war tree. Even if it was just a seed, he was willing to pay any price as long as it was negotiable. But the first person to send him a private message made his expression instantly turn sour. Jiang Lin, president of the Anlin Student Council. Qin Yi frowned reflexively upon seeing the name. The fear he felt years ago, dominated by a split personality and severe yandere, was almost etched into his bones. A message quickly popped up. Jiang Lin said she had clues about the ancient tree and demanded he accept her friend request immediately. Qin Yi stared at the friend request in silence for a moment, but finally accepted it. The moment they became friends, Jiang Lin sent a message instantly, her tone so obsessive it sent chills down his spine. She questioned Qin Yi about why he had ignored her friend request, and called him darling. Qin Yi remained silent for a full minute before replying that he had been too busy lately and hadn't seen the messages. Jiang Lin simply replied with a heh. Though it was just one word, it felt icy cold. Qin Yi even felt the warm water in the bathtub cool down, and sweat began to bead on his back. Liking a yandere is a story, but being targeted by a yandere is an accident. He forcefully steered the conversation back to the main topic, asking how much the clues to the ancient war tree cost and letting her name her price. Jiang Lin, however, said he couldn't afford it. Qin Yi told her to state her conditions directly, but Jiang Lin demanded that he personally say he loved her and promised never to leave her. Qin Yi was speechless and asked her to change her condition. Jiang Lin, however, seemed to have anticipated his reaction and insisted on this answer, threatening even more terrible punishment if she didn't tell him. Qin Yi completely lost his patience, closed the chat window, and immediately blocked her. He gritted his teeth and cursed the crazy woman under his breath, convinced that she was playing him for a fool and that the so-called clues about the ancient tree of war were most likely non-existent. He thought things would end there for now, but the next second, a Scarlet World announcement suddenly resounded throughout the entire Emberworld. That was an anonymous announcement from the Epic Horn. The announcement read, "My dear, I will find you, and then, little by little, I will crush you and slowly merge you into my body. This is your punishment for rejecting me. I hope you will like it. Signed yours truly, Rin." Qin Yi stared at the words, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head, making every hair on his body stand on end. He knew Jiang Lin all too well. This woman meant what she said. If she couldn't have something, she would destroy it, even to the point of obsession, wanting to become one with her goal. He was on the verge of collapse. Even with the world seemingly ending, Jiang Lin had actually wasted an epic item just to issue this death warning, all to manipulate him. Meanwhile, the world chat exploded. Some were shocked that such a big shot was so extravagant, using the epic horn so casually. Others immediately retorted that this wasn't a sweet talk, but a death threat. Still others excitedly concluded that the other person must be a severely yandere big shot, with terrifying strength enough to dare to squander epic items like this. Even more outrageous, some people started making a scene, saying they liked this type of thing, and some even impersonated the person involved. Qin Yi's temples throbbed as he watched, wishing he could crawl through the internet cable and beat up all these people who were enjoying the drama. Just then, a gentle voice came from behind, asking if the person mentioned in the epic horn could be him. She had just finished her second shower. Her black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her oversized shirt couldn't hide her curves. Her almond-shaped eyes, filled with suspicion, stared directly at Qin Yi's tense face. Qin Yi blushed, his gaze instinctively drifting away. He forced a denial, saying how could he possibly be that unlucky guy. When Wan raised an eyebrow, stared at him for a while, and then turned and left with a hint of disbelief. A woman's intuition can sometimes be that unreliable. Only after her figure disappeared did Qin Yi breathe a sigh of relief, realizing his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He tried to reassure himself in a low voice that the world of Ash Earth was so vast that it shouldn't be so easy to encounter Jiang Lin. But as soon as he said it, even he himself lacked confidence, and the unease in his heart only grew heavier. In the Treehouse Plaza, the crowd gathered around the campfire, excitedly discussing the epic horn, laughter and gossip filling the air. Only Lu Yao and Su Wan sat side by side, exchanging a glance. As among the few who knew the truth, their eyes held worry and an indescribable complexity. Lu Yao said calmly. Qin Yi is finished this time. Su Wan added casually. He brought this on himself, he deserves it. But despite their words, the worry in their eyes didn't disappear. In a sense, they had reached a strange understanding at that moment. As night deepened, the campfire burned to ashes, and the last embers were swallowed by the darkness. The treehouse fell silent again, save for the low murmurs of the spirit beasts and the sound of the flowing waterfall. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the dense canopy and fell on the wooden floor. Qin Yi groggily got up, wiped his face, and pushed open the door to the porch. As the treehouse rose higher, the surrounding gray mist noticeably thinned, but the amount of falling ash increased. Fortunately, the giant tree's lush foliage blocked most of the ash. The remaining debris either fell into the water and was purified by the dawn redwood, or was silently swept away by the thorn queen's vines. Qin Yi always made the most of everything and never wasted any labor. Just then, the female student on guard duty, standing at the edge of the treehouse, suddenly shouted excitedly that they had reached their destination. Everyone's drowsiness vanished instantly, and they all rushed to the edge to look into the distance. Deep within the gray fog, a bamboo forest, shimmering with an eerie purple light, stretched out silently. Bamboo resources are practically a panacea in wilderness survival. They can provide sustenance, be used to make weapons, and weave tools. They are extremely valuable. Excitement shone on everyone's faces, as if they could already see mountains of resources piled up before their eyes. But the next second, their gaze fell on the 30-meter-high treehouse outside the bamboo forest, and their smiles froze instantly. Someone whispered, wondering if someone had beaten them to it. Others lamented that their contribution points had vanished. Yi Jinghong rolled up his sleeves, angrily declaring, "What are you afraid of? If they dare to steal our resources, we'll take them back." Just as the atmosphere became tense, a cold system notification sounded. Secondary resource point discovered, purple bamboo forest. Warning, high-level beasts may roam within the resource point. Please explore with caution. Chapter 46 The Mysterious Treehouse. Before the treehouse could even switch to encampment mode, Qin Yi had already leaped onto the back of the rending wind wolf king. With a loud wolf howl, he led his band of white wolf cavalry straight towards the treehouse that had seized control of the purple bamboo forest. This was the first time they had encountered another treehouse team since entering the Ashlands. No one knew the strength of their opponents, and everyone was somewhat tense. But tension aside, daring to seize a resource point targeted by Class 3K meant that even if the other side possessed extraordinary abilities, they would have to pay a price. When Tsang Huang carried Qin Yi through the last layer of mist and flew above the treehouse, everyone froze at the same time. The 30-meter-high treehouse stood quietly, surrounded by complete silence. There were no human voices, no roars of spirit beasts, only the whistling of the wind through the branches, conveying an indescribable stillness. Qin Yi frowned, scanning the empty platform. He muttered, "Strange, why is there no one here?" He patted the azure wolf's neck, urging it to land. The azure wolf king spread its wings and landed steadily on the top floor of the treetop, with Lu Yao and the others following closely behind on their white wolves. Yi Jinghong patted Daihe's head. Without saying a word, the two of them instantly transformed into two black shadows and disappeared into the treehouse entrance. Soon, they quickly moved through the treehouse, exploring the different levels. The water tank on the first floor was completely empty, not a single drop of water. The warehouse on the second floor, however, was piled high with supplies, indicating a hasty evacuation. The door to the incubation room on the third floor was tightly shut. Since they didn't have the necessary permissions, they couldn't force it open. A moment later, everyone gathered in the treehouse plaza. After reviewing the intelligence, Yi Jinghong deduced in a low voice that the person in charge of the treehouse must still be alive, otherwise the incubation room's access would have been automatically unlocked long ago. The fact that the warehouse supplies hadn't been taken indicated that something extremely terrible must have happened here, leaving them no chance to even pack their belongings. Qin Yi couldn't help but glance at her and teased, "Not bad, Lao Yi, turns out you've got brains." Yi Jinghong had just puffed out her chest in pride when she realized what he meant and rolled up her sleeves, ready to settle the score with him. But just then, a series of soft noises suddenly came from the bottom of the stairs below. Everyone tensed, gripping their black iron spears almost simultaneously, the tips pointing at the stairwell. The sound grew closer, like something struggling to crawl along the ground. Soon, a disheveled, ragged middle-aged man crawled out from the bottom of the stairs. He was covered in dust, and one leg was twisted at an odd angle, clearly seriously injured. It seemed that he had been hiding in the incubation room and only dared to venture out after hearing the commotion outside. But as soon as he climbed up, a cold, long spear was pressed against his forehead. The man's pupils contracted sharply, fear instantly overwhelmed his reason, and he immediately knelt on the ground, his body trembling like a leaf, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Chenyi looked down at him and asked in a cold tone, "Who are you?" The man immediately kowtowed and hurriedly gave his name, saying that he was Wang Gang, 32 years old, single and unmarried, and that he had an elderly mother and a dog at home. He even wanted to reveal that he had been a model student when he was a child. Lu Yao impatiently snapped, "Shut up!" She thrust her spear forward slightly, a chilling killing intent pressing against Wang Gang's neck. Wang Gang instantly fell silent, only then realizing that what stood before him wasn't the terrifying monster, but a group of clean-cut, young-looking people. Especially Lu Yao, whose cold, beautiful eyes held a chill sharper than icicles. Wang Gang knew very well that if he said another careless word, he could be beheaded in the next second. He swallowed hard and spoke in a trembling voice. "Everyone died. My leg was broken, and I survived only by hiding in the incubation chamber. Later, the Treehouse authority was automatically transferred, and I became the new person in charge." At this point, he suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, his voice filled with terror. "It was that monster! It killed everyone! Our boss couldn't even withstand a single blow, he was torn to pieces!" Chenyi's eyes flickered, and he continued to press. "Where are your spirit beasts?" Wang Gang shook his head frantically, saying that they were all dead, all eaten by monsters, not even a bone fragment was left. Lu Yao stepped forward, her gaze sharp as she stared at him. "What does that monster look like?" Wang Gang trembled all over, as if he were reliving the nightmare of that night. He said that thing was so big it blotted out the sky, standing up it was like a small mountain, its whole body covered in black mist, its eyes blood red, and it could swallow a person whole in one gulp. He described it vividly, saying that the monster rushed into the treehouse, eating anyone it saw and tearing apart any spirit beast it encountered, leaving blood and flesh flying everywhere, severed limbs scattered all over the ground, a scene as horrific as hell. But as the crowd listened, their eyes gradually became suspicious. If that monster were truly as large as a small mountain and wreaked havoc inside the treehouse, how could it possibly have left without damaging the treehouse in the slightest? The treehouse before us is completely intact, the floor is even spotless, and there's not a trace of blood or even a fight to be seen. When Wang Gang saw that no one believed him, he kowtowed repeatedly, insisting that everything he said was true, and that the monster was now in the purple bamboo forest, and that he had personally seen it go deeper into the bamboo forest. Lu Yao coldly interrupted. "Weren't you hiding in the incubation room the whole time? How did you know where it went?" This question directly exposed the flaw in Wang Gang's statement. Wang Gang froze instantly, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly, but he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation for a long time. The crowd's gazes immediately turned dangerous. Chenyi narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly raising his spear, the cold tip pressed against Wang Gang's forehead, his voice low and deep. "Speak, who exactly are you?" Wang Gang, head bowed, suddenly let out a suppressed laugh. The laugh emanated from deep within his throat, growing increasingly strange and maniacal. He slowly raised his face, his previously fearful eyes now twisted in a distorted way. "Now that you've discovered my blind spot, I'm not so easily fooled." He grinned, his mouth almost reaching his ears, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Then, he used the ground to push himself up little by little, completely ignoring the sharp pain in his broken leg. He hoarsely confessed that he had killed everyone there. Because those people had broken his legs, raped his wife in front of him, and even their children hadn't been spared. A morbid hatred burned in Wang Gang's eyes. He said he had handed over all his supplies and had knelt down to beg for mercy, but those people still wouldn't let him go. His child had been tortured to death, his wife had committed suicide by hitting her head against the wall, and all he could do in despair was call out again and again. Whether it was a god or a demon, he was willing to give anything to get revenge. He answered me. Wang Gang stared intently at Qin Yi and the others, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. I succeeded. I dismembered them one by one, cut their flesh into small pieces, and made them eat each other. I told them that whoever ate the other first would survive. He licked his dry, cracked lips, his smile utterly sinister. Guess what? They ate with such gusto, piece after piece, even gnawing the bones clean. It was so much fun, so incredibly much fun. He took a step forward, extending his mud-covered hand as if inviting everyone to join this crazy game. You guys want to join in too? Wang Gang screamed hysterically, emanating an aura of twisted evil. Qin Yi's heart sank, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. Wang Gang's eyes were unfocused, a strange smile played on his lips, and the air around him was visibly cooling down. A bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped the entire treehouse. Su Wan's expression changed drastically, and she activated her appraisal skill without hesitation. A pale blue panel appeared before everyone's eyes, and the information on it caused everyone's pupils to contract sharply. Aberration type, Wang Gang. Attributes, Strength 76, Agility 22, Stamina 99, Spirit -100. Note: this creature has been affected by some kind of calamity, resulting in an irreversible mutation that is extremely dangerous. Chapter 47: The beginning of the squad's deterioration. The cruelty of the apocalypse was laid bare at this moment. Compared to Wang Gang's experience of losing his family and home, the peaceful days of Class 3K before that seemed like an unreal paradise. Everyone fell silent as they looked into his empty, numb eyes, a heavy stone pressing on their hearts. But in the midst of this deathly silence, Wang Gang suddenly sprang to his feet. His hunched body suddenly straightened, his 5 fingers curled like steel claws, and with a piercing whistling sound, he grabbed at Lu Yao's throat, who was closest to him. The speed was so fast that everyone only saw a bloody afterimage. At the critical moment, another dark figure rushed out from nowhere. A long spear swept across, blocking the sharp claws with a clang. The sound of metal clashing against metal was so loud it hurt the eardrums. Qin Yi stepped in front of Lu Yao, jerking his gun to force Wang Gang back several meters. He stared coldly at the utterly crazed man, his eyes devoid of any pity, filled only with icy killing intent. Sympathy can be shown to the dead, but to be soft on the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Qin Yi let out a low shout, charged forward with his gun, thrusting, parrying, and sweeping in a straight line, the cold glint of the spear tip aimed straight for vital organs. Wang Gang frantically swung his claws in retaliation, but Qin Yi blocked them one by one with the shaft of his spear. The spear twisted and turned like a dragon, with no superfluous movements in either offense or defense. The layers of spear shadows dazzled the onlookers. Wang Gang was forced to retreat step by step, but the madness in his eyes only intensified, and the eerie black aura surrounding him grew thicker and thicker. He roared and lunged forward, but he could never touch even a hem of Qin Yi's clothes. Everyone was shocked. They had all seen Wang Gang's attribute panel earlier, Strength 76, Agility 22, Stamina 99. Except for the broken legs slowing down his speed, his other stats were almost more terrifying than the Black Tentacled Demon King's. This was essentially a humanoid B-rank calamity beast. Yet Qin Yi, relying solely on a long spear, was able to suppress it head-on, without even using the Crimson Fire longbow. Everyone had the same thought: how did Qin Yi grow to this level? They all started from the same point, their average attributes were less than 15, yet he was already able to fight a B-level disaster beast one-on-one. Wang Gang suddenly let out a shrill laugh, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. He cursed the world as damned, roared that he would end everything with his own hands, and then whispered a prayer for some great man to grant him power. As soon as he finished speaking, his body convulsed violently, and the cracking sound of bones breaking echoed continuously. Countless black bone spurs pierced through his skin and emerged menacingly from his severed legs, arms, back, and forehead. In the blink of an eye, Wang Gang had been transformed into a monster that was neither human nor beast. The instant the mutation was complete, an aura several times stronger than before erupted. Ashes falling from the sky seemed to be drawn together, frantically converging on him and coalescing into a gigantic, fleshy hand that blotted out the sky. Wang Gang roared, and the giant hand swung down, forcefully knocking away Qin Ye's spear tip. 5 fingers, like halberds, slammed down on Qin Yi with destructive force. A violent shockwave swept through the treehouse, throwing everyone off balance and snapping branches one after another. If that blow had truly landed on Qin Yi, even if he didn't die, he would have been half dead. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats, and even their gasps were caught in their throats. Just then, a lithe figure darted out like lightning. A deafening wolf howl echoed through the sky, and a fleshy yet powerful wolf claw suddenly shot out, precisely seizing the large, fleshy hand. The sharp bone spurs shattered inch by inch under the wolf's grip, turning into ashes and scattering everywhere. Wang Gang struggled with all his might, veins bulging on his arms, but he couldn't even budge the wolf's claw. Disbelief finally appeared in his eyes. The only response was the domineering roar of the Azure Wolf King. The Azure Wolf King suddenly exerted its strength, flinging Wang Gang like a rag doll, sending him crashing heavily into a tree trunk. Seng Huang stood proudly in front of Qin Yi, its 3-meter-wide wind and thunder wings slowly unfolding. Its golden vertical pupils coldly looked down at the fallen Wang Gang, revealing its kingly aura. Before anyone could recover from the shock, Qin Yi had already stepped forward again. His spear swept across, the shadows of the spear raining down like a storm, completely engulfing Wang Gang. Defeat was inevitable. With a soft thud, the spear pierced Wang Gang's chest, blood gushing out and staining the ground red. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. When he looked at Qin Yi again, the madness in his eyes had vanished, replaced only by relief. He murmured softly, as if bidding farewell to someone far away. "Wife, baby, Daddy's coming to find you." As his voice faded, he slowly collapsed to the ground, never to make a sound again. The dust settled. Everyone stared at the corpse on the ground, speechless with complex emotions. This was merely a small episode in the world of ashes, yet it struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. They felt sorry for Wang Gang's plight, but they also understood that this was the most brutal reality under the cruel rules of survival. A thought quietly took root in everyone's heart. Weakness is the original sin. The root of all tragedies lies in the fact that those involved lack sufficient power. They must never become the next Wang Gang. They had to become stronger, strong enough to face any disaster. At this moment, the mindset of everyone in Class 3K underwent a complete transformation, and a resilient spirit quietly rose within each of them. Even Qin Yi, who was usually nonchalant, had eyes as sharp as a drawn sword. He sheathed his gun and stood still, saying in a deep voice, "Let's go, pack our things, and get ready to go back." Lu Yao glanced sideways at his back as he stood holding a gun, a strange light flashing in her eyes. The group quickly finished looting the treehouse's resources and were preparing to set off when a system notification suddenly popped up. System notification: successfully eliminated the Sunshine Garden Treehouse Squad 2. Loot obtained, Ancient Tree Core X1. A luminous green crystal appeared out of thin air in Qin Ye's hand, its clear light seemingly containing a rich vitality. Everyone immediately gathered around, and Su Wan stepped forward to activate her appraisal skill. Ancient Tree Core. Quality: special. Effect: contains the full energy of a mature ancient tree. Can be used to rapidly increase the level of a wonder. Qin Yi frowned. He was familiar with the word miracle. When the Thorn Queen descended, the world announcement called it a symbiotic miracle. He turned to look at Su Wan, his eyes filled with hostility. He had already been tricked once before regarding the matter of mental power attributes, and this time he had clearly withheld crucial information again. Su Wan looked completely innocent. Qin Yi directly asked her what a miracle was. Su Wan explained calmly that a miracle is when a spiritual plant evolves to its final form. For example, a dawn redwood, when evolved to its ultimate form, becomes the flowing light spring, the fourth wonder of the world. Qin Ye's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected her to actually know. Su-wan retorted with a look of utter disbelief. Don't you know? Everyone was speechless. Just how many secrets was this guy hiding? Qin Ye's lips twitched, and in the end he could only wave his hand in defeat, telling Liu Yao to keep a close eye on Su-wan from now on and not let her hide important information again. Liu Yao nodded seriously, then pressed for details about the specific functions of the miracles and where the Queen of Thorns ranked. Su-wan explained that each miracle had different abilities, but all were undeniably extraordinary. The Queen of Thorns was the 99th wonder of the world, and her abilities in assisting in combat and providing resources were crucial to the Treehouse. More importantly, the Thorn Queen that the world rewarded them with was a max-level miracle. Once it reached its ultimate form, it would unleash its full power. Everyone listened thoughtfully. Lin Xingyan succinctly pointed out the key point: the more of these special plants, the better. Qin Yi wholeheartedly agreed, carefully stored away the ancient tree core, and led the team back to the treehouse. Not long after they left, the towering 30-meter-tall tree suddenly cracked and collapsed, its trunk rotting into decaying wood at a visible speed. Firewood is a resource too. Although the branches of a contaminated tree can burn, no one would waste it like that unless they're completely out of their mind. Qin Yi immediately summoned the Moon Owl Squad to collect all the remains of the ancient tree and take them away. They truly achieved the goal of leaving nothing behind. After dealing with all of this, Wenwan and the others who remained at the treehouse had already gathered in front of it. Their next target was the coveted secondary resource point, the purple bamboo forest. Qin Yi mounted his valiant Sung Huang and shouted, "Brothers, no, sisters! The winds are rising, the clouds are flying, let's leave the city and wipe out the bandits!" With a roar of encouragement, the crowd surged forward. More than 30 team members, along with over 50 spirit beasts, formed a formidable force and charged towards the purple bamboo forest. Even the 3 green rock turtles slowly grew to the size of a house, following behind the group, trying their best to catch up with the main force. They considered this mere level 2 resource point to be firmly in their grasp. Just as the group was about to reach the lush purple bamboo forest, the sky suddenly darkened. The already sparse sunlight seemed to be completely blocked by some enormous object. Everyone instinctively looked up and saw a vast, dark shadow looming at the edge of the forest, like an ancient behemoth overlooking the earth. An extremely ferocious aura pressed down like a tide, even causing the spirit beasts to whimper in unease. Yi Jinghong's face turned deathly pale, and he exclaimed in shock, "What? The giant beast that Wang Gang mentioned really exists?" Chapter 48 Gaia. Stone bear with human face, a common behemoth. Rank B+. Attributes: Strength 99, Agility 99, Stamina 299. Skills: Hug, Rock Armor, Earth Crack. Evaluation: a behemoth that has awakened from its slumber. Its size and defense are extremely terrifying. Do not provoke it lightly. When it gets angry, it will not even spare its own kind. The over 30-meter-tall stone bear with a human face resembled a gray-brown stone mountain, lying across the front of the purple bamboo forest. Its entire body was covered in thick rock armor, the cold, hard lines exuding a chilling aura. A distorted human face was embedded in the center of the bear's head, its crimson eyes surging with ferocity. Just standing there was like having Mount Tai pressing down on you, making it hard to breathe. A menacing aura rolled in like dark clouds, pressing down layer upon layer. The group, who had been brimming with murderous intent just moments before, halted abruptly at the edge of the purple bamboo forest. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. "How do we fight this thing? It looks like it could send someone flying with a mere breath." The oncoming shockwave was like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down, making everyone's hair fly wildly and their robes billow, making it difficult to even stand. Only Tsung Huang, carrying Qin Yi, did not retreat but advance, its 4 hooves treading the wind, its wind and thunder wings unfurling, stirring up a violent gale, and directly charging towards the human-faced stone bear. The Azure Emperor roared to the sky, its ferocious power causing the surrounding bamboo forest to tremble. The sky instantly changed color, thick black thunderclouds rapidly gathered, and lightning crackled and danced among the clouds, its domineering aura directly suppressing the entire area. Qin Yi stood on the Azure Emperor's back, bow in hand against the wind, his robes fluttering in the wind. He stared at the colossal creature, and coldly ordered Sung Huang to teach this big oaf a lesson. Sung Huang responded with a long roar, instantly unleashing the elements of wind and thunder to their maximum, pale purple lightning and cyan wind blades intertwining and swirling around him. The next second, a fierce wind arose in the sky above the forest, and thunderclouds rolled. A bolt of pale blue lightning, as thick as a water bucket, pierced the sky and fell like a thunderbolt crashing down from the heavens, carrying immense force as it slammed into the chest of the human-faced stone bear. A deafening roar erupted, catching the human-faced stone bear completely off guard. Its massive body crashed heavily into the purple bamboo forest, breaking and snapping swathes of bamboo, scattering broken branches and leaves everywhere. Qinye's heart bled at the sight. Those were all his resources. He immediately shouted an order to Sung Huang to lure this guy out, and not destroy his purple bamboo forest. Sung Huang immediately understood, and in a flash, he rushed above the human-faced stone bear. His wind and thunder wings flapped violently, condensing into a huge azure storm. The terrifying storm actually lifted the over 30-meter-tall beast, dragging it into the air. Immediately afterward, another bolt of lightning struck precisely from the side, blasting the human-faced stone bear directly out of the purple bamboo forest with a deafening roar, slamming it onto the open ground outside, sending dust billowing into the sky. Yi Jinghong and the others were dumbfounded, only one thought remaining in their minds. An S-rank spirit beast could be this ferocious, actually kicking a B-rank behemoth like a ball. Witnessing the true power of the rending Wind Wolf King, the morale of Class 3K soared instantly. Before it could get up, the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave to attack it. Spears thrust fiercely, machetes slashed wildly, white wolves clawed viciously, and moon owls pecked fiercely. All attacks were directed at the human-faced stone bear. The human-faced stone bear is known for its defense, and with the added benefit of its rock armor, its hide is ridiculously thick. The attacks from the group only produced crisp clanging sounds when they landed on the rock armor, leaving at most shallow white marks, without even damaging the actual flesh. Everyone's faces immediately darkened. Although they were mentally prepared, seeing that the defenses were completely impenetrable still left them feeling powerless. Just then, the man-faced stone bear that had been knocked over finally regained its movement, letting out a violent roar that shook the ground. It suddenly propped itself up, its massive, fan-like paws slamming down on the annoying ants around it. The force of the blow tore through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. If one were hit, the consequences would be far more severe than mere injury. At the critical moment, a long, crimson arrow pierced the air, its tip wreathed in flames, and struck the palm of the stone bear with pinpoint accuracy. With a deafening boom, the fire collided with the stone armor, sending sparks flying and causing the giant paw to momentarily freeze. Seizing the moment, Qin Yi drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and fired 3 arrows in quick succession. The 3 crimson arrows struck the bear's paw precisely, exploding one after another into 3 small mushroom clouds. The violent shockwaves forcefully blasted the giant paw away. His voice pierced through the chaotic battlefield, ordering everyone to immediately retreat to the treehouse. He was about to activate a secret weapon. Although the group was filled with doubt, they knew that staying would be pointless and would only hinder Qin Yi. They exchanged glances and decisively retreated to the treehouse. Seeing how obedient they were this time, Qin Yi felt somewhat uneasy. Unconsciously, he had become the backbone of the entire class. After everyone had left, the playful smile on his face vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. A golden light flashed in Sung Huang's eyes. It was about to gather an even more terrifying thundercloud to deliver a fatal blow to the human-faced stone bear, but Qin Yi raised his hand to stop it. Sung Huang turned back in confusion and growled, as if asking why it wouldn't let the bear attack when it could kill it directly. Qin Yi patted its head, his tone calm. He knew Sung Huang was powerful, but the fact that the system hadn't yet displayed the progress of the resource point acquisition task meant that this human-faced stone bear wasn't the true guardian demon king of the purple bamboo forest. There might be even more formidable opponents ahead, and Sung Huang needed to conserve its strength to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. At this point, a fighting spirit ignited in Qin Yi's eyes. Pointing at the giant beast below, he declared loudly, "This big oaf is mine to deal with." Although the Azure Emperor was still puzzled, he unconditionally trusted Qin Yi. After letting out a low howl, it slowly flapped its wind and thunder wings and retreated to the high sky to guard. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yi did something that left everyone speechless. He actually leaped off Tseng Huang's back, plummeting straight towards the ground. In midair, he suddenly made a strange gesture and shouted something that silenced the entire audience. Gaia dash! The people in the treehouse collectively face-bombed, their expressions darkening. They were facing a life-or-death situation, and Qin Yi was still up to his old tricks. Did he really want to become Ultraman and fight monsters? But before they could even finish their tu chao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical comments, a cold and loud system notification suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Prompt: the treehouse has successfully switched to combat mode. All squad members, please prepare. As the system voice faded, the entire aquatic symbiotic treehouse shuddered violently. Its already 60-meter-tall trunk surged upwards once more, its branches twisting, intertwining, and reconstructing wildly. The plant garden, the open-air hot spring, and the aerial platform were instantly enveloped by giant bubbles, disappearing into the depths of the thick trunk. The atmosphere of the entire treehouse underwent a dramatic change, transforming from its original warm and vibrant vitality into a sharp and chilling battle intent. The delicate wood grains surged and churned, even faintly revealing a metallic, sinister luster. Chapter 49: Battle Mode Unlocked. The tree roots surged and broke through the soil, transforming into two towering legs that firmly rooted themselves in the earth. Two massive, mountain-like hands suddenly emerged from the sides of the trunk, their sinews and bones twisted and knotted, exuding an earth-shattering power. Thorns and vines climbed all over the tree man like living things, intertwining layer upon layer, as if clad in a set of cold, gleaming green armor. The barb stood tall, exuding a menacing aura. The tree man bent its legs slightly and stomped the ground violently. With a crack, the earth split open in countless fine cracks, and fragments of stone flew everywhere. It lunged forward, its giant paw outstretched, and steadily caught Qin Yi as he fell from midair. With a thunderous crash, the tree man landed heavily on the ground. Its massive, 60-meter-tall body stood between heaven and earth, blotting out the sun. Every grain of its wood exuded a cold, hard power, sending chills down everyone's spines. If the previous waterside treehouse was a warm and safe haven, then the treeman now is an unparalleled warrior who has emerged from an ancient battlefield, domineering and awe-inspiring, looking down upon all directions. Yi Jinghong and the others clung to the railing, their eyes wide with disbelief that the treehouse could transform like this. The stone bear with human faces below was also stunned, a flicker of fear appearing in its crimson eyes for the first time. Although it was ferocious, it could instinctively sense that this behemoth, twice its own height, was not to be trifled with. Qin Yi stood on the platform atop the tree man's head, his clothes fluttering, looking down at it from his superior position. An ordinary treehouse would naturally not be qualified to look down on such a behemoth. However, the treehouse of Class 3K has undergone 2 upgrades and 1 renovation, and now stands at a height of 60 meters. The oppressive feeling brought by the human-faced stone bear has instantly turned into a comical sight of a child facing an adult. Unable to bear such contempt, the stone bear with human faces roared and clenched its limbs to grip the ground, its massive body crashing down like a runaway mountain. The ground trembled, rocks flew everywhere, and the force was terrifying. The tree man neither dodged nor evaded, but stepped back with its right foot, its foot transforming into countless roots that sank into the earth, firmly stabilizing its body. Then it twisted its body and raised its arm, as if power was continuously flowing into its body from the depths of the earth. Its arm swelled at a visible speed, the tree veins bulging like veins, transforming into a thick, greenish-blue giant arm. Just as the giant bear charged, the treant unleashed a punch. Thump! A muffled, deafening roar pierced the sky, causing the surrounding bamboo forest to tremble. The human-faced stone bear let out a shrill scream as its massive body was smashed into the ground, rolling several times before crashing into a deep crater, sending dust billowing into the sky. The class erupted in cheers, shouting in shock that it was monstrous. Even the massive, thick face of the stone bear couldn't withstand that punch. The power was simply outrageous. Having landed a successful blow, the treant didn't stop. It strode after the rolling stone bear with human faces, and its giant fist swung down again. Boom! 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 Each punch caused the earth to tremble violently, cracks to spread, and debris to fly everywhere. This raw, visceral violence caused the human-faced stone bear to howl in agony, forced to cower and passively endure the blows. But just as everyone was caught up in the excitement, they all clearly felt their strength rapidly draining away. Not only the students, but even the spirit beasts like the white wolf and moon owl felt a growing sense of weakness. Genie landed back in the treehouse plaza, which had now become the tree people's war room, and everyone looked at him. Genie explained, panting, that in battle mode, the treant's combat power is the sum of the entire team's stats, including all spirit beasts. However, during battle, not only does it consume a large amount of pure water, but it also continuously drains their stamina. This mode possessed astonishing power, but it couldn't be sustained for long. If it weren't for the 3 incredibly strong green rock turtles supporting them, they probably could only last 30 seconds at most. Hearing this, the green rock turtles finally felt they were useful and proudly raised their heads. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the treant slammed down another punch, sending the human-faced stone bear flying backward with a scream. Its rock armor was covered in cracks, and blood gushed from its wounds, staining the ground red. But the behemoth seemed indestructible. It shook its dazed head and struggled to its feet again. Its eyes blazed with ferocity as it roared and charged forward once more. The treant charged forward, their giant fists clashing. The stone bear with the human face was repeatedly knocked away, only to rise again and again, the two sides locked in a stalemate. The group's strength was rapidly waning, and their faces gradually turned pale. Lu Yao, gripping the railing with a grave expression, warned them that this couldn't go on, they would be worn down to death. Qin Yi also noticed that the treant's punches were slower, and the power was noticeably weaker. He took a deep breath and said loudly, "Don't panic, I have a second form." After saying that, he made that familiar yet strange gesture again. Lin Xingyan sighed, almost unable to contain her frustration, and told him to stop being so dramatic. Qin Yi immediately retorted, saying it was a special move, and then shouted, "Thorn Queen, come to my aid!" In an instant, countless roots around the treant surged violently. The Queen of Thorns vines climbed up the treant's iron fists like serpents, covering it with dense, sharp thorns that gleamed with a cold, eerie green light and carried deadly poison. The treant swung its arm, unleashing a whistling barrage of poisonous spikes. Qin Yi shouted, "Paralyzing poisonous spike rain, torrential rain, pear blossom fist!" The name made everyone cringe so hard they wanted to crawl on the ground, except for Su Wan, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, thinking it was incredibly cool. Countless venomous thorns rained down like a storm, raining down on the frenzied, charging stone bear with its human face. The giant bear had nowhere to dodge and was instantly covered in thorns, letting out a heart-wrenching roar of pain. Blood seeped continuously from the numerous bloody holes all over its body, staining its thick rock armor crimson. This time, it rose much more slowly, and its massive body began to tremble uncontrollably. Everyone's eyes lit up, immediately realizing that the Queen of Thorns' paralyzing stings had taken effect. The deadly poison rapidly spread throughout the giant bear's body. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, its eyes gradually became unfocused, and it could no longer even stand steadily. The treant pressed its advantage, striding forward and unleashing a barrage of venomous punches at the weakened human-faced stone bear. Each punch tore and pierced, eliciting continuous screams of agony. Finally, the stone bear with human faces let out a final wail, collapsed heavily to the ground, and remained motionless. The crowd could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, yet they still cheered excitedly, their voices filled with the ecstatic joy of surviving a catastrophe. The treant brandished its blood-stained giant fist, roaring to the sky, its voice shaking the surrounding area, as if declaring victory. But Qin Yi did not relax. To prevent the human-faced stone bear from feigning death and launching a sneak attack, he pointed at the corpse again and coldly shouted, "Death coil!" Countless thorny vines flew out from the treeman's body, wrapping the giant bear tightly like ropes, layer upon layer, leaving no room for escape. Qin Yi then ordered its beheading. The treant's hand wriggled and deformed, transforming into a gleaming giant axe, which it brought down fiercely on the stone bear's head. With a crack, the bear's head rolled off, blood gushing out, and the battle finally came to an end. Everyone's strength was completely drained at this moment, and they collapsed to the ground, too weak to even lift their hands. The treant slowly withdrew from battle mode, its vines retracted, and its giant hands and legs transformed back into branches and roots. The massive, 60-meter-tall body gradually returned to its original shape as the water-margin treehouse, though traces of the fierce battle still remained. Qin Yi was also panting heavily, his body soaked in sweat, yet he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Yi Jinghong collapsed to the ground, eager for Su Wan to see if the creature's flesh was edible. Su Wan propped herself up and walked to the edge of the platform to begin examining the human-faced stone bear's corpse. A moment later, she turned back and nodded gently, saying it was okay. Everyone instantly perked up, their fatigue largely dissipating. The carcass of such a giant beast alone offered countless amounts of meat, making the profits no less than those from the purple bamboo forest. Just as they were envisioning their harvest, the earth suddenly trembled violently. Everyone immediately looked into the distance, and saw a black and white figure rushing towards them at high speed through the bamboo forest. Lin Xingmian gasped in fright, thinking the human-faced bear was still alive. Qin Ye's pupils contracted, and after a closer look, he scolded him for being blind, because it was clearly a panda. Only then did everyone realize that what was charging towards them was indeed a round, fat panda, with short legs, a menacing air, and a pair of black eyes full of greed. A prompt appears. The cunning mangosteen beast has finally waited until the invaders have weakened, intending to take advantage of their vulnerability for a meal. Defeating the invaders will allow you to successfully occupy the level 2 resource point, Purple Bamboo Forest. Qin Yi rubbed his aching arms, his fighting spirit surging again. This fat cat was cunning, trying to get something for nothing. Luckily, he had a backup plan. He looked up at the sky and said loudly, "Samhuang, it's your turn. Go and teach this fat panda a lesson." The rending wind wolf king roared, a cold light flashing in its golden vertical pupils. Its wind and thunder wings suddenly unfurled, like a streak of blue-white lightning, charging fiercely towards the charging mangosteen beast. Chapter 50 Unbelievable Good Luck. In the treehouse plaza, everyone sat around the campfire, eating freshly roasted meat and recovering their strength while watching the great battle below with great interest. With his mouth full of meat, Yi Jinghong mumbled that the scene was even more explosive than movie special effects, but his eyes were fixed on the thunderous Sanghuang in the sky, and he was extremely excited. Everyone was relaxed because they had absolute confidence in the rending wind wolf king. Moreover, that mangosteen beast was only a B rank. Even as an adult, it was no match for an S rank beast king. But the next second, everyone was stunned. When the mangosteen beast saw the Azure Emperor descend with wind and thunder, its black and white chubby face froze, its round eyes filled with confusion, which was then instantly filled with fear. It lost its footing, tripped over its own, and fell flat on its face with a plop, its round belly sticking to the ground. The treehouse erupted in laughter. Some said the panda seemed like a joke, tripping and falling before the fight even started. Others said it was ridiculously cowardly, too afraid to even get involved in a fight. The bamboo beast scrambled to its feet, not even daring to look at the approaching Azure Emperor, and turned to run. Its fat body burst forth with a speed completely disproportionate to its size, its 4 short legs moving with incredible speed, disappearing into the depths of the purple bamboo forest in the blink of an eye. Lin Xingmian's eyes widened in disbelief. It ran away so decisively before the fight even started? Lu Yao sighed in exasperation, and Qin Yi couldn't help but complain as well. It was the first time he had ever seen such a spineless monster. At this moment, Su Wan suddenly spoke up, saying that it was not a calamity beast. Calamity beasts lack intelligence, while this panda should be a spirit beast with considerable intelligence. This immediately piqued everyone's interest, and they even forgot to chew their roasted meat. Qin Yi immediately ordered Sang Huang to chase after it and bring it back. The Azure Emperor transformed into a streak of bluish-white lightning and plunged into the bamboo forest. Not long after, the forest echoed with the shrill screams of the bamboo beast, interspersed with its intermittent pleas for mercy. "Stop hitting me! Merciful sir! I surrender! Everyone was instantly filled with question marks. Qin Yi looked at the people around him, wondering if he had misheard. The voice clearly sounded like a human speaking. Lin Xingyan even stood up excitedly, exclaiming that this panda could actually speak human language. A few minutes later, Zhenghuang returned, flapping its wind and thunder wings, carrying a fat panda over 10 meters tall with a bruised and swollen face in its wolf paws. Its enormous body took up almost half of the treehouse plaza, its belly was covered in mud, and its dark circles around its eyes were bruised and purple, making it look extremely pathetic. As soon as it landed, the mangosteen beast howled and rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. Big brothers and sisters, let's talk this out, please don't eat me. My meat is tough and sour, it doesn't taste good at all. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with disbelief. A talking spirit beast, this was incredibly rare, even rarer than an S-rank spirit beast. Lin Xingyan was the most excited, immediately circling around it, and examining it closely. The mangosteen beast shrank its head, looking pitifully at the group, repeatedly muttering, "Don't kill it." Qin Yi stepped forward, a playful smile on his face, and told it that he wouldn't kill it, he just wanted to chat. Seeing that Qin Yi didn't seem to intend to kill, the mangosteen beast calmed down a bit. Qin Yi asked it if it was a true spirit beast, and it honestly admitted that it had developed intelligence, and could speak human language. Lin Xingyan suppressed a laugh and pressed it for an explanation of why it had run away. The mangosteen beast blushed and stammered that it didn't know either. Upon seeing this handsome and imposing wolf brother, it was so frightened that its legs wouldn't obey its commands. Everyone was trembling with suppressed laughter. This flattery was so smooth. It would be a shame if he wasn't in the corporate world. The emperor also let out a satisfied growl, clearly thinking the kid knew how to talk. Kaling Xingnian quickly sensed something was wrong. As a beast tamer, she knew that spirit beast intelligence would increase with evolution, and their masters could communicate with them. But even the Zhenghuang, an S-rank spirit beast, couldn't speak human language. How could this B-rank panda do that? She even suspected that the mangosteen beast might have been possessed by some transmigrator. Zhenghuang immediately roared in dissatisfaction, as if in agreement. Apart from its master, no one can understand its wolf language, so why does this idiot speak human language? Faced with the malicious gazes of the crowd, the mangosteen beast visibly panicked, cold sweat streaming down its fat face. It hurriedly waved its hands to explain that it was definitely not trying to possess someone else's body. It was almost crying, saying that it had only eaten a strange plant before, and after eating it, it could talk. Qin Yi's eyes narrowed, and he pressed for details about what kind of plant it was. The mangosteen beast said it didn't recognize the plant either, only remembering that it was a glowing grass that a wounded moon owl had brought to the purple bamboo forest. Later, it ambushed the moon owl, stole the grass, and ate it, after which it suddenly gained the ability to speak. Qin Yi looked at Su Wan thoughtfully. Su Wan nodded, judging that it should be some kind of miracle plant, but she couldn't be sure which miracle it belonged to. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly lucky this panda was. It was as if a windfall had actually fallen into the lap of this simple-minded panda. Qin Yi looked at the mangosteen beast again. Since they could communicate, things were much easier. If they wanted to live, they could sign a contract and follow them from now on. Upon hearing, "Sign a contract," the mangosteen beast shuddered and begged for mercy with a mournful face, saying that it could only eat and couldn't do any work, and asked Qin Yi to just let it go like a fart. Everyone laughed. Qin Yi laughed too. He'd never seen a spirit beast that didn't have to work on Class 3K's territory. He said seriously, "The outhouse just happens to need someone to carry manure, and this one seems perfect." The mangosteen beast was dumbfounded, its round eyes widening and its mouth forming an "Oh." Qin Yi, too lazy to tease it any longer, simply extended his palm and made it sign a contract. The mangosteen beast looked at Qin Yi, then at the Zhenghuang beside it with its cold, menacing gaze, and finally could only lower its head and resignedly raise its paw. With Lin Xingyan's help, a furry mark appeared on Qin Yi's palm, and the contract was officially successful. In fact, Qin Yi wasn't interested in the mangosteen beast's strength, nor was it simply because it could talk. What truly captivated him was the discovery Su-Wan had quietly shared with him. The Mangosteen Beast's innate characters shimmered with 7-colored light, and even with an appraisal technique, all he could see were a screen full of question marks. Qin immediately realized that he had struck gold. He opened the pet panel, but after seeing the information, he almost froze. Mangosteen, adult, level B+, strength 26, agility 89, stamina 18. Skills include intimidation, speech, and an absurdly ridiculous phrase that leaves you speechless. Sloth bears poop and pee a lot. The evaluation was even more disheartening. To be honest, I can't think of any good qualities this cunning fat ball has. Finally, I reluctantly added that cunning might be considered a good quality in certain situations. If it weren't for the dazzling 7-colored halo in the talent bar, Qin would have seriously doubted whether this was a fake B+ grade spirit beast. Its attributes were ridiculously unbalanced, but its agility was very high, clearly indicating that its main strategy was to run away if it couldn't win a fight. As for skills, they're so useless they're beyond words. The idea that a sloth bear poops and pees a lot is absurd. It's practically a glutton who only knows how to eat. But unfortunately, Mangosteen's talent is truly extraordinary. As its owner, Qin couldn't see any specific descriptions. The screen was full of question marks. But just from the name, Dog Luck, one could guess that it was probably related to luck. Otherwise, it simply doesn't make sense. How could such a useless, incapable, and insatiable creature have survived in the cruel world of ashes until now, occupying such a precious place as the purple bamboo forest and becoming so fat and strong? Even when invaded by the human-faced stone bear, it was just in time to be rescued by Class 3K who happened to be passing by. Its luck is simply unreasonable. For a moment, Qin didn't know whether to be happy or worried. He withdrew his hand and announced that from now on, Mangosteen would be their companion, and named it Fat Cat. The Mangosteen beast completely relaxed, raised its head with a goofy grin, rubbed its belly, and asked, "Big brother, what are we having for dinner tonight? I'm a little hungry." Qin fell silent. Everyone nearly burst out laughing. This simpleton, could he be another money-devouring beast? Chapter 51 The Bottom Line of Class 3K. Chapter 51 The bottom line of Class 3K. By the time everyone had recovered their strength, the sun was already setting in the west, and it was afternoon in the blink of an eye. Liu Yao immediately organized a team to deal with the corpse of the human-faced stone bear. It's the height of summer right now, and if it's not dealt with promptly, this huge beast's carcass will soon rot and stink. The group had no choice but to put aside their gathering of purple bamboo for the time being. Anyway, the bamboo forest is right in front of us, so it doesn't matter whether we collect bamboo morning or night. Right now, taking care of the resources in front of us is the most important thing. The team instantly sprang into action, with some skinning animals, others butchering meat, and still others carrying bones, each doing their part in a lively and enthusiastic manner. Even Qin wasn't idle. His fingertips were rapidly swiping across the trading panel. Contact the major treehouse legions in the world chat to negotiate a crazy price for this batch of fresh meat, and try to squeeze out the maximum profit. Everyone was focused on their work, except for a certain chubby panda who stood out from the crowd. Mangosteen was leisurely soaking in the open-air hot spring, half floating on the surface, enjoying the comfort brought by the cool water vapor. Its enormous size of over 10 meters was merely an amplified effect of its intimidation skills. Its actual size is only 3 meters tall, just slightly larger than the white wolves. Ah, this is what life is all about. Mangosteen squinted, her expression one of utter contentment, a tender bamboo shoot dangling from her mouth, looking every bit the part of a grandpa. As for the manure-carrying job that Qin had previously assigned, it had long since forgotten about it, leaving no trace whatsoever. If I had known life here was this comfortable, I should have surrendered sooner and gotten a beating from that damned dog for nothing. It soaked in the water, talking to itself and muttering to itself. Damn it, that wolf was really ruthless. Luckily, it was young and easy to fool. Ha! A soft roar suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of playful mockery. Suddenly, a warm wolf claw gripped the back of Mangosteen's neck. The Azure Emperor appeared silently behind it at some point, its golden vertical pupils lowered as it looked down at it, its gaze full of threat. The fat panda shuddered, his relaxed expression instantly freezing, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Brother Wolf!" It quickly forced a fawning smile and paddled towards the shore with its short legs, saying, "I'm just doing my job. Cleaning the bathroom is a responsibility of spirit beasts, a responsibility of spirit beasts." Senghuang released the wolf's claws and naturally curled up in the pool. The cool spring water washed over his body, and he closed his eyes in comfort. "I must say, taking a bath once in a while really makes me feel refreshed." Seeing the fat panda standing motionless on the shore, it half opened its eyes and let out a soft growl. "Awoke? What are you waiting for? Get to work. Don't blame me for not warning you, you'll be in big trouble if you don't complete the task." Mangosteen didn't dare utter a sound, and hurriedly, with a forced smile, dragged her round, heavy body towards the outhouse. But inwardly, he couldn't help but think, "Damn it! He's just a bully who takes advantage of his master's power. Just because he's the top salesperson doesn't mean he can skip work." Under the watchful gaze of the Azure Emperor, it only dared to mutter in private, not daring to reveal anything, and obediently went into the outhouse. The next second, this guy actually squatted down and started taking a paid dump without a care in the world. He kept muttering to himself, "It's impossible for me to work, never in my life." No sooner had he finished speaking than a thorny vine whip lashed through the air. With a loud smack, it struck its plump rear end hard, with considerable force. "Ah!" Mangosteen let out a shrill scream and scrambled out of the outhouse. A bright red welt was clearly visible on his buttocks, which was both painful and shameful. "Oh my God! It's one of us! Queen, please stop smoking! I was wrong! I was wrong!" The Queen of Thorns was not as easily fooled as the Azure Emperor. Her vine whip danced through the air with tremendous force. The panda kept getting slapped on the mangosteen, beating the fat panda until it ran away with its head in its hands, howling in pain. As the sun sets, the sky is painted with orange-red hues, and the darkness gradually fades. People and spirit beasts who had been out working began to return to their nests, one after another. Lin Xingyan and Yi Jinghong returned to the treehouse first, their clothes splattered with the blood of the human-faced stone bear, and the strong smell of blood filled the air. They originally planned to take a hot spring bath first to wash away the filth. As soon as they arrived at the square, they saw a fat panda lying sprawled on the ground, looking half dead. "What's going on? We're not allowed to sleep here." Lin Xingyan stepped forward and gently kicked the belly of the mangosteen. The fat panda weakly opened its eyes and groaned feebly. "Stop kicking me, or I'll die!" At this moment, the thorny vines beside them slowly wriggled and intertwined to form two clear modern characters. "Be lazy!" The vines even extend a thin tendril, shaped like an arrow, pointing straight at the mangosteen on the ground. The two understood instantly, and their faces immediately darkened. "Fine. We're out there working ourselves to the bone dealing with beast carcasses, racing against time to gather resources, and you dead cat, dare to hide here and slack off?" Lin Xingyan rolled up his sleeves, his temper flaring. "Old Yi, beat it up! Let it see what the rules of Class 3K are all about!" Yi Jinghong rubbed her arm, which ached from cutting meat for so long. A series of crisp cracking sounds came from the joints, and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Hee, that's exactly what I was thinking. I'll take a shower after I'm done beating you up." As soon as they finished speaking, the two were perfectly in sync. They used their fists and feet to beat the fat panda on the ground. During this time, Mangosteen begged for mercy repeatedly, and her pitiful cries echoed throughout the treehouse, but she did not receive the slightest pity. Not long after, Lu Yao returned with the twin girls, Wang Xiren and Wang Shiran. The three of them were carrying pieces of prepared meat, and were preparing to cook dinner. The three were taken aback by what they saw in the square. Upon seeing the Thorn Queen's instruction token, Lu Mei's eyebrows shot up, and a chill ran through her eyes. "The squad leader's here! We're just getting tired of beating him up, let's switch!" Lin Xingyan wiped the sweat from his forehead, grabbed Yi Jinghong, turned around, and headed straight for the hot spring, leaving the fat panda trembling in place. Meow! Mangosteen let out a wail and hurriedly scrambled to her feet, clutching her head, trying to slip away. He had only taken 2 steps when the Queen of Thorns entwined him with her vines, binding his waist and lifting him back into the air, leaving him unable to move. Dare you freeload and slack off in our Class 3K? Lu Yao's usually aloof and pretty face was now even colder than ice, and the chill in her voice was almost tangible. The last person who dared to do this is already buried with grass 3 meters tall. You are very good. The 2 violent little girls, Wang Xiren and Wang Shiran, had a cruel glint in their eyes and simultaneously let out an evil chuckle. Bears are destined to die, either from the jaws of a ferocious beast or from laziness. Hopefully, you won't become tonight's dinner. Sister, go! Beat him up! The 2 little girls rolled up their sleeves, howled, and rushed forward, punching and kicking the dangling fat panda. Hanging upside down, Mangosteen struggled desperately, her pitiful cries echoing through the treehouse once more, only to be met with even more brutal punches and kicks. When Qin Yi and Su Wan returned after finishing the transaction, they happened to witness Lu Yao leading 2 little girls to beat up the fat panda. What are you doing? Qin Yi raised an eyebrow and asked in surprise. Lu Yao turned around, expressionless, and pointed to the 2 lazy, rattan shields of the Thorn Queen, then to the dying Mangosteen on the ground. Qin Yi immediately understood, his gaze towards the fat panda instantly turning cold, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Interesting. Daring to slack off on my turf, looks like they haven't learned their lesson yet. That cold laugh seemed to lower the temperature in the surrounding area by several degrees. Qin Yi rolled up his sleeves, drew his black iron spear from his waist, pointed the spear tip at the Mangosteen on the ground, and joined the beating. The force of a gun barrel strike can be even greater than that of fists and feet. Mangosteen was practically in tears, and her pleas for mercy never stopped. But this time, not a single person softened their heart, not even the beasts. They beat the fat panda for a full half hour, until the panda was on the verge of death and barely had the strength to even groan, before they finally stopped. It should be very grateful for its thick layer of fat, which shielded it from most of the damage. Otherwise, it's doubtful they could even last 10 minutes. Finally, the Queen of Thorns used vines to suspend the half-dead Mangosteen in midair outside the treehouse. With the evening breeze blowing, the fat panda swayed back and forth, looking utterly pathetic. It lay paralyzed among the vines, filled with grievance and confusion. I just slacked off. Why did you have to beat me to death? Then, the Queen of Thorns gave it the answer. A faint, almost imperceptible mental fluctuation slowly emanated from the room. Words, fragmented and disjointed, gathered in Mangosteen's ear. Being busy and seizing time and resources is paramount. The most important bottom line must not be crossed. Mangosteen is not stupid at all, on the contrary, she is quite clever. From just these few words, the truth was instantly pieced together. It finally understood why it had received such a severe beating. Normally, if the team is relaxed, it might slack off a little or use some clever tricks, and no one would pay too much attention. But now is a critical time for the team to race against time to save supplies. No time or manpower should be wasted. Anyone who dares to slack off at this time will negatively impact the team's development. Even if a god came, he would have to shed a layer of skin before leaving. This is the bottom line for Class 3K, an inviolable rule. Once you cross the line, your life and death are in the hands of fate, and your wealth and status are determined by heaven. My queen. Mangosteen groaned weakly, too weak to even lift her head. She could only look pitifully at the thorny vines around her with her eyes slanted to the side. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You almost killed me. The vines swayed gently, as if in response. A mental wave, tinged with cunning and mockery, emanated again, its tone laced with a hint of smugness. It's fun, hee hee. The fat panda was speechless for a moment, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So this devil did it on purpose. Chapter 52 Bubble Warehouse. Chapter 52 Bubble Warehouse. After dinner and a short rest, the group once again took up their swords and went into battle. This is a critical moment to save the meat, and the high summer temperature allows no delay. Even losing half a piece of flesh can cause people to feel heartache for a long time. Tonight is destined to be an all-nighter. If only someone had a talent for slaughtering or related skills, the efficiency would be several times higher. Lin Xingnian wielded the cleaver, cutting the meat with all his might. His arms ached and went numb, but he dared not stop, muttering to himself. Qin Yi glanced up, but his hands didn't slow down at all. He precisely collected the cut pieces of raw meat and immediately put them on the trading house to be exchanged for resources. Forget about talent. I've never seen an item that can be exchanged for talent. Skill books are still an option, but right now the trading post is full of useless skills at ridiculously high prices. Only a fool would buy them. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingnian shook his head with a regretful expression and could only bury his head and continue working hard. Qin Yi, the warehouse is almost overflowing again. You need to think of a solution. Lu Yao's voice came from the other side of the bear carcass. Her tone remained calm, but she couldn't hide a trace of anxiety. Don't panic, I expected this to happen. I've been gathering resources to upgrade the warehouse. Qin Yi opened the treehouse building interface as he spoke. Most buildings require blueprints, but basic buildings can be upgraded with just enough resources. Bubble Warehouse, Level 2 200 pure water, 200 disaster beast bones, 200 tree branches of life, 200 diminished magic crystals. The first three types of resources are not difficult to collect. Magic crystals are extremely rare in the trading house. If I hadn't spent the whole afternoon haggling with various treehouses to exchange them, I wouldn't have been able to gather 200 sets of materials. After purifying the tree of life, Qin Yi immediately clicked Build. In an instant, the entire treehouse was enveloped in a faint glow. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, but their hands did not stop moving. The next second, the mountains of various supplies piled up in the warehouse seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand. Automatically sorted and categorized, it slowly flew to hover among the branches on the south side of the tree canopy. Countless transparent bubbles emerged from the tree branches, as vibrant as sprouting new shoots, enveloping these resources one by one. Then they hung on the branches like heavy fruits, reflecting rings of fine rainbow light under the glow of the campfire, which was quite beautiful. Qin Yi then sent the Bubble Warehouse panel to the team management group. Bubble Warehouse Level 2. Storage capacity, 100 bubbles, expandable. Illustrate. 1. Those with warehouse access can freely collect the corresponding bubbles based on their identity. 2. After resources are placed in the warehouse, they will be automatically categorized and transferred to the bubble. 3. Bubble wrap can effectively preserve freshness and significantly delay the rate of food spoilage. Note: each bubble can store 100 units of the same type of resource. It even has a one-click organization function. It's a godsend for people with OCD. Yi Jingheng exclaimed in delight, and seeing this, everyone collected the materials even more quickly. The only sounds in the square were the crisp sounds of cleavers cutting meat and bones colliding. A scene of great activity and prosperity. The once crowded treehouse warehouse was instantly emptied. The previously accumulated supplies, such as thorns, blood nectar, and black water bubbles, were all carefully stored in the bubbles in the southern tree branches. But this only solved the immediate problem. Qin Yi glanced at the collection progress. The enormous stone bear with a human face was so large that it took the group half a day to finally manage to remove one of its legs. To collect all the data, the bubble warehouse will need to be expanded at least 3 more times. The collection of magic crystals cannot stop, and we also need to think of a way to quickly slaughter the giant beasts. Qin Yi thought to himself, his gaze sweeping over the busy crowd in the square. Fine beads of sweat glistened on everyone's foreheads, and their breathing was somewhat erratic. But no one complained of being tired or wanted to stop. They continued to work diligently. This united effort brought Qin Yi some peace of mind. With such teammates, how could the treehouse not thrive? Awoke! A sharp wolf howl suddenly shattered the tranquility of the night, disrupting the gathering rhythm. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up. It was a warning from Big Black, who was in charge of patrolling the perimeter, that the monster was attacking. If it were just an ordinary skeleton, Big Black could handle it on his own. The fact that an early warning is being issued at this moment indicates that the approaching monster is at least a Class D or higher disaster beast. Roar dash! Before anyone could set off, the Azure Emperor's roar echoed across the sky. A streak of bluish-white light shot out of the treehouse and headed into the depths of the gray fog. The strong stench of blood emanating from the bear carcass had already attracted many lurking beasts in the vicinity. Various ferocious beast shadows darted through the mist, letting out mournful roars, and surged toward the treehouse in a dark mass. But Class 3K is no longer the group of students who trembled at the sight of a skeleton. The harsh realities of survival have already transformed their mindset. A mere group of low-level monsters was not taken seriously by the crowd. Everyone kept their hands busy, still focused on collecting bear meat. Entrusting the outer defenses to the Azure Emperor would be enough to put one's mind at ease. Qingyi kept his head down and continued trading and organizing supplies. Soon, thunderous roars echoed from within the gray fog, accompanied by the shrill screams of the calamity beasts. Those calamity beasts that coveted the treehouse's resources were no match for the Azure Emperor's single lightning strike. They were all blasted into dust. However, the stench of the bear carcass was too strong, and a continuous stream of monstrous beasts continued to surge forward. Sun Huang then moved around the treehouse, keeping all the invading enemies 100 meters away. One wave is cleared, then another comes, working all night long. This non-stop busy work continued until dawn. I can't take it anymore. I can't stay awake any longer. Finally, someone couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto the blood-stained ground, the machete slipping from his hand and falling to the side. He didn't even have the strength to lift his hand anymore. Lu Yao wiped the sweat from her forehead and stopped what she was doing. She looked at Qingyi, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Let's stop here for now. We've already done almost half of it. If we keep pushing ourselves, everyone's bodies won't be able to take it. Qingyi nodded and took a few deep breaths. He could see that everyone was exhausted, so he stopped pushing them. At the current pace, we should be able to finish collecting the bear meat before it rots. Everyone take a rest. No sooner had the words been spoken than someone succumbed to the overwhelming drowsiness and collapsed onto the pile of meat beside them. He tilted his head to the side and fell asleep, snoring soon following. The white wolves and moon owls, using their last bit of strength, flew back to their den, and fell into a deep sleep as soon as they lay down, too lazy to even lift their eyelids. It's not safe to sleep outside like this. What if some escaped monsters sneak over? Qingyi frowned slightly as he looked at the girls lying sprawled out in the square. Just as he was about to call out for help, a clear and distant spiritual wave entered his ears. I'll do it! Several bramble vines extended out from the treehouse. The once menacing spikes all receded, becoming incredibly soft, and gently cradled the sleeping girls. They moved so gently, as if afraid of disturbing their sweet dreams, that they steadily escorted everyone back to their respective treehouse rooms. What a sensible thorn queen! Look at her keen eyesight, unlike that bear who only knows how to slack off. Lin Xingyan leaned against the tree trunk, rubbing her sore and numb arms, sighed, and yawned widely. I'm going to sleep too. Remember to wake me up when we start work. As they spoke, they helped each other up and slowly walked back to the treehouse. The twin girls and Su Wan also stopped and dragged their tired bodies back to their rooms. Get some rest. I'll go back and warm your bed first. When Wan stretched, her clothes stained with blood, which, combined with her alluring curves, gave her a bewitching beauty. Do you think I'm a donkey? I don't have the energy to mess with you like this. Qingyi rolled his eyes at her, and she smiled. It's just a donkey, isn't it? After when Wan left, only Qingyi, Lu Yao, and Sang Huang, who was still guarding the perimeter, remained under the huge tree. You should go and rest too. I'll keep an eye on things here, Qingyi said to Lu Yao. It's all right. The temperature is even higher during the day. I want to freeze the bear carcass to prolong its life. Lu Yao shook her head, then gathered her mental energy and gently placed her hands on the cold bear carcass. The next moment, specks of frost spread from her fingertips, gradually covering the surface of the bear carcass. However, the bear corpse was so large that Lu Yao's mental energy was quickly exhausted. Without hesitation, she took a drop of blood flower nectar and swallowed it. After recovering slightly, he continued to activate his ice-type abilities. This process was repeated several times until the entire bear carcass was covered with a thick layer of frost, completely isolating it from the high temperature. It can last at least 6 or 7 hours. Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief, her tense body instantly relaxed, and she slowly fell backward. Qin Yi reacted quickly, stepping forward to pull her firmly into his arms. Lu Yao lay on her side in his arms, her beautiful eyes gently closed, already fast asleep. Her long, curled eyelashes trembled slightly, and lingering beads of sweat adorned her snow-white skin, mingled with faint traces of blood. It has a kind of broken beauty, like a rose in dew. Qin Yi carefully carried her back to the treehouse. He then turned back to the square to continue the final cleanup work. The three-headed green rock turtles still had some energy, so Qin Yi directed them to move the cut pieces of meat from the square to the warehouse for storage. At this moment, under Qin Yi's operation, the bubble warehouse has expanded by 2 more branches. 300 transparent bubbles hung from the branches, just enough. As for the remaining half of the bear meat, we'll just have to figure out how to deal with it after we wake up. Qin Yi looked at the vines beside the treehouse and called out, "Thorns, let the fat cat go and let it guard the house. If anything is missing from the house, I'll stew mangosteen meat and eat it as soon as I wake up." After saying that, Qin Yi yawned and returned to the treehouse. Feeling exhausted, he fell asleep in Wenwan's arms. The fat cat was slowly lowered from the tree, and its injuries had mostly healed. Upon hearing that they had to defend the home, they immediately perked up and instantly cheered up. Its round eyes scanned its surroundings warily, and it scurried back and forth around the treehouse on its short legs. Having learned its lesson from last night, it had no doubt about its master's threat. If the treehouse loses a piece of meat or a resource, the owner will definitely try to make up for it by taking more from the treehouse. The fat cat approached the thorny vines, pitifully rubbed its head against them, and muttered, "Your Majesty, you must help me. If a powerful beast comes, my small body can't handle it. Please, have mercy and keep an eye on it." The vines swayed gently, as if in response, or perhaps simply too lazy to pay attention. Only the wary footsteps of the fat cat and the occasional low howl of the Azure Emperor remained in the square, guarding the treehouse laden with harvest and waiting for the sunrise. Chapter 53: The Transformation of the Thorn Queen. Chapter 53: The Transformation of the Thorn Queen. Early morning, fragmented sunlight pierced through the gray mist and shone down. The towering canopy of trees can shield you from the falling ashes, but it cannot block the heat waves from the scorching sun. It was barely dawn, but the air was already quite hot. "Beast blood seems delicious." A faint, ethereal sound echoed like a ghost in the silent treehouse. "Default is equivalent to agreeing." The next moment, more than a dozen thorny vines suddenly sprouted from between the branches of the treehouse. Shedding its usual composure, it charged straight toward a depression on one side of the square with a hint of frantic madness. That was the pool of blood that had formed last night when the human-faced stone bear was slaughtered. Stone bears are enormous, and their bodies contain a massive amount of blood. When slaughtered, the blood flows like a river, forming a blood pool half a meter deep in the depression. The rich aura of blood had been lingering for some time. The vines, like supple straws, plunged deep into the pool of blood and began to suck it up frantically. The tens of tons of bear blood were decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The pool of blood in the depression gradually became shallower until it finally dried up completely. Meanwhile, the blood-red flower buds on the branches of the thorny vines that had sucked the blood essence were now blooming at an astonishing speed. The red intensified, becoming increasingly eerie, like blood-quenched agate, beautiful to the point of being deadly. One of the most dazzling blood-red flowers slowly unfurled in the very center of the vine thicket. The petals are layered upon layered, exuding an alluring charm. The Queen of Thorns gently twirled the vines, sending the blood flower directly above the spirit beast's nest. It greedily absorbed the faint spiritual energy constantly dissipating from the beast's nest. The fat cat guarding the house had already noticed the strange thing, its round eyes darting around. Just as it was hesitating whether to wake the sleeping Qin Yi, a vine whip swept lightly across and struck it precisely on the top of its head. The pressure was just right, painful but not too much, just enough to make it stop moving. Don't wake the owner. The Thorn Queen's thoughts entered the fat cat's mind, and the fat cat whimpered in pain, instantly becoming quiet. Instinct told it that the Thorn Queen, having drunk her fill of bear blood, was more intimidating than ever before. That subtle yet palpable pressure made it dare not disobey in the slightest. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will absolutely keep my mouth shut. Fat Cat quickly pledged his loyalty in his heart. Good. With a soft response, the blood flower, saturated with blood essence and spiritual energy, bloomed to its fullest extent. In the center of the flower's stamen, a blood-red silkworm cocoon is slowly taking shape. Nourished by the remaining essence of bear blood, a slow but astonishing change is taking place. The silkworm cocoon gradually swells until it reaches a height of 1 meter, and then stops growing. The red light on the surface gradually faded, transforming into an egg-shaped object that was entirely purple with faint patterns. Having done all this, the Queen of Thorns seemed to have exhausted her energy. Her vines slowly drooped down, and she returned to silence. Only the purple egg hung silently above the beast's nest, exuding an aura of mystery. My queen, what kind of monster are you conceiving? The fat cat sidled up to the side, tilting its head back to examine the purple egg with a face full of curiosity. A whole pool of beast blood only produced an eggshell? That's too extravagant. Secret. Only a faint murmur came from among the vines, which served as a response. The fat cat dared not ask any more questions, obediently turned around, and continued patrolling around the treehouse. Without that pool of bear blood, the smell of blood in the air was much weaker. The calamity beasts that had been attracted by the blood energy had also disappeared without a trace. Exhausted from fighting all night, the Azure Emperor finally got a chance to rest. Seeing that there were no more threats around, it slowly walked to the shade under the tree, curled up and took a nap. So the responsibility of guarding the house fell entirely on the fat cat's shoulders. It's a B+ level spirit beast after all, so dealing with ferocious beasts below sea level is more than enough for it. Strangely, since the fat cat became the only one awake in the treehouse, not even a low-level skeleton has appeared around. The fat cat was happy to have some free time, so it abandoned its patrol duties and ran to the purple bamboo forest to cut down a few tender bamboo stalks. It nestled next to the Azure Emperor, and began to gnaw on them with relish. They were living a very comfortable life. As dawn broke, time slowly passed. After only 4 hours of rest, Qin Yi and the others woke up one after another. Although still tired, her mental state has recovered considerably. But when the group reached the bear carcass, they were all stunned. The pool of blood that was half a meter deep last night has vanished without a trace, leaving only a few dried bloodstains on the ground. Fat cat! What's going on? Qin Yi glared at him, his voice carrying a hint of accusation. The fat cat, who was nestled under the tree munching on bamboo, froze instantly, sheepishly shrank its neck, and dropped the bamboo from its paws to the ground. I don't know. Its head drooped, its eyes darting around, its obvious guilt impossible to hide. Maybe it got diluted by the mud? After all, it was out in the sun all night. Qin Yi glanced at its guilty look, then looked at the intact bear carcass, and didn't ask any more questions. The important thing right now is to collect bear meat. There's no need to let this little thing delay things. Fine, come and get to work. Okay. The fat cat responded instantly, and scrambled to its feet. This time it learned its lesson. It has to perform well in front of the leader. As the saying goes, one should have eyes for what's happening. If your boss thinks you're working, then you're working. Otherwise, even if you work yourself to death, it's all for nothing if your boss doesn't see it. It picked up a machete and began chopping and carrying meat with great effort. Sweat dripped from his forehead. He looked more focused than anyone else. Seeing its current state, the others stopped dwelling on its previous laziness. But Fat Cat, who had been used to a life of luxury since childhood, could not bear such heavy work. He didn't last long before his strength gave out. The movements of cutting meat became slower and slower, my arms ached so much I could barely lift them, and I was inwardly groaning. But when it looked up and saw Qin Yi and the others still sweating profusely and working quickly, it dared not slack off in the slightest, and could only grit its teeth and persevere. He silently lamented to himself, when will this ever end? It would be great if we could get some free labor, even just a helping hand would be helpful. The moment the Fat Cat had this thought in its mind, a dense buzzing sound of wings came from above, growing louder and louder. At the same time, a system notification resounded in everyone's hearts. Random event triggered. A large number of flying mantises, rank C, are attracted by the spiritual energy of the spirit beast nest and are flying towards this place. Please be careful. What? A random event happening at this time? Isn't it just making things worse? Yi Jinghong immediately bristled, slamming his cleaver into the bare bone with a face full of complaints. But Qinya's eyes lit up, and he started making plans. The flying mantis, just from its name you know its forelegs must be incredibly sharp. If we capture them and use them as free labor, wouldn't it be much more efficient to butcher bear meat? Isn't this just too much of a coincidence? Qin Yi pretended to be casual, glancing sideways at the chubby panda beside him, whose eyes were filled with delight, and his lips twitched slightly. Could it be that this guy's incredible luck has kicked in? He was secretly guessing that the gray fog above the treehouse had been broken. Countless green flying mantises, each half a person's height, swept in, blotting out the sky. Its bright green compound eyes gleamed with a cold light, its sharp forelegs resembled two scythes, and its flapping wings emitted a loud buzzing sound. Even the sunlight was partially blocked by this enormous swarm of insects. Everyone stared at the dense swarm of flying mantises before them, momentarily stunned, forgetting even to breathe. No, you're not kidding, are you? There must be at least 100 of them, right? Qin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the joy in his heart, and suddenly came to his senses, shouting, "What are you standing there for? Let's do it!" At the command, the previously somewhat tired crowd instantly became excited. Spirit beasts are assets 100 times more valuable than resources. If we could capture so many flying mantises, the treehouse's combat strength and gathering efficiency would increase several times over. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a good deal? Yi Jinghong instantly abandoned his complaints, rolled up his sleeves, gripped his machete tightly, and his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Burn my inner universe! Everyone instantly assumed a fighting stance, and that Manhwa was also awakened by the earth-shaking commotion, abruptly standing up. A cold light flashed in his golden vertical pupils, and his wind and thunder wings slightly unfurled, ready to meet the enemy. Only the Fat Cat huddled to the side, covering its mouth and chuckling to itself. Good, good, with so many laborers, I can finally slack off again. Chapter 54 Flying Mantis. Chapter 54 Flying Mantis. Same rules as always, set the net. At Qinya's command, the thorny vines moved in response. Intertwined and entwined like living things, they instantly wove into a dense, impenetrable net. Having learned from their previous experience capturing the moon owl, the team worked together much better this time, and their movements were significantly faster. Soon, a trap net covered with sharp, paralyzing, and poisonous barbs was pulled by the combined efforts of the white wolf and the moon owl, and it fiercely caught the mantises flying all over the sky. As if sensing everyone's intentions, the flying mantises flapped their wings and hovered in midair, simultaneously opening their scythe-like sharp forelegs and heading straight for the vine net. They have absolute confidence in their sharp blades. A seemingly ordinary vine net is nothing more than a decoration that can be easily cut through in their eyes. But how could Qin Yi be completely unprepared? Knowing full well that the mantis's forelegs were sharp, it naturally had a backup plan. Moon owl, flash bang! Squeak dash! The moon owl leader, who was prepared, let out a sharp cry. In an instant, all the moon owls opened their eerie green eyes wide, and an extremely dazzling light suddenly burst forth. Like dozens of flares exploding at the same time, the sight of the flying mantises was suddenly blinded, and the rhythm of their wing flapping became chaotic. In that split second, the animal trap suddenly slammed shut. "They've taken the bait!" The white wolves howled and strained, pulling the heavy net, slamming it to the ground. Nearly 100 flying mantises instantly fell into the net, huddled together, their wings flapping wildly but unable to break free from the vine's entanglement. At the same time, all the paralyzing poison needles on the vine web pierced the mantis's body. Anyone who gets scratched instantly becomes sluggish and stiff, and even their struggles are greatly weakened. Boom! The giant net crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the earth. The mantis inside was thrown around, seeing stars and feeling dizzy. "Your Majesty, administer electrotherapy!" Roar! The Azure Emperor roared, and thunderclouds instantly gathered above his head. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm crashed down, striking the net precisely. Blue lightning bolts surged wildly through the mantis swarm, instantly blasting them until they convulsed and had no strength left to even groan. "Beat!" At Chinya's command, the eager crowd pounced forward. Despite being a C-rank spirit beast, the mantis, though only half a person's height, has attributes no worse than the others. Chinyi dared not be careless in the slightest, and that's why he used all his methods. They were afraid that they might accidentally let this group of valuable, free laborers, get away. Buzz! The mantises, stunned by the electric shock, quickly recovered, flapping their wings frantically and slashing at the vines with their sickles, trying to break free of their restraints. But would the students of Class 3K give them that chance? Countless cleavers fell, specifically targeting the mantis's wings, instantly severing most of the mantis's wings. Without wings, no matter how sharp their scythes are, they can't fly away. In the confined space of the web, the mantis's sickle cannot be used at all, and it can only passively take hits. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the 3 green rock turtles grew to a large size, like 3 small mountains, pressing down firmly on the densest part of the mantis swarm. Relying on its invulnerable rock armor, it completely suppressed a large group of mantises, making it difficult for them to even move. White Wolf and Moo now launched a flanking attack from the side, striking and retreating immediately, giving Flying Mantis no chance to retaliate, their teamwork flowing smoothly. The most arrogant of all was that round, fat panda. Faced with a powerful being like the Azure Emperor, it was obsequious and submissive. But when facing a weaker mantis, it strikes with overwhelming force. He somehow found a smooth brick and, relying on his terrifying agility of 89 points, moved freely across the battlefield. He started smashing the mantis's head repeatedly, muttering something under his breath. "Another laborer has been added. Work hard and don't slack off. If you're going to be a worker, you should have the awareness of a worker." I wonder who taught them this strange and unusual vocabulary. The battle was one-sided, victory was within reach, but then a sudden change occurred. A praying mantis with its wings cut off and its body covered in wounds suddenly stopped struggling and began to tremble violently. Her originally emerald green skin turned into a fiery red at a speed visible to the naked eye. A violent aura suddenly erupted from its body. "Holy crap! This guy actually evolved during the battle!" Lin Xingyan reacted quickly, hurriedly shouting a warning to everyone. "Be careful! It has evolved to rank B." As soon as he finished speaking, the mantis let out a sharp screech and its whole body suddenly burst into flames. The fiery red flames enveloped it, and the original scythe was also stained with a layer of flames, becoming even sharper. It swung its blade fiercely, and the flaming scythe easily broke free of the vine netting. Despite its broken wings, it used the propulsion of the flames to pounce on Yi Jinghong, who was closest to it, at an extremely fast speed. The speed has suddenly increased threefold compared to before. So fast? Yi Jinghong was startled and immediately activated his talent, Rapid Speed. His body instantly became light, and his long legs slammed into the ground as he leaped back. He barely dodged the flaming blade. The hot wind brushing against her nose instantly sent a cold sweat breaking out on her back. Upon landing, Without saying a word, she gripped the spear in her hand and swept it horizontally, the tip of the spear carrying a strong wind, aiming straight for the mantis's vitals. Clang! The clashing of metal rang out, sparks flying everywhere. The mantis actually blocked the attack with its flaming scythe, and the force was much stronger than before, making Yi Jinghong's arm go numb and almost causing him to drop his spear. Yi Jinghong retreated instantly, trying to create distance. But the mantis's arrogance grew even more ferocious. Beneath its fiery red skin, a layer of cold metallic luster faintly appeared, and its aura intensified. Hiss dash! The mantis snarled and pounced again, moving at incredible speed. Leaving behind a trail of fiery red afterimages, the flaming scythe, carrying the force of burning the heavens, slashed straight at Yi Jinghong's face. Yi Jinghong hastily parried with his spear, but a crisp crack was heard, and the black iron spear shaft was easily severed by the flaming scythe. The blade, still sharp, aimed straight for her vital chest. Holy crap, my spear! At the critical moment, a white figure suddenly darted out like a ball of flesh. Using its agile body, the fat panda slammed into the praying mantis, sending it flying several meters away. At the same time, it grabbed the brick in its hand, leaped up, and smashed it down hard on the mantis's head. Bang! A brick hit him squarely on the forehead, and the scyther was instantly stunned, seeing stars and briefly dizzy. Beautiful lady, are you alright? The chubby panda scooped up the still-shaken Yi Jinghong and gently pushed her to a safe position, its obsequious manner on full display. Thanks. Yi Jinghong was still reeling from the near-death experience, her clothes soaked with cold sweat. But looking at the fat panda's lewd and smirking appearance, I was speechless. Don't mention it! For a beautiful lady like you, I'm willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. As the fat panda spoke, he even blew a classic kiss to Yi Jinghong, looking quite smug. Yi Jinghong rubbed his forehead and said irritably, Get lost! As they spoke, the others had already dealt with all the remaining mantises in the web and gathered around. All eyes were fixed on the mutated fire mantis. Now its opponent has become the Azure Emperor. A wolf and a mantis engaged in a fierce battle in the open space. To everyone's astonishment, this flame mantis actually managed to withstand the attack from the S-rank Azure Emperor. This is simply illogical. Who is Samhuang? That's the mighty and invincible Riftwind Wolf Emperor. Although Samhuang did not use any wind and thunder skills, it simply relied on its own powerful attributes to engage in the most primitive melee combat between beasts with the flame mantis. Even so, the fire mantis was still able to hold its own against it, a feat that was truly extraordinary. Its combat technique! As a beast tamer, Lin Xingyan instantly saw the key point. She pointed to the battle in the arena and explained loudly. This mantis's fighting skills are terrifying. It's like an aging martial arts master fighting against a muscular man in his prime. Although a grandmaster's strength is far inferior to that of a burly man, he can rely on his superb combat experience and skills to counter and contend with the opponent's moves. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone instantly understood, and their gazes toward the fire mantis held a mixture of apprehension and delight. Such formidable combat skills would be a tremendous asset if they could be subdued. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, even the most exquisite skills are ultimately futile. Qinyi looked at the scene and spoke calmly. Sure enough, after several minutes of entanglement, Samhuang lost his patience. His golden vertical pupils turned cold, and his power suddenly erupted. The wolf claw, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, slammed into the flame mantis's chest. With a thud, the mantis was slammed to the ground and could no longer stand up. But it was precisely this life-or-death struggle that allowed it to completely transform and evolve to a whole new level. Kung Fu Mantis, Adult Stage. Grade B. Element Fire. Skills, Flaming Side Slash, Flame Shield, Thousand Blade Combo, Combat Mastery. Talent, the more you fight, the stronger you become. Every brush with death can stimulate the body's potential, and when accumulated to a certain extent, a qualitative change will occur. Evaluation, having undergone a bloody evolution in life-or-death battles, mastering superb martial arts skills, combining flames and sharp blades, he can be called the king of close combat. Chapter 55 Mixed Bathing Between Men and Women? Chapter 55 Mixed Bathing? In terms of potential, this Kung Fu Mantis is definitely the most outstanding spirit beast in Qin Ye's hands. Even when facing the Heavenly Emperor, they are not inferior. This was the first time Qin Ye had ever encountered a wild spirit beast with innate talent. It is an extraordinary talent that can grow stronger indefinitely, and its future achievements are limitless. There's an old Chinese saying, "A wise man knows when to yield." Little brother, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Follow our boss, and you'll live the high life. He'll guarantee you fights every day and meat at every meal. The fat panda approached the dark red mantis, which was bound like a dumpling by vines, and began to chatter incessantly, shaking its head. His appearance gave off the distinct feeling of a traitor trying to persuade someone to surrender. The Kung Fu Mantis simply turned its head to the side, its compound eyes deep and silent. Roar! Tsang Huang slowly stepped forward, letting out a low growl, his tone carrying a hint of the sincerity of someone who had been through it all. All right, following your master means countless fighting opportunities every day. For a warlike guy like you, it's not a bad deal at all. 2 hours have passed since the battle ended. 108 flying mantises had already been bound by contracts with everyone. With the help of Wenru's healing talent, all his injuries were completely healed. At this moment, with the addition of this group of professional knife wielders, the human-faced stone bear's corpse was being dismembered at an alarming speed. The mantises wielded their sharp forelegs, slicing the bear meat into neat, flat pieces with swift and efficient movements. This efficiency is so stress-relieving. Yi Jinghong leaned against the side, looking at the orderly cutting scene in front of her, and couldn't help but sigh. The mantis's side can easily pierce through tough animal hides and flesh. Its movements are fluid and graceful, with measured advances and retreats, creating a pleasing aesthetic effect. This is much more fun than washing carpets, ha ha ha! Lin Xingyan also laughed out loud. All the fatigue from processing the bear meat earlier had now vanished. In just 2 hours, the bear carcass arms were perfectly severed. The meat, bones, and fur were neatly arranged and clearly displayed. The most difficult parts to deal with are the body and head. While the mantis is fast at cutting, it has little understanding of dissecting corpses. As soon as the bear's belly was cut open, its internal organs, mixed with blood, gushed out, making a mess everywhere, creating a bloody and chaotic scene. Fortunately, Lu Yao and others intervened in time and directed the mantises to work together in an orderly manner, which quickly brought the situation under control. My God, this bear's innards smell so awful! Is this even edible? Lin Xingyan and Yi Jinghong pinched their noses while dealing with the internal organs, and couldn't help but complain. Touching the slippery internal organs with my fingertips made me feel disgusted all over. If it doesn't work, let's just feed it to the dogs. I just can't bring myself to eat it, Yi Jinghong said casually, pursing her lips. Upon hearing this, the white wolves who were diligently carrying pieces of meat nearby were instantly startled. They all stopped what they were doing and began to growl at the crowd. Whoa! No, we're wolves. We won't eat this shit like stuff. Even spirit beasts dislike these internal organs, leaving everyone in a dilemma. It's a real food resource, after all. We can't just throw it away like that, can we? Qin Yu walked to the side, looking at the somewhat blackened and rotten intestines, his brows furrowing involuntarily. I'll list these on the trading house first. I can set the price lower if necessary. There will always be some desperate treehouse squad willing to buy them. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's the only way. As they spoke, the bear carcass's torso had already been cleaned up. A large number of internal organs were temporarily dumped in the original blood pool. All that's left now is that enormous bear head. No one expected that the work that would have taken a day and a night could be completed efficiently by the flying mantises in less than half a day. Everyone was extremely satisfied with the newly tamed spirit beasts. At that very moment, no one noticed. While everyone's attention was focused on the bear's head, A slender thorny vine silently extended from the treehouse and slowly penetrated the blood pool. The vines weren't after the pile of stinking entrails, but rather the bear's heart, which was as big as a house and still warm. Gulp, gulp! A very slight sucking sound echoed in the pool of blood. The vital essence contained within the bear's heart was being sucked dry by the vines at a visible rate. Immediately afterwards, the vines seemed unsatisfied and sucked up all the liquid mixed with internal organs and blood in the pool. Only then did he slowly retreat back into the treehouse, completely satisfied. The strange purple egg next to the spirit beast's nest had even finer patterns on its shell, faintly shimmering with a light. "We found a crystal core!" Lu Yao and Yi Jinghong's excited shouts suddenly rang out. The two men then removed a blue crystal the size of a washbasin from the cavity of the bear's skull. The crystal was crystal clear and emitted a faint energy fluctuation. As expected, this is the energy core of the human-faced stone bear. A similar Demon King crystal core was also dropped when the Black Tentacle Demon King was killed previously. However, Qin Yi used it to feed the newborn gray wolf cubs, laying a solid foundation for them. The crystal core in front of us is several times larger than the one that the Black Tentacle Demon King had back then. The energy it contains is absolutely extraordinary. Su Wan immediately stepped forward, her fingertips glowing with a pale blue light as she began the appraisal. Behemoth Crystal Core, Level 1. It contains a vast amount of pure energy. It is recommended that the team absorb it together. Absorbing it alone may result in the risk of the body exploding and dying. How to use: dissolve in warm purified water. The energy will be absorbed through the water. Do we have to absorb them together? The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hesitation. Qin Yi said decisively, "Then let's do it together. Anyway, we all killed this human-faced stone bear together, so everyone should get a share." "But wouldn't that mean everyone would have to soak in an open-air bath?" Lin Xingyan muttered to herself, her cheeks instantly flushing red with embarrassment. This means that Qin Yi will have to take a bath with all the girls, which is incredibly awkward just to think about. Those who had just realized what was happening were now blushing deeply, and they were fidgeting with their fingers. Only Qin Yi remained calm and composed. As an experienced driver, he had seen all sorts of big scenes. Why would he be afraid of this little bit of trouble? "Boss! This guy's back down, come and recruit him as your underlings." Just then, the fat cat's smug voice rang out, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Qin Yi looked up and saw that the once unruly Kung Fu mantis had finally bowed its head and submitted. Qin Yi was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward. With the aid of Lin Xingyan's beast-taming talent, a pale golden contract light slowly flowed. A close master-servant contract was instantly established between the man and the mantis. Buzz. As the radiance of the contract faded, the auras of the man and the mantis quietly connected, and the Kung Fu mantis officially became another fierce general for Qin Yi. Hiss! The Kung Fu mantis let out a low hiss, its forelegs slightly bent, as if to show its submission to Qin Yi. "Go ahead, let me see your true strength." Qin Yi gave the order, his tone tinged with anticipation. The mantis responded to the call, and its severed wings were quickly and gently healed. It flapped its wings and took off, transforming into a dark red streak of light that shot straight toward the bear carcass's head not far away. 1,000 blades in succession! As soon as Qin Yi finished speaking, Kung Fu mantis erupted with a sky full of sword light. The densely packed, illusory sickle blades sliced through the bear carcass's head in an instant, as if cutting through gold and jade. It stood steadily in midair, and the bear's head behind it shattered as if it had been cut by a precision laser, splitting into 100 pieces, with bones and flesh separated and scattered all over the ground. The entire set of movements was fluid, crisp, and clean. The most striking word is handsome. Everyone was stunned, forgetting to applaud, and it took them a long time to come to their senses. "What? I've seen this move before, dual blade style, great world!" Yi Jinghong was the first to react and shouted excitedly. "Why don't you just say it's Crescent Moon Sky Rush?" Lin Xingyan rolled her eyes and couldn't help but complain. "They're all pretty much the same, They're all just incredibly awesome. Yi Jinghong chuckled, his eyes fixed on the kung fu mantis in midair, filled with envy. The chubby panda watching this scene had a hint of wariness flashing in its round eyes. I vaguely sensed a strong threat. It can't compare to the Azure Emperor, but as a B-level spirit beast, it might not be able to completely dominate this kung fu mantis. That won't do. I have to let my boss see my value, otherwise how will I get promoted, get a raise, and freeload in the future? No one knew that a fat panda harbored so many little thoughts. Before sunset, the enormous human-faced stone bear corpse was finally completely cleaned up. All resources were categorized and stored in the bubble warehouse. Those that couldn't fit were frozen by Lu Yao and stored in the Treehouse warehouse. After 2 days and 1 night of hard work, the project has finally come to a successful conclusion. Next up was the long-awaited bath time. Inside the Treehouse's open-air bath, steam rose slowly. The warm, pure water, infused with the energy of the giant beast's crystal core, emitted a faint blue light. Exhausted, everyone gradually melted away as the warm water flowed over their bodies. The pool water, which had become murky due to blood and filth, has long since regained its clarity thanks to the purifying power of the metasequoia tree branches. The girls huddled underwater, only their heads showing, their cheeks still flushed, their eyes darting away, not daring to look in the direction of the bathhouse entrance. Are you done yet? You're dawdling. Outside the bathroom, Chinya's slightly helpless urging voice could be heard. Seeing that no one answered, Lu Yao nudged the composed one beside her, her eyes darting away. You go and say it. A sly smile played on Wenran's lips as she called out. You can come in now. No sooner had the words been spoken than a figure strode in and plunged headfirst into the bath without a second thought. Chinya's sudden intrusion startled the girls, who all trembled and let out a soft gasp. Fortunately, a veil had already been drawn underwater to cover the area, so while it wasn't completely exposed, it made the atmosphere even more ambiguous. Everyone hugged their shoulders and huddled tightly against their chests. Only a bright red head was visible, and even its breathing became gentle. Chapter 56 Taking a bath made the fierceness disappear. Chapter 56 Taking a bath made my fierceness disappear. I felt like every cell in my body exploded, and I reached orgasm. What kind of inappropriate and offensive talk are you spouting? Be careful not to corrupt the children. No, I can't take it anymore. I feel countless energies drilling into my body. It's so comfortable and tingling. You have the nerve to say that to me? Listen to what you're saying. Yi Jinghong and Lin Xingyan, these 2 seasoned veterans, teased each other while comfortably squinting their eyes. Soaking in warm water infused with crystal nuclei, every pore on my body opened up, bringing indescribable comfort. Su-Wan, standing to the side, couldn't resist the pleasurable sensation and couldn't help but hum softly, her eyes and brows full of relaxation. Only Lu Yao blushed like a ripe apple, her cheeks and ears turning a pale pink, and she pressed her lips tightly together, not daring to make a sound. You too, stop talking nonsense. When Wan covered her mouth and chuckled softly, trying her best to make her voice sound normal, but her slightly trembling voice still betrayed the shyness in her heart. Be careful, someone might suddenly become a beast and take care of you all. Qin also felt completely refreshed. The fatigue of the past day was washed away by the warm water and energy. He closed his eyes and focused his mind, letting the surging energy flow into his limbs and bones, nourishing every cell in his body. System notifications rang in his mind one after another. Nourished by mysterious energy, strength +1. Nourished by mysterious energy, stamina +1. You are in a great mood and have gained a temporary status. Passionate, stamina recovery speed increased by 50%, lasting 24 hours. Nourished by mysterious energy, mental strength +1. Wow! It can even improve mental attributes. This behemoth crystal core is amazing. Qin was overjoyed. He was even starting to look forward to the monster tide at the end of the month. With so many giant beasts, aren't they just easy prey delivered to our doorstep? What others avoid like the plague is, to him, a real resource and strength. Qin was absolutely confident that before the end of the month, their treehouse team from Class K of Grade 3 would definitely experience a qualitative leap in strength. This water feels so good, I don't want to get out. Yi Jinghong leaned against the edge of the pool, lazily stretched, and his bones creaked all over. Yes, I feel my skin is much smoother and softer, it feels like a peeled egg. Lin Xingyan raised her hand and touched her arm, her face full of surprise. Okay, everyone, soak a little longer and absorb the energy thoroughly, Qin said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded silently and immersed themselves in the warm water once again, enjoying this rare moment of comfort. A moment later, everyone felt that their body energy was saturated, and they were afraid that if they soaked any longer, they would be unable to hold on. Reluctantly, he stood up from the bathtub and, using the rising steam as cover, dashed out of the bathroom. After everyone left, Wen Wan wanted to tease Qin as usual, but the feeling of energy saturation in her body made her weak, so she had to give up. She stood gracefully at the bathroom door, water droplets from her hair sliding down her neck and into her collar, and winked at Qin. Aren't you leaving yet? Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew and end up bursting. My physique is stronger than yours, I can soak a little longer, he replied simply, without looking to the side. Okay, then I'll go prepare dinner for you first. Wen Wan smiled and turned to leave. After Wen Ruan's figure disappeared, Qin looked at the large amount of energy still remaining in the pool and simply whistled. He summoned several spirit beasts with great potential, including Tsanghuang, Pang Mao, Hongwan, and Dahei. Red Pill is the new name given to Kung Fu Mantis by everyone. Qin originally wanted to call him General, using the character Shui from Cricket, but this was unanimously rejected by everyone, so he had to give up. Boss, we're here! Fat Cat was the first to rush over, excitedly plunging headfirst into the pool, splashing up a large spray of water that shook the energy water in the pool. You're going to die! How dare you waste bathwater! Red Maru, beat that bastard up! Qin gave an order. Kung Fu Mantis Benimura flashed forward and delivered a standard Leo kick, sending the mischievous Fat Cat flying. He fell to the ground with a thud. You dead mantis, you went way too far! The Fat Cat rubbed its bottom, bared its teeth, and slunk back, never daring to cause trouble again. Hongwan completely ignored the Fat Cat's ramblings, sitting cross-legged steadily in the pool with her eyes closed, like a meditating monk, quietly absorbing the energy in the water. The Azure Emperor also obediently floated on the surface of the water, its body radiating a faint golden light as it absorbed energy with all its might, even retracting its wind and thunder wings. Seeing that the two masters were behaving themselves, the Fat Cat dared not act silly anymore. It quickly buried its head and began to drink the bathwater in big gulps. They looked like they wanted to gulp down the entire pool of water. This move truly stunned Qin. Damn it, Gon, you're a fucking genius! The Fat Cat chuckled foolishly, but his mouth never stopped, and he drank with great relish. Qin was also impressed by this unconventional guy's crazy actions. It must be said that the Fat Cat's absorption efficiency of bathwater seems to be a bit faster than that of Red Pill and Azure Emperor. With the Fat Cat setting an example, Big Black immediately followed suit, diving into the water and gulping it down. Next up was the leader of the Moon Owls. Birds don't usually like to touch water, so they simply lie on the edge of the pond and drink the water in small sips. Take your time soaking, don't push yourselves too hard, it's not good to hurt your health. Qin offered a reminder, then stood up. I rinsed my body with water, and the smooth muscle lines became even more prominent in the steam. He casually put on a simple animal skin and walked out of the bathroom. Their original clothes were already tattered and torn. I got quite a few bear pelts this time. After some simple cutting and alteration, they can be worn as clothes. I must say, the fluffy bear skin feels quite comfortable against my skin. It's a bit rough and really scratchy. After Qin left, a slender thorny vine quietly stretched out from the treehouse and slowly probed into the pond. The Queen of Thorns never misses any opportunity to absorb energy. Even the residual energy at the bottom of the pool cannot escape. Upon discovering this, the fat cat wisely chose to play dead, preferring to ignore it. Anyway, as long as I don't draw it, the queen can do whatever she wants. After the spirit beast had finished absorbing the water, the remaining bathwater in the pool slowly seeped into the tree trunk fibers of the treehouse and flowed into the treehouses. Limbs and bones. A moment later, the branches and leaves on the treehouse's canopy became even greener and shinier. Layer upon layer, there was an intense, almost overwhelming vitality that seemed to repel even the gray fog. Qinyi, wrapped in a bearskin, slowly walked to the bonfire square. As soon as he looked up, he froze. What? Who are you? I don't think I've wandered onto the wrong set, have I? However, after taking a shower, Qinyi almost didn't recognize his teammates whom he had spent every day with. Everyone's skin became fair and radiant, as delicate as jade, the fatigue in their eyes disappeared, and their overall demeanor improved significantly. Wrapped in a simple bearskin, she exudes a wild yet sexy charm, possessing a unique appeal. However, there were no suitable tools or tailors to cut the fabric. They could only cut the bearskin into long strips and simply wrap it around their chests and lower bodies, barely covering their vital parts. A word flashed through Qinyi's mind instantly. This is pretty much what a leopard print bikini looks like. So, do you like it? When Wan winked at him and stepped forward, the small bearskin couldn't hide her stunning curves at all. With her deliberate movements, certain fuller areas were about to burst out, making Qinyi's heart skip a beat. It's so artistic. Qinyi nodded seriously, rarely making any attempt to hide his appreciation for this art. Lu Yao and Su Wan exchanged a glance, their faces flushing even more. They quickly turned their faces away, not daring to look Qinyi in the eye. Lin Xingyan, however, was quite generous, turning around to show off her new look and raising an eyebrow to ask, "Does it look good?" "There's nothing here, what's there to see?" Qinyi said irritably. As a result, Lin Xingyan rolled her eyes at her. "I'm a bear too, okay? It's just a little small. Yours isn't even as big as my pectoral muscles," Qinyi joked. These words instantly made Lin Xingyan both embarrassed and angry. She rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward, pinching Qinyi's waist hard. "You're so glib! You're so good at talking nonsense!" After a burst of laughter, Qinyi stopped laughing and became more serious. His gaze fell on an unfamiliar oval-faced girl in the crowd, and he asked in confusion, "By the way, who is this person? Is there anyone like her in our class?" Upon hearing this, the girl lowered her head shyly and replied softly, "It's me, Qin Yuanyuan." "What?" Qinyi's eyes widened instantly. He couldn't believe that the beautiful young woman with delicate features and a slender figure in front of him was the same chubby girl Qin Yuanyuan who used to weigh 180 pounds. This change is even more dramatic than plastic surgery. What a joke! Even Photoshop wouldn't be this bad. What do you know? Fat guys are all diamonds in the rough. Qin Yuanyuan raised her head and retorted seriously, her cheeks still flushed. Nima. Qin Yi was completely bewildered and didn't come to his senses for a long time. When Wan stepped forward and explained with a smile. After soaking in the crystal nucleus bath, our bodies have undergone some subtle changes, which can be considered as the body-shaping effect after energy nourishment. It's just that no one has changed as dramatically as Yuanyuan. It's quite amazing, Qin Yi said, coming back to his senses. His gaze swept over everyone present, and indeed it was true. Upon closer inspection, everyone's figure and appearance have changed to some extent. Her skin became smoother, her facial features more refined and three-dimensional, and her figure more symmetrical. Aside from Lin Xingyan's chest muscles seeming to have shrunk a bit, all the other changes are for the better. Lin Xingyan noticed Qin Ye's gaze lingering on her chest and instantly understood what was happening. She immediately glared at him. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. See, you're getting impatient again. Chapter 57 The Fall of the Massive Trust Network. Chapter 57 The Fall of the Masked Letter Qin Yi. Identity, Treehouse Leader. Attributes, Strength 59, Agility 100, Stamina 63, Spirit 121. Skill, Phantom Hand. Talent, Triple. Title, Blackwater Overlord. After dinner, Qin opened his attribute panel. Looking at the soaring attributes, a satisfied smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. With his current strength, he could easily handle even a B-level disaster beast head-on. However, with two powerful warriors, Benimaru and Su, he probably won't have the chance to take action himself. In the square, Lin Xingyan's shouts were particularly loud, breaking the tranquility of the night. Come on, the Spirit Beast massage shop is open as usual today. A massage from an E-grade Spirit Beast costs 10 contribution points, a D-grade costs 20, and a C-grade costs 50. Become a member and get a 2% discount. Under her special massage technique, Seng Huang squinted comfortably, even his golden vertical pupils taking on a lazy hue. The system notification sounded at the appropriate time. Your Spirit Beast, the Gale Wolf King, has been effectively appeased by the Beast Master and has gained the temporary attribute, Work Focus. Work efficiency increased by 50%, lasting 12 hours. Qin didn't care about those contribution points anyway, so he simply waved his hand and arranged for all the Spirit Beasts under his command to receive massage services. Thank you for your patronage, Mr. Qin. We look forward to your next visit. Lin Xingyan drawled out her words and bowed playfully, but Qin ignored her and turned to head straight for the warehouse. There was a large stockpile of bear meat waiting for him to sell, and he couldn't afford to delay. Although the preservation effect of the bubble warehouse and Lu Yao's ice-type ability can greatly delay the spoilage of raw meat, it can only last for a week at most. The top priority is to sell the bear meat and convert it into resources as soon as possible. Moreover, the daily consumption of blood core honey for maintaining the warehouse and spirit beasts is also a considerable expense. Qin hasn't been synthesizing much lately, and most of the honey in his warehouse has been exchanged and used by Wenwan, Lin Xingyan, and Lu Yao. As the number of spirit beasts increases, their healing tasks become increasingly arduous. However, improving one's mental strength is inherently difficult and cannot keep up with the growth rate of spirit beasts. If it weren't for the high-quality nectar synthesized by Qin, healing the spirit beasts in the treehouse would be a major problem. Therefore, finding effective ways to enhance mental strength has become an important goal for the team at this stage. The lively atmosphere in the square continued until late at night. Qin was also extremely busy. He first categorized the excess bear meat and listed it on the trading house, and then expanded the bubble warehouse to 8 tree branches. A storage capacity of 800 bubbles. They also put all the thorn spikes from today, as well as the items dropped by the Azure Emperor after eliminating the Calamity Beasts during his patrol, on the shelves for sale. Only then was enough warehouse space freed up, and all the bear meat was stuffed into the warehouse for storage. Qin made a rough estimate. Their raw meat inventory is approximately 78,000 pieces. The warehouse was crammed full. The giant bear's skeleton, along with a large number of bear skins, were placed in the treehouse warehouse. Anyway, these two things won't spoil, so it doesn't matter if they're stored in a regular warehouse. After finishing all that, Qin didn't want to waste his energy today. They even collected a batch of watermelon knives to synthesize. It can be said that all resources were utilized to the fullest extent. Unfortunately, he drove up the price of ordinary weapons again. After only 100 machetes were synthesized, Qin had to stop his money-making business. How about we try synthesizing it further? Once the addiction to synthesis takes hold, there's no stopping it. Qin synthesized all 81 machetes in one go. You completed 27 triples and received 27 sharp machetes. There are only synthesis prompts, but no prompts for absorbing excess energy. After this period of research, Qin has gained a certain understanding of his own talent. You'll only occasionally get a notification that you have excess energy to absorb when crafting energy-related items. The more precious an item is, the greater the probability of it being found. Conversely, when synthesizing ordinary weapons, there is simply no possibility of excess energy. Sometimes they would even drain a portion of his mental energy as compensation. This is related to the energy contained in the compound itself. Sharp machete black iron. Attributes: strength +3, agility +3, stamina +3. Special effects: sharp. Review: great knife. It has a few more attributes, and a sharp weapon effect. Suwon squatted down next to Qin Yi and very conscientiously helped him start the appraisal. Then, private appraisal, fee 100 contribution points. Hey! I haven't even said I wanted an appraisal yet, and you're clearly forcing me to buy something. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, feigning displeasure. Suwon didn't argue, she just stared at him blankly with her clear eyes, without saying a word. Alright, I'm scared of you. Qin Yi had no choice but to obediently transfer 100 contribution points to her. With his increasingly wealthy background, 100 contributions are nothing more than the cost of a meal. Moreover, Suwon's appraisal business is only needed by him. If she doesn't seek his services, who else can she seek? As for the team's public appraisal tasks, Lu Yao would naturally add extra contribution points to her account. If we're talking about who makes money the easiest in the team, besides Qin Yi, it's this naive young lady. Qin Yi struck while the iron was hot and continued synthesizing. You completed 9 triples and received Zantetsu X9. After the new round of synthesis ended, without Qin Ye's reminder, Suwon immediately started the identification again, easily earning another 100 contribution points. Iron cutting sword bronze grade. Attributes: strength +4, agility +4, stamina +4. Special effect: sharp, increases cutting efficiency by 50%. Review: the best of the best. Bronze level! Excitement flashed in Qin Ye's eyes, and without stopping, he combined the 9 iron-slaying swords again. You completed 3 triples and received iron-cutting longsword X3. The level remains at bronze, but the attributes have been slightly improved. Qin Yi gritted his teeth and said, "One last shot!" He gathered the 3 iron-slaying longswords together and unleashed his full potential. You completed a triple kill and received Xian Tai Longsword X1. Suwon activated her appraisal skill almost simultaneously. A pale blue light flashed, and a weapon panel, comparable to a divine weapon, appeared before the two of them. Xian Tai Longsword, silver grade. Attributes: strength +6, agility +5, stamina +4. Special effects: sharp, increases cutting efficiency by 80%, tough, not easily chipped, bleeding, attacks cause continuous bleeding damage. Review: the finest of all swords. Clang! Qin Yi gripped the hilt of the sword and suddenly drew it from its sheath. A cold glint burst forth, and in the light of the campfire, the gleaming blade reflected a chilling and intimidating light. The blade is long and slender, measuring a full 1.5 meters. It feels just right in the hand, with an excellent grip. Qin Yi played with the knife with great delight, his fingertips brushing against the smooth blade. This black iron longsword is visually stunning, and its quality is truly divine. It adds a full 15 points to the overall attributes and also comes with 3 useful special effects. If it were to be sold, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a priceless treasure at this stage. Qin Yi, itching to test the power of his new weapon, was about to get up and find a place to do so. A sudden gust of wind swept across the entire world of embers, causing the treehouse branches and leaves to tremble violently and the campfire to crackle. What's going on? Yi Jinghong and the others quickly stood up and looked around warily. The wind is quite noisy tonight. Qin Yi frowned, a strange unease rising in his heart. A strong wind swept through the giant tree, startling all the spirit beasts in the treehouse awake from their slumber, causing them to let out low, wary growls. The crowd in the square instantly went on high alert, drawing their weapons and preparing to deal with any possible emergencies. Just then, a perceptive girl suddenly exclaimed, "Look! Ash, it stopped!" Qin Yi and the others immediately looked up and saw that the sky, which was usually gray and filled with ashes, had become unusually clear. Perhaps because the treehouse was high enough, the night sky above us revealed a long-lost clarity under the gentle breeze. Even the distant starlight could be faintly seen. However, the gray fog below the treehouse remained thick and showed no sign of dissipating. Just as everyone was wondering, a long-lost voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, resounded throughout the entire world of Ash-Earth, entering the minds of everyone present. World random event triggered, the fall of stars. It's Hakeda's voice. Everyone's hearts sank instantly. Whenever that voice appeared, nothing good could come of it. Look at the sky! Another exclamation rang out. Everyone looked up at the sound and saw countless streaks of light streaking across the clear night sky, trailing long flames as they fell to the ground like a meteor shower. It was moving extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was close to the horizon. It looks like a meteor shower, someone whispered unconsciously, but before they could finish speaking, they were silenced by the terrifying energy fluctuations contained in the stream of light. Damn, it looks like they're coming for us. That wasn't a meteor shower at all, but a meteor from outer space carrying an aura of destruction. Chapter 58 Have you heard of the Dark Forest? Chapter 58 Have you ever heard of the Dark Forest? The night sky was as black as ink, and countless meteors streaked with flames as they fell to the earth. Under the shroud of magnificent phenomena, the world of Ash's Earth surprisingly displayed a degree of grandeur. However, Qin Yi and the others showed no appreciation whatsoever, their nerves stretched to the limit. World random event triggered, the fall of stars. Duration, 6 hours. Massive resources will be delivered to the Ember World via a star-studded teleportation system, consisting of small, medium, and large meteorites. All Treehouse teams are requested to proceed to inspect them. Limited time offer, item return to town and character return to town functions. Mystery reward, within each area, there exists a mystery lottery ticket. The first person to find the ticket will be teleported to the vicinity of the ultimate mystery grand prize. Survivors, let the show begin. The mechanical sound of Hajido echoed in their ears, but Qin Yi and the others were already used to it. But this time, it sounded like a windfall. Accompanied by the spectacular sight of a falling meteor, a restless atmosphere spread across the ash-covered earth. All the Treehouse teams were eyeing the unknown resources with fervor, and a battle for resources was about to begin. Qin Yi, look to the southwest. There are other treehouses there. Lin Xingyan suddenly cried out in alarm, her slender fingers pointing firmly to the southwest. Qin Yi looked up and his brows furrowed instantly. The ashes settled, and the view was unobstructed. The night sky was completely illuminated by a sky full of shooting stars. The continuously falling ashes disappeared without a trace, and the barrier that had been obscuring the view was no longer there. Their treehouses, already towering high, now pierced through the mist below, as if standing on the clouds, offering a panoramic view of the surrounding dozens of miles. They're actually this close? On the distant horizon, a towering tree stands tall. The tree trunks were buried deep in the gray fog, with only a small section of the crown barely peeking out of the fog, its outline clearly discernible. That's definitely another treehouse. Judging by sight, it's only 20 or 30 kilometers away, Lu Yao said coldly, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. There's more than just this one. Look over there, there are more. Before Qin Yi finished speaking, he leaped up and gracefully flew to the top of the treetop, where he stood and looked out into the distance. Deep within the mist from all directions, several towering tree shadows appeared and disappeared. Especially 50 kilometers to the northeast, 3 treehouses stand close together, their canopies intertwined, creating a terrifying sight. One of the treehouses is even 50 meters tall, making it a level 3 treehouse. There is only one possible layout. Those 3 treehouses belong to the same faction, forming a large and extremely powerful treehouse legion. Old Qin! Something's wrong! The fog is rising! Yi Jinghong looked up and roared loudly at the top of the tree. I know, shut up, don't say anything. Qin Yi immediately interrupted in a deep voice. He had noticed the anomaly long before the ashes stopped falling. The gray fog below is rising at a steady rate of 5 meters per minute, gradually engulfing the space above. The crowd below mistakenly thought he was calculating the trajectory of the falling meteor. Fortunately, after the meteor hit the ground, they quickly seized the resource points. So everyone fell silent, even their breathing became soft. At the same time, he silently stared at the brilliant meteor trails in the sky, trying to calculate the landing point of the meteors. The treehouse plaza was deathly silent, with only Qin Yi quietly observing his surroundings from the top. In less than 5 minutes, the rudimentary treehouses, which were only 30 meters high, were the first to be completely buried by the surging mist. Next up is a 2-story treehouse, 40 meters high, with even the treetops disappearing into the mist. Finally, the only 50-meter-high level 3 treehouse in the area was also swallowed up by the thick fog. Only Qin Yi and his group's treehouse, having undergone a water symbiotic upgrade, is nearly 10 meters taller than a regular level 3 treehouse. It was a 60-meter-tall giant tree of level 3.5, with only a section of its crown showing, supporting itself above the mist. But the good times didn't last long, and the rising fog showed no signs of abating. Ultimately, along with them, all the tree houses in the entire area were swallowed up by the pitch-black sea of fog. Qin Yi leaped from the treetop and landed steadily back in the square. The crowd immediately swarmed around them, their faces full of urgency. "So, Lao Qin, have you figured out where the meteor will land?" Yi Jinghong spoke first, her tone anxious. Qin Yi glanced at her in surprise. "Shooting star? What shooting star?" Everyone froze instantly, their faces full of question marks. "Weren't you just studying the trajectory of the falling meteor?" Lin Xingyan's pretty face showed surprise, and her voice became somewhat unsteady. "No, why would we research that thing?" Qin Yi shook his head frankly, his brows furrowed slightly, looking completely bewildered. "Damn! What were you doing up there for so long?" "Oh no, is this some kind of serious attempt to show off?" "This is outrageous. We pinned all our hopes on you, and you've wasted such a precious opportunity." Faced with the accusations from the crowd, Qin Yi picked at his ear and ignored them completely. He bent down and picked up a piece of charcoal from the campfire, squatted on the ground, and silently wrote and drew. When one, who had been silent all along, suddenly reached out and stopped the restless crowd. As the woman who knows Qin Yi best, she knows that Qin Yi would never waste such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity just to show off. Every move he makes must have a profound meaning. And it turned out just as she expected. Qin Yi quickly stopped writing, touched the simple sketch on the ground with charcoal, and said in a deep voice, "Take a close look at this." Yi Jinghong and the others looked down and saw that what was drawn on the ground was the approximate location and coordinates of all the tree houses in the entire area. "No, you spent half a day up there just to draw this?" Lin Xingyan still didn't understand, her face full of suspicion. Qin Yi rolled his eyes in annoyance, too lazy to waste his breath on an idiot. Fortunately, there were some sensible people in the crowd. Su Wan's cold voice rang out, revealing the secret. "Just take out the other tree houses." These words struck everyone's minds like a thunderbolt. Lin Xingyan, who had been shouting the loudest, suddenly collapsed to his knees with a thud, his face full of remorse. "What? That was too hasty. Godfather, I spoke too harshly just now, please don't take it to heart. Stop making such a ridiculous fuss," Qin Yi reprimanded calmly. Amidst the collective shock and disbelief of the crowd, Qin Yi, holding the charcoal, continued to meticulously annotate the map, his tone calm yet sharp. "The approximate location, distance, and distribution of power are all here." As he finished the last stroke, he looked up into the depths of the mist, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. "Wow, Qin, you're awesome! We only thought about the first layer, but you're standing right in the atmosphere. Damn it, why bother looking for meteorites? Just wipe out all the treehouses around here, and all the resources in this area will be ours." Yi Jinghong gasped, her eyes filled with admiration and fervor as she looked at Qin Yi. But Qin Yi suddenly changed the subject, leaving everyone dumbfounded once again. "I never said I was going to wipe out all the treehouse squads." "What?" Lin Xingyan looked completely bewildered. "Godfather, that's not what you meant." "Have you heard of the dark forest theory?" Qin Yi grinned sinisterly, instantly emanating an aura as cold and ruthless as a demon king from hell. Everyone was taken aback at first, then gasped in shock, a cold sweat breaking out on their backs. We're not the only ones who want to eliminate other squads and monopolize the resources of the entire area. Qin slowly looked around at everyone, a cold light flashing in his eyes. We can see others, and others can naturally see us. If we want to take advantage of others, there are naturally people eyeing us, this piece of fat meat. A bead of cold sweat slid down Lin Xingyan's pretty cheek, and her slender Adam's apple bobbed violently. Finally, he fully understood the deep killing intent and scheming in Qin Ye's words, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. Boundless darkness, all-consuming darkness, spread wildly from the depths of everyone's heart. Black. It's too dark. You, Tom, shouldn't be called Qin Yi, you should be called Qin He. Chapter 59 focuses on Old Six. Chapter 59 focuses on the sixth brother. Boom, boom, boom! Meteors tore through the dark sky, and countless meteors of all sizes streaked across the heavens, crashing down on the earth like a torrential downpour. The surging gray fog was torn apart by the violent shockwave carried by the meteorite, and the ground was smashed into countless deep craters. Every few moments, a deafening roar erupted, causing the entire world of Ash Earth to tremble violently. With the star-studded airdrops fully operational, every second counted. Qin Yi immediately focused his mind and quietly deployed tactics. We have a total of 4 basic treehouses and 5 level 2 treehouses around us, plus a combined legion of 2 basic treehouses and 1 level 3 treehouse to the northeast. He lit the map on the ground with charcoal, his gaze sweeping intently over the crowd. Squad leader, Lao Yi, Lao Lin, and Xiao Wan, each of you will lead a team to raid the 4 nearest beginner treehouses. Pick the easiest target first, and once you've secured it, don't linger. Use the teleport function to return all supplies to the warehouse immediately, then move on to the next target. Finally, he deliberately emphasized his words, stressing that it was a direct order. You can take all the scattered treehouses, but you must not touch the one belonging to the Allied Legion. Why? It's not like we can't beat them. Yi Jinghong gripped his newly acquired gun tightly, his fighting spirit surging. After being strengthened by the behemoth crystal core, the entire team's attributes and combat power increased several times over. Even if the opponent was a large legion, she was not afraid at all. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Never underestimate any force. Qin Yi first shattered her underestimation of him, then revealed his cunning scheme. If they are greedy enough, they will definitely come to us on their own initiative. We should just conserve our energy and wait for them to collect all the nearby resources before taking them all out at once. It saves a lot of gathering effort and allows us to wait for the enemy to tire themselves out. Aren't there a lot of them? Perfect, they can work for us. Lin Xingyan's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands, shouting, I get it! This is called using someone else's resources to achieve your goals. Qin Yi sighed, speechless. This is called relying on others. Fine, I don't expect much from your intelligence, just understanding the meaning is enough. What the hell? What do you mean? Are you deliberately insulting my intelligence? Lin Xingyan immediately lost her temper. It's not an insult, it's a humiliation, Qin Yi added expressionlessly. Ugh! Qin Yi, you bastard! You've made me so angry! Too lazy to argue with the flailing Lin Xingyan, Qin Yi quickly finished dividing the troops. The 4 teams quickly prepared, each riding a white wolf, with the moon owl leading the way to dispel the fog, and 20 or 30 flying mantises bringing up the rear, forming a well-organized combat force. Remember my words, don't waste time picking up the small meteorites by the roadside. Uproot the surrounding tree houses as quickly as possible, and return to the city to defend immediately after you're done. Clear! The 4 of them agreed in unison, without any hesitation. The sound of air being torn apart rang out one after another as the 4 teams rushed out of the treehouse and headed toward their respective targets. To prevent the team from being raided during their expedition, Qin Yi arranged for Wan to stay behind and oversee the rear. At this moment, the only fighting force left in the treehouse consists of the slow-moving Blackie and Greenie, plus 3 green rock turtles, making their fighting strength pitifully weak. Are you sure I can hold out? Wenwan frowned slightly, not really wanting to take on the task of defending the city. Silently protecting everyone in front of you, not fighting or grabbing, being invisible, and quietly developing your strength is the survival rule of a person in society. Don't worry, I'll leave Sanghuang to you. Qin Yi saw through her concerns at a glance, and gently comforted her. No, you're going to try and snatch the mysterious reward. Your opponents are all top experts from each region. You have to bring Sanghuang along to be on the safe side. Wenwan shook her head repeatedly, her tone firm. Qin Yi shook his head. The Azure Emperor is too conspicuous. Who doesn't know the name of the Rending Wind Azure Wolf Emperor? If I flaunt it in public, I'll only become the target of everyone's criticism. Besides, I don't want to reveal Sanghuang's trump card. I can finally rest easy by staying behind to guard the house. With Red Pill by my side, I'm more than capable of sweeping across the land. The fat cat frantically tried to get its attention. Hey. Boss. I'm a legitimate B+ rank spirit beast too. I'm strong, okay? When Ruan's expression softened, and a gentle smile appeared on her red lips, she tiptoed and placed a light kiss on Qin Ye's cheek. She whispered, Okay, I'll listen to you. Be careful and come back soon. The light kiss before the expedition was brief and fleeting, but it warmed Qin Ye's heart. He ruffled her hair, then turned to Sanghuang and instructed. Be a good girl and guard the house. I'll bring you something delicious when I come back. Awoke! Sanghuang let out a low howl and obediently agreed. Without further delay, Qin Yi leaped into the air. Apart from Sanghuang and Qin Yan Turtle staying behind, he brought all his combat forces. 3 white wolves, 3 ordinary moon owls, the moon owl leader, and Red Maru and Fat Cat. The leader of the moon owls led the way, and the 3 moon owls worked together to grab the Fat Cat, flapping their wings with great effort. Hey boss, I might have been eating a bit too much lately. The Fat Cat scratched its round head awkwardly, feeling extremely guilty. Airby, go up and lend a hand. With a dark expression, Qin Yi ordered 2 white wolves to fly over and support the Fat Cat's paws, which finally increased the speed of the group. Red Maru spread her thin wings and followed silently behind, her dark red compound eyes scanning her surroundings warily without uttering a word. Qin Yi rode on Tai Bai's back, sitting in the center of the flying squad, with the crimson flame longbow and the newly synthesized Xian Tai longsword slung across his back, fully equipped. The team quickly ascended to high altitudes, breaking free from the fog. Meteors continued to fall across the sky, but Qin Ye's target remained the largest and most dazzling meteor. He was certain that the mystery lottery ticket was not in the most conspicuous meteorite. Given Hakudo's perverse sense of humor, he would surely hide the key reward in the most unexpected place. But with the Fat Cat's extraordinary luck, the lottery ticket is bound to stay even if it's not there. This is also why Qin Yi insisted on bringing this fat guy along. Hey boss, look! We've run into a fellow professional! Fat Cat suddenly shouted. Below, thick fog churned, while 10 kilometers to the side, a large, dark group of people broke through the fog. The leading eagle had a wingspan of 5 meters and a massive body like a truck. 2 figures stood on its back, followed by a dozen white wolves, each carrying 2 people. They looked menacing. The 2 groups met on a narrow path and stared at each other from high above. Their targets were none other than that bright, falling meteorite. Not long after, 2 more large teams broke through the fog. The 4 forces are locked in a standoff, either willing to back down, and are rapidly closing in. The air instantly became so tense that it felt like a gun was about to go off. Vodka, dive down, let's watch the show from the fog. Qin Yi immediately gave a low shout to the leader of the Moon Owls. These people didn't have the Moon Owl to dispel the fog, so they sneaked into the fog, sat back and watched the tigers fight, and kept the 6th brother safe. But the leader of the Moon Owls didn't turn his head and pretended not to hear. Vodka! Bird vodka! The Fat Cat, meddling in the others' affairs, kept shouting at the top of its lungs, and the Moon Owl leader's face visibly darkened. It absolutely refused to admit that this was the new name Qin Yi had given it. He was determined to get back to the treehouse, have the others stop Qin Yi, and change his name to something as imposing as Sung Huang or Hanwan. But Qin Yi clearly wouldn't let it have its way. Vodka, if you keep playing dead, I'll roast a whole bird to go with your drinks when we get back. The Moon Owl leader shuddered, its green eyes filled with resigned resentment. Reluctantly, it flapped its wings and led the entire squad into the mist, disappearing instantly. Qin Yi remained hidden in the shadows, continuing to stealthily follow the meteor's trajectory, watching the mist above with great interest. The three forces engaged in a fierce life-or-death struggle for control of the bright meteorite. He's definitely going to be the sixth man today. Chapter 60, Outwitting the Air. Chapter 60, Outwitting the Air. This meteorite is our Brotherhood's property. Don't be ungrateful. On the back of the eagle stood two burly figures, one tall and one short, both shirtless with hideous tattoos covering their backs. He's clearly a ruthless character who's been lurking in the gray areas for years. The burly man who started shouting and cursing had a face full of scars, fierce eyes, and an extremely arrogant demeanor. As soon as he finished speaking, the leaders of the other two teams exchanged a glance and instantly reached a tacit understanding. The woman, dressed in a sharp CO suit, stood tall and exuded a heroic air. Holding a gleaming spear, she coldly retorted, "I'm nearsighted. I can't tell who's the king and queen." The young man on the other side was handsome, with an air of arrogance between his brows. He spoke with a faint smile, his domineering tone impossible to conceal. "Brother, the best things always go to the capable." The three forces are engaged in a tense standoff, with tensions running high and the air thick with the smell of gunpowder about to explode. The female CEO and the handsome young man were clearly determined to join forces. Only by eliminating the most formidable brotherhood can we be qualified to divide up the large meteorite. Qin Yi remained hidden in the mist, observing quietly. The fat cat approached and reported in a serious, low voice. "Boss, this group of people are all miscellaneous E-level and D-level spirit beasts. Only that eagle is somewhat capable of fighting, at most D+ level. Even if a C-level one comes, we can crush it. You don't have any appraisal skills, how did you figure it out?" Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. The fat cat instantly raised its panda head high, its face full of smugness. "This is an instinctive perception that I've cultivated, which allows me to roughly sense dangerous auras. I didn't sense the slightest threat from these people." Qin Yi nodded slightly, immediately understanding. "It's just a bunch of weaklings fighting each other. It's not worth his time at all." Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted as the brightest, largest meteorite slammed into the ground not far away, creating a massive crater tens of meters deep. A violent shockwave swept outwards from the bottom of the pit. The originally thick and stagnant gray fog, like a lake surface struck by a boulder, surged violently, rippled and flew up in layers, and then quickly healed. The thick fog completely obscured everyone's vision. "Now's the time! Make your move!" The three groups could no longer restrain themselves. The moment they regained their footing, they rode their spirit beasts and charged fiercely towards each other. "Damn it, you're asking for it!" The burly, tattooed man from the Brotherhood, his eyes gleaming with malice, roared, "Kill them all! Leave no one alive!" The three teams collided violently, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Dozens of wind blades burst forth from the white wolf's claws, slashing wildly towards the opposite side. The wind blades collided, and air waves splashed everywhere. Immediately afterwards, the white wolves began to tear and entangle each other in the air, their howls, roars, and curses mingling together. The survivors, riding on the backs of wolves, each wielding a watermelon knife, frantically hacked at the enemy without any strategy, resembling a chaotic street gang fight with absolutely no tactics involved. Qin Yi's lips twitched as he watched, realizing he had been overly cautious. With such a rabble, why waste words arranging tactics? They could easily sweep through. He made a quick decision, too lazy to watch the farce any longer, and stealthily headed straight for the direction where the meteorite had fallen. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. A terrifying black shadow, obscuring the sky, suddenly burst forth from the mist. A massive shadow instantly enveloped the entire chaotic battlefield, swallowing up all the light. Everyone froze, looking up in utter horror, their pupils fixed on the silhouette of that colossal creature. A giant, jet-black clam, its body as large as a small mountain, its back covered with a dense mass of disgusting tumors. Dark green sap dripped continuously from the fissures of the tumor, causing the ground to sizzle as it corroded. The clam's head was ferocious, with a huge gaping mouth and 2 rows of sharp teeth that gleamed coldly. Its vertical pupils alone were larger than the body of an adult. Qin Ye's scalp tingled instantly, and his heart trembled violently. Holy crap, this size is at least that of an A-level behemoth. The battlefield instantly erupted into chaos. The 3 sides, who had been fighting with bloodshot eyes, screamed in terror and scattered in all directions like madmen. There was no longer even a trace of desire to compete for the meteorite. But this black clam had come prepared, waiting patiently for a long time. With its large webbed claws pushing off the ground, it used the momentum of flight to leap into the air, its body spreading out like a dark curtain. With its massive mouth open, a violent hurricane erupted from its throat, sweeping across the entire area. A fierce wind swept past, followed by screams of agony. Dozens of survivors had no chance to resist before they were instantly swept away by the gale, their limbs flying everywhere. The black clam's throat sac throbbed wildly, sucking in several times in succession. The survivors and spirit beasts scattered in the air were tossed about by the gale like ants, suffering heavy casualties. It flicked out its long, scarlet tongue, which, like lightning, wrapped around the countless corpses scattered around it, and precisely snatched them back into its belly, the chewing sound sending chills down one's spine. The next instant, the black toad's body sank and plunged back into the mist, leaving behind only a bloody fog and chaos. The survivors, still in shock, were terrified and ran for their lives. Run! Run! The meteorite is guarded by an A-class behemoth. We're just walking into their trap. Damn system, the welfare event didn't mention anything about a final boss guarding the gate. We've been scammed! However, before they had flown far, a long, scarlet tongue covered in spikes burst forth from the fog once more. It precisely grabbed a white wolf and dragged it deep into the mist. The next second, a crisp sound of bones being brutally crushed came from the mist, sending chills down one's spine. Qin Yi looked at the disarrayed crowd and felt a chill run down his spine. This black clam's hunting methods are simple, brutal, and extremely fierce, with terrifying lethality. It was completely different from the human-faced stone bear we had encountered before. Fortunately, he didn't rush in recklessly, otherwise he would have suffered a catastrophic disaster. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the disappearing misty shadow of the black toad, and quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He would never let go of a piece of meat that was already in his mouth. Taking advantage of the black toad turning to chase after the fleeing survivors, Qin Yi made a quick decision and shouted, "Vodka, clear the way!" The Moon Owl leader trembled with fear at the oppressive aura emanating from the A-level behemoth, but dared not disobey the order and immediately activated its probe to its maximum. The fog ahead was quickly dissipated. The group held their breath and rushed towards the meteorite crater at full speed. Based on the speed at which the black clams devour people, that group of routed soldiers could only last 2 minutes at most. The giant clam could turn around and come back at any time. The whistling sound of the air around him grew sharper and more rapid, and Qin Ye's heart leaped into his throat, fearing that the black toad would suddenly turn its weapon against them and deliver a fatal blow. The fat cat covered its mouth tightly, not daring to even breathe. They were terrified that even the slightest sound would attract this evil spirit. Fortunately, the anticipated attack did not occur. The Brotherhood's giant eagle is flapping its wings wildly, squeezing out all its life's potential and soaring to new heights. The burly man with the tattoos on his back had long lost his previous arrogance. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he cursed at the giant eagle. "Dead bird, fly faster! If we're any slower, we'll all get eaten! Big brother! A tongue! A tongue is coming at us!" The henchman beside him spoke in a shrill, trembling voice, terrified beyond measure. A scarlet tongue burst forth from the mist like a deadly chain, aiming straight for the giant eagle's vitals. Death was inevitable. At the critical moment, the tattooed man suddenly kicked his henchman away. "Big brother?" The younger brother looked completely incredulous. "Good brother, what goes around comes around." The burly man's face was contorted with rage as he roared. "I'm not going to pursue the matter of you and my girl having an affair. Go down and keep her company." The black clam's timing for feeding was extremely precise. The kicked-out underling was instantly swallowed by its long tongue and turned into a pool of bloody mud without even being chewed. Taking advantage of the moment, the giant eagle unleashed its last burst of speed and narrowly escaped the danger zone. But how could the black toad just watch its prey escape? Just as it was about to flick its tongue and give chase again, a blinding golden light suddenly burst forth from the depths of the mist behind it. That's the unique light that comes after a large meteorite is activated. Not good. Black Clam's heart skipped a beat. There was a sixth brother who, taking advantage of its gluttony and its pursuit of prey, stole the meteorite it was guarding. Chapter 61 Hidden Treasure Chest. Chapter 61 Hidden Treasure Chest. Clatter! Countless shimmering crystals poured out from the cracks in the giant meteorite, each one heavy with light. Qin pinched a small piece with his fingertip and applied force, causing the crystal to shatter instantly. A dozen or so gleaming, cold-looking skeletons of calamity beasts rolled out from among them. He instantly realized that these meteorite crystals were all airdrop gift boxes, containing a massive amount of supplies. Item teleportation! Qin didn't hesitate at all, raising his hand and waving it. Every crystal he touched instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared, all of which were transmitted back to the treehouse warehouse. In just over 10 seconds, a large portion of the meteorite was emptied. Fat Cat and Red Maru weren't idle either, their paws darting through the pile of crystals, frantically searching for that crucial, mysterious prize ticket. "Don't come back! Don't come back! Please don't come back!" The fat cat muttered to itself, its claws moving so fast they were barely visible, as if afraid the black toad would turn back halfway and lose its life there. Boom! A sudden, earth-shaking roar came from afar, the sound of a black clam hitting the ground. It's already on its way back. With one more leap, this A-class behemoth could return to the meteorite crater. Qin broke out in a cold sweat, held his breath, his fingers flew across the screen, and his heart pounded wildly. "Boss! We found it!" At the critical moment, Fat Cat let out an excited scream and pulled out a lottery ticket with gold foil patterns from the pile of crystals. Qin snatched it away and triggered the Return to City command, first teleporting the accompanying White Wolf and Moon Owl back to the treehouse. Croak! A cold, piercing croak of a frog, like the whisper of death. The black toad's massive, sky-covering body, accompanied by a fierce wind, pressed down, only 100 meters away from Qin. The long, scarlet, barbed tongue shot out like a giant arrow, cutting through the wind with the power to crush everything in its path. At the critical moment, Qin ignored the terrifying pressure of the A-level behemoth, and forcibly immersed his consciousness into the lottery ticket. Space suddenly distorted, and golden light shone forth. "Grab me!" Qin roared and stretched out his right hand towards the fat cat in midair. The fat cat reacted quickly, grabbing Red Maru beside him and throwing herself into his arms. Qin clenched his teeth, and strange golden light surged wildly around his body. The black toad's long tongue grazed past his body and slammed into the meteorite. With a deafening roar, a massive amount of crystals were crushed to pieces, and various resources exploded all over the ground. The next second, Qin's figure slowly blurred like a bubble in the distorted space. "Boss! It's the Seed of Miracles!" In the instant he disappeared, Qin caught a glimpse of a mysterious seed, faintly glowing, rolling down from the pile of supplies. The luster is exactly the same as that of the original Dawn Redwood seedlings. It is clearly a rare and miraculous plant. He reached out to grab it, but his body had already completely become ethereal, and his palm passed straight through the seeds. "What a pity! You'll have to come back to pick it up next time." This was his last thought before his consciousness completely shifted. Black Toad's attack missed completely, and the meteorite supplies he had been guarding for so long were looted. He immediately roared in fury. But the thieves had already vanished without a trace, leaving only the empty meteorite crater to roar helplessly. My goodness, that scared me to death! Qin Yi, panting heavily, collapsed onto the ground with a thud while holding the fat cat, his body drenched in cold sweat. In that life-or-death moment just now, my nerves were stretched to the limit. Even now, having survived such a close call, my heart is still pounding, and a wave of lingering fear washes over me. When we get back, I'm definitely going to complain to Brother Wolf. Let's join forces and kill that stinky toad. The fat cat cursed and swore, venting its fear and anger. Benimaru stared at it with an expression of utter disbelief, completely speechless. Stop trying to glorify yourself. The Emperor doesn't need you as a burden at all. You should be grateful if you don't cause any trouble. Qin Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, not having time to pay attention to the fat cat's antics, and looked around. 8 towering, dark mountains stand between heaven and earth. On the summit of each mountain, a beam of golden light pierces the sky. Without a doubt, the ultimate mystery prize must be hidden beneath the golden light. He roused himself, took a deep breath, and didn't want to waste a single moment. He wants to claim all 8 rewards, and he must do so before the strong players from other regions arrive. Red Pill, let's go! Qin Yi called to the Kung Fu Mantis, intending to fly straight to the mountaintop. But just as Benimaru carried him to a height of 3 meters, they were violently pulled down by an invisible, terrifying gravity, and the two of them crashed heavily to the ground. You can't fly here? Qin Yi endured the pain of the fall and got up, only to realize that a strange gravity field was shrouding Black Mountain. Let alone flying, even walking here is extremely difficult for ordinary people. But for a person with maxed out agility and 2 beasts, this is no obstacle at all. If you can't fly, then run! Each of you choose a mountain to climb, and we'll split into 3 groups. We'll meet up here when we're done! Qin Yi calmly deployed. Fat Cat and Red Maru nodded in unison, and the two of them immediately flew off towards different parts of the Black Mountain. Qin Yi touched the ground with his toes, his body soaring through the air like a nimble ape, rapidly climbing the rugged, steep black rocks. These strange rocks had sharp edges and were extremely difficult to stand on, but with his 100 points of agility, he moved like a rabbit and a falcon, climbing nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Fat Cat is an expert at escaping, its round body is incredibly agile, and its climbing speed is by no means slow. There are only 5 words to describe him: agile fatso. Red Maru, on the other hand, relied on short-distance low-altitude gliding, jumping and flying, rapidly rushing towards the mountain peak. The wind howled in his ears, but Qin Yi felt exhilarated and kept moving without stopping. As he approached the summit, a ferocious ape-like beast with black fur and a hideous face suddenly sprang up from behind a rock, its sharp claws aimed straight for his throat. Qin Yi was prepared and dodged to the side, drawing his Xian Tai longsword with a backhand. With a flash of cold light, the blade struck the black ape's ribs. Ah! The black ape let out a shrill scream, its eyes blazing with blood-red light. Just as it was about to retaliate, it was shocked to find its body falling forward uncontrollably. Its body was cleanly and decisively cleaved in 2 by this one strike. It died without ever realizing what had happened. This knife is incredibly sharp, Qin Yi thought to himself in amazement. This black ape possessed at least the strength of a D-level ferocious beast, yet it wielded the silver-level Xian Tai longsword with the ease of cutting melons and vegetables. He sheathed his long sword and quickened his ascent. The closer they got to the mountaintop, the more black apes suddenly attacked. Qin Yi wielded his sword with swift, deadly strokes, hacking his way up to the mountaintop without even blinking. The flashing blades continued unabated, carving a bloody path through the enemy ranks. Finally, he became the first person to reach the summit, and let out a long sigh of relief. A larger black ape leader was perched atop the mountain. Qin Yi raised his hand, knocked an arrow, and fired a dozen crimson arrows in quick succession, easily killing the ape. After confirming that there was no further danger around, Qin Yi quickly walked to the edge of the stone platform. A gleaming golden treasure chest rests quietly on the stone platform. Eager to seize the rewards from other hilltops, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately opened the treasure chest. Open the ultimate mystery treasure chest and congratulations on obtaining. Chapter 62 I'll let you go if you kiss me. Chapter 62 Kiss me and I'll let you go. Random talent scroll, limited to 1 use per person. Qin Ye's pupils shrank sharply, never expecting that the hidden treasure chest contained a talent scroll. This is an extremely rare item, with an oddity of 99%. Since entering the Ashland, he has never seen a way to acquire talent. Even if it can only be used once, it is priceless. Without time to investigate the details, Qin Yi immediately crushed the scroll, and the golden light transformed into a firefly, instantly entering his brow. A cool, refreshing sensation washed over him, and he unconsciously closed his eyes and focused his mind. In a short while, he felt a lightness all over his body, and countless insights appeared out of thin air. Congratulations! You have successfully obtained the random talent, Purification, 7 colors. Purify removes all negative status effects from the target, including but not limited to pollution, corrosion, curse, poison, paralysis, etc. Qin Yi suddenly opened his eyes filled with surprise. Although it was a support-type talent, the dazzling 7-colored halo in the talent bar still gave him a huge shock. Holy crap, a random colored talent? That's insane! When did I become so lucky? From disbelief to acceptance, and then to ultimate surprise, it all takes only 3 seconds. Qin Yi clenched his fists, his emotions surging. Purifying all negative status effects, this is simply a concept-level divine skill. But now is not the time for sentimentality. There are still 5 of the 8 Black Mountain treasure chests waiting for him to seize. Qin Yi composed himself, leaped off the mountaintop, and flew like an arrow towards another black mountain. Swish, swish, swish. 2 beams of golden light suddenly disappeared from the other 2 black mountains. Qin Yi knew that Fat Cat and Red Pill had succeeded. But before the joy could fade, a dozen blinding white lights lit up around Black Mountain. That's a teleportation array for the other survivors. Someone has come after all. Qin Yi felt a chill run down his spine, realizing something was wrong. He quickened his pace, using both hands and feet with the agility of a nimble ape, weaving through the jagged black rocks and climbing upwards at lightning speed. Someone beat me to it! Powerful figures from various regions surged out of the teleportation array. Seeing that only 5 of the 8 golden lights remained, they became extremely anxious and rushed towards the remaining black mountain like madmen. At the very front of the crowd, a figure in a black dress stood out. The girl had waist-length black hair, and her bangs accentuated her cool and beautiful features. Her black school uniform with stockings highlighted her graceful figure. A hint of cunning lurked in his cold eyes. He was none other than Jiang Lin, the president of the Anlin Council. She touched the ground with both feet, her figure leaping and bounding, her slender legs trembling like willows, her posture graceful and ethereal. But its speed was extremely fast, transforming into a streak of black light as it swept towards Black Mountain. If Qin Yi saw this figure, he would definitely turn around and run away immediately. Little wildcat, let's see how you escape this time, hee hee hee. Hidden within the maniacal laughter was the ultimate joy of soon seeing the beloved. The Black Mountain she chose happened to be exactly the same as Qin Yi's target. Qin Yi had just climbed halfway up the mountain when he suddenly noticed a strange sound of wind beside him. Out of the corner of his eye, a dark light carrying a chill swept towards him, closing in within 10 meters in the blink of an eye. With just a glance, Qin Yi felt the chill run down his spine. He was about to dodge to the side, but the other person had already closed in on him. Qin Yi immediately realized something was wrong. Without turning around, he shrugged and turned sideways in one fluid motion, drawing his Xian Tai longsword like a ghost, hastily meeting the incoming blade. Clang! A sharp, metallic clang rang out, and 2 figures suddenly crossed paths. The tip of the blade vibrated, and a tremendous force surged through the longsword, causing Qin Yi's blood to surge and his body to stagger. He turned around abruptly, and his nose touched something soft. Jianglin's stunningly beautiful face was right in front of him, her long, black hair flowing smoothly like a waterfall, carrying a faint fragrance. Their eyes met, and Qingyi glimpsed a hint of mockery and amusement in her cold, beautiful phoenix eyes. "That's quite a coincidence, isn't it?" Qingyi was struck dumb, his lips twitched, and he forced himself to speak. "Humph, little wildcat, do you like this way of greeting?" Jianglin smiled brightly, her arm holding the knife smooth as silk and soft as if boneless, yet the cold, long blade was pressed firmly against Qin Ye's throat, refusing to budge. Qin Ye's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly said, "Let's grab the treasure chest first, and we can talk about the rest later, okay? Hee, give me a kiss, and I'll help you snatch it." Jianglin deliberately leaned forward, the tip of the knife lightly touching Qin Ye's skin, her expression a half-smile, exuding a spoiled, "What can you do to me?" attitude. Qin Ye's throat bobbed, and he inwardly groaned. How could I have forgotten about this Yandra girl? As the president of the Anlin Council, how could Jianglin not come to compete for the ultimate reward? Their meeting was inevitable. "If we don't kiss, we can keep stalling." Jianglin's tone was light and casual, but Qin Yi knew that she meant what she said. She didn't care about the hidden treasure chest at all. She was willing to spend an entire day trying to force him to submit. There was no way to avoid it, so Qin Yi steeled his heart, lowered his head, and captured those moist cherry lips. Jianglin's eyes narrowed instantly, and she tiptoed to meet him. The sweet fragrance spread between her lips and teeth, making her heart flutter and hard to resist. Even after just a moment of contact, Qin Ye's cheeks were burning hot. Jianglin squinted, savoring the moment, her cherry lips slightly pursed, a smile radiant on her face. So obedient. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword was retracted. Qin Ye's heart pounded like a drum, and he quickly looked away. Warm breath lingered around her ear tips burned red, and she slipped, drifting away like a wisp of smoke towards the mountaintop, leaving behind only a low curse. "Crazy woman." Seeing this, Jianglin's smile deepened, and she unconsciously squeezed her legs together, as if she was trying to hold back something, her face flushed with a sickly redness. Seeing that Qin Yi was about to disappear into the night, she quickly used her movement technique and chased after him like lightning. The two ran up the mountain at breakneck speed, one fleeing hastily and the other chasing nimbly, just like a playful young couple. No sooner had Qin Yi reached the top than Jianglin swept up behind him, their clothes fluttering as the two stood side by side on either side. "Stop messing around, someone's here." Qin Yi slightly turned his body to avoid her red lips that were close to his face, raised his hand and held his sword horizontally in front of his chest, his eyes scanning the foot of the mountain warily. Several figures were rapidly climbing over. Disturbed by his good deed, Jianglin felt bored and turned to look at the group of people with annoyance. His cold aura was instantly released, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and there was a strong sense of vigilance and killing intent hidden in his heart. "You annoying scumbag, why did you have to ruin my time with my little wildcat? Die, all of you!" A faint gray energy emanated from Jianglin's body, distorted and chaotic, exuding an eerie and unsettling aura. Qin Ye's brows furrowed suddenly. He was extremely familiar with this aura. Wang Gang had this kind of aura after he was corrupted by the strange energy. Chapter 63 Purify, My Beloved Silver. Chapter 63 Purify. The group that came from Erdiain was the strongest in the area and their strength was not weak. Sensing the terrifying energy emanating from Jianglin, they immediately stopped, their aura tense, and they were on full alert. Jianglin's aura was elusive and unpredictable, making him difficult to fathom. A sense of oppressive gloom, like the calm before a storm, instantly enveloped the entire venue. Even among the many elite experts present, a chill ran down their spines, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. What's going on? Who is this person? The next moment, Jianglin held two black broken blades in his hands. She moved with ghostly steps, dancing gracefully among the black stones, creating an ultimate sense of beauty amidst the carnage. In the blink of an eye, the blade flashed across everyone's necks at a speed incomprehensible to ordinary people. Pft! 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 Streams of blood gushed out instantly, scattering across the sky. 7 or 8 people collapsed and died before they could even scream. Jianglin acted as if he had only done a trivial thing, without even lifting an eyelid from beginning to end, displaying an air of nonchalance and elegance. Hee, trouble solved, little wildcat, let's continue. A smile played on her alluring lips, and her slender white fingertips were stained with drops of crimson blood. She raised her hand to wipe it away, her eyes brimming with coquettish charm. Qin Ye's heart sank, and he immediately realized that something was wrong with the woman's condition. Although she was sometimes mad in private, she still had a sense of propriety, and would never be as unrestrained in her killing as she was today. He suppressed a chill run down his spine, subtly took a half-step back, and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong with you?" Jianglin sheathed his twin swords, seemingly sensing Qin Ye's growing distance and wariness, and the smile in his eyes vanished abruptly. She paused for a moment, then suddenly took 2 steps closer, her cool fingertips gently caressing Qin Ye's face with an unusually tender gesture. Qin Ye turned his head slightly as a reflex, but she gently pressed it down. "Sorry, did I scare you?" Jianglin's voice was soft and ethereal, captivating and mesmerizing, completely different from the bloodthirsty madwoman she had just been. In fact, this is indeed another version of her, Jianglin's second personality, the affectionate Jianglin. Qin Ye smiled wryly, raised his hand and grasped that slightly cool jade hand, hoping to use the warmth of his palm to calm her down completely. Jianglin pursed her lips slightly, and took Qin Ye's hand in hers. Her bright eyes, brimming with starlight, were fixed on his face, filled with affection and tenderness. Before Qin Ye could respond, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly, "This time, no one will separate us again. My sister is so strong now, strong enough to completely overturn this world. Let me kill them all and then..." At this point, Jianglin paused, her eyes sparkling with a gentle, spring-like light, and a smile playing on her lips. "Then we'll have lots and lots of babies, and be happy together forever and ever, until the end of the world." What a heartfelt confession! But if the broken blade in her hand could be replaced with flowers, it would perhaps be even more touching. "You madwoman, you actually dared to touch that evil in order to gain power?" Qin Ye was shocked and furious. That eerie gray energy could devour one's mind if one was not careful, and Wang Gang was the best example of that. To everyone's surprise, Jianglin disagreed and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! As long as I can be with you, what does it matter if I fall into the abyss?" With her laughter, the gray energy grew increasingly concentrated, surging around her like ink, gradually eroding her skin and staining it with a faint gray aura. The more obsessive, insane, and hysterical one's mental state, the more vulnerable one is to being invaded by strange energies. Her severe Yandera tendencies make her the perfect candidate for contamination. Qin Ye felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to be angry or helpless. Her madness was all because of him. "Come on, little wildcat, let's go to a new world together." Jianglin's face grew increasingly ashen, her black hair danced wildly, and her aura became increasingly terrifying. "From this day forward I am the queen of this world, and you, my queen, will have everything I have." The maniacal laughter pierced the night sky, leaving deep imprints on Qin Ye's heart. At this moment, Jianglin was breathtakingly beautiful, and Qin Ye felt a mix of emotions, including amazement, pity, anger, and heartache. Like the burning of strong liquor, yet nourished by clear spring water, it is a complex blend of flavors that captivates the senses. Qin Ye had to admit that he couldn't resist Jianglin like this. Her obsession, her deep affection, her madness, all these made it impossible for him to let her go. But he would never allow Jianglin's soul to be possessed by this filthy and eerie energy. He gripped Jianglin's hand tightly, a resolute glint in his eyes, and let out a roar that echoed across the mountain peak. "Get out of her body! Purify, my beloved silver!" A dazzling 7-colored light suddenly shone between Qin Ye's brows. A pure, gentle yet powerful aura surged from his body and flowed directly into Jianglin's body. A milky white light of purification suddenly burst forth, like the dawn breaking through the haze. The gray energy surging around Jianglin dissipated upon encountering light, like a thin mist swept away by a flood, fading away in an instant without leaving a trace. The madness and obsession in her eyes faded, revealing a look of bewilderment. She raised a hand to rub her temples and called softly, "Little wild cat? What are you doing here?" Qin Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Judging from his tone, he seems to have returned to normal. Without the blessing of gray energy, Jiang Lin's attributes were directly halved. At this moment, she was no match for Qin Yi. Unwilling to linger any longer, he reached out and snatched the mysterious treasure chest from the stone platform, then turned and rushed down the mountain. "If you dare to leave, I will still try to contact that power." Jiang Lin's willful voice came from behind, light and airy, yet carrying an undeniable threat. In terms of speed and agility, Qin Yi was no less capable than Jiang Lin, whose attributes had doubled, but he couldn't withstand Jiang Lin's shameless tactics. Upon hearing this, he abruptly stopped in his tracks, and ultimately had no choice but to turn back, saying in a deep voice, "You'd better stop now." "Oh my, so someone really cares about her." Jiang Lin smiled sweetly, her eyes crinkling, like a little fox who had just stolen some fish, and wrapped herself around him with a soft and alluring posture. She gently straightened Qin Yi's collar, which had been ruffled by the wind, her eyes burning with affection as she whispered, "Don't be angry. I'll just let him kiss me as an apology." Before Qin Yi could react, she tiptoed and placed a light, fleeting kiss on his cheek with her cool cherry lips. Qin Yi's expression was complicated, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He was initially moved by Jiang Lin's affectionate and gentle personality, and fell head over heels for her. Who would have thought that this woman harbored a Yandere and obsessive Jiang Lin? If he had known this would happen, he would never have provoked this evil spirit. "Tell me, what exactly happened? Was it something stupid that crazy woman, Jiang Lin, did?" Qin Yi put on a stern face and began to settle scores later. He knew Jiang Lin too well. To get him, that woman would stop at nothing and was capable of doing anything crazy. "Honestly, that's so fierce." Jiang Lin smiled faintly, but a hint of cunning lurked in her eyes as she spoke softly. "It was someone who heartlessly blocked his friend and disappeared, which aggravated Jiang Lin's condition, caused him to lose his composure, and allowed the strange energy in the ashes to take advantage of him, resulting in his mind being corrupted." Qin Yi sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead, momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Jiang Lin's beautiful eyes seemed to see through people's hearts, and she had already seen through his inner weaknesses. That obsessive determination to get close, even at the cost of everything, held a tremendous attraction for him. He knew it was like drinking poison to quench his thirst, yet he found it sweet nonetheless. He coughed lightly, changing the subject. "What exactly do you mean by spiritual pollution? You do not know?" Jiang Lin was slightly surprised, then seemed to realize something. A strange light flashed in her eyes, and she slowly began to explain. Qin Yi listened, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. "You mean, if you come into contact with the ash floating in the sky too often, there's a risk of contamination?" "Yes." Jiang Lin nodded. "The initial treehouse is not tall enough, so the amount of ash falling is limited and poses little threat to the survivors. However, as the treehouse level increases and its height continues to break records, the amount of ash falling will increase exponentially until it reaches a certain threshold, at which point it will completely contaminate the entire treehouse. Even the survivors and spirit beasts inside were not spared." She paused, then asked in confusion. "It's strange. Our treehouse is often flagged by the system as having a risk of contamination due to too much ash buildup, and we are told to clean it up as soon as possible. Haven't you ever encountered this situation in your treehouse before?" Qin Yi shook his head upon hearing this. "No, there really isn't." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. The cleaning inside the treehouse has always been taken care of by the Queen of Thorns. The falling ashes are swept away and cleaned up by the vines as soon as they land, so there is almost no accumulation of dust. No wonder. Qin Yi suddenly realized what was going on, then looked up and gave Jiang Lin a stern warning. I'll add her back as a friend, but you have to keep a close eye on Jianglin and make sure she doesn't do anything stupid like that again. Do you hear me? Looking at Qin Ye's feigned anger but actually concerned expression, Jianglin felt a surge of satisfaction and sweetness in her heart, and obediently nodded her head. I'll listen to you. Seeing that she agreed, Qin Ye was completely relieved and, without further delay, turned around and rushed towards the other two black mountains. All that remained was a voice from behind. I don't have time to waste here with you, go grab the treasure chest first. If you're too late, someone else will snatch it. The cold wind howled from the mountaintop, causing Jianglin's skirt to flutter wildly. She watched Qin Ye's retreating figure, a sly smile playing on her lips. Two distinct yet perfectly harmonious voices echoed in my heart. See, sister? This heartless guy still cares about us. I bet he was right, he'll definitely add us back as friends. If we lose the bet, we'll really be completely corrupted by the ashes and become walking corpses. So what? A hint of the same stubbornness, as Jianglin flashed in Jianglin's eyes. At worst, we'll just destroy this world. That's true. Another voice chuckled in agreement. In a world without wildcats, keeping them around is pointless. The wind carried away the words into the mountains. Jianglin concealed the stubbornness in her eyes, turning it into a gentle smile, and followed in Qin Ye's footsteps. Her figure moved gracefully, like a black streak of light, chasing after that tall and imposing figure. Meanwhile, Qin Ye had already rushed up another black mountain. With the Xian Tai longsword in hand, he cut through thorns and brambles, killing all the black apes that blocked his way, and headed straight for the treasure chest at the top of the mountain. Of the 8 black mountains, only 3 remain. He must claim the remaining prize money before anyone else. Chapter 60 for the ultimate reward. Chapter 60 for the ultimate reward. Swish, swish, swish. The teleportation lights flashed continuously, and more survivors were teleported here. Qin Ye quickened his pace. Little wildcat, why are you running so fast? Jianglin caught up from behind at a leisurely pace, her voice soft. I'll kill all these troublesome guys for you, and the reward at the top of the mountain will naturally be ours. Qin Ye paused slightly and slowed down a bit. He glanced at Jianglin and said meaningfully, If you really want to help, go and steal the treasure chests from the other 2 black mountains. It's better than letting outsiders benefit from them. With time running out, Qin Ye didn't have time to deal with the other treasure chests. Rather than letting a powerful stranger take them, it was better to let Jianglin accept them. Okay then, I'll agree to whatever you ask. See you later, darling, don't sneak off. Jianglin readily agreed, then immediately changed direction and sped towards another black mountain not far away, her black skirt drawing a neat arc in the wind. Do you think I'm stupid? We'll grab the reward and run. Qin Ye glanced in the direction she had left, then sped up again, heading straight for the mountaintop. Just as they reached the halfway point up the mountain, a hoarse, piercing shout suddenly rang out. Kid, I've got my eye on this treasure chest. Get back to where you came from, or I'll send you on your way. A tall figure in a black trench coat blocked their path with a gun. 4 Class D black apes were fighting him, completely blocking his way up the mountain. The burly man had a face full of scars and a fierce look in his eyes. He was clearly at his limit, but he still wanted to seize the opportunity. Uncle, take care of yourself first. Qin Ye was too lazy to get entangled. He stomped on the strange rock beside him and used the force to fly diagonally through the air. Like a light shadow, he passed over the several parties who were fighting and shot towards the mountaintop. Damn it! You dare steal my opportunity? You just wait! The burly man's furious roar echoed behind him, but Qin Ye didn't slow down and paid no attention. Meanwhile, the battle had already begun on Jianglin's side. At the mountaintop, 4 survivors surrounded her, speaking arrogantly. Little girl, if you know what's good for you, get lost, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Are you talking to me? The gentle smile on Jianglin's face vanished instantly, and her eyes suddenly turned cold. Madness took over his body again. Jianglin logged off, and the even more ruthless Jianglin took over the account. I finally managed to get a date with my little wildcat, and you trash, Why do you have to jump out and get yourselves killed? Jiang Lin's voice was icy cold, his eyes flashed with a chilling killing intent, and his blood-red pupils flickered with a strange light. With a stomp of her foot, she charged into the group of four like a ghost, her two black broken blades creating a bloody spectacle. In the blink of an eye, the four men who had surrounded her were hacked to pieces and lay motionless on the ground. On the other side, Qin Yi swept across the mountainside and reached the summit. The mountaintop was in complete chaos, with shouts of battle mingling with the clash of swords and the intense fighting. This is not some lucky break or a place where good fortune falls from the sky. It's a bloody and brutal elimination tournament. Only the strong survive to the end. There was no hesitation in Qin Ye's eyes. The survival rule of the Ash-Earth world was that it was either you die or I die. With a stomp of his foot, he shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the golden treasure chest on the stone platform. His sudden intrusion naturally attracted the attention of many powerful figures. "Oh no! Old Six is here! Stop him!" A furious shout rang out, and several powerful figures attacked from all sides. There were burly men wielding machetes and with bulging muscles, there were exceptionally ferocious D-level white wolves, and there was even a higher-level hurricane-maned wolf, all of them outstanding figures who had fought their way out of various districts. Qin Ye's eyes sharpened, and the black iron longsword was drawn from its sheath with a snap, its cold light flashing. "Get out of my way!" The long, narrow blade flashed past with a sharp gust of wind, and the burly man blocking its path was instantly cleaved away, landing as a bloody mess. Qin Yi strode forward, his arrogance blazing, coldly surveying the powerful enemies around him. The black iron longsword danced in his hands, unleashing layers of blade light. Wherever it passed, no one dared to stand in its way. The other prodigies were all intimidated by his thunderous methods, and none of them dared to step forward rashly. Qin Yi, under everyone's watchful eyes, walked confidently to the stone platform and took the golden treasure chest. At the same time, the golden light from the last two black mountains also dissipated one after another. All the treasure chests have been taken. Just when everyone thought the competition for this mysterious grand prize was about to end, a sudden and unexpected change occurred in the world. Boom! The sky was filled with swirling clouds and thunder, and purple lightning streaked wildly through the clouds. The black rocks beneath their feet trembled violently, and a colossal beast rose from the ground beneath the 8 black mountains. A powerful and fierce aura swept across all directions, pressing down like mountains and seas. Qin Yi looked up, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he gasped. "What? A black 8 behemoth!" Notice, the mysterious grand prize is now open. Defeat the special boss, the black 8 behemoth, rank B, to receive an extremely generous ultimate reward. All participants will receive a participation prize. Returning to town is temporarily disabled, so please join the battle. The mission interface popped up with eye-catching words, announcing the end of this farce and the beginning of a real life-or-death battle. The black ape-like beast was nearly 50 meters long, with its muscles bulging high, and every inch of its skin exuding explosive power. Its pair of giant, scarlet eyes glared in all directions, radiating a sense of oppression several times more terrifying than the B-grade human-faced bear it had encountered before. Even from a great distance, everyone could feel its awe-inspiring and terrifying power. Everyone trembled under the enormous shadow, their legs shaking uncontrollably. "What a load of bull! This is basically sending us to our deaths! You bastard Hakido! How dare you cheat me! I don't want the reward anymore! Let me out! I want to go home!" If it were an A-level calamity beast, these geniuses from different regions might dare to join forces in a battle. But this mountain-like black ape behemoth before us, without the aid of a level 3 treehouse in its combat form, is no match for human power. This was a one-sided massacre. It's unclear who started it, but the survivors ran frantically toward the outskirts of Black Mountain, desperate to escape this perilous place as quickly as possible. What grand prize! Nothing is more important than my own life. However, an invisible, transparent barrier suddenly appeared, completely sealing off the entire Black Mountain region, making it impossible for anyone to break through. A sense of despair spread among the people at a visible speed. Roar! The giant black ape roared to the sky. It raised its colossal hand, like a mountain collapsing, and with immense force, crashed down upon the most densely populated area. A deafening roar. The giant hand landed, causing the earth to shake and the entire black mountain to tremble. The ground within a radius of 100 meters was completely reduced to ruins, and a terrifying, bottomless crater suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Blood mist rose from the cracks at the bottom of the pit, and the stench of blood instantly filled the surrounding area. Run! Run! Within the Black Mountain, the remaining survivors fled back and forth between the 8 mountains like frightened monkeys. They desperately evaded the pursuit of the giant black ape, facing constant danger. Within a few short breaths, another 20 or 30 people died here, their bodies never to be found. However, what's both laughable and absurd is that there are still some fearless geniuses who are teleported to this perilous place. The root of all this is a rumor circulating on the World Channel. World Channel. Anonymous, come on, guys. The mystery reward is amazing. It's 8 magic crystal mines. I can mine as many crystals as I want. Mom won't have to worry about me not having enough attribute points anymore. Anonymous, shocking. The mysterious land is full of spirit beast eggs. B-grade and A-grade ones are all available for picking up. Hurry up and find the lottery tickets, you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you miss this. Anonymous, there's also a baby gorilla here. It's really cute, but it has a bad temper and is easy to handle. The unsuspecting survivors, bewitched by these rampant rumors, frantically searched for the mysterious prize ticket and rushed desperately toward the Black Mountain region. The number of survivors in the Black Mountain has actually increased rather than decreased, with more and more people stepping into this death trap. Tom! Which idiot is spreading these rumors? No, we can't be the only ones getting scammed. Quickly go to the World Channel and recruit new members. Why should we die while they live? Having been caught in the rain, one then wants to tear apart someone else's umbrella. The rumors on the World Channel intensified, all boasting about how generous the mysterious reward was, attracting more and more survivors to come. Chinyi silently closed the chat window, keeping his achievements and fame hidden. Boss, that's such a dirty trick! Fat Cat and Red Maru appeared beside him, each carrying a golden treasure chest. What? Why don't you go up and hold off the giant ape? Chinyi rolled his eyes at it. Then forget it. I'm not Wolf Brother, I don't have that ability. Hiss. Red Maru nodded in agreement. The man and 2 beasts hid behind a boulder, silently waiting for a turning point. Hopefully, we'll find good stuff in these 3 treasure chests. Chapter 65 Fusion with Jianglin. Chapter 65 Fusion with Jianglin Class 3K Management Group. Lu Yao, I've got this sorted out on my end. What's the situation on your end? Yi Jinghong, it's nothing. A bunch of little Karami. We took down their leader, and they all surrendered. We captured 18 of them, and none of them could fight. Suwan, my side is completely wiped out, and the supplies have been teleported back to the treehouse. Lin Xingyan, you guys are moving too fast. My goal is a bit far away, I need to spend more time. Lu Yao Qingyi, how's it going on your end? I heard the hidden dungeon is full of treasures, you can't even collect all the magic crystals, is that true? Qingyi, you believe what you read online? It's all nonsense. I've run into a little trouble here, it's a bit tricky. Wenwan, is there any danger? Do you need support? Qingyi, it's just a small behemoth, easy to handle, don't worry. Lu Yao, a behemoth? How could a hidden dungeon spawn such an overpowered boss? Without the treehouse's support, can you handle it? Qingyi, what's there to be afraid of? There's a bunch of cannon fodder in front of us. At worst, we can just drag it out until the event is over. Yi Jinghong, relax, relax. Qin He is cunning and wicked, evil deeds last 1,000 years. He'll definitely be fine. Lin Xingyan, by the way, what should we do with those prisoners? Incorporate them or exile them? Qinyi, you decide whether to stay or leave, but all the treehouses must be destroyed. I want the ancient tree core. Yi Jinghong, we can keep the women, but kick out the ugly ones. All the men, get out. Qin He is enough for our treehouse. Suwan, happy Qin Yi. Suwan, you can bring them back for me to assess first. If they have good talent, I can consider keeping them. Lu Yao, okay, let's meet at the treehouse and head to our next destination as soon as possible. Yi Jinghong, grab resources. Grab girls. Charge. Qin Yi confirmed that the team's plan was going smoothly and casually closed the chat window. Draw all attention back to the deadly predicament before us. The roar of the black ape behemoth was deafening, and rocks kept rolling down the mountainside. The survivors hiding behind their shelters didn't dare to breathe. Fat cat, come here, there are 3 hidden treasure chests, you open them! Considering the fat cat's extraordinary luck, Qin Yi decided to let it try its luck, hoping it might pull out a game-changing item. Hee hee, then this great master won't be polite! The fat cat rubbed its furry bare paws with a smug look on its face, then stepped forward and opened all 3 treasure chests at once. Swish, swish, swish. 3 golden lights flashed suddenly, and system notifications sounded one after another. Successfully opened the hidden treasure chest and obtained 2 random talent scrolls and a deluxe treehouse blueprint. Well. Qin Yi's lips twitched violently as he looked at the 3 props that appeared out of thin air. Talent scrolls and treehouse blueprints are indeed rare items, but they can't solve our immediate problem at all. Is this dog's luck just temporarily gone offline? Seeing this, the fat cat knew something was wrong. Its ears drooped instantly, and it chuckled sheepishly as it shrank back, silently taking 2 steps back, afraid of being blamed. Qin Yi didn't blame it. Getting it to open was the icing on the cake, and defeating the giant ape would get the ultimate reward. It doesn't matter if we can't get it, we can just wait until the event ends. There are plenty of cannon fodder anyway. He casually teleported the 3 items back to the treehouse warehouse and peeked out to glance at the situation outside. Almost all of the survivors found cover and hid, while the giant black ape rampaged wildly through the black mountains. A giant hand smashed the rocks, trying to drag out the rats hiding in the shadows. Little wildcat, I've found you! A soft laugh came from behind him, startling Qin Yi. He turned around abruptly, and saw Jianglin standing behind him, her black dress trailing on the ground, smiling at him with a hint of cunning in her eyes. Keep your voice down, come here quickly! Qin Yi lowered his voice and pulled her behind the boulder. The 2 of them huddled together in the shadows, barely avoiding the gaze of the black ape beast. Jianglin glanced sideways at the face so close to hers, her warm breath brushing against Qin Yi's neck, a hint of heat flashing subtly in her eyes. Qin Yi was so focused on watching the giant ape's movements that he didn't notice anything amiss. Little wildcat, have you thought of a solution? She extended her fingertip and gently tapped Qin Yi's chin, her tone teasing. Qin Yi frowned slightly, but did not dodge. He said in a deep voice, Not for now. If my attributes could break 100, I might still have a fighting chance. Jianglin withdrew his fingertips, raised his eyes to look at the frenzied black ape beast in the distance, as if deep in thought. A moment later she parted her lips slightly, her tone seductive. I have a way. If you agree, I'll help you. Qin Yi was preoccupied with the giant ape and didn't notice her unusual behavior, simply waving his hand dismissively. If you have a solution, use it now. You're still teasing me at a time like this? You said it yourself? Upon hearing this, Jianglin's eyes gleamed, and he let out a meaningful chuckle. A bad feeling suddenly rose in Qin Yi's heart. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw a red rope gently wrapped around his wrist. The other end of the red rope was tied around Jianglin's neck. What the hell? What are you doing? Qin Yi exclaimed in surprise. Playing SM at a time like this? He flicked his wrist, about to sever the red thread, but Jianglin seemed to be prepared. The moment Qin Yi moved, she nimbly shifted her body, wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, and pressed herself against him, like an intimate couple. The 2 were inches apart. Her breath was sweet as orchids as she softly uttered 2 words. Bound! Qingyi felt as if his body had transformed into a streak of light, leaning towards Jianglin. The two seemed to have always been one, their bodies instantly merging and becoming one. A warm current flowed through my limbs and bones, and an inexhaustible power suddenly surged forth. His mental strength also surged, and in a short time, he reached an unprecedented peak state. Note: the shared life and death bond has been successfully activated. Congratulations on becoming partners with Jianglin and unlocking the exclusive partner skill. United as one. Unified state. Gain all of the opponent's attributes, skills, and talents. Note: if one player dies, the other player's health will be immediately reduced to 0. Qin Yeren was completely dumbfounded. His mind went blank. This actually works? Where did you get this weird prop? I found it in a hidden treasure chest. How about that? Surprised? Unexpected? Do you like it? After the two merged, Jianglin's voice rang directly in Qin Ye's mind, filled with undisguised joy. Qin Yi was immediately dumbfounded, his lips twitching. Doesn't that mean? That's right. We'll never, ever be apart again. Jianglin's smile came through the mental connection, and Qin Yi felt a sharp pain in his head. A piercing wail nearly burst from his throat, echoing through the black mountains. No! This isn't about binding a partner, it's like strapping on a time bomb, the kind that could kill each other at any moment. Qin Yi and Jianglin, 2 into 1. Identity: Treehouse leader. Attributes: Strength 121, Agility 168, Stamina 113, Spirit 231. Skills: Phantom Hand, Ghost Step merge into one. Talents: Triple Strike, Purification, Rainbow, Arrogance, Rainbow. Partners: Qin Yi and Jianglin. Title: Blackwater Overlord. With things having come to this point, Qin Yi could only put aside his inner turmoil and deal with the giant black ape beast before him. He took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration, and his gaze fell on the attribute panel, causing him to be startled. Jianglin's attributes were surprisingly comparable to his. He truly deserves to be the leader of a top-tier legion. After combining, his attributes more than doubled, and his strength was completely different. Ghost Step possesses ghostly movement, dodge chance plus 50%, movement speed plus 100%. Talent: Arrogance, 7 colors. After killing a creature, there is a 0.001% chance to permanently gain some of its attributes or skills. The probability increases with the level of the killed target. Hiss! Qin Yi looked at the 7-colored talent and gasped. A thought flashed through her mind in an instant. 7 deadly sins as a starting talent? You're the chosen one, aren't you? How do you like it? Jianglin's voice rang in his mind, carrying a hint of frivolity, clearly quite satisfied with his reaction. Qin Yi sincerely praised. Amazing. Just then, a deafening roar exploded. Roar! The giant black ape suddenly turned its head, its crimson eyes fixed on the direction behind the boulder. They clearly sensed the terrifying aura that had suddenly surged here. It was furious that it, the mighty Lord of Beasts, was being ignored by 2 insignificant characters hiding in a corner. They even dare to have a romantic relationship on its territory. They simply don't respect it at all. The giant ape strode heavily toward the direction where Qin Yi was hiding, causing the earth to tremble violently and sending rocks flying. A wild roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Yi's eyes, and his fighting spirit was instantly ignited. The crimson flame longbow trembled slightly in his hand, emitting a buzzing sound. With a swift step, his figure darted out from behind the boulder like a ghost, and he roared as he faced the charging black ape beast. Now, the roles have reversed. The firelight was cold, and reflected his tall and straight figure. The terrifying pressure from the combined force spread outwards, colliding violently with the ferocious aura of the black ape behemoth. An epic showdown is about to begin. Chapter 66: The appearance of an old friend in the three-sword style. Chapter 66: The appearance of an old friend in the three-sword style. I originally thought Lu Bu was invincible, But I didn't expect someone to be even more valiant than him. Whose subordinate is this? Damn it, is this guy crazy? Why doesn't he just play it safe and wait until the event ends? Why does he have to go up there and get killed? Arrogant. Does he really think he's some tough guy from Class 3K? Doesn't he know what kind of behemoth that is, daring to challenge us head-on? I've encountered behemoths before, and they're on a completely different level from ordinary monsters. Going in alone is suicide. That's not how you fight them. The survivors hiding behind the rocks were all terrified to see Qin charging straight at the giant ape. A cacophony of voices erupted. They looked at him with incomprehension and mockery, thinking he was a fool who overestimated himself. Qin had no time to care about what others thought at the moment, and his giant fist, carrying a fierce and overwhelming force, slammed towards him. Before they even got close, the strong wind was already stinging their cheeks like a knife. Without fear, he raised his hand and knocked the crimson flame longbow. The bowstring trembled, and arrows pierced the air. Shoot! 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 3 fiery arrows shot off the bowstring and pierced the air, fiercely meeting the giant fist head-on. In the blink of an eye, the mountains and the arrows converged at one point. The gale suddenly stopped. With a deafening roar, the terrifying force of the arrow abruptly halted the fist's momentum, freezing it in midair. The people hiding in the shadows stared in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, their previous mockery turning into utter astonishment. Holy crap, is this Superman? Taking advantage of the moment when the giant fist faltered, Qin stepped on the rock and shot upwards like an arrow. With a loud shout he yelled, "Red pill! Fat cat! Let's go!" He drew his bow and charged out like thunder, with Red Maru close behind. The man and the mantis swept to the left and right sides of the black ape's giant arm. In the instant their figures intersected, they leaped into the air simultaneously, their flaming sides slashing like lightning, and their crimson arrows shooting straight through the air, all aimed at that thick, pillar-like ape arm. Sizzle! The swift attack landed simultaneously on the giant arm, leaving crisscrossing, 10-foot-long knife marks that were deep enough to expose the bone. Hot blood gushed out like a spring, staining large areas of the mountain rocks red. "No way, boss, I want to join too." The fat cat stared wide-eyed at its panda face in disbelief, wondering if there was something wrong with its ears, and backed away repeatedly. "My small frame can't withstand a slap from a giant beast." "You're so thick-skinned, why are you such a coward?" Qin's voice came from the giant arm, carrying an undeniable authority. "Can I cheer you on? I'll cheer you on louder than anyone else." The fat cat still wanted to bargain. "I've never had roasted bear paw before. Would you like me to try it?" Qin stepped on the flesh and blood of the giant arm, turned around and cast a dangerous glance at the fat cat, his eyes seeming to say, "If you dawdle any longer, I'll use you as a sacrifice to my blade." What a big, fat panda! It looks so plump and juicy. A whole roasted panda must taste delicious. "Come on, are you serious?" The fat cat felt the chill emanating from Qin, shrank its neck, and dared not say another word. It quickly swayed its round body and chased after him, cursing the black ape's ancestors for 18 generations in its mind. The black ape, in pain, let out a deafening roar. Its single, scarlet eye glared at the ants on its body, and it stretched out its other giant hand, about to smash the little thing that dared to hurt it into mincemeat. The next moment, a huge black shadow suddenly descended from the sky. The fat cat decisively activated its intimidation skill, and its size instantly increased to 15 meters tall. Although it only reached the black ape's knees, it stiffened its neck and struck a fierce pose, its imposing manner not weak at all. The giant ape's attention was instantly drawn to the suddenly appearing fat panda, and it changed its giant paw from patting to grabbing, slashing fiercely at the fat cat. Taking advantage of this moment, Qin moved like a ghost and landed on the black ape's shoulder. With phantom hand at full power, the crimson flame longbow fired continuously, showering the black ape's eyes with a barrage of fire arrows. Boom, boom, boom! Flaming arrows exploded one after another around the ape's eyes. Even though the black ape had thick skin and flesh, such a dense bombardment still tore its skin open, and blood filled its eye sockets. The eye was literally shot open, and dark brown eye fluid mixed with blood gushed out. "Awoo!" The black ape let out a shrill wail, its ferocity fully unleashed. Its giant paw whipped up a howling wind and slammed down on Qin Ye's shoulder, determined to reduce him to dust. "Don't hurt my brother! Fat cat elbow strike!" The fat cat was also in a hurry. It raised its swollen arm, closed its eyes, gritted its teeth, and unleashed all its strength to smash into the black ape's left knee. Bang! A dull thud sounded, and the black ape, in pain, stumbled. Its massive body lost its balance and crashed to one side, slamming heavily against the black mountain cliff, sending rocks tumbling down and dust billowing everywhere. "Red pill, get it!" Qin Yi let out a sharp shout and leaped down from the top of the black ape's head. Red Maru, with perfect understanding, had been waiting below for a long time. Upon seeing the black ape fall, he immediately rushed forward. Hiss! 1,000 blades strike in succession. The mantis's twin sides blazed with fierce flames, and countless fiery blade shadows appeared out of thin air. Benimaru executed a stunning sliding slash followed by a spinning top, unleashing devastating force as he cleaved straight for the black ape's other eyeball. As long as this eye is destroyed, Qin Yi can use his speed to kite the black ape to death. Roar! Alarm bells rang in the black ape's mind. The excruciating pain instantly brought it to its senses. Enduring the stinging pain in its eyes, it slammed its giant paw into the ground. The massive body sprang up suddenly using the recoil, its legs retreating instead of advancing, barely avoiding Benimaru's fatal attack, a close call indeed. What a pity! Qin Yi and Hongwan gracefully landed on the fat cat's shoulder, facing off against the black ape from a distance. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, blood was still gushing from the black ape's only remaining eye socket. The crimson single eye was fixed on the man and the two beasts, its killing intent overwhelming. Hiss! Master, I want to fight it alone. Red Maru was brimming with fighting spirit, his sword clashing deafeningly in midair. Qin Yi was somewhat speechless. Are you sure? You two are on completely different levels. Hiss! Benimaru brandished his sword and assumed a fighting stance. Life goes on, the fight continues. Looking at the determination in its eyes, Qin Ye's own eyes flashed with admiration, and he finally nodded in agreement to this willful request. Okay. Be careful. If things get too dangerous, just back off. I'll be there to get you. He turned and patted the fat cat's head. Fat cat, you should learn from this and see what a real spirit beast is. Having said that, he leaped out of the black ape's attack range and landed on a nearby rock. Damn it, I'm going to outsmart this guy. I'm not going to fight him head-on like this fighting maniac. The fat cat muttered to itself, and seeing Qin Yi walk away, it immediately deactivated its intimidation skill, its size returned to normal, and it scrambled to hide behind a boulder. They only dared to peek out and observe, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Your two spirit beasts are really extreme. One is a stubborn brat, and the other is a coward who is afraid of death. Jiang Lin's voice rang in Qin Ye's mind, carrying a charming teasing tone and a beaming smile. Everyone's path is different, and so are the spirit beasts. Qin Ye's gaze was fixed on Benimaru in the center of the battlefield, his eyes full of admiration. As for that fat bear hiding behind the rock, just loafing around and waiting to die. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. He stood silently on the mountain rock, his gaze fixed on the battle, the crimson flame longbow in his hand ready to be unleashed. He would be there to support Hongwan immediately should she be in danger. Shah! Despite being the weaker party, Benimaru did not back down at all, but instead chose to take the initiative to attack. Before the black ape could fully recover from its pain and rage, it transformed into a dazzling red star, engulfed in raging flames, and charged straight at the black ape. The black ape was thoroughly enraged by the tiny mantis and spat out a thick column of black air. Wherever the column of air passed, vegetation withered and rocks corroded, carrying a potent poison and corrosive power, heading straight for the red pill. With a nimble twist, Hongwan narrowly avoided the pillar of air, Although his body was slightly sluggish due to the sudden stop, he still took the opportunity to jump and leap to the black ape's waist in an instant, crossing his two sides and gathering flames. Flaming cross slash. The scorching blade energy surged several feet, carrying immense force, and slashed fiercely down towards the black ape's waist. Black ape dared not be careless, and quickly raised his leg to block. With a loud bang, the knife and leg collided violently, flames flashed, and shockwaves surged. The black ape didn't retreat an inch, taking the heavy blow head-on. However, the deep, bone-revealing cross-shaped knife wound on its knee clearly showed that Benimaru's attack had been effective. It lacks a sharper weapon. An ordinary fire sickle cannot pierce the flesh of this behemoth. Jiang Lin's voice rang in my mind, hitting the nail on the head. Qinya's eyes lit up, and he drew the black iron longsword from his back. A divine weapon, I have one! Red pill, catch! With that, he suddenly threw the Xian Tai longsword at Hongwan, the silver-grade longsword flashing a cold light under the starlight. With a nimble twist, Benimaru precisely caught the longsword in his mouth. The mantis, with its two sickles and a long sword in its mouth, transformed into a posture of wielding three swords simultaneously. Its wings spread rapidly, flames surged all over its body, and it slashed fiercely at the black ape's abdomen. Three-sword style, the vast world. Three sharp blades, wreathed in raging flames, slashed out in a triangular pattern. Wherever the blade's edge passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. The black ape felt the chilling aura emanating from the blade and, no longer caring about its appearance, scrambled to the side to dodge, looking utterly pathetic. But would the red pill give it a chance to breathe? The offensive was relentless, following closely behind. Qinya's eyes suddenly lit up as he watched Benimaru's three swords dance in unison. Three-sword style? I feel like I'm seeing the figure of an old friend. Chapter 67 The Fall of the Giant Ape, the Ultimate Prize. Chapter 67 The Giant Ape Falls. The ultimate prize is the incomparably sharp Xian iron longsword. The blade pierced flesh, spurting out scalding hot blood that stained the rubble on the ground. This Tom is a spirit beast? The survivors present were all shocked by the ferocity of Benimaru. They glanced at their own dog beside them, and a huge sense of loss welled up inside them. What followed was insane jealousy. I never expected that besides the rending Wind Wolf King, you would have such a terrifyingly powerful spirit beast. Jiang Lin's tone was also filled with envy. Didn't you also have a B-grade wind and thunder howling moonhound? Why didn't you bring it with you? You didn't bring any either, did you? Qin Yi realized that Jiang Lin shared the same thoughts as him. They've kept all their trump cards at home. Your swordsman seems to be about to collapse. Seeing that the battle had reached a stalemate, Jiang Lin reminded Qin Yi. By this point in the battle, Benimaru was panting heavily, but his offensive showed no signs of slowing down. In the heated exchange, the giant ape sustained a continuous stream of new knife wounds. Hongwan faced several close calls, and her stamina was rapidly depleting. It tried to slash out the giant ape's other eye, but the giant ape wasn't stupid and defended with all its might, not giving Benimaru any chance. Left with no other choice, Benimaru had to change his target. Scorching flames rose up. Red pill started spinning in place like a top. The flash of the blade and the flames formed a small fire tornado. This is its most powerful strike after reaching its ultimate sublimation. Hiss! The fire tornado, with unstoppable momentum, slammed into the giant ape's left foot. The giant ape glared angrily, took a step back to gather its strength, and then unleashed a powerful strike with both palms. With a deafening crash, Red Maru was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, while the giant ape was also forced back several steps by the recoil. His fists were covered in knife wounds, indicating he was severely injured. Qin Yi had been preparing for this moment, and with a swift step, he caught the flying red pill. Looking at its trembling, petite body and the gradually dimming flames of its blade, Qin Yi felt a pang of pain in his heart. You've done enough. Leave the rest to me. Hiss! Help me up, I can still fight. Qin Yi also admired the little guy's tenacity. He entrusted the red pill to the fat cat hiding nearby. Genie stood up, ready to end this farce. Roar! The black ape's 10 fingers were dripping with blood, and it howled in pain. It couldn't understand why these two ants, unlike the other prey, were so difficult to deal with. It unleashed its full power, and a corrosive and highly toxic black gas surged toward Qin. As a result, Qin activated the ghost shadow step, and his figure vanished like a ghost. On the contrary, the survivors who were hiding nearby were caught in the crossfire. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the room. Qin ignored him and appeared beside the giant ape. The next second, thousands of fire arrows rained down like missiles, creating mushroom clouds that filled the sky. Ah! The giant ape roared to the sky, struggling desperately, sending rocks flying and dust billowing everywhere. Qin lightly touched the ground with his feet, circling the giant ape with fluid grace. His arms became afterimages, and a barrage of fire arrows bombarded the giant ape, making it question its very existence. What amazing archery skills! Xianlin was secretly amazed. As long as Qin is fast enough, dealing with this kind of giant beast that has no ranged attack means is like shooting at a live target. You can fly kites until you die. However, the giant ape would not sit idly by and wait for its death. When Qin circled and shot for the third time, its aura surged, and it continuously spewed out thick black poisonous gas, turning the entire black mountain black. The corrosive and highly toxic substance condenses into a deathly miasma, devouring all life in its vicinity. Damn, it's like gods are fighting, and mortals are suffering. Quickly dig a hole and bury yourself, maybe there'll still be a glimmer of hope. What a disaster! I hope that when these two big shots fight, they don't trample me to death. The survivors scrambled to dig in the dirt, desperate to save themselves. The giant ape, believing victory was assured, pounded its chest with both fists and roared to the sky. But the next moment, a barrage of fire arrows rained down again, its eyes filled with astonishment. Some people can emerge unscathed from their own poisonous miasma. Qin wouldn't explain to it that he possessed a purification talent. The poisonous miasma conveniently obscured the giant ape's vision. He only needed to keep changing his position to shoot arrows. The giant ape had brute strength, but it couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. It was bombarded by the fire arrows and cried out in pain. Meanwhile, next to the Brotherhood's 3 treehouses, the tattooed giant man, still shaken, escaped from the jaws of a giant toad while riding a giant eagle. They took out a dozen or so people, plus 8 white wolves, and they were all killed. The losses were considerable. The worst part is that I didn't get any benefits at all. It was incredibly frustrating. Big Brother is back. Brother, you have no idea how abundant the resources those meteorites brought were. After looting all the meteorites around us, the warehouses in our 3 treehouses are almost overflowing, ha! The underlings clearly didn't see the tattooed boss's gloomy expression and kept talking. The tattooed man became even more irritated and glared at them fiercely. Shut up, all of you! The group of underlings fell silent, trembling with fear. The tattooed man took a few deep breaths and glanced sideways in a certain direction. A cold, unsettling light flickered within his pupils. This plan was tricky. We encountered a giant beast, and the third brother and his brothers all perished. The key issue is that we lost 8 white wolves. Do you know what that means? Upon hearing this, the underlings were startled. Compared to abundant resources, spirit beasts that can both fight and gather resources are the real treasures. The loss of so many white wolves at once is a fatal blow to the Brotherhood. So, according to eldest brother's meaning, go rob it! He recalled the locations of the other treehouses that had been exposed before the fog completely engulfed them all. The tattooed man gritted his teeth menacingly. The guys just got tired of those women, so they went to grab a new batch. As he spoke, he stepped onto the bird's back. Pass on my order, all personnel assemble. Understood. The group of underlings were in high spirits, and the thought of playing with new stuff swept away their previous gloom. Second brother, tell me, which treehouse should we rob this time? When his name was called, the skinny man with shifty eyes rolled his eyes and stared in the southwest direction. The tattooed man understood immediately, gritted his teeth, and grinned maliciously. All right, if we're going to rob someone, let's rob the fattest one. And so, 3 treehouses rose from the ground, and 200 or 300 people marched in a grand procession toward the treehouse where Class K of the 3rd year was located. They had no idea what kind of nightmare awaited them. On the other side, Montenegro. Ah! The black ape let out a final, mournful howl, its massive body swayed violently, its legs gave way, and it collapsed heavily to its knees. Blood was gushing from the remaining eye sockets, and he was barely breathing. Qin Yi, fearing the giant beast was feigning death, did not stop. The bowstring trembled repeatedly, and the fire arrows continued to pierce the air. Only when the system's victory notification sounded in his mind did he slowly put away his bow and stand still. World announcement, soul resonance, celebrate with the entire server. The black ape beast was defeated through the combined efforts of the team, a cause for celebration and a blessing from heaven. All participants will receive 1 random E-grade spirit beast egg. Final killers, Qin and Jiang, winner of the ultimate prize, 1 miracle chest of your choice. Auspicious colors swept across the Black Mountain, and a global announcement resounded throughout the world. Qin Yi, however, had no interest in this glory. At this very moment, his body is undergoing a tremendous transformation. The immense energy dissipated from the black ape behemoth surged into his body, his tendons and flesh were fiercely tempered, and every inch of his muscles hummed as he rapidly transformed and sublimated. Hint. Talent arrogance, 7 colors, activated. Successfully extracted some of its attributes after defeating the Lord Black Ape Behemoth. Strength +1, stamina +1, strength +1, agility +1, stamina +1 +1 +1. Chapter 68 The Female Prisoners. Chapter 68 The Female Prisoners. Holy crap, wasn't the probability only 0.001%? How did I manage to get it? Qin Yi looked at the constantly refreshing attribute notifications, filled with surprise and astonishment. The greater the level difference, the higher the probability of triggering the talent, Jiang Lin explained. The physical strength expended in the previous battle with the giant beast was completely restored under the wash of this warm current, and the feeling of fatigue was swept away. Qin Yi could clearly feel his body transforming. Soon, the 3 attributes of strength, agility, and stamina all broke through the 100-point mark. 100 attribute points is a watershed moment. Overcoming this hurdle will lead to a comprehensive improvement in physical fitness and personal potential. For every 1 point increase in attributes thereafter, the resources required will be several times greater than before. However, the bonuses from these attributes are vastly different from before. At this moment, Qin Yi truly realized just how terrifying Zhang Huang's 300 in all attributes really was. Note, partner skill, unlocks the 2 as 1 state, cooldown, 30 days. The next moment, Jiang Lin sprang out of Qin Yi's body. Qin Yi was overjoyed upon seeing this. I can finally get rid of this woman. Otherwise, he was really afraid that the other party would follow him back to the treehouse in Class 3K. At that time, it will definitely be the most terrifying battlefield in the world. Fat cat, Benimaru, retreat quickly! Qin Yi didn't dare say another word to Jiang Lin, fearing he would get entangled with her. He called out and rushed towards the corpse of the black ape giant. This was prey he risked his life to obtain. There's no reason for it to end up benefiting someone else. Fat Cat was completely bewildered, not understanding why his boss was avoiding this pretty lady, but he didn't dare to delay. He quickly crawled out of the pit where he was hiding, and rushed to Qin Yi's side with the seriously injured Hongwan in his arms. Surprisingly, Jiang Lin did not persist in pursuing the matter. Qin Yi glanced back with slight surprise, and seeing that she had no intention of following, he felt inexplicably relieved. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward, picked up the corpse of the black ape behemoth, and immediately activated the item to teleport it back to the treehouse. Then, taking Fat Cat and Red Maru with him, they instantly disappeared from their original spot using the return to town function. Watching that figure being teleported away, Jiang Lin's lips curled into a beautiful smile. I don't know what interesting thing came to mind. Just wait, little wildcat, we'll see each other again soon. At that time, you will never be able to leave me. Her voice was soft and gentle, and her beautiful smile was as dazzling as the stars, mesmerizing all who saw her. Jiang Lin then tapped her toes, transforming into a streak of light and being teleported back to the treehouse. Holy crap, it's finally over. Luckily, I dug the hole deep enough to save my life. After the two left, survivors who had managed to stay alive gradually emerged from various bunkers and pits. After looking around and confirming that there was no danger, I immediately activated the return to base function to escape this deadly place. Soon, the world channel was flooded with complaints. Damn it, which scoundrel spread this rumor? I went into the mysterious dungeon and almost lost my life inside. What a load of rubbish! That's a 50-meter tall Class A behemoth that can swallow a whole squad whole in one gulp. Wow, you guys actually survived? You're incredibly resilient. It's not that we're so great, it's that there's a superhuman who single-handedly took down that giant beast. What? Soloing an A-rank behemoth? Are you hallucinating from being scared by the behemoth? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's a behemoth, not an ordinary monster. There was also a three-sword style fire mantis that completely overwhelmed the giant beast, only managing to retreat after running out of energy. Damn, that three-sword style was fucking cool. I would never believe it, not even if you beat me to death. There's no way such an outrageous thing could happen in the world. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I saw it with my own eyes, would I lie to you? At the same time, inside the Brotherhood treehouse. With nothing to do, the tattooed man Shinhaonan was browsing the chat history on the World Channel. Seeing the screen filled with discussions about ruthless players soloing giant beasts, and the three-sword mantis build, he immediately scoffed, his face full of disdain. Can you really trust things you see online? I'm amazed that these keyboard warriors can make up such ridiculous things. Seeing this, his underlings quickly echoed his sentiments, and began to flatter him. That's right, that's right. My eldest brother is invincible. Even my eldest brother couldn't defeat that giant beast, so no one else could. Big brother has personally fought against giant beasts. Those people probably haven't even seen a single hair on a giant beast, yet they're just spouting nonsense. Shinhaonan listened to these flattering remarks, a proud look on his face, feeling completely satisfied. But after a short while, he frowned, his face showing impatience, and shouted downwards. How much longer until we arrive? My spear is itching for a fight. A younger brother approached with a pained expression to explain. Big brother, our initial treehouse is moving too slowly. If we keep going like this, we might not even make it by dawn. Although the distance between the two sides is less than 40 or 50 kilometers, when converted to Earth, it is equivalent to crossing half of South Korea. Oh shit! Shinhaonan spat fiercely, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Never mind those who are holding us back, let's move this level 3 treehouse at full speed. Anyone who dares to delay my good time will be in for a world of hurt. I will obey my elder brother's orders. The next moment, a faint spiritual light emanated from the level 3 treehouse, and its speed suddenly increased. They sped off towards the treehouse of Class 3K. Unaware that he was leading his men toward a doomed nightmare of death. Class 3K, Treehouse Plaza. Phew, I'm finally back. Finally back on his own turf, Qingyi relaxed completely. Why are you in such a sorry state? Are you hurt? Wenwan, who had been anxiously waiting, came to greet her immediately. Looking at Qingyi, who was covered in dust and dirt, she felt sorry for him and went forward to check his injuries. Don't worry, I'm fine. I don't have any superficial injuries. Qingyi gently pressed her hand down and pointed to Hongwan in the fat cat's arms. Let's take a look at Hongwan first. It's more seriously injured. This stubborn mantis almost exhausted all its strength in order to fight the black ape. With 80% of his bones broken, The fact that he has managed to hold on without uttering a sound until now is a testament to his incredible resilience. Seeing this, Manhwa didn't bother to ask Qinyi any more questions and quickly activated her healing talent. A soft green light, representing life, instantly enveloped the entire red pill, slowly repairing its damaged body. More than 3 minutes passed before the green light gradually faded away. Benimura's injuries were finally completely healed. Qinyi quickly found a large amount of fresh raw meat for Hongwan to eat to replenish her strength. Seeing it wolf down its food, I finally felt completely relieved. You really worried me this time. Next time you go to a dangerous place, you must bring Sanghuan with you, understand? When Ruan was relieved to find that Qinyi was truly unharmed. Yet, she couldn't help feeling annoyed, so she reached out and pinched the tender flesh on his waist, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes, a hint of coquettishness and reproach in her expression. Qinyi scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. I'm fine, aren't I? You dared to talk back? When Ruan pretended to be angry, and was about to say something more when her nose twitched slightly and her delicate eyebrows furrowed. That's strange, why do you smell like other women? No way, you must be smelling it wrong. Qinyi remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was secretly cursing. Women's noses are so sensitive, they can smell this. He quickly and skillfully changed the subject, pointing to the other side of the square. Why are there so many unfamiliar faces? When Ron's attention was diverted by him, and she looked in the direction he was pointing, explaining. These are the prisoners we captured after taking down the other treehouses. The old, weak, sick, and disabled, as well as the men, were all sold off, leaving only these young women. Huh! Prisoners can be sold? Upon hearing this, Qinyi's expression immediately turned strange, his face full of surprise. Sure! A gentle smile appeared on her face, but the smile was somewhat eerie. There are plenty of treehouses that are short of labor. 100 pieces of monster bones can be exchanged for a strong man. There are plenty of people vying for them. She paused, then continued. Female prisoners are only worth about 80 pieces of bone. Why? Qinyi raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. She spoke softly and calmly. Female prisoners are not as strong as male prisoners, and they can do less work, so naturally not many teams are willing to take them in. Besides, we wouldn't be so heartless as to sell them to those scumbag groups. Our conscience wouldn't allow it. Well, Qinyi really wanted to ask. You guys don't even seem to have a conscience. Chapter 69 The God of Wealth Arrives. Chapter 69 The God of Wealth Arrives. A pear blossom overshadows a crabapple. The access code sounded from below. Qinyi looked down and saw Lu Yao, Yi Jinghong, and others returning with the second batch of supplies and prisoners. The group quickly gathered in the square. Xiren, take stock of the supplies. Shiran, arrange the slaves and don't let them cause trouble. Lu Yao instructed. Understood, squad leader. The two replied in unison. Wang Xiren and Wang Shiran are already Lu Yao's capable assistants, and they are very skilled at managing personnel and organizing supplies. Soon, under the direction of the two, the rest of the class got busy in an orderly manner. That giant black ape beast outside, did you bring it back? Lu Yao walked to Qinyi's side, glanced at the huge ape corpse next to the treehouse, and casually asked. She was dressed in simple animal skins, which outlined her slender figure and exuded a wild and heroic spirit. Who else could it be but me? Qinyi raised an eyebrow and smiled, revealing his gleaming white teeth, his tone tinged with smugness. Yi Jinghong's eyes lit up. I knew it! The tough guy on the World Channel is Lao Qin. See, you guessed right? Everyone was speechless. Who else could be such an iconic spirit beast as the flame mantis but Qinyi? It's good that you're back. Su Wan still had a deadpan expression, but her words revealed her concern for Qinyi. Is everyone all right? Are there any casualties? Lin Xingyan proudly raised his chin. Are you kidding? What could possibly happen to us? With the flying mantis army in front of us, anything that resists will be chopped into 8 pieces. Lu Yao picked up the conversation, her tone calm. The only problem now is that the warehouse is not enough. The resources brought by the meteorite were already abundant, and with the proceeds from plundering other treehouses, the warehouse needs to be expanded by at least twice as much to hold them all. This is a minor issue. Now that the treehouse treasury is full, Genie waved his hand and directly expanded the bubble warehouse to 20 tree branches. The number of bubbles instantly soared to 2,000. Everyone looked up at the south side of the tree canopy, where a vast expanse of transparent bubbles hung from the branches, each laden with supplies, shimmering faintly in the starlight. This feeling of being filled with resources brings comfort to everyone. There's nothing more comforting than waking up to find trees laden with resources. The warehouses that had been overwhelmed before have finally seen some relief. But before long, it was filled again by newly transported supplies, almost overflowing. However, Genie did not intend to continue expanding the capacity. There were still various buildings to be constructed, and most of these resources would soon be consumed. How is the plan going? Genie asked, getting back to business. Without hesitation, Liu Yao replied. Apart from the legion consisting of those 3 tree houses, all other tree houses in the surrounding area have been uprooted, with none escaping. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Jinghong interrupted excitedly, his eyes filled with anger. Damn it, you guys didn't see the scum I ran into, they were utter beasts. They didn't even spare the children, I slaughtered them all, not a single one was spared. Lin Xingnian shrugged, her tone relaxed. I'm fine here. The person in charge of that treehouse seems to be a female CEO. She went out to look for the meteorite and never came back. Without a leader, we subdued her without much effort. At this moment, Suwan, who had been silent all along, suddenly uttered a startling statement, her calm tone sending a shiver down everyone's spine. I encountered an infected person who killed everyone in the treehouse and then committed suicide. Holy crap, that's incredible! Qin Yi and the others looked on in surprise. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Suwan remained calm and slowly explained. It seems that the original person in charge of that treehouse led a group of people out to search for the meteorite, and they all died outside. The system randomly selected her to become the new person in charge, which unlocked the access to the incubation room and allowed her to escape. It's estimated that the intense resentment, combined with contact with some kind of strange energy, caused a mutation. I know that, it's ashes floating in the sky. Too much contact with it can easily corrupt your mind and make you paranoid or even insane. Qin Yi will tell everyone the information he learned from Jianglin. Goodness, we have to thank the Queen of Thorns for cleaning up the ashes for us every day, otherwise we would have been affected sooner or later. Everyone suddenly realized what was happening and looked at the thorny vines that were entwined around the treehouse, their faces filled with relief. Rustle! Rustle! As if understanding everyone's gratitude, the thorny vines trembled slightly, their branches and leaves swaying gently, as if in response. Now that we know the reason, we can be more vigilant in the future. Qin Yi waved his hand, not taking the matter too seriously. After all, he has the talent for purification, so even if someone is truly corrupted, he can easily resolve the issue. By the way, did you catch any new spirit beasts this time? Qin Yi asked. Yes, but not many, only 12 in total, all of them are ordinary white teeth. When Wan nodded. We've already had Xing Mian temporarily contracted out, and we'll distribute the rest based on everyone's needs later. 12 is not bad. Spirit beasts are the rarest resource these days, and each one more means more combat power. Qin Yi nodded with a smile, secretly feeling regretful. If that black toad hadn't eaten all the female CEO and the white wolf from the youth team, the number of spirit beasts tamed this time would definitely be much more than this. As everyone was chatting enthusiastically, a huge roar suddenly came from the distant mist. The ground beneath my feet trembled violently, as if a major earthquake was about to occur, and even the branches and leaves of the treehouse swayed gently. Qin Yi's eyes narrowed, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Hee, it seems our god of wealth has personally delivered himself to our door. The group exchanged knowing smiles, their sly grins revealing their tacit understanding. They were already itching for a fight. Soon, a colossal object broke through the fog and entered everyone's field of vision. It was a 3-story treehouse, with a trunk that blocked out the sky and thick roots that dug deep into the soil. When it moved, it looked like a small mountain that was slowly moving forward, with a terrifying presence. "Big brother, look! There's a huge bamboo forest over there." On the fraternity's treehouse, a junior member peeked out, saw the purple bamboo grove beside the treehouse, and excitedly shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice full of greed. Upon hearing this, Chen Haonan and the others immediately peered over. Seeing the lush, verdant purple bamboo, several dozen feet tall, with its branches and leaves as luxuriant as flowing jade, radiating a warm luster, his eyes lit up and his mouth almost watered. "We've struck it rich! This is bamboo, an excellent material for crafting weapons and tools." Chen Haonan laughed heartily, waved his hand, and shouted an order. "Brothers, follow me and charge in! Take down this treehouse!" Before he finished speaking, he leaped up from the treehouse, grabbed his broadsword, and charged out on a giant eagle. Dozens of his henchmen followed behind, riding their white-toothed beasts and charging forward with howling bellows, their arrogance palpable. But not long after, the group of people returned in a panic, their faces full of fear. "Brother, something's not right!" The second son's face was deathly pale, and his voice was trembling. Chen Haonan's face was extremely grim as he stared intently at the giant tree shrouded in mist. Beside the treehouse, the corpse of a huge black ape covered in burns and knife marks lay quietly. That physique and those injuries were exactly the same as described on the World Channel. "Damn, can it really be such a coincidence?" Chen Haonan recalled the ruthless person who soloed the giant beast mentioned in the World Chat, and his heart skipped a beat, a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The other henchmen were also dumbfounded, their faces turning pale and their eyes filled with horror. The entire world seemed to fall into an eerie silence, with only the rustling of the wind through the bamboo leaves, which sent chills down one's spine. "Gurgle!" Chen Haonan swallowed hard. Reason told him that he could not stay here any longer, and had to turn around and run away immediately. Just then, the moisture that had enveloped the giant tree slowly dissipated, revealing the full view of the treehouse. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the 2,000 bubble fruits, each laden with supplies, hanging from the tree canopy. His gaze swept over the young women standing in the square, and the fear in his eyes was instantly replaced by a frenzied greed. "Resources? Women? And they're all top-quality women?" Chen Haonan's breathing suddenly became heavy, his eyes were bloodshot, the fear he had felt earlier was thrown to the winds, and his remaining rationality was also completely lost under the drive of greed. "Brother, so what if he really is that ruthless person? He just fought a deadly battle with a giant beast, he must be completely exhausted and weak right now." The second brother, with his pointed snout and monkey-like cheeks, licked his chapped lips and leaned close to Chen Haonan, tempting him. "As for the women around him, they're obviously just pretty faces and playthings kept by that ruthless man. They definitely don't have any fighting ability. Strike while the iron is hot. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can't miss it." The other henchmen also noticed Chen Haonan's hesitation and began to clamor, their eyes gleaming with greed. "That's right, brother! You're the chosen one. Only you could have such a stroke of good luck. Brother, when you're in this business, you have to be daring and fearless. You'll never amount to anything if you're timid and hesitant. After we pull off this heist, our brotherhood will definitely dominate this region, and even the entire Emberworld. Hee, big brother, while you're enjoying the meat, don't forget to give the brothers some soup. These women are so beautiful, we should share some with them too." It must be said that the incitement of this group is extremely persuasive. The hesitation in Chen Haonan's eyes was quickly replaced by greed and madness. Yes, this is a huge, easy target. Wouldn't it be a shame to miss it? Besides, if the other side really had the strength to crush them, they would have made a move long ago. Why would they let them spy on them from the outside? However, Chen Haonan remained cautious and, to be on the safe side, decided to return to the treehouse to prepare. "Let's go! Let's go back first, activate the treehouse's battle mode, and then go meet this ruthless guy." Upon hearing this, the underlings all showed expressions of admiration and flattered him, saying, "Big brother is so thoughtful." "No problem. We're a level 3 treehouse, combining the attributes of over 200 people. Once we activate our treeman form, we dare to touch even giant beasts. This time, we're absolutely guaranteed to succeed. As the group looked forward to the wonderful life they would have after taking over the treehouse, they turned around and prepared to return to their level 3 treehouse. But before they could take more than a few steps, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. It was a gray wolf with wings of wind and thunder on its back. Its golden vertical pupils were as cold as ice, and its body exuded a terrifying pressure. On the Wolf King's back stood a fire mantis with a long sword in its mouth. Its dark red compound eyes were fixed intently on the crowd. Upon seeing these two menacing figures, the Brotherhood's dreams shattered like a broken mirror. Chapter 70 Strike Hard Against the Weak. Chapter 70 Facing the Weak, a Powerful Strike. Be big, brother! It's that three-sword mantis! The brothers' blood boiled instantly, as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water on a sweltering summer day. Shin Haonan's already anxious heart sank to the depths of the Mariana Trench, becoming utterly cold. Run! Are you just standing there waiting to die? He immediately blew a sharp whistle, and the giant eagle beneath him hurriedly turned around, as if it wanted to apply glycerin to its wings. Fly as fast as you can. Whoosh! A sudden whooshing sound rang out, and Chen Haonan caught a glimpse of a cold glint in the corner of his eye, so fast that he had no time to react. Sizzle! A cold glint flashed, and one of the henchmen behind him was instantly cleaved in two. Flesh and blood splattered into the air like chili powder, a truly gruesome sight. Hiss! At Benimura's command, hundreds of flying mantises swarmed like locusts, forming a dense, impenetrable wall that completely surrounded the group. No, don't kill me! I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child to support. The underlings were so scared they wet their pants. Some of them were so shaky they lost their grip on their mounts, and fell off with a plop, turning into human-shaped pizzas on the spot without even uttering a sound. To describe this group in one sentence, it would be, a mob. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get down here! Yi Jinghong raised his spear high, his voice booming like a megaphone, and issued his final ultimatum. Spirit beasts are rare commodities. It would be a huge loss if you accidentally injured one in a fight. The flying mantis pressed forward relentlessly, its bladed arms gleaming coldly, forcing the group to the ground. We surrender! We surrender! Hero, spare our lives! Don't kill us! A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Without a word, Shen Haonan jumped off the giant eagle, put his hands on his head, and performed the movement with practiced ease, as if he had rehearsed it hundreds of times. The other henchmen also threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground in utter humiliation, their knees thumping loudly. Surrender? Did you even ask me first? Seeing how easily these cowards were beaten, the fat cat, who bullies the weak and fears the strong, instantly transformed into a domineering king, his tail practically wagging in the air. It leaped down from the treehouse and headed straight for the crowd. The proverb, "Be obsequious to the strong, but ruthless to the weak," is perfectly exemplified in Fat Cat's character. Qin Yi shook his head, thinking, well, this guy's started acting silly again. However, this damn fraternity has no strong members, just a bunch of weaklings, so they let Fat Cat show off. The Fat Cat activated its intimidation skill, growing to a height of 15 meters and charging into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. The 30-odd people immediately started crying and screaming, scattering and fleeing in all directions, their so-called backbone long since thrown to the winds. Shin Haonan knelt on the ground, trembling, grabbing the surrounding soil and burying his head deep in the ground, afraid that the panda might displease him and turn him into a meat patty. A bunch of ants! You can't even withstand a single move from me, yet you dare to provoke my boss? The fat cat struck a menacing pose, its massive bare paws slamming forward, just barely grazing Chen Haonan's upturned buttocks. The strong wind made his buttocks ache, as if they had been rubbed with sandpaper. Chen Haonan was drenched in cold sweat, and his legs gave way, causing him to collapse to the ground. This spineless look made the fat cat extremely proud, its huge nostrils snorting out white steam, its heart bubbling with smug satisfaction. Who else? It looked down at the group of former bullies and shouted arrogantly. Anyone who didn't know better would think it had just wiped out an entire legion. Sung Huang rolled his eyes, his face full of speechlessness. Woo! Red Pill, go clean up the mess. Finish quickly so you can go back to your nest and sleep. Sha! Alright, Wolf Bro. With Benimaru joining the fray, this one-sided stomp game ended at lightning speed. No way, Little Red! Let me play a little longer! The fat cat drooped its ears dejectedly, looking like it hadn't had enough. It's so much more fun to bully newbies. It's even more satisfying than playing against spots. But it didn't notice that Chin Haonan was secretly smearing his face with blood and lying on the pile of corpses like a lump of mud, pretending to be dead. He prayed frantically in his heart. Hurry! Hurry! My treehouse daddy, come save me! Bang bang bang! The heavy footsteps approached from afar, and Chin Haonan felt his heart was about to leap out of his throat, his will to survive so strong that he could have jumped up and down on the spot. Finally, his savior arrived. The level 3 treehouse suddenly transformed into a colossal giant, charging towards Benimaru and Fat Cat. Overjoyed, Chin Haonan sprang up from the pile of corpses like a zombie, and ran for his life, shouting as he ran. Ha! You bunch of idiots who don't know how to finish off your opponents! Get ready to shine my shoes! Upon receiving the order, the tree man swung its giant fist, determined to smash the two spirit beasts into a pulp. Idiot, I thought there would be some kind of twist, but it turns out this is all? Fat Cat curled his lip, unconvinced. Brother Wolf, it's your turn to show off. Without even raising his head, Sang Huang unleashed a violent hurricane that instantly enveloped the trance fist. The tree man, along with half an arm and the front half of his body, was twisted into a pretzel. As the sawdust flew, Chin Haonan's ecstatic expression froze instantly, replaced by fear and astonishment. His eyes bulged like goldfish, revealing disbelief. Pfft! A blade of wind swept across the sky, abruptly ending Chin Haonan's arrogance. His life force was completely extinguished, and he slowly collapsed to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Red Pill turned away indifferently, flapped its wings and flew back to the treehouse, without making any unnecessary movements, just like swatting a fly. Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible! Fat Cat put on a melancholy look, as if his life was as lonely as snow, and walked out of the battlefield in a pretentious manner. His behavior almost made Sang Huang kick him. Surrender and you'll be spared. If you know what's good for you, get down here. It walked up to the half-crippled tree man and shouted at the top of its lungs. The remaining underlings suddenly realized what was happening and dared not resist any longer. They abandoned their armor and weapons and scrambled down from the treehouse like stray dogs, crawling and rolling to their knees in a row. Thus, the Brotherhood Treehouse Legion was completely wiped out. Boss! Did I do a great job? That aura just now, wasn't it incredibly cool? Back in the treehouse, the fat cat strutted proudly to Qin Yi, its tail practically wagging like a propeller. In return, Qin Yi rolled his eyes at him mercilessly. Since you're so capable, then the cleanup work will be yours. It'll be a good opportunity to put your specialty to good use. Fat Cat's face instantly fell, looking like a wilted eggplant, and he regretted it so much that he slapped himself repeatedly. Serves you right for being so cocky. Serves you right for showing off. Now look what you've done, you've dug your own grave. Qin Yi said. Go ahead, the prisoners are all under your command, you can go and act like a tyrant again. All right. Upon hearing that he could continue to show off, the fat cat instantly revived and happily ran down to clean up the mess. The Brotherhood has over 200 members, and managing them is no easy task. Making it the leader of the prisoners will be a good way to temper its lazy and gluttonous nature. Old Qin, they still have 2 treehouses that haven't come along. Yi Jinghong pointed at his underlings who were kneeling and disarmed, and whispered a reminder. You guys go through the trouble and take them all out, Qin Yi said with a smile, turning to Lu Yao and the others. Aren't you going? I have more important things to deal with. As he spoke, Qin Yi took out the ultimate prize. Choose your own miracle chest, allows you to select one miracle plant. The Battle Pet Training Grounds are ready to open! Chapter 71 Miracle Plant Guide. Chapter 71 Miracle Plant Encyclopedia, Constructing a Battle Pet Training Ground. The core material is a mature war tree. Qin Yi, however, did not rush to use the self-selected miracle treasure chest. Besides the ability to obtain the desired miracle plant from this treasure chest, there's also a hidden bonus. That means you can view basic information about all the wonders on the selection screen. Lu Yao led her men to investigate the whereabouts of the other two treehouses, while Qin Yi turned around and found Wang Xiren, who was in charge of tallying supplies. Bring me paper and pen. The little girl tilted her head, blinked her round eyes, and asked in a charmingly adorable way, "What do you need paper and pen for? Children should not pry into what adults are doing." Qin Yi pretended to be serious and lightly flicked her smooth forehead with his finger. Wang Xiren covered her forehead and hissed, then wrinkled her nose and made a face at him angrily before turning around and running off to the warehouse to search. In addition to a massive amount of survival resources, this starfall event also resulted in the loss of many artifacts from Earth's modern civilization. However, they are extremely rare. Paper and pencils are among these scarce commodities. Wang Xiren rummaged through the warehouse for a long time before finally pulling out a black notebook and a worn-out 2B pencil from the pile of miscellaneous supplies. She jogged over and handed it to me. "Here you go." Just as I handed it over, I received a light flick on the forehead. "What are you doing?" "Ouch." The little girl rubbed her forehead, angrily accusing him of his barbaric behavior. "How can you leave something so important lying around like that?" Qin Yi gently ruffled her soft hair, his tone gentle yet lecturing. "The warehouse needs to be well organized. Seemingly useless little items might come in very handy someday." "Idiot Qin Yi, of course I know what you're talking about. At least send a couple more people to help me. How can I manage all this by myself?" Wang Xiren pouted her rosy lips and muttered in dissatisfaction. "Didn't the class monitor assign you any help?" Qin Yi resisted the urge to flick her forehead again and asked, raising an eyebrow. "Previously, the warehouse didn't have many items, and they were all very simple, so I could manage it all by myself. But things are different now. I've been so busy I haven't even had a sip of water. It's not easy for me." Wang Xiren pouted angrily and glared at Qin Yi. Seeing her pitiful, pouting face, Qin Yi couldn't help but smile. "All right, I misunderstood you. Those female slaves in the square, temporarily assign them to you, and take this opportunity to assess their character. If you encounter someone who is dishonest, don't rush to catch them in the act. Make a note of it and deal with them later, so that they won't hesitate to act against you." "That's more like it." Wang Xiren's anger instantly turned into joy, and her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Qin Yi gave a few more instructions, then took his notebook to the square, leaned against the soft, thick mane of the Azure Emperor, and began to write furiously, copying down all the information from the Miracle Treasure Chest interface. Cloudy Clouds, the 33rd Wonder of the World. Collectible, 100 to 100. Collected items, cotton, coarse cloth, silk, brocade. Companion Spirit Beast, Cloud Illusion Beast, rank B. The Heart of Glass, the 67th Wonder of the World. Collectible, 100 to 100. Collectibles, glass, jade, magic crystal. Companion Spirit Beast, Crystal Beast, rank A. The Shadow of Ink, the 52nd Wonder of the World. Collectible, 100 to 100. Collected items, Gentleman's Wine, paper, bamboo utensils. Companion Spirit Beast, Mangosteen Beast, rank B. Good heavens, these are all treasures! Qin Yi's mouth watered as he wrote. These miraculous plants have all sorts of strange and wonderful functions, yet each one is practical. Picking just one of them would allow the Treehouse team to live a life free from worries about food and clothing. Fearing he might not recognize them if he encountered them in the wild, he specially drew their shapes and seed characteristics next to each wonder, and his notebook was soon filled with notes. Done! Qin Yi closed the notebook and finally turned to the target he had been longing for. Ancient Tree of War, the 14th wonder of the world. Special wonders, cannot be collected. Fusionable. Unlocked after fusion, Treehouse second battle form. What a pity, I really wanted to see what the second form of the treehouse looks like. Qin clicked his tongue, a little disappointed. But more than his battle form, he wanted a training ground for his battle pets. If all 100 flying mantises could evolve into Benimmer's Kung Fu mantis form, let alone a horde of giant beasts, no matter how many came, they wouldn't be enough to defeat them. Without further hesitation, Qin directly selected the ancient tree of war. The treasure chest exploded with light, and a blood-red ancient tree, several meters tall, crashed down in the center of the square. The ancient tree branches were covered with crimson battle ribbons, which surged in the wind like waves of blood, creating a magnificent and awe-inspiring sight. The faint sound of war drums could be heard emanating from within the tree trunk, and a desolate and chilling war intent swept over us. Qin felt his blood surging, as if he were instantly transported to an ancient battlefield where thousands of troops clashed. This miracle can amplify the fighting spirit of all the creatures in the treehouse. It is definitely a top-tier combat miracle. If it were the Brotherhood, they would probably turn from cowards into ruthless bandits on the spot. But for the sake of the training ground, Qin had no choice but to reluctantly give it up, secretly making a decision in his heart. I must find another ancient war tree in the future to unlock the second form of the treehouse. He took out the training ground blueprints, and a panel instantly popped up. Battle Pet Training Ground Blueprint. Cost 1,000 life branches, 100 magic crystals, and a mature war tree. For Class 3K now, the life branches are piled up in the warehouse and can be easily collected. The only thing that Qin thought would be difficult to collect was the magic crystal. However, when he called Wang Xiren to check, he was completely stunned. The little girl brought over a huge stack of crystals, worth at least 700 or 800 pieces, piled on the ground like a small mountain. Holy crap, where did they get so many? Qin looked surprised. In his memory, the output of magic crystals was extremely low, and a spirit beast could only collect a few dozen a day. Are you kidding? We've already looted all the meteorites in the entire area, and this is just the beginning. There's still a huge pile left to sort out. Wang Xiren put her hands on her hips, her face full of pride. Murderers and arsonists wear golden belts. The ancients were right! Qin exclaimed in amazement. With all the materials ready, Qin immediately initiated the triple talent synthesis. 300 weak magic crystals merged into 100 higher-level magic crystals in the blink of an eye. Build a battle pet training ground? Cost 1,000 life branches, 100 magic crystals, and a mature war tree. Yes! The next second, the war tree, the life branch, and the magic crystal were slowly swallowed up by the main treehouse. Splash! A thick tree trunk directly above the canopy, next to the nest of the spirit beast, was growing wildly as if it had been injected with hormones. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive, ancient, and imposing gate. The door is carved with all sorts of ferocious beasts, and every line exudes a powerful and oppressive aura. The faint sounds of war horns and drums could be heard from inside the gate, as if an ancient arena was hidden behind it. The Azure Emperor beside him suddenly stood up, its tail standing upright, its mane bristling, and a low, menacing growl emanating from its throat. If Qin hadn't held its head down firmly, this Wolf King would have rushed in to show off its power long ago. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Qin calmed the restless Song Huang down. Let me check the panel first. Battle Pet Training Ground. Capacity for Spirit Beasts, 100 to 100. Blood and Flesh Energy, 0 to 10,000. Description: can quickly enhance a spirit beast's attributes and combat potential, with a chance to trigger a bloodline breakthrough, evolving into a higher-tier spirit beast. Note: spirit beasts without combat talent are not allowed to enter. The more spirit beasts in the arena, the faster their flesh and blood energy will be consumed. Qin looked at the panel, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. With this training ground, his mantis army is about to take off completely. As for flesh and blood? Just kidding, only a small portion of the flesh from the giant bear with human faces has been used, plus the flesh and blood from the black ape behemoth, enough to last for months. Flour. Spend it all. Chapter 72 Battle Pet Training Ground. Chapter 72 Battle Pet Training Ground. Wow, when did our house get such a cool door? Lin Xingyan exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yao led a large force, escorting female prisoners and carrying supplies back in triumph. As soon as I landed, my eyes were drawn to the brand new building in the treetop. The blood-red tree gate is imposing, covered with ferocious beasts, and looks like something not to be trifled with. The entrance to the training ground was already packed with people. Red Maru led 108 flying mantises in a fierce argument with hissing sounds. Waving their swords and arguing heatedly, they resembled a group of fanatical fans fighting over concert tickets, all vying for that precious spot in the training ground. I just built a training ground for battle pets, and I'm just waiting for you guys to come back and test its effectiveness, Qinyi explained with a faint smile. Before the words were even finished, Sang Huang could no longer contain himself. With a roar, he burst through the door, demonstrating with his actions what it meant to be impatient. Seeing this, the other eagerly waiting mantises instantly transformed into hungry tigers, swarming in as if afraid they would miss their spot if they were even a second too late. Red Maru blended into the swarm of insects, using her agile movements to successfully cut in line and follow closely behind. Damn! These grasshoppers have no sportsmanship at all. Big Black, charge! Seeing the mantis army enter the arena in a large group, Yi Jinghong was so anxious that he stomped his feet and hurriedly urged his big black wolf to hurry up. With a low growl, the giant black beast transformed into a shadow, arriving first and squeezing into the horde of beasts. And it didn't forget to bring Lu Yao's little green vegetable dog along, making it a model of a simp. Damn it! You're still thinking about picking up girls at a time like this? Big Black, don't you know the saying simps never get a good ending? Yi Jinghong was so disappointed in him that she almost exploded on the spot. By the way, are Big Black and Little Green male and female? Can spirit beasts reproduce? As Qinyi watched the two, adulterous couple, rush into the training field, he couldn't help but ask them a probing question. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Suwan, their eyes filled with questions. Those who know, know. Given the previous two instances of hiding intelligence, it's hard not to suspect that this woman might be hiding some important information again. Why are you all looking at me? Suwan remained calm and shrugged innocently. I'm not Baidu Encyclopedia, how could I know everything? This time, she genuinely lacked professional knowledge about spirit beast mating. Xingyan, you're a professional animal trainer, you should know this, right? Lu Yao turned her gaze to Lin Xingyan. Theoretically, it's possible, but I'm not quite sure about the specific steps and requirements. Lin Xingyan scratched her smooth chin, and her fair cheeks instantly flushed red. After all, she's a young woman, and it's understandable that she might feel shy talking about such a topic as the harmony of life. Qinyi waved his hand, not dwelling on the matter. I couldn't find any buildings related to spirit beast breeding in the construction interface either. I guess we'll have to wait for the blueprints to be unlocked. Let's see how it goes in the training field first. We'll experiment on breeding with Big Black and Little Green later. Despite saying that, everyone silently kept the propagation of spirit beasts in mind, their eyes flashing with a strange light. While the group was chatting, all 100 training field spots were snapped up. The mantis that failed to squeeze in hung its head and flew back to its nest dejectedly, its back view filled with sorrow. Please infuse the battle pet training ground with flesh and blood energy. With a wave of his hand, Qinyi caused 100 bubbles filled with raw meat to burst in the bubble warehouse. 10,000 pieces of bear meat flew towards the crimson tree gate like a shower of flowers, and were completely absorbed. New bubbles immediately grew on the south side of the tree canopy to fill the gaps, and the supply reserves remained plentiful. The energy of flesh and blood flowed like a stream into a vast ocean, instantly filling the void. The gate of the ancient tree shone brightly, as if life was awakening within it. We can't see anything. Can we go in? Yi Jinghong peered into the doorway, as curious as a 3-year-old. You'll know once you try. Qin Yi took the first step, and as soon as he crossed the threshold, the scene before him changed drastically. Amidst the endless expanse of yellow sand, a building in the style of an ancient Roman amphitheater stands tall between heaven and earth, and they appear directly in the audience seats. In the training ground, the spirit beasts such as Tsunghuang and Honghuan were enveloped in red blood energy. 10 red statues were neatly arranged in front of them, each emanating an aura that corresponded to a different spirit beast level. The weakest is a half-human-sized, muscular, E-class scarred rat statue. Knowing he was only at the D rank, Xiao He wisely chose to start practicing with the most basic E-rank statues. The moment it touched the statue, a large amount of vital energy flowed into it, and the scarred rat instantly came back to life. 30-centimeter-long claws shot out with a whoosh, and with a few agile leaps, it created distance, assuming a professional fighting stance, its eyes fierce as if it wanted to devour Little Black. "Go, Little Black! Take down this mere E-grade rat!" Yi Jinghong cheered loudly from the audience, even more excited than if she were on stage herself. Qin Yi watched with great interest. The blood-red scarred rat launched the first attack, its movements as fast as lightning, transforming into a streak of red light as it pounced on Little Black. The claws danced, leaving afterimages at a breathtaking speed. This is the maximum speed that an E-grade spirit beast can unleash. As a speed-type player, Xiao He remained calm and dodged left and right like a black shadow, handling the dense attacks with ease, his movements as stylish as a professional esports player. But soon, Scarface Rat launched a cunning and unethical sneak attack, its sharp claws aimed straight for Blackie's back. "Careful!" The audience gasped in surprise, but it was too late to warn them. Xiao He lost. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes, his tone certain. Sure enough, the sharp claws pierced through the black wolf's body with a whoosh, and several jets of blood spurted out, seemingly indicating that the outcome of the battle was already decided. "Little Black!" Yi Jinghong let out a pig-like scream, unable to believe that his capable henchman had been instantly killed by an E-level rat. However, the sadness had not yet spread. A surge of crimson energy instantly flowed into the Little Black corpse. With the support of immense blood and energy, the barely breathing Little Black was instantly revived, and even its fur became shinier. Your spirit beast teeters on the brink of death, its physical potential is unleashed, agility +1. What? You're going to push the limits like this? This is like a near-death experience teaching. Yi Jinghong's eyes widened in disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. This move was truly beyond her comprehension. The little black dog on the field became even more excited, howling as it pounced on the scarred rat, starting a new round of reckless training. The arena was filled with the aura of blood and the deafening shouts of battle. 2 speed-type spirit beasts moved with incredible speed, leaving the audience breathless. How tragic! She covered her mouth with her soft lips and gave a precise evaluation. This is the core logic of the battle pet training ground. Only by repeatedly teetering on the brink of life and death and squeezing the potential of spirit beasts to the limit can they achieve rapid growth. Of course, the price was also quite high. In just a few minutes, Xiao He, a spirit beast, consumed 10 points of its qi and blood energy. However, after seeing the harvest, everyone instantly felt that they had made a huge profit. It's like exchanging 10 pieces of raw meat for 1 attribute point, plus a surge in potential and the opportunity to learn top-tier combat techniques. This deal is a bargain no matter how you look at it. Let me make this clear first. The training ground is a money-guzzling monster, so don't expect me to foot the bill all by myself. Qin Yi gave everyone a heads-up in advance. The resources of the National Treasury belong to the National Treasury. They cannot be mixed up with one's own private wallet. After all, although his family was wealthy, they couldn't withstand the extravagant spending of his family's money-devouring beasts. Red Pill is only grade B, and it doesn't consume much raw meat, so let's not talk about it. But Sen Huang immediately challenged the S-rank Tyrannosaurus King statue, consuming 100 of its health points every 3 minutes. Qin Yi stared at the rapidly decreasing health and mana values on the panel, his heart aching with pain. What a spendthrift! Couldn't he have started with A-grade statues and progressed step by step? Does he think I'm made of gold? Chapter 73 Hush Money, 100,000. Chapter 73 Hush Money, 100,000. Relax, it won't bankrupt you. Lin Xingyan waved her hand, directly instructing Lu Yao to transfer 1,000 contribution points to Qin Yi. They had just destroyed 11 treehouses, were incredibly wealthy, and didn't have an S-class money-devouring beast like Sung Huang to support. They had more resources than they could spend, so they didn't care about the training grounds expenses at all. Damn, you dare to flaunt your wealth in front of me? Looks like I need to collect some protection money. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow half-jokingly, and everyone burst into laughter, but no one took it seriously. On the other side, the training ground was divided into 100 independent arenas by a mysterious force. Each spirit beast can choose a statue that matches its own level to fight. The energy of qi and blood can save the life of a spirit beast, but it can repeatedly teeter on the edge of life and death in a short period of time, which consumes a great deal of mental energy. Therefore, it can only be practiced for a maximum of 2 hours a day. Everyone was exhausted from the many battles they had fought today, so no one stayed behind to wait. Instead, it was the chubby girl who became the stunning beauty Qing Yuanyuan, temporarily responsible for managing and recording matters within the training ground. At the same time, as the treehouse continued to grow, the affairs that needed to be handled became far too numerous. It's time to start cultivating new talent. Although Qing Yuanyuan's performance was average at the beginning, she now has the most spirit beasts besides the 8 managers. Keep track of the spirit beast's energy consumption. If you can't remember it, check the system log. Replenish energy promptly when it's low. Lu Yao patted her shoulder. This arduous task is entrusted to you. Loyalty. Don't worry, squad leader, I'll definitely complete the task assigned by the organization. Qing Yuanyuan, full of fighting spirit, raised her hand and gave a standard salute. As she watched everyone leave, she took a deep breath, her anxiety turning into determination. She understood that whether she could enter the class management team depended on how well she completed this task. On the way back to the square, Qin Yi casually asked, Xiao Wan, have you found any talented people among the prisoners? Have. Su Wan's expression remained calm, but her tone betrayed an undisguised surprise. Oh? Tell me about it. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, and Lu Yao and the others also turned their heads to look. A mute girl whose talent lies in farming. Su Wan clearly took it very seriously, speaking in a serious tone. Everyone's breathing paused noticeably, and Qin Yi's pupils also contracted slightly. What is the concept of planting talent in the world of ashes? Like beast taming, appraisal, and healing, it is a top-tier skill among support talents, extremely rare. Is it well protected? Qin Yi immediately became serious. She's not quite right in the head. There are signs that she's been contaminated by the ash. I've asked Shiran to keep an eye on her. It's a small problem, I have a way to handle it. Qin Yi waved his hand. Su Wan looked up in surprise and subconsciously glanced at Qin Yi's panel with curiosity. Upon seeing this, he was completely stunned and almost burst out of his voice. Ban, ban, ban! Qin Yi reacted quickly, covering her mouth with his hand and whispering urgently. There's a way! I just acquired a new skill that can purify pollution. He kept giving frantic winks as he spoke. Grandma, how can you say such things? Do I even want my little head anymore? Wow, that's amazing, Lao Qin! With this skill, wouldn't we be able to reverse the process and enter a state of contamination using ash, thus unleashing our full combat power? I'll purify you back to normal after I'm done. Awesome! Yi Jinghong also had a peculiar way of thinking, actually coming up with such a bizarre idea. But in any case, at least the topic was changed. Otherwise, he was really afraid that his partner's information would be exposed. When Ruan's sixth sense kicked in precisely, and she stared at Qin Yi suspiciously. Are you hiding something from me? It seems like what Su Wan was trying to say just now wasn't this. How could that be? I, Qin Yi, have lived an honest and upright life, and I would never lie to you. Qin Yi immediately adopted a righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor, putting on a superb acting performance. That's good. Just don't do anything dangerous behind my back. When Wan glanced at him and Su Wan several times, and finally believed it. Qin Yi nodded frantically. Absolutely not. Just as Wenro calmed down, Su Wan's private message popped up. Su Wan, hush money, 100,000 yuan contribution. Qin Yi, holy crap, you're taking advantage of my misfortune? Su Wan, you know how tight-lipped I am. One-time buyout, absolutely no extortion. Qin Yi, that's too expensive, at most 20,000. Su Wan, deal. Qin Yi, damn, you agreed so readily? I quoted too high a price. The group returned to the square. Wang Xiren and Wang Shiran had been waiting for a long time, with 7 ragged and trembling female prisoners kneeling behind them. What's going on with them? Lu Yao asked, looking at the 2 little ones. His hands and feet are not clean. Wang Xiren curled her lips. When they were helping me organize the warehouse, these 7 secretly hid eggs in their underwear and pants pockets, and I caught them red-handed. Everyone understood instantly. No, don't kill me! I'm so scared of hunger, I haven't dared to eat a single bite. I'll never do it again, please let me go. Several female prisoners kowtowed pitifully, weeping uncontrollably, hoping to gain forgiveness through their pitiful state. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong group. The people in Class K of Grade 3 will never talk to you about morality or ethics. What a pity! Let's drag it away and hand it over to Fat Cat. We can sell it to other teams tomorrow when we have time. Qin Yi waved his hand casually, and the Wang Xiren sisters immediately escorted the person away. These fools had no idea what a tremendous opportunity they had missed to change their fate. So many people would kill to get a spot in Class K for 3 years, but they couldn't even get a chance to clean the toilets. They've completely blocked the road to heaven over a few eggs. When they find out the truth later, they'll probably be kicking themselves and regretting it to the core. What should be done with the rest of the people? On the other side of the square were the first batch of female prisoners selected through the initial screening. They were all trembling with fear, not daring to breathe loudly. Lu Yao looked at Qin Yi, waiting for his decision. They will be kept under observation. Those who pass the test will start from the bottom and do odd jobs. They will still be considered prisoners and will not be allowed to join the team. Qin Yi had already planned this out, and said calmly, earn contribution points through labor and ability. Only when you have enough contribution points can you exchange them for the qualification to join the team. Our treehouse isn't a place anyone can just walk into. Everyone nodded in agreement, without the slightest objection. Where do they live? Wenruan asked softly. Qin Yi stroked his chin, suddenly remembering that he hadn't touched the talent scroll and the luxury wooden house blueprints from the mysterious treasure chest. That blueprint would just solve the problem of accommodation for these prisoners. Chapter 74 Spirit Beast Advancement. Chapter 74 Spirit Beast Advancement. Luxury wooden house, 1,000 disaster beast bones, 1,500 tree branches of life. Qin Yi glanced at the blueprints. All that was needed were basic materials, and with the treehouse in stock, it was nothing to worry about. He immediately waved his hand, and an exceptionally thick branch immediately extended from the gap on the north side of the tree canopy, growing rapidly, branching, and taking shape. In a short while, a large 2-story treehouse rose from the ground. The house was divided into more than a dozen small rooms. Although they were empty, as long as animal skins were laid out, they would be an excellent place to house prisoners. It's settled. Let them stay here for now. The 20-odd female prisoners could hardly believe their ears. Such an exquisite and magnificent house, is it really meant for these captives to live in? This treatment is more luxurious than that of the other official members of the treehouse team. Moreover, they provide 3 meals a day here, so we no longer have to live a life of hunger and uncertainty. Stay. I'll risk my life to stay in this treehouse. They made up their minds instantly, and their gazes toward Qin Yi and the others were filled with gratitude and awe. Qin Yi was naturally unaware of the prisoners' inner thoughts. After quickly arranging accommodations, everyone was so tired that their eyelids were drooping, and it would be dawn soon if they didn't rest. A group of people plunged into the open-air bathroom and took a refreshing hot shower. After receiving the temporary buff from the bath, they all went back to their rooms and fell asleep immediately, deciding to deal with any major issues after they woke up. In the early morning, warm sunlight streamed into the room through the branches and leaves. The thick gray fog had quietly dissipated, and Class 3K's treehouse once again broke through the mist, standing peacefully under the clear blue sky. When one stretched and opened her sleepy eyes, her graceful figure outlining soft curves in the morning light. The familiar warmth of his body beside her warmed her heart, and she couldn't help but gently rub her cheek against the man next to her, her sweet and soft voice still carrying the nasal tone of someone who had just woken up. "Get up, little sleepyhead." Qin nuzzled closer to the beauty's shoulder and neck, and upon opening his eyes, he was enveloped in a warm and soft embrace. Instantly, all sleepiness vanished, and his mind began to wander. "Stop fooling around." She giggled softly and dodged away, turning her head to offer him a kiss. Her sweet, soft lips lightly touched his, dispelling the last trace of his languor. Their lips parted, and Qin inhaled the fragrance of her hair, closing his eyes contentedly. "All right, I still have a ton of things to do." When Juan playfully brushed his hand off her waist, gave him a light pinch on the cheek, and said with a coquettish tone. Qin smiled and reluctantly withdrew his hand. After the two finished washing and dressing, the others also came out of the room one after another. Fresh air filled their lungs, and everyone greeted the morning light with renewed energy, ready to begin a busy new day. After the sky stopped falling ash, the whole world felt clean and refreshing. When Juan gazed at the clear sky with delight, and said casually, Qin frowned slightly, having a different opinion. "Something unusual must be going on. This is not a good sign." However, such clear, cloudless weather would make anyone happy, and this worry was temporarily put aside. "I wonder how Xiaohei and the others are doing with their training." Yi Jinghong looked on with anticipation as the group strolled to the spirit beast's nest. All the spirit beasts, including Canghuang and Hongwan, were exhausted and fast asleep in their den. However, the aura emanating from them was far stronger than the one from last night, and they had visibly undergone a transformation. Especially the lowest-ranking Big Black and Little Green. Overnight, it jumped directly from D level to D+ level, and before long, it will be able to steadily enter the ranks of C-level spirit beasts. The Scythers also made some gains, although not as miraculous as Benimaru. One or two of them still managed to advance from C rank to C+ rank. The mutation of the red pill was ultimately an isolated case. For spirit beasts of C rank and above, the difficulty of upgrading increases exponentially, so this level of improvement is already extraordinary. At this moment, Qin Yuan, with dark circles under her eyes, quickly ran forward and reported in perfect posture. "Reporting, sir! Last night's spirit beast training consumed a total of 35,800 pieces of raw meat. Among them, the Azure Emperor consumed 20,000 coins, the Red Pill consumed 10,000 coins, and the remaining spirit beast consumed a total of 5,800 coins." Qin stared at the long bill she handed him, completely dumbfounded, and exclaimed in shock. "Holy crap, are you sure you didn't miscalculate? Over 35,000 pieces of raw meat were consumed in one night?" Even the usually composed Lu Yao couldn't help but gasp, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She never expected that the consumption of the battle pet training ground would be so exaggerated. "Sir, there is absolutely no miscalculation." Qin Yuan had anticipated that everyone would have doubts, so she immediately handed over a more detailed list. "The Azure Emperor was defeated a total of 307 times last night, and the Red Pill was defeated 1,100 times. The vast majority of the blood and energy consumed was used to repair their serious injuries." Qin Yi rubbed his throbbing temples and took the bill to examine it carefully. When Ruan and Lu Yao peeked out from the left and right respectively, the records clearly documented the energy expenditure, number of defeats, and evolution points gained for each spirit beast during each training session, presented in a well-organized and extremely detailed manner. Everyone nodded in agreement, with no further objections. Although the consumption of the 2 core spirit beasts was ridiculously high, compared to the gains, it was a huge profit no matter how you looked at it. The Azure Emperor gained 30 attribute points in one go, and also acquired the Bursting Wolf Claw skill. Keep in mind that this is an improvement after all attributes have reached 300. The difficulty level is dozens of times higher than that of ordinary spirit beasts. The red pill is even more exaggerated, with its 3 attributes increasing by a total of 100 points. At this rate, I'll be able to advance to B+ level in 2 more days, and then directly aim for A-level spirit beast. The terrifying Hall of the Night instantly soothed Qin Ye's aching heart. It's just flesh and blood. Qin Ye waved his hand, his spirit soaring. Go all out. Don't worry about resources, train like crazy. By the end of the month, we'll grind ourselves up to create an A-level War Beast Legion. Lu Yao smiled happily. She roughly understood that Qin Ye was betting all his chips on the behemoth tide at the end of the month. With nearly half of the raw meat in the warehouse consumed, Lu Yao and the others dared not delay for a moment in order to ensure a continuous supply of flesh and blood to the training ground. They immediately went to the giant tree and directed the more than 200 prisoners to start work. The black ape giant is of a higher level than the human-faced bear, and its size is a full 20 meters taller. The massive amount of raw meat must be collected as soon as possible, lest things get complicated. The nearby purple bamboo forest also needs to be cleared by manpower and spirit beasts, and there are still many lost meteorites in the area that haven't been recovered yet. With so many tasks piling up, their limited manpower was still insufficient. Fortunately, the mantises soon woke up. With the addition of this formidable workforce, the raw meat gathering speed increased dramatically, and the task could definitely be completed before nightfall. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. Qin Ye then turned away and went straight to the mute girl with planting talent that Su Wan had mentioned. Chapter 75 The Mute Girl's Talent. Chapter 75 The Mute Girl's Talent. When Qin Ye found the mute girl, she was buried in a pile of raw meat, chopping meat with her head down, her thin clothes soaked with sweat. His withered, gray hair was unusual, completely obscuring his face, and no one could see the eerie smile hidden beneath it. Seemingly sensing Qin Ye's approach, she remained unmoved, slashing down with her watermelon knife, splattering beast blood all over her body, while occasionally letting out soft, pleasurable panting sounds from her throat. Qin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. Could this be a hidden version of a psychopathic killer? The surrounding prisoners all kept their distance, as if avoiding a plague, for fear of contracting some strange virus. Stop cutting, I'll give you a new task, Qin Ye said, leaning closer. The mute girl finally stopped, stood up indifferently, and looked up. The moment Qin Ye saw her face clearly, his pupils shrank sharply. Even though he had seen many mutated beasts, he was still startled. His face was as pale as a dead person who had just crawled out of a grave, completely devoid of life. Its eyes were empty and deep, its mouth concealed tiny fangs, and saliva dripped incessantly from its mouth. His lips, shrunken from prolonged muteness, were cracked with fine horizontal lines, and blood stains clung to the edges. With his messy gray hair, he looks exactly like a vengeful demon who will devour anyone he wants. Fortunately, the next second, the messy hair on his forehead fell down again, covering most of his creepy appearance. ABA. She opened her mouth, but only a strange, hoarse sound squeezed out of her throat, and she gestured wildly with her hands and feet. Qin Ye was stunned for a moment, his face darkening. Well, he doesn't understand a single word of sign language. Too lazy to waste words, he simply raised his hand, and a beam of 7-colored purifying light fell upon the mute girl. In an instant, a strange phenomenon occurred. The mute girl, who was originally disheveled and dirty, suddenly became a completely different person in terms of spirit and energy. The half-foot-long, withered gray hair became neat and smooth, hanging down to the waist, and all the filth on the body was swept away. Her pale skin had a faint tinge of blood, and although there were still spiderweb-like fine lines, it looked much smoother. A glimmer of life appeared in his empty eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a dazed look. Oh yeah. The mute girl was stunned for a moment, then suddenly became so overjoyed that she danced around and babbled incoherently, her eyes instantly turning red with excitement. 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks, and she couldn't utter a complete sentence even after trying for a long time. Theoretically, muteness is also considered a negative condition. I've purified it for you, so you can speak normally now, Qin casually reminded him. The mute girl nodded frantically, trying several times before finally managing to squeeze out broken words, her voice choked with emotion, and she knelt down on one knee. This servant is very grateful for your kindness, sir. Qin nodded with satisfaction, getting straight to the point without beating around the bush. You have a talent for planting, you're a good prospect. Go to the Sky Garden and find Suwan, she will arrange a job for you. Remember, talent isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card. You need to accumulate enough contribution points to officially join the team, understand? The mute girl's eyes were bright, and she kowtowed to express her gratitude, repeatedly saying yes. I understand, sir. We don't kneel here, please get up. Qin gently supported her elbow and helped her up. Yin Yin is my name. The mute girl gestured awkwardly, her face full of unconcealed gratitude. Qin smiled slightly, turned and left, leaving behind her figure bowing repeatedly in gratitude. With a taciturn man and a stutterer, the Hanging Gardens are destined to be anything but lively. Qin was completely wrong about this. As soon as Anya reached the Sky Garden and saw Suwan, the 2 women, both with extreme social anxiety, stared at each other wide-eyed, and the atmosphere instantly froze. I'm here to work. Anya spoke broken Mandarin and stammered nervously. Suwan replied expressionlessly, speaking sparingly. The chat was completely dead from the very beginning. But Anya, on the contrary, was quite comfortable with the quiet. Perhaps it was the novelty of being able to speak again that made her so excited. She kept asking Suwan questions, just like a curious child. Is my job to grow these big bananas? How do I plant it? Using my talent? These bananas look almost ripe, should we pick them? They're so big, they don't look like regular bananas, are they some kind of special plant? You don't seem to like talking much? Then I can teach you sign language, so you won't have to speak. Okay. Great, let's get to work. Anya has never used her talent. The main problem is that there aren't the conditions to implement it. Plants that can survive in the Ash-Earth world are either miracles or spiritual plants. Where would an ordinary treehouse team get the luxury of growing that stuff? Seeing these unusual bananas, as bright as jade, with their gnarled and twisted roots. Anya's eyes, hidden under her bangs, curved into crescent moons. She could clearly feel the warmth and friendliness emanating from these elephant trunk banana trees. Talent unleashed. As expected, the banana trees grew rapidly, and within just 5 minutes, they blossomed and bore fruit, with bunches of heavy, elephant-shaped bananas hanging from the branches. Anya didn't stop, continuing to accelerate the ripening of 30 plants at a time. Suwan planted it for several days, even with the help of bone meal, fertile soil, and the accelerated growth of the rooftop garden. However, the growth rate of the banana tree did not meet everyone's expectations. Suwan estimates that the fastest ripening period for banana trees is about a week. However, with the arrival of Anya, the ripening cycle of the elephant banana was shortened to 5 minutes. Absolutely terrifying. Looking at Anya, who was calm and composed, without even blushing or out of breath, Suwan couldn't help but marvel. Ripe bananas fell to the ground with a rustling sound, quickly piling up into a small mountain. Each banana resembles an elephant's trunk, its flesh translucent, and its peel gleaming. A sweet and refreshing aroma fills the entire treehouse. This single harvest yielded a full 3,000 caddies, and the banana trees remained vigorous, as if they could produce 10 more batches of fruit. Anya unleashed her mental power without reservation, her face flushed with excitement, and she hummed a childish lullaby. In the little garden, dig and dig and dig. Dig up big bananas, and watch the flowers bloom. Amazingly, The 80 banana trees seemed to understand the command, and their growth surged again, with branches reaching the sky and the ground, lush and green, and the fruit hanging densely, bending the branches. Sue and Yo were overjoyed as they looked at the abundant fruit in the forest. After several harvests, the total yield of elephant trunk bananas exceeded 15,000 gene. This is a rare spiritual fruit rich in vitamin C from the Ash-Earth world. Its value is far greater than that of ordinary raw meat. It's definitely a hard currency. The news quickly reached Qin Ye's ears. He rushed to the rooftop garden and looked at the mountain of huge bananas, hardly believing his eyes. How long has it been? Are resources in the Ash-Earth world really that easy to earn now? Qin Yi, shall we try synthesizing it? Suwon said calmly. That makes sense. Qin Yi couldn't hide his joy as he picked up 2 bananas, his eyes shining. If we can synthesize even higher-level spirit plants, and with Anya's incredible planting talent, the Sky Garden will be a treasure trove for the treehouse. Now that's great. Mom no longer has to worry about the pet training grounds draining the family's savings. Chapter 76 Blood Marrow Celestial Plant, the 200th Wonder of the World. Chapter 76 Blood Marrow Celestial Plant, the 200th Greatest Wonder in the World. Nose banana, spiritual plant rich in protein and blood energy. It can quickly restore physical strength after consumption and is a top-grade food for spirit beasts. The pet training ground is currently lacking in health and mana. Since the elephant trunk banana can precisely replenish chi and blood, Qin Yi immediately made up his mind to synthesize a higher-level banana spirit plant. If successful, this spiritual plant will definitely become the perpetual motion machine of the treehouse's energy. The synthesis ladder for bananas is clear, and the initial consumption is still within an acceptable range. Successfully combined into a triple. Obtained, green vein banana tier 2. Successfully completed the triple synthesis. Obtained, green scale banana tier 3. Successfully combined into a triple. Obtained, red vein banana tier 4. Successfully combined into a triple. Obtained, jadeite banana tier 5. By the time Qin Yi synthesized the 5th tier jade marrow banana, he had already consumed 81 elephant trunk bananas. As time went on, consumption increased exponentially. Triple combination successful. Consumed 243 elephant trunk bananas, obtained, purple vein banana, tier 6. Triple combination successful. Consumed 729 elephant trunk bananas, obtained, golden bone banana, tier 7. Triple synthesis successful. Consumed 2187 elephant trunk bananas, obtained, blood spirit banana, tier 8. By this point, Qin Ye's forehead was covered in sweat, and his mental energy was on the verge of exhaustion. Take a break, your mental strength can't hold up anymore. Suwon looked at his pale face and couldn't help but worry. Qin Yi gritted his teeth, wiped away his sweat, and looked stubborn. He had no intention of stopping. His intuition told him that he seemed to be completing an extremely sacred task. So they immediately retrieved the blood stamen honey, which could restore 100% of mental energy in its 3rd stage. Unlike synthesizing spirit beast eggs, synthesized bananas do not require consuming 4th tier nectar. An infinite amount of mental energy that lasts less than a minute is not as worthwhile as 3 full mental energy uses. Triple combination successful. Consumed 2187 elephant trunk bananas, obtained, blood spirit banana, tier 8, x1. Triple combination successful. Consumed 2187 elephant trunk bananas, obtained, blood spirit banana, tier 8, x1. After swallowing 2 nectar grains, 3 blood red, powerfully vigorous 8th tier blood spirit bananas finally took shape. A rich aura of blood and chi enveloped the entire aerial garden, making Tsung Huang, who had been eyeing it, sneak up behind Qin Yi without anyone noticing. Its golden vertical pupils stared intently at the blood banana, its tail wagging like a propeller. You can't eat this as a snack. Qin Yi smiled and pushed away the dog's head that was leaning in. Oh! Tsung Huang howled ingratiatingly, rubbing its head against his chest, using every trick in the book to be cute and charming. Qin Yi had made up his mind. He took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly sharpening like knives. Come on, let me see just how magnificent a 9th-tier blood banana is. Su-Wan and Anya both held their breath and nervously swallowed. Qin Yi raised his hand and pressed the 3 blood spirit bananas together. In an instant, a burst of blood-red light erupted into the sky, and the radiance was boundless. The phenomenon lasted for a full 10 breaths. The next second, a world announcement that shook the entire world of Ember suddenly exploded without warning. World announcement: the celestial plant has appeared, a miracle recorded. Congratulations to Class 3K for successfully cultivating a brand new miracle, Blood Marrow Celestial Plant, through a special method. This tree is ranked as the 200th wonder of the world, resonating with the spirit of heaven and earth, and all the trees on the island celebrate. Miracle blessing activated server-wide. All plant growth speed increased by 50%, miracle seed spawn rate increased by 5%. Congratulations to Class 3K for being crowned with glory and receiving the special title, Miracle Plant Master. In an instant, the entire world of Ember Earth erupted in chaos, with the world chat channel flooded with comments filled with shocking and distorted expressions. World channel. Damn it! I've never even seen what a miracle looks like, and Class 3K is already making miracles out of thin air? Is there no law anymore? The big shots eat the meat while I drink the soup. The 50% growth buff is awesome. I feel like my little grass is about to turn into a miracle. I'd trade 30 years of being single upstairs for a seed of miracles. Sorry downstairs, I just got married, the transaction failed. That's not necessarily true. You can be single for 30 years even if you're married. Inside the treehouse, Qin Yi, Su-Wan, and Anya were completely dumbfounded. No one expected that synthesizing high-level bananas would actually create a new miracle. Looking at the fist-sized, crystal-clear, blood-red agate-like strange fruit in their palms, the 3 of them began to breathe rapidly. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yi immediately buried the seeds in the soil. This is a complete miracle plant. Only a fool would eat it. Anya, accelerate ripening. Okay. I'll do my best. Anya blushed with excitement, and immediately placed her hands on the soil, activating her planting talent. A dazzling, dark green glow emanated from her palm, enveloping the seed of the blood marrow celestial plant. However, the growth of these miraculous plants is far more difficult than that of ordinary spiritual plants. Even with Anya going all out, only a few tender seedlings sprouted from the seed. It's malnourished, sir, Anya said, panting. Qin Yi and Su-Wan immediately took action, bringing over a massive amount of calamity beast skeletons, grinding them into bone powder, and spreading it thickly on the fertile soil. Another 10 liters of purified water were poured in to accelerate growth. Finally, Qin Yi took out an ancient tree core. This is an energy crystal obtained from destroying the treehouse, specifically designed to accelerate the growth of miracle plants. With the addition of multiple fertilizers, the growth of the blood marrow celestial plant is completely out of control. In just half a minute, its growth completely overwhelmed the entire elephant trunk banana grove. The tree trunk, as thick as a willow waist, climbs higher and higher. Beneath the dense, crimson canopy, clusters of blood-red flowers bloom in succession. 80 blood-red banana leaves hung down and swayed in the air, like a crimson canopy supporting a sky full of blood. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafts through the air, transforming into delicate blushes that permeate the atmosphere. Qin Yi and the other 2 felt as refreshed as if bathed in a spring breeze, and their spirits were lifted. Half an hour later, the blood marrow celestial plant fully matured, blossomed, and bore fruit. Su-Wan immediately started the appraisal, and the panel popped up instantly. Blood marrow celestial plant, the 200th wonder of the world. Collectible, 100 to 100. Collected item, blood marrow banana. Companion spirit beast, none. Reason for being listed as a miracle, a magical banana tree created by human hands, a single source of food, with no accompanying spirit beasts, seemingly unremarkable. However, it can reproduce infinitely by dividing and splitting, and this alone is enough to earn it the name of a miracle. Upon seeing the words, unlimited propagation by division, Qin Ye's pupils constricted, utterly shocked. One attribute is all it takes to achieve godhood. In other words, as long as the nutrition is adequate, they can cultivate blood marrow celestial plants in large quantities. This is the first time I've heard the word mass used in relation to miracles. Absolutely unprecedented and unparalleled. Sanghuang, pluck one down! No sooner had Qin Yi finished speaking than Sanghuang, who was so eager for food, leaped up and quickly completed the collection. Qin Yi quickly snatched it and checked the panel. Blood marrow banana contains a massive amount of blood and qi. Consuming it can regenerate severed limbs and instantly restore all physical strength. The description is extremely concise, but it does not diminish its value in the slightest. That's absolutely insane! Qin Yi took a deep breath, his eyes instantly brightening. He turned to look in the direction of the 200-plus prisoners, then slapped his thigh. With this thing, wouldn't those 200-plus prisoners be able to work for us day and night? They won't even need to rest. Well. Su Wan and Enya exchanged a glance, speechless with shock. Please! This is a miraculous healing medicine that can regenerate severed limbs. It's a top-tier life-saving artifact in the world of ashes. Is all you can think about is getting manual labor done? Chapter 77 The Road to a Miracle of Freebies. Chapter 77 The Road to Miracles. Without paying attention, Qin Yi had no shortage of calamity beast skeletons, and he still had 11 ancient tree cores left. I've accumulated some purified water droplets over the past 2 days, which is barely enough. However, when it came to mass-producing blood marrow celestial plants, the biggest obstacle was still the mental strength. Anya's mental energy had been completely drained, and the blood nectar in the warehouse had also been used up. It's truly a case of the late emperor starting his great undertaking halfway through, only to find himself singing and dancing in the middle of it all. If only there were plants that could raise the upper limit of mental power, I could synthesize them into a miracle. Qin Yi smacked his lips, still wanting more. He had carefully studied the miracle artifacts in the miracle compendium that were linked to mental power. The bad news is, there's only one kind of miracle like this. Good news, it's the Queen of Thorns, right here in their house. Take a break for now, I'll work on my miracle garden tomorrow. Qin Yi composed himself and suppressed his excitement. Mass production of blood essence celestial plant is only a matter of time. Once the blood core flower nectar is harvested tomorrow, it will be able to synthesize a tier 4 1-minute infinite spiritual power nectar. This would allow Anya to cultivate 11 blood marrow celestial plants in one go. At that time, the training ground's energy reserves will be fully replenished. The spring of 007 working for more than 200 prisoners has finally arrived. The rest of the time, Suwan and Anya were busy picking common elephant trunk bananas and blood marrow bananas in the rooftop garden. If you don't have enough people, go find the squad leader. No. Qin Yi gave his instructions and left the garden. He went inside the treehouse to study the title given in the world announcement. The original treehouse was designed with a water storage tank on the ground floor, a warehouse in the middle floor, and an incubator on the upper floor. Previously, the warehouse was overwhelmed, so Qin Yi directly converted the incubation room into warehouse number 2. But once the world announcement was made, the treehouse's structure quietly changed. A hidden room has been added to warehouse number 2. Qin Yi slipped inside quietly without alerting anyone. In the center of the secret room is a small flower bed, with a miniature version of a towering tree standing in the center. It looks exactly like their main treehouse, as exquisite as a figurine. He opened the exclusive interface for the treehouse leader. It was only then that I realized the title of Miracle Plant Master, given to me in the world announcement, wasn't for the team members. It is directly bound to the treehouse itself. Miracle Plant Master, title: a plant blessed by miracles will eventually become a miracle. This title unlocks the House of Miracles, allowing you to share the magical abilities of miracle plants. The number of shares increases as the treehouse level increases. House of Wonders, please place wonders or wonder items inside. Qin Yi was holding 3 items in his hand. A branch from an ancient war tree, broken off from the gate of the training ground, a drop of pure water obtained from a branch of a dawn redwood tree, and freshly picked blood bananas. The 3 items correspond to the 3 wonders. The treehouse is at level 3, so it should be able to be activated directly. But he had read the complete list of wonders and knew exactly which wonders were worth sharing and which were a complete waste of his spot. The blood marrow celestial plant can reproduce indefinitely, so sharing it is completely unnecessary. The purification and accelerated growth of the dawn redwood can be completely replaced by my purification talent and Anya's planting talent, so there's no need for them. As for the ancient trees of war, Genie pondered for a moment, and then made the decision. Must be shared.